Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino for coverage of the $5,300 High Roller, part of the Marriott Poker Western Series here, the first on the calendar in 2024. Ali Najad, joined by James Dempsey. Pleased to have you with us on the Marriott Poker YouTube channel. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, and also buckle up because we are en route to a money bubble. Just 30 players remain after a couple of days of play. 20 will be paid, $177,000 up top. And James, I know you've been keeping tabs on the chip counts and some of the notables that are remaining here, faces and names that are familiar to us here at Marriott.
Yeah, certainly are, of course. Last time out in this very event, just last month or end of November, we had a heads-up battle between Kirichenko and Georgi Shkulia. Kirichenko chip leader coming into today, so looking perhaps a bit of redemption. But Gia, our man Georgi, is still in the field, so may we see a rematch of the two.
That he is. I caught a glimpse of him over at lunch just prior to the broadcast here today. He's definitely fueled up and ready for the fireworks. $177,000 up top, as I mentioned, but of course, it's going to take another 10 places of ascent if you hope to work your way into that $7,800 minimum cash, and no telling whether or not that'll be profitable because more than one bullet may have been spent.
Right, and it's worth noting, we say, only 10 to the money, but we need to lose a third of the field. There's 30 players left, we've got to get to 20. Myself and David were speculating this morning over how long that might take, whether we see ourselves burst the bubble in the first frame. Because remember, this one is 40-minute levels as opposed to the hour that we see in the warm-up and the main event. So it will move along a little faster. But given that pay bubble, I think it will take us maybe just into the second frame to see the bubble burst. It'll be interesting to see how hard these guys go. Because we know it's Merit.
Yes, of course.
People just throw it into the wind.
We talk about MPO, Marriott Poker Optimal. Surely we'll be seeing more of that here as you get a look at the 8 players at our featured table here. Final day of the high roller. Tarmo Tamil, 9 big blinds. He will be the short stack with the blinds at 8 and 16,000. Work cut out for him, obviously. Maroon Jazar's 13 big blinds right there in that 10-ish range, but Maxim Shornikau, 71 big blinds. Over 1.1 million in front of him, good for almost a third of the chips here at this featured table. He will be the mayor.
And I wonder if this table is kind of indicative of the rest. We've got Kizu in there, 4th in chips on the table with just 21 blinds. That would suggest to me the bubble could go quite quickly. But I've got a feeling that perhaps this table is somewhat underrepresented in terms of chips. I think the average would be 500K right now, working on 150 players. So we have to put your King 20% of the field left.
Pardon the interruption. King Queen suited for the short stack is obviously going to be more than enough to rip it in there as we see the 142,000 pushed forward. Ace 8 suited for Mr. Hisu.
Yeah, not one he's going to let us get Broadway here. I think against the 10 big blind jam under the gun. Of course, we can be ahead against hands like this, but all those bigger aces can be in there, and you've got the rest of the table behind you. But it's just warming into the day. And
also when we are ahead by how much, especially looking down at just 330,000, this doesn't rate to be the sort of spot that one would typically expect somebody to play sheriff, but
what we may be seeing here is obviously Kisu, 20 big blinds, kind of a bubble adjacent, as Mr. Lappin likes to refer to it. Maybe just burn a little bit of time. There's no time chips in play just yet. So maybe that's the thought. Just try and play.
Let's see. I hope I have shit or fantastic.
Well, you have neither, my friend.
Yeah, Queen Jack suited. Actually, more the former than the latter, given that it is dominated. Such a tempting hand, typically, James, but this with 182 back just doesn't qualify, right?
Yeah, he can't call, unfortunately. But it is right in the middle. He's like, I want to see a great hand or an easy fold. This one's actually falls into the easy fold category, but it's definitely not a shit hand, as he put it.
So a nice start there for Tamil as he picks up an orbit's worth of blinds and antes.
Yeah, and that's funny. You come
Letting
back.
Israel know.
You come back for day 3. You sit down. Think, all right, I've drawn the featured table, and here you are having to shove under the gun first hand. Is this really it? I just busted at the start of the day.
It's funny that you mention that because obviously we assume that people are going to play hands just the way they're supposed to be played at all times. But specifically, first hand or two of the day, you worked your way into a bag, you come back, final day, you're going to play to a champion. Sometimes we see people go, you know what? Let me just get comfortable.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to war. I don't want to open, 3-bet, do anything funky here and now.
I like they're sharing the shot a moment ago. We have Papot and Kizu, who are, I'm pretty sure, were main characters last time out during the Gangster series. I think even maybe on the same table if memory serves. Just a thing we was mentioned here at Merit. The regulars are the regulars. Although this time around, I have noticed a few newcomers, some players playing, making the warm-up final table without Merit flags previously. So word is creeping out.
That it is.
I'm suggesting that might be the case post EPT. More players being exposed to this place. So coming up with a very small raise. Not one I'd like necessarily condone here from the small, but when you're raising into bottom of range in the big, gets the job done.
That he does. Arun Jazar, by the way, our producer Emil Butas, says is the owner of a big production company. Guess we're going to leave it at that. Leave the rest to the imagination. Looking at Arun's Hendon Mob, over $300,000 in live career earnings for the Lebanese national. Obviously, a tremendous amount of support comes from Lebanon. Just a short flight across the Eastern Med.
Yeah, I remember we saw him, well, I saw him for the first time. Came 11th in the main event during the Carmen series, but I noticed because I wasn't here at the previous Western series that he also came 13th in that main event. So a man familiar with the themed events.
Pocket 8s here for Sabe. Joseph Sabe. Accomplished high-stakes cash game specialist by trade is Joseph. 1.1 million plus in career tournament earnings for him. His best live cash, a little over $500,000.
This is close, Ali. 9 blinds. Don't have a terrific amount of fodder at Kuti, but if you give your opponent a wide enough range opening from the hijack, which is pretty reasonable when he's building that 700k plus stack, you'd certainly think that the ace-9's good, and you can get some folds. If this was 23 left, 22 left, I think we'd say no chance because we were so much closer to the money. But as I say, 10 away when there's 30 players left.
Yeah, chances need to be taken, and I believe the Estonian has announced all in, jamming 150,000, and let's see how the 8s respond. Shornikau, surely, in spite of the fact that he is the big stack here, second in chips overall coming into the day, King 9 suited, not a qualifier.
Is it like 160?
Yeah, he's going to get snapped here, obviously, for star basing, finding out it's just 10 blinds. I did actually notice that Tamar was looking to his left there to see, like, who is he raising into? Okay, he's raising the chip lead. Do I give him a slightly tighter range? Maybe, but ace-9 suited, still enough.
Did the 8s get called already?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
10 blinds, we're in. Or 9 blinds, even. There's no way we're folding 2 8s.
Mr. Flip.
So far,
I don't like the flip against you.
Sabe christening Tamil Mr. Flip, and that flip comes up.
Interesting.
Pair of
It's fair.
9s for the lead, but the open ender
Very fair still.
for Sabe. Any 7, any 8, any queen would all do the trick. Turn doesn't help him. And now Tamil just needs to fade the 10 outs to double, and he's done just that as the 6 of hearts will secure another pot. As he reaches for the phone to give everybody the update, day has gone well.
One.
I think there's some history there called a Mr. Flip. Obviously, we are drawing on day 3. Something suspects that maybe not against Sabe necessarily, but he's witnessed this man win his fair share of flips in this tournament.
One never knows if it's having witnessed him or having been his victim.
Right.
Maybe
Maybe both.
combination, yeah.
That's a strong start, eh?
I folded yesterday against the race king. I folded 8s when you 3-bet on small blind.
Yeah.
Also,
I
it
was
looks like
so disappointed. I normally
confirmation.
chip it in now. But you 3-bet like 5x or something like that?
No.
4x?
You made it 13, I made it 50. Not even 4x.
4.5.
3 point something.
But you were in line, you know, so I decided that I would let it go very close.
Discipline.
I love this, Ollie, because I always say when we come to these tournaments, especially when we come in later through the day, when we're picking feature tables, we're not aware of previous dynamics, and so therefore we're almost flying a little bit blind. We come and we don't know there's some history there, but we're getting a glimpse of the history. Oh, well, last night I followed this stew because you 3-bet this size, and it's nice to actually get that glimpse of what these players have gone through already and understand that maybe there's an established dynamic. And even an argument. Well, I didn't 5x you, I didn't 4x you.
Right.
It was 3 point something. It was 13 up to 50.
Well, the good news is we can always run back the tape, as all streams from prior Merit tournaments throughout the years are available. And you wonder, especially for the professionals, and we know that not everybody that plays these high rollers and main events here at the Merit Complex are professionals, many of them recreational. They're semi-professional type players, take the game seriously but have jobs. You wonder whether or not they go back and they do a little bit of homework when they find out that they're going to be at a feature table or a final table to kind of get a sense of, you know, what's the opposition stacking up like against me here. As we see Tommel again involved here. The deuces into the muck from the chip leader at the table. King, queen, of course, a qualifying open from the button. Jack 6 suited, not sure we'll get curious, but it is just a min raise, so 3.5 to 1 is the price being laid. Not enough, though.
Yeah, I'd like to see appeal, but we're getting closer to the money. If you're not, player doesn't necessarily want to be in there with the Jack 6 fighting against this man. It's fine.
3 for 3, by the way, is Tommel. The story of this first orbit here early on in the final day of this
Running good, Dan.
Merit High Roller. Now, of course, I'm joining the broadcast team a few days removed from the onset of the coverage here on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. And over lunch, myself, you, David Lappin, chatting, and you guys told me that it was quite an entertaining warm-up final table and a couple of days of coverage.
Yeah, we've had some stuff go down. Let's put it like that. Like is always the case here. I hate to say the word surprise, but you just see stuff. And an incredible turnaround last night for those watching, and for those who weren't, it was Simone Andrian, who was down to just 800k at the 100, 200k level.
That's 4 big blinds.
4 big blinds with 4 left. And he ended up collecting the other 44 million chips in play to take it down.
That's a real David and Goliath setup there, as we see Montano's first involvement. Ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah,
Montiano, rather.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Montiano, someone who's had some success here in the past. Won a previous warm-up for shade over 200k, so familiar with the setup here.
8-6 offsuit. Not going to qualify.
Yeah, just burning a little time. Reasonable enough. We see the numbers already down to 28. Keys have got moved off the table for balancing efforts.
Short-lived stint. By the way, overall, chip leader coming into today, Justus Held, German.
Yeah.
Phenomenal professional player.
Yeah, of course. Ollie, you would have seen Papot here last time, final tabling the main event. The last stream you would have done from here, and you come back, there he is, back on the feature table. The bright lights of the Merit stage. What I want to know, Ollie, is what have you been doing for the last 6 weeks?
Recovering from that insane fourth quarter of 2023, which you joined me for much of.
Yeah, I was just thinking, actually.
Yeah.
I spent far too much time with you the second half of last year.
Deuces again find their way into the muck in spite of having an opportunity to open here. Montiano not interested. Talked about Tommel hailing from Estonia, by the way, as we see him fold the king 4. Pocket queens for the chip leader in the cutoff. This is going to draw a raise. You've been to Estonia, James, to Tallinn.
Mm-hmm.
Do tell.
Yeah, I've only been once. I went 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was, to actually go to Patrick Antonius was hosting an event
Yeah.
at the tournament series.
I remember
there, and I was actually with myself, Mr. Lappin, and Dara Kearney. We went to do the commentary for a cash game and the tournament. It was fun. I liked it.
That was
there.
for Flop, First Land
That's
of Poker.
right. That's right.
Patrick's company.
For Flop, yeah. We went out there, and like I said, I was only in town for sort of 3 days, but we had a decent amount of downtime, so I did get to go out and kind of see what's what.
Yeah.
Go for a wander. Some of the boys had been there before, so I just followed their lead. But yeah,
A little more off the beaten path sort of destination when it comes to poker, but as we've experienced, and in particular I would say here at Merit, you see a lot of participation from corners of the world that maybe you don't see flags flown, you know, in the summer at the World Series of Poker in Vegas or in the U.S. borders.
There are quite a lot of events, actually, I think, in Estonia. It's a popular part of the world for poker there. And obviously, easy for the Finns to get to. They can just hop the ferry, come across.
Swedish participation, I would imagine,
Yeah.
rather large as
So,
well.
Sabe defending. Oh, defending in a big way from the big blind, going after what he perceives to be a light open from the cutoff.
Here's the thing. You call it defending. This is offending.
Well,
as the attack, a 3-bet to 130,000, ill-fated, ill-timed.
Yeah, sure account. Now, actually, we have a decision point in that, you know, typically we always say you want to kind of trap with kings and aces, but do I want to perhaps throw queens in as a trap? Or does he believe that his opponent may just have a hand here that he wants to go with and go for the jugular right here, right now?
You know, there's always a little bit of weird meta when you're the chip leader and you're opening late because everybody perceives that you're going to be doing so wide. So when you have a real hand, you're torn between, is this somebody attacking me because they think I'm light, or is this somebody attacking me given the risks of doing so against my big stack with a very, very strong hand, top of range sort of situation? And a question gets asked and a prompt fold as the 4-bet to 225.
Yeah, he went the other way. He went super clicky. He's thinking, just wants to lay a great prize, almost announcing, hey, like, I've got a good hand. Do you want to get lucky? But kind of a weird situation in that when someone 3-bets from the big blind, it tends to be a very polarized hand. It's not going to be the kind of hand that might now want to just call for a little bit more. And also, are we ever really folding? I don't think so. I'd rather just see a jam or a flat there, but gets the job done. And Sabe, well, not a great start. Obviously, lost the flip.
Yeah.
Can't fault him for trying there because I would imagine the chip leader is going to be opening pretty liberally from the cutoff.
And the other thing that I would imagine is that his road to the final 30 consisted of some of that sort of behavior. James, he's not just sitting back and, you know, waiting for top-tier hands. He's making the most of what he perceives to be good spots. Of course, every now and again, things don't work out. Pocket sevens now for Tommel.
Yeah, he's now in a completely different stage of the tournament for him because he has just over 20 blinds. And you would have come in today knowing he's probably brushed up quickly on the 10 big blind, shoving ranges, calling ranges. Now it's, okay, got to play a slightly different game.
Min-raise open.
Yeah, I think this one's close. I think sixes we probably just fold from +1. Although we are playing 7-handed. Sevens, I'm in with him as well. Just a little raise, try and get one through. But that is the dream scenario here. Everyone just folds as we're still far enough away from the money that we do want to be playing a little chip accumulation game. He just got it round to...
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Muntiano in the big blind, king-queen suited. He won't be conceding, and let's see how he chooses to proceed.
Yeah, I think against a late position raise, you'd be more inclined to see him maybe jam this, but against that +1 range, going to show a little bit more respect, come in with a call. Obviously a hand that plays really well post-flop.
Yep.
And somewhat disguised as well in that sense. Your opponent will barrel the good boards for you.
Ace, ace, 9, not exactly what king-queen has in mind.
No, might not be done yet. This is the kind of board you'd expect the +1 opener to c-bet, I think, with range. And just go very small. This could be, you know, a blind and a half or even less if he wishes.
Yeah.
Can just go one blind there.
Such
like
dry texture.
I like it going for the 20K. And this is where it gets interesting as the big blind peeler, because obviously Tamal does get to have some ace-x. He knows he's going to bet those hands, but also you've got the nut no pair. You're beating all the Broadway hands. You've got decent equity here against this hand. You see there 40%. But do I want to stick around? Backdoor hearts, I think enough. Again, it's slightly harder against the early position raisers because they are a more condensed range than if he was up against the late position here. It would be a very easy call. But you see, he's only got 284k himself. Starts to get a little dicey. Nice. Dempsey approved.
Peeling, of course, the 9 of hearts interaction is nice. And now, all of a sudden, we've got ourselves this flush draw on the turn. But we are mindful of the fact that the Ace-X lurks in the range and can certainly be represented credibly by Tamil. But with that said, James, he's also been the most active player at the table. So you wonder.
Yeah, I mean, he has, but he's gone to showdown, isn't he, really? It was kind of legitimate. I think Tamil maybe just has a little bit too much here. He knows he can still beat these kind of hands, the King, Queen, the King, Jacks with the backdoor flush draws. Obviously, the heart combos are now live. A question of whether he wants to bet here and try and make a 9-fold. Oh, looks like he is.
Well, it's going to take some size to get the 9 to fold, is it not?
I mean,
65,000.
This is also nice in the sense that he's just kind of setting a price as well for the showdown. One imagines also maybe trying to make a hand. Maybe like 8s fold.
Well, if we do get to the river and a dry card rolls off, any bet by Tamil would be turning 7s into a bluff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're pretty much at this point already when he bets this turn here. With this hand, I would have expected to see a check back. The funny thing is, he's now getting value from the only hand he can get value against, which is this turn flush draw. But I wonder... I want to know, it doesn't really make sense to have a raise here. Obviously, you can have some ace-x, going to defend a lot of that from the big blind, but would always play that as a call anyway to both elicit future bluffs and also somewhat pot protect against a range that has ace-king, ace-queen, whereas he doesn't have those hands. Here we go.
So the call gets made. The pot suddenly swells to over $250,000. Yeah. 10 of spades on the river, very dry, but Tamil must be wondering whether or not, having barreled twice, a check back is too much give up. And
I think
he's got one SPR here.
I think the idea of the turn was to try and knock out at least a decent percentage of the 9x. With that in mind, I think you have narrowed your opponent down to just a lot of ace-x at this point that's called twice. I'd be surprised if he goes for it again, but then I am sitting at merit.
Well, listen, ace-x is some of it, but 9x is involved from time to time as well.
Yeah, there are
a sticky 9x.
Like
but the check back from Tamil, you're a fan?
Yeah, I think you just kind of have to give up here. I think bluffing here would be a bit ballsy. As played, I think we check. And he's going to get like a rich surprise in that the only hands that do check call turn that he's ahead of are these turned king high flush draws.
And
so
you can see
a perfectly
Muntiano
played hand against the range. And then,
right.
I mean, Muntiano is like, really? You bet 7s on the turn after a check call ace, ace 9? That's a bit optimistic. And I mean, if it had just gone check, check on the turn, I think the river would have gone check, check as well, because Muntiano would have just been like, king, queen's probably good
it's got showdown value. I don't think, but he could be targeting the underpairs to the board, of course, with a bet.
Yeah.
That was more interesting than I think it actually may have appeared at first glance.
If you're Tamil there, you feel like a genius because you've played it exactly the way that you're definitely going to win the pot and also get value against that hand.
And you prevented yourself from getting pushed off of the pot because the risk, of course, checking back the turn is that the barrel comes in on the river, and now you're left playing a very uncomfortable guessing game.
Yeah.
So the Estonian very much has been the story here. One orbit in, and he has been the winner of all pots that he's gotten involved in, and he needed to do it because he came in with 9 bigs. Now working his stack well off of that low point, as we see just 27 of the 30 coming into today.
It's funny because you say that we've seen him in so many hands, and I see Tescan here. I haven't seen him play a pot. Hadn't even noticed this player at the table. He hasn't even had a hand to look at. You know, it's been Sabe. He's been involved in a few.
Yep.
Kind of gone the wrong way for him to start the day.
Yeah, his pocket 8s, losing to ace-9 for Tamil, and then with 10 deuce, he targeted queens. Here he is from the button, ripping with 10-9 off, James.
Yeah, ripping, but into obviously some smaller stacks behind. So yeah, they're both just over 10 blinds apiece. So this seems pretty reasonable. Down to 26 now as well. They are falling fast. Did know, obviously I said the average stack as we started the day looked like to just be over 30 blinds, but we saw there were a number of really short stacks here, and that may be the case across the room as You're looking across this room, Ollie. Are you already imagining the Merit mosquito?
You know, I thought perhaps that the winged presence in the room was a mosquito, but it isn't. You'll know when I've found a mosquito because you just won't hear me for minutes on end, and then a hallelujah or some sort of
I
yelp.
wonder if we can get Milbo just to send a mosquito in here. That'd be nice to have a bit of peace.
Please don't do that. Do not send a mosquito into the booth.
Or is that your way of saying when David replaces you that he's the mosquito? Is that what you're trying to say?
Should we nickname him the mosquito? The mosquito, by the way, is a really great poker nickname.
Someone already has that name. And
Who is the
I think
mosquito?
we're going to leave that one.
Who's the mosquito? Do you know?
Martin Cabral. We call him the mosquito.
Oh, yes. Of course.
It's not a friendly nickname. It's a
fantastic nickname.
But he's also one of those people. He gives a lot, but he also is more than happy to be the villain, and he takes it.
He's self-aware.
Yeah. They call him the Mosquito from Kings.
It's great.
And I think no one's had a more fitting nickname than that.
No, you're right.
Just buzzing around your head, never leaving you alone.
Yep.
No one likes it. But you can never get rid of it. Yeah, him and Sean Winter being the cockroach, both not animals you want to be associated with, but the nickname's been quite apt for.
Yeah. Who's the cockroach?
Sean Winter, isn't he? Just him and
right.
You know, survives with 3 blinds for days on end.
Again?
That one in a much more positive light, though.
Yeah.
Complimenting his ability to survive, obviously.
I have to
cockroach,
try it once to see what
being
you
the
have.
thing that people always suggest would survive the nuclear winter.
All right. By the way, far from a nuclear winter here in Cyprus, I landed from London, and it is a very balmy winter here on the island. And granted,
Well, nice few days. It's been about 20 degrees. That's 20 degrees in, post 1800s
it was
temperature.
-8 at Heathrow.
No, it wasn't.
It was -8, James.
No, it wasn't.
I'm telling you, it was -8. I'm telling. The pilot came on and said there was frost on all the cars in the parking. I'm just telling you. Jazar, ace-5, small blind, raises it up. Defense here from Tommel, who's got enough chips with which to do this, and now he's got the best hand. Top pair. And Maroon, by the way, look at the body language, James. Checking, looking disgusted. And you wonder, because it was so pronounced, whether or not Tommel thinks that this is, a man who's trying to goad him into a barrel here. But, of course, with top pair, he must ask a question.
Yeah.
Just 25K.
One chance.
Yeah, gone from those tickle raises again, and then just check folding and showing, and it's not ideal. You don't want to give the idea that you're only ever continuing with a pair. No. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't advocate check calling with this ace high here, but you don't want to support the theory that you're just going to be easy to push around.
Right.
But actually, so you had your one day in London. It's actually been really nice weather at home, in the sense that, unusually for the UK winter, it's just been cold but sunny, not windy and dry.
Listen,
it's a rare difference there. You get a lot of rain in the winter.
I honestly thought that perhaps I was going to come across a woolly mammoth or some permafrost on the way to the on-airport hotel for my overnight. I mean, really, it was that cold. I mean, and the thing is, I packed for Cyprus. I looked at the Cyprus forecast. I didn't pack to be in London in sub-0 Celsius temperatures.
So you're saying your flight when you landed in the UK, or the flight when you left was mine?
When I landed in the UK.
At what time of the day?
The pilot came on to advise that it was -8.
I feel like I want to.
I'm just telling you, this is what, ace queen suited, by the way.
You just trust authority figures too much. The pilot tells you it's -8,
listen,
you're in.
I'm in a seat in a metal tube. The trust is implied.
That's a good point. And let's be honest, you're not in a seat, you're in a bed.
Good point.
Salve. Popping up with ace queen suited.
As to be expected, of course.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of hands, obviously, but this one a very good one, opening up into the chip leader in the big blind. He lost that flip, got caught 3-betting with trash, now actually finds a real hand. Showing king 4 offsuit. Now this is the kind of hand that the kids will have to occasionally 3-bet bluff with. I wouldn't expect to see him peel, but Using that king baby card as a bluff is certainly a consideration.
He's been very passive so far as the chip leader. Granted, he really hasn't had a situation, and it's still very early, so we're not making any assumptions. But
When you wake up and you've bagged 1.1 million, you're not in here thinking this is a sprint. He's pacing himself. He's probably had a leisurely breakfast. Get himself ready for a long day ahead.
did you make it to breakfast today?
I didn't make it to breakfast, Tommy.
Did you go to your favorite coffee spot over at the...
I did go for my coffee over at the Premium. Quite busy there today, actually. A lot of people were sitting at my usual table and my backup table and my backup table and my backup table. So I had to go to a new table today, which was really upsetting.
I'm sorry to hear that, James. I'm sure you'll survive.
But then we got to sit outside at the buffet, have lunch, so all things were good.
It was a bit brisk out there. You'll note that a lot of the tables have been removed.
Oh, well, you turned up in swim shorts and a t-shirt. I was wearing a
That's
hoodie.
because I've sent everything off to be dry cleaned.
Okay.
Just my normal move. I get in, get everything pressed, ready to go for yet another one of these series, which come every couple of months here.
You don't wait long for
No.
big action at Merit.
This is certainly the off season for the island of Cyprus, just based on time of year. Not just being winter, in spite of the fact that obviously it's one of the better forecasts you're going to find in terms of this part of the world.
Yeah,
This time of the
it's
year.
sort of
but
warmest corner of Europe at this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
You would be down here.
But the kids are back in school. Everybody's just finished holidays for the New Year's, and so it can be a little more sparse than usual. Certainly not over at Premium when one is looking for a coffee, as you came to learn, but there's still tremendous support. And, of course, worthy of note, as we're going to play it on a High Roller Champion here today, we begin the main event. So you've got day 1A, B, C, and D. Things tend to ramp up as everybody starts to descend upon the room for those main events, which are the biggest of prize pools.
Our colleague, Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley, of course, who's been doing the first couple of days of coverage, is in the mix right now, playing day 1A in the mains.
Is he
was
really?
Licking his chops last night. Excited to get in the mix. He's been texting me some hands. He's had some fun out there. He's obviously getting more in tune with the old MPO strategies.
Don't think that you're going to be able to come out to Merit and simply succeed based on your fundamentals. There are a lot of adjustments and a lot of baselining that you need to do in terms of characters that frequent these tournaments here and the style adjustments that we witness. Now, that's not to say that obviously everybody that comes out here is just behaving with reckless abandon, but they are behaving in ways that you might not be accustomed to if you've cut your teeth elsewhere in the world. There is a very specific sort of poker that gets played here at Merit. And I love when the local legends give fits to people who are newcomers, maybe successes outside of Cyprus, but can't really decrypt what's going on here, as we see the King-Jack suited being put to work from under the gun by Sabe.
Yep, another very reasonable one for him. There is Tescan, I mentioned. Hasn't had a chance to play a pot. This one certainly is playable. Getting a bit scary off that stack size, of course, but a suited ace. Certainly good for defending. If there were 21 left, with 20 paid, maybe we'd find a fold. Just stay out of the way. But for now, certainly enough kit. Queen 5-5. Look, I haven't said kit for 2 months, and I'm back in your presence.
Yes.
The first time I'm in here saying it. It makes me upset.
Backdoor nut heart draw for Tescan against the front door spade draw for Sabe, who's got the initiative and position here. Ceyhan Tescan, the Turk, 15,000 plus in career live earnings. All of it coming here at Merit. Played all throughout 2019 and cashed 4 different times across 3 festivals. And then we didn't see him again until here in 2023, January, when he cashed in the main. Note the check back, by the way, from Sabe. on the flop, James, despite having that flush draw
Yeah.
on balance, that's very deceptive, and you wonder if Tescon's going to get the sense that this ace high could be good from time to time as we see him check once more.
It's weird. You don't really expect to see the pre-flop raiser check on this kind of board. Of course, they have fewer fives than their opponents, but you just want to keep up the aggression, apply a bit of pressure on these pair boards. So it's scary in Tescan's seats to see that happen. Tezcan now finding an ace on the river, having to go check, and comes up with kind of a blocky sizing now here. He's kind of worried that he's up against a lot of ace highs that have just checked back twice, and now would have him. Well, they would tie now, of course, with the 2 5s on board. Sorry, I'm catching up in my mind. I'm only halfway through my coffee,
But note, by the way, that Sabe really had an opportunity both on the flop and the turn to take this pot.
I'm not sure why he didn't just bet the flop small. I think that would be the norm. And if you do get raised, well, you've got enough hands to continue with anyway.
Right.
And now it's kind of a weird spot, because you do get to have a lot of ace-X. Tezcan scoops in one he probably not supposed to win. Sub it maybe a little bit gun shy from the early skirmishes having gone against him.
Yeah. For you, everything.
I would love to kind of get a sense of why it is that Sabe decided to take such a conservative line in that particular pot there, James.
I want to play.
Yeah,
No, you're a good guy.
I can't really work that one
Yeah,
out, to be honest with you, Ali. A little bit plexing.
Of course. I like young people. Handsome people. Lebanese. They're same people, actually.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Now?
Yeah.
I will tell you.
Fair.
Something good.
I defend my big blind.
You had a 5?
If I have 5, I play. I will make all in.
Pocket queens here for Jazar. Raises to 35,000, just a few K north of the min. Ace Jack suited for Frédéric Popo. Finished 8th in the Merit Gangster Series main event last November for 39,000. Over 100,000 in career live earnings for the Frenchman. And that 8th place finish in November was his lone result ever here at Merit.
You want this 5?
No. Thank you.
Off of 347,000, he is going to 3-bet. Note that Jazad only has 114,000 back, and yet the 3-bet is to 88,000, which is going to be over half of his remaining chips on request.
Yeah, it's one of these. He's 3-bet because he's happy to get it against Jazar, but doesn't necessarily want to get it against the rest of the table. And obviously, Jazar, I mean, he knows he has no follow equity here, which is obviously a good thing when you've got 2 queens. He wants the action. He's just confirming that, just seeing what the situation is. Goes all in. I say, Popot doesn't necessarily want to get it in, but he's priced himself in a
Right,
call, so
exactly.
3-bet, 10 blinds. We're going with it.
No thought needed,
No.
as the price is always right, regardless, and he does make the call. And you see a little bit of exasperation as he flicks his palm up toward the sky there, once shown the 2 queens, but 32% equity. Jazar the man at risk, though, and he can barely look.
I love it.
Still no.
To the flop we go, 338K in the middle, and no ace on board. But a jack is there, adding a couple of outs.
And a spade. There's some interest here, Ali.
Faint knock at the back
I
door,
told
perhaps?
you, Jack, yeah?
It was just that faint knock.
Yeah. Nobody home. As now Jazar just needs to fade 5 outs one time. And he's done it. Always animated, a little bit emotional at the table, but obviously invested in the outcomes here. As the man at risk. Get a countdown as he will double through Papot.
Very scary.
Ace, you know, ace. How many times?
I know, even me.
On the river.
I save you actually. If check, he's winning. Yeah? Old man.
So a nice pickup there for Maroon.
Thank you. Can I get 5 once, please? Thanks.
Fairly tidy player, as I recall. James
Yeah.
is Jazar, you know, doesn't really like to stick his neck out and get himself in too much trouble. But as we witnessed when he opened with the ace high and then failed to connect on the flop, sometimes his emotions can maybe get, you know, be disadvantageous to him.
Well, he did the orbit before. He did that very small raise from the small blind. At that time got through because he's up against like 9-4 off, I think it was in the big blind. At that time, obviously ran into a hand and wants to play. I think that's, at this stage of the tournament, quite a significant misstep to have, that raising too small from the small blind, because you're just going to torch a lot of chips.
Well, I mean, the point to be made is, generally speaking, while min raise or 1.5x, 2.5x would be considered the standard in any other position. Once it comes around to the small blind, we do need to increase the open sizing, James, as we see increases.
Tamal, how's your day going?
To Tamal stack appear eminent.
He's already tripled up and now finds the boots, and he's going to get a little bit of action from Tejan.
Button flat with queen jack, and now an ace jack offsuit for Sabe could get curious.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sabe obviously wants to play this hand. Won't enjoy playing it 3 out of position. Falls right in the lineup. Does he want to just squeeze? And would he ever want to squeeze jam? I wouldn't say so when we're kind of semi-close to the money. I'd like to see him kind of take this upstairs, but give himself some room to fold. So maybe a little over 100K. Maybe a little 120, kind of a 4x of the open. Don't have to go much bigger than that, because obviously the stack depths don't encourage too much peeling. And of course, if Tejan then were to get it in against him, he can probably shrug and go with it and hope to be up against sort of 8s or 9s or something. That's what he's done.
Chosen to 3-bet it to 115,000. Ill-fated, of course, as it comes back around to Tamal. And James, this is better than he would have scripted things. But now you're right. He's got 516,000 back.
Oh,
and a real choice.
Oh, we've got a trap here, are we? We've got a trap, surely. This is the beauty of it, is Sub is going to be wider here because of the button peel. He might have just peeled with the ace jack offsuit against this raise if there wasn't a button peel. But with the extra chips in there and the bad forecast in terms of playing out position against 3
Oddly
players.
enough, Tezjan's flat from the button is that which tempted Sabe into this misstep. But now, will he be given reprieve in the form of a jam from Tamal, which would feel a little bit hasty as you're pulling for the flat and trap?
Yeah, you're in position against the 3-better. Looks like he is counting out a raise. And no raise here makes sense other than all-in, given the stack depths involved. But he looks like he's coming out with some sort of click. It's not the first time we've seen the click already in the opening 15 hands at this table.
Queen Jack with the exit as we see 232K. And
yeah, this just looks so strong.
Annoying for Saba, though. This is, I
mean, there's no way Tamal ever has a 4-bet fold here. So in that case, like I say, I would have just preferred a jam. But I wonder if, I think Saba's going to realize it's game over here for this hand. He's been a little unlucky the way things have gone, I say.
Yeah.
3-bet before with 10 deuce.
Queens.
Got into queens. Now he 3-bets ace jack in a very reasonable spot. I mean, I fully advocate this spot, I think.
But listen, not all buttons would have flatted with Queen Jack against the open, and it's unfortunate in the sense that because of the flat, as we touched on, Sabe was further incentivized to make this play reasonably, try to squeeze, but Tamal, top of range. And again, this is a guy who's had the highest of V-pips at this table, and so with his frequency, you think the guy can't have it every time, and yet here he is, top of range with the aces. Aces, which we blocked.
But I will make the note, obviously, they were referencing after the double up, after the flip. There was like, oh, up against Mr. Flip. It's like yesterday they were exchanging information about hands they played, bet sizes. They obviously played a lot yesterday. And I think Sabe, in his mind, probably has a good idea of how Tamil plays, and the way he was sort of discussing it struck me as he wouldn't necessarily think his man's going to be in here coming out with some wild 4-bet. But he is still thinking. I'd be very surprised if he continues, Ollie. Burning some time, perhaps.
Well, the longer that he takes as well, James.
I mean, the thing is he's getting an incredible price, but against such a nutted range in my mind.
Getting better than 4-1, is it?
Yeah. Well, near enough 4-1,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the 3-bet, yeah, it's 117K to call.
But look, he's only got 295,000 back. If he makes his call, it's
Yeah.
a good chunk of his remaining stack.
There's very few flops he can fold, and with 6 away from the money, if he does fold here, he still has, what, a shade on the 20 bigs. And
All in.
Oh,
wow,
my goodness.
Wow, well done, Tamil. Got his man. Kind of crazy hand. Maybe just flustered, Ali, the way the day has gone.
Snap call, of
Only if you have
course.
aces, you do that. Or ace shit.
Wow, wow, wow. 10 deuce deuce of no use.
Dismal flop. And now a draw dead turn.
GG.
As
Yeah.
really an improbable
Yeah, I think he started the
descent.
day on this table with second in chips on our table. Wasn't a particularly huge stack. It was around average to the money, but
But you know,
that's
the wounds were self-inflicted here, and I'm going to come to his defense, James, as we see 6 players remaining with the blinds going up to 10 and 20,000 here at this featured table, down to 26, or was it 25?
25 now, yeah.
Now, as a result of Sabe's departure. But I go back to the fact that we are only seeing him here on this third and final day of the high roller. We're not seeing day 1 and day 2, where I have to imagine that it's that style of play that he rode into that number 2 chip stack coming into this feature table and into this third and final day here, which, of course, you know, means that it's a double-edged sword. You live and die by that same style.
Yeah, it looked to me like he was just getting a little frustrated in that he played a number of hands, 3-bet, got 4-bet on. Played this hand, lost the flip, lost after opening a couple of hands. Obviously, we saw him check back the king-jack suited on queen 5-5, end up losing the hand. I might be completely wrong, but it just seems to me he was, for want of a better phrase, just over it. If you got it, you got it. I'm all in with ace-jack. Let's get something going.
So we will be getting a new player to fill the void left behind by Lebanon's Joseph Sabe, as he will not find the money here. 5 away. Marcus Kuzmanis.
Tamau.
Marius, rather.
Tamau now has 1 million chips. Having started the day with, what, that first hand having 150K.
He had 9 big blinds. He was a short
Yeah.
stack at the table. Now he's right there, firmly in second.
Yeah, 10 times starting stack. Average for the last 15 players.
Could we see a theme emerging not unlike that which played itself out from forehanded all the way down to the champ in the warm-up final table yesterday?
Well, what was amazing was that, is what I forgot to remind you, was the fact that he actually,
Maybe he has
Andren
aces.
started the day as the chip leader, went down, kind of clawed his way back up again, went down. I mean, we've got Lapin's notes here. He wrote down his stack at different times, and he's writing down the stacks of some players, and most players he'd written down a couple of times. Andren's is like written down 8 times, but he went all the way down to 800K and then all the way back up again. It was an incredible roller coaster he had to endure.
I'll tell you what, those victories are all that much more sweet in my mind, James, than the ones
Oh,
where
yeah.
it's just smooth sailing
Well,
the entire way.
If you didn't watch yesterday, say, oh, he started the day as chip leader, obviously just ran it through to the end.
Good point. If you were just looking at, you know, live update,
Just showing Ollie the notes. How many times Mr. Lappin did have to scribble that chip stack. Something else. Yes, there is Maris that you mentioned. Jumping
Producer,
in alongside Roman Gadzhiev as well. So we are filling up the tables.
producer Milbutas, by the way, mentioning that Kuzmanis is a Very accomplished online MTT player, multi-table tournaments,
Thanks for explaining what MTT meant, Nali. I've always wondered.
hailing from Lithuania.
Shornik out. Another big hand for him. Hasn't really had to do much as the chip leader. I mean, we are only 16 hands into the day, unbelievably, given how much action we've already seen. Per pot, I feel like we just got to go with this, Ali. The graphic says 25 left, but given our table's just filled up, I would imagine we're actually at 24, be 3 tables of 8. But still, we're still going to lose sort of 20% of the field, so we're not in a position of being able to just fold a hand like ace, as strong as ace-queen here. So he's going to rip it in.
Yeah, ace-queen, 2 overs against the jacks of Shornikau, which opened to 45,000, and obviously everybody will be all too happy to get out of the way here unless they've got top of range. When it comes back to Shornikau, he is going to give Frederic a spin.
Oh, yeah.
There's the call, 1 chip flicked.
Yeah, you don't like getting snap called here when you've got ace-queen because there obviously are some bad opportunities, but a flip is a fair fight.
Yeah, Shornikau can't be all too comfortable with the jacks against 2 overs.
Hoping to see little 9s or 10s there. It's the dream.
Sure. Vulnerable are the hooks here. But Popo, the truly vulnerable party, as he is covered and unimproved on the King 9 deuce board. 6 outs twice with no spade in hand. Now the board pairs, changing nothing. Can the Frenchman connect and stay alive, or will he finish in 24th? It'll be the latter. As a 10 rolls off on the river, and yet another casualty here at the featured table. As they are dropping like flies, James.
That's exactly the term I was thinking in my head. They really are dropping like flies.
Yeah.
It is
Maximus.
something that I think you and I experience more during our coverage of events here at Merit than perhaps any other place, is the trend-bucking, accelerated nature of the march through to the bubble, and then even the bursting of the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this one here, classic flip, we could have seen it go the other way. We'd still be 24-handed, and then obviously there's a player with plenty more chips. It's just sometimes bubbles happen quickly because the bust outs or the cold decks happen the right way around. The card distribution is what it is.
But also just look at Sabit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he brought kind of an approach that left himself on the outside looking in here. And
yeah, I think it's now we'll start to see the adjustments. 23 left, 22 left, 21 left will be where players can really start to tighten up. Again, it's important not to fall into the trap of being, oh, we're only 3 from the money. You're 3 from the money, but you've still got to lose, you know, well over 10% of the field. So if you're 3 from the money in a main event, doesn't take long at all. See situations like this now, Monte now with 7.5 blinds and an ace, but 3 away. So things to get really dicey. Pure bubble would be a fold. 2 away would be close. He says with 3 away, I've still got to go. As I say, it's a lot of players to lose.
Does jam the ace deuce. And you're right. You got to get through quite a few hands here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take, you'd imagine, still a few more orbits to get there.
And this upcoming orbit will be free of charge, courtesy of that pickup there for Munteanu.
And breathe.
So critical not to get whittled away by virtue of being a spectator. As you touched on, 40-minute levels here in the high roller. They happen quickly. Those blind increases.
Tejan just burning a little bit of time there under the gun. Nothing more than that. He wasn't considering playing that king 8. Just look at 22. Ollie.
It's funny, the minute that I heard you say maybe adjustments are going to be made was the minute that I wanted to push back and go, no, James, I think we're going to speed our way down to the bubble.
No, but I mean, I'd bet now that with 22 left that...
But I thought at 23 you were going to bet. As
No, but I'm saying that the
Gotcha.
ace deuce that was jammed, I think if there were 22 left, he may have just folded that one.
Players are very adept at keeping tabs on exactly how many are remaining in the field on the tournament clocks, which are situated in view of these remaining 3 tables.
Yo.
There's the young Lithuanian. He's got the dirty diaper. Deuce 3 offsuit.
Yeah, I'm not going to want to play this one. But is going to look to take a few seconds before folding.
That he is.
Crazy that we've lost 8 players in the opening 18 hands. Across
That
3
is-
tables.
that
That's
is
insane.
remarkable. You're right. I mean, obviously the short stacks,
Right, there were some very short stacks in the field.
Tommel, not among those who performed in the way that would have been anticipated, as his 9 blinds now have vaulted him up to one of the biggest stacks in the room at present. I believe he's 100%, batting 1,000 so far on the day.
Yeah. Yeah, hasn't lost any hand he's VPIP'd, you're right. That's a good idea.
A very infrequent one.
Again, Giselle looking down at the worst hand. Just take a few seconds. I would advocate taking a few more than you did. But that is also something we do see a lot here. There isn't that kind of egregious tanking and time, not time wasting, but time manipulation that I would actually advocate.
Baby-suited connector, and from the cutoff with certainly more than enough chips to be a little bit frisky, especially if he senses
here we
some
go.
adjustments in terms of people tightening up on the march to the bubble.
This is the problem, though. You do have the chip leader behind you. I'd be with him. I think I'd try and still just hammer into those smaller stacks in the blinds on the bubble, but Schwanekow now certainly with the hand he wants to play. I'd like to see him come in with a 3-bet Ali.
Yeah, I would as well, and I think that he can be leveraging pretty tight table image thus far here. You know, so this 3-bet is going to seem credible and not just something that's the product of a big stack and being up against the cutoff open from a high VPIP opponent like Tommel.
I'd like to see a little 140, something like that here. Doesn't have to go crazy big because it is cutoff free button and it is going to be a wide range opening.
130, is it?
I believe so. We're on the same-ish page.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've got a 20 big blind stack in the small in Kuzmanis, who obviously again is clearly going to be folding this one, Ali, but just taking his time, trying to play perhaps a couple fewer hands in the other tables. Could be worth all the money. Yeah, and that was the big blind being attacked. Obviously just 12 blinds behind.
Yeah, Tezcan obviously would have loved to play the suited wheel ace, but not for 3-bets. Note that his spades would have had Schwanekow in a bad way. You see Tommel just conceding.
Yeah.
Nice pickup there.
Perfect from everyone involved.
I like that. Fair way to describe that relatively uneventful exchange. Shonikov, by the way, hailing from Belarus. Good friends with Vaskobojnikov.
Okay.
Another name which is familiar to those here at the Merit Complex. Michalai Vaskobojnikov. Note, by the way, the table chat has gone down significantly here as tension begins to fill the air, rather. Here on day 3 of this $5,300 buy-in high roller. Part of the Merit Poker Western Series here in North Cyprus.
Shonikov with another playable one, especially of that stack size. 2 5s in the cutoff. I have to just completely remind myself of the stacks behind. I know we had a 20 big blind stack on the button and a 12 in the small blind. I'm not sure how many the big blind has, but this can certainly consider as just an open jam even. Because you do want to deny a hand like this, perhaps jamming on you, which is an option here for Kuzmanis.
Ace 10 offsuit. Will it tempt him into the 3-bet here against this cutoff open from Shonikov? Now, mind you, Kuzmanis is the new arrival here at this table, so he doesn't really have that sense that Shonikov has been tight. His presence has really just been attached to a 3-bet and take it just moments ago.
In a good spot.
And he looks up and he sees that, you know, he's got the big stack. He could be wondering if this is just a frisky, chip-leading kind of affair.
Yeah, this is one of these ones where he... Oh.
Were you thinking that he was going to lay it down?
I think you could just sort of fold and pretend it didn't happen. Looks like he's going for a non-all-in 3-bet. Kind of
fold and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, just don't tell your friends that you had ace. Just, yeah, I had no spots, you know.
Tezjan King Jack offsuit here as we do find the 3-bet in front of us. And again, it's a hand that maybe he would have liked to play for 45,000, but a 3-bet in front of him, and it must go into the muck.
Yeah, so Gadjiev had, what, 21 blinds behind. This is where a spot where I might like to have just seen Shonikov open jam, because it would have removed this option for Kuzmanis, who's, like I say, gone for that kind of... It's one of these weird ones, Ali, because there aren't many hands we want to 3-bet and juice with 2 away from the money, right? Most of the time, we just want to take it down. So it does kind of look suspicious, but also it can still just be like aces and kings is the problem. I would be suspicious and then just end up folding anyway if I was Shonikov here.
I mean, 5s just aren't performing very well against...
Oh, he's
going
for it. There we go. He saw the suspicion. He thought you wouldn't 3-bet and juice with any hand here because it's the bubble. You just want to maximize your fold equity. So therefore, this has to be BS. Have that.
Well, you know, I don't know that it was BS, but it certainly wasn't the sort of kit that was going to be able to handle the all-in.
Right, but like he's not going to 3-bet call it off with ace-queen. He's not going to 3-bet call it off with ace-king, with jacks. He just wants to maximize fold equity and jam with those hands. So correctly reading that. And that's why I do think I prefer just the 3-bet jam to maximize your fold equity if you're going to do that. Or, as I said, Ali, just kick it in and don't tell anyone you had it.
Maxim Shonikov giving us a glimpse of what he's all about.
Fun stuff. All right.
Yeah. $250,000 plus in career tournament earnings. Best live cash, $54,000 plus. Looking at his hand and mob, he does get around, but joins us here in Merit, dating all the way back to October of last year, is it? Well, hang on. Let me sort by date.
You take your time, Ollie.
It was September of 2018 was his first cash here at Merit. No recorded wins, by the way, for Shonikov.
Right.
Wouldn't know it based on the way that he approached that particular spot.
No, I read that perfectly.
You know, I kind of like that here's a man who has cashes recorded for the past 6 years and has yet to win a tournament, and it just speaks to how patient you have to be.
It's hard to win.
As a poker player, it's tremendously hard to win. Now, obviously, Try telling that to some of the most decorated to ever do it, but you can still make a good living without necessarily ever winning a tournament outright. You know, decent number of final tables. Roman Gadzhiev knows a thing or two about deep runs, the Russian. 456,000 in career tournament earnings, 95,000 plus his high water mark. But his most recent cash came right here at the first ever European Poker Tour, EPT, on Cyprus. $1,100 no limit hold'em Eureka main event. He finished 5th.
Oh, nice. That'll pay.
That it will.
Speaking of paying,
Yeah.
Ashley Partridge in the chat asking about the payouts. Well, we are down to the final 22. Top 20 will cash. The min cash being $7,800. The top prize is at $177.
What's going on in the chat?
We have someone named my name asking where this is taking place. It is, of course, the Merit Crystal Cove, to be precise. Deep in the bowels here.
Pleased to have those of you who are streaming today's coverage with us here on YouTube. Certainly hope you're enjoying it. If you are, go ahead and let a friend know. Have them join us as well. Click like, click subscribe, and help us to continue to deliver live streaming coverage from each and every one of these Merit Poker series.
Yeah, and I have to say, obviously, we enjoy the themed festivals here, don't we, Arlie? But this one's a nice one. All the staff out in cowboy get-up. A lot of neckerchiefs, shirts, big belt buckles, boots, hats.
I haven't seen any anybody engaged in any six-shooter duels yet, but it's
well,
early.
You've only just got
I just got here.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, the dinner break yesterday was exciting, put it that way. You think that was
Out in
chicken
the
you were
car
eating
park.
earlier?
Pocket fives, once again.
Yeah, this one, again, I hate it, but we're in.
Yeah, Montiano.
It's a good chance of a pickup with a pair, line on blind.
Ooh, ace-8 suited for Jazar, but the bubble.
This rig is interesting, yeah, because he might still get a fold here. Now, there are a lot of pluses for Jazar to do this, because he knocks a player out if he does do it, and certainly be ahead. I like it. Makes the stand.
Yeah, he does, and he's only got 109,000 back after doing so, as these two will play for 338,000.
But that 109,000 could still find the money. He even loses his pot. He's 2 away and will be in the small blind.
Deuce, deuce, 4. Beautiful texture for these fives. The wheel is not a concern. Nor is a jack on the turn, as Jazar needs an ace or an 8. That which Montiano needs to fade to double here, and he's done just that.
Indeed, Montiano with the double. Back comfortable. And now it is a question of Jazar looking at the screen. Can I get my 5 blinds into the money here? I think he has to call, but it's especially because you are knocking someone out and getting yourself pretty much in the money if you win. And the ace-8 suited runs pretty nicely, obviously against worst aces. We're up against a whole bunch of Broadway cards. And some nonsense. Some suited kings in there, perhaps. But again, it's one you'd rather you just got duck trash and you get to move on.
Compulsory to defend with the ace-8 suited there against the small blind jam?
I think it just is.
It's close,
but obviously,
though,
if this
right?
was in the money or 20 from the money, it's the easiest call in the world. It's just because we are 2 away that you get tempted. See Shawnee Cow there looking down to his table off his right. Can you imagine he's got a phone sat there as the players will be starting to see the first hands from coverage. Of course, we are on a 1 hour delay. We're just over an hour into play. So he's just saying, what was Tamao having in all these hands?
Right, right.
It's useful.
I would imagine that's exactly what everybody's going to be
Jam the
looking
first
for.
hand. Okay, it was king suited. Okay, you won that flip. I saw that. Oh, you won this, but won that bubble. 21, I'll eat. 21 players. Direct bubble time. I assume we're about to go hand for hand. Superstar's got to play so tight now with those 5 blinds. It is nice that he is now on the button.
All right, players in the high level. We have 21 players remaining.
And you hear the announcement coming down.
The money, we're going to start playing at for
Those who are already among the eliminated en route to this direct money bubble, Elisa Sigbatova. She's a very exciting player out of Russia, James, who gave us some incredible pots and hands at the last festival. Georgi, your man from Georgia. Gia,
hero.
out in 29th. Andrei Patechuk, 28th. Of course, we saw Sabe in 27th. Mr. Chisu.
No gear, huh?
Out in 25th.
So we are 21 and obviously 6-handed here, I believe. Oh no, we're 7-handed. We just got a player out of his seat. Probably taking a second to make things hand-hand, and of course maybe just balancing the outer tables to make sure everyone is playing 7 max.
Frederic Popov also eliminated. But still plenty of talent remaining. And no less than 3 players from the Chinese delegation were among those that started the day here. And there's been a real uptick in terms of their participation here in this particular festival, James.
We noticed it yesterday. Obviously, I think the last time out, saw the likes of Gao Wei getting involved, going deep in a couple of events. And at one point, I think with 17 left yesterday, 16 left, or maybe the day before, there were sort of 4, maybe even 5 players from China on off each table, which just goes to show, like, he's had success here, the word spreads out, more players are coming. Obviously, it helps that we know China, it was tough to travel out of China for a number of years, and a lot of people found poker during that time or just have the itch to go and explore new places.
Sure.
North Cyprus being one of the places that's easier to get to depending on different countries you come from, different regulations, visas, whatever. So maybe we're going to see a lot more of that, of players from China coming this way.
I mean, listen, freedom of movement is a definite competitive advantage to the Merit Complex. I think geography as well, in terms of accessibility. You know, Istanbul is the connection point for just about anywhere in the world to get here in one stop.
In fact, I know Istanbul has flights, direct flights to more individual countries than any other airport in the world. Yeah,
more destinations, I would even say.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's one of the global hubs.
Yeah.
Hasn't lost that. Obviously, since way before aviation, it was a gateway between East and West, and it's maintained that way.
Montiano, ace-7 suited, 40,000 invested by Shornikau, who is dominated here. 10-7 offsuit.
I'm a little bit upset when I drop a aviation fact like that, and then I realize I'm talking to you, who almost certainly already knew it.
I knew it.
You've already flown to all those individual countries from Istanbul on the way from Vegas to LA or something.
2 threes, 2 spades, and an ace. Montiano decides to play it as a check back and now picks up the nut flush draw for a real stranglehold on this one. James doesn't get Shornikau to take a stab, which may have, of course, been part of the idea. Second check back from the ace-7. And again, a line that feels a little bit peculiar. You remember Sabe with the king-jack suited played a similarly passive approach, ended up losing to ace-6 when an ace hit the river, and 3 streets of checking for Montiano. And this is deference that is part direct money bubble and part being up against the bigger stack.
I don't mind the check on the flop without pot control. Don't want to bust the gains you gain from picking up a c-bet, getting matched, not that big. The second time, also the same idea, but I think on the river we've got to fire a little bet.
Tend to agree.
Little shot on the outer table situation here. And the room in general. Obviously, off on the top right of the picture there will be the main event, Day 1A, taking place, where our man Andrew Headley is in the mix.
Now,
of course, far more interesting players in there as well, not just Andrew.
It is worthy of mentioning, by the way, you still have time to make your way out here to Cyprus and hop into that main event if you want, because there are 4 different flights for day ones. Now, they happen across 3 days with the final 2 flights happening on the last day, but walk us through the exact nature of each of those different flights, James.
Well, I'm glad you've asked me because I'm not entirely sure. But I'd imagine if it's like last time, we have day 1A, day 1B were, I believe, the days that are 60-minute levels. I think, if I remember, on day 1C, we went down to like 40, and then maybe day 1D is a 25, 20-minute turbo.
Right.
Something like that. So there is something that suits however you want to
all the flavors
deal with it, and you can play all of them if you need to. Give you a max opportunity to fire off that 6-shooter.
Look, when you first pony up into day 1A, that's not the plan. But sometimes things don't work out.
Good point now in these events here, the main event being the most likely. Who is going to end up going click, click, click as the 6-shooter empties? Oh, this... Need a reload. Bullet number 7,
I'll tell you
please.
what, I can't wait until we have our first ever main event champ here who had to play all 4 flights to get in to day 2.
Of course,
That'll
you can
be an
reg on
interesting
day
stat.
2 as well, so even you can come even later if you wish.
That's true. You might as well not bother with all the nonsense
just
on day 1.
Save all that, go to the spa. I mean, Arlie's booked out probably every masseuse, but...
Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pocket 9s for Gadzhiev here. Min-raise open. Tommel with an ace-queen suited could speak up. From the button, no less. He is thinking about it. Can a case be made on the direct bubble, James, to flat an ace-queen suited ever? And just take a super passive line? If we pick up anything of interest on the flop, we stick around, but otherwise we just cheaply get away?
It's a weird one. I think if we were the covered stack, then certainly. I think we are incentivized to 3-bet more as the covering stack because we put so much pressure back on Gadzhiev. But on the flip of that, Gadziev's not supposed to be playing too many hands here, and I think 9s is probably the weakest he's opening. Maybe 8s. I think 7s would just find the muck. So with all that in mind, I may then slide back to just flatting and looking to perhaps exercise that pressure post. Ace-queen off would be a 3-bet, but yeah, with the suited, we kind of have more playability post-flop. I might have just flat, but I think 3-bet is probably the preferred still. It would all come down to his perception of Gadzhiev as well. If he thinks Gadzhiev's still opening quite a lot of hands that he shouldn't with here, then certainly the 3-bet would make more sense. And look at this, Gadzhiev just have flat. All in 2 9s. This is the problem. If we threw with ace-queen and they're going to jam 9s on us, do not 3-bet ace-queen in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unanticipated response from Gadzhiev, but he is willing to take max variance as he reapplies the same pressure that was being leveraged upon him back upon Tommel. And that pressure, of course, the direct money bubble. Granted, Tommel is the covering stack, as you pointed out, James. But still, trouble here. And this would be an absolutely massive pot if Tommel were to click call, the biggest that we've seen thus far by a mile.
Yeah, it's hard to click call now because, again, he's just not opening that many hands off +1, and when he does get 3-bet and still wants to jam, it's screaming strength. It doesn't, to me, scream 9s.
No, no. I mean, some ace-king in there?
Yeah, a lot of ace-king, a lot of jacks, queens, kings, aces, so you're not doing great against that range. Now, of course, if you can throw 9s in there, but even then it's not going to be ace-jack, I don't think.
Do the 9s get fold equity against something like 10s or jacks when they 4-bet here?
Against 10s, certainly. Against jacks, I think he probably just has to shrug and call as the covering stack, but potentially, yeah. But again, it all comes down to how much does he know about Gadzhiev. Does he think Gadzhiev cares about the min cash? There's a lot of players here, obviously, who are more inclined just to play for the win.
Here's the interesting thing for Tommel. We block aces and we block queens. We unblock kings.
Yeah.
We don't expect this out of jacks 100% of the time.
I think jacks is going to
Are they going to 4-bet jam?
Yeah. And I would just expect to see ace-king a lot there. I like the fold. And I'm not an advocate here of the 3-bet, the 4-bet rip, pardon me, with the 2 9s, but
I'll see you later anyway.
works here.
Yeah. See from the TV.
You don't block anything that's going to 3-bet call.
Jacks? I had pair. Jacks? 10s?
Keep going.
Very close. 9s?
Between 10s and jacks.
Yes. Jacks? Between 10s and jacks.
Intermediate pair. We can say.
Ace queen? Yeah.
Wow. Gadzhiev spot on, understanding exactly what it was that Tamil was struggling with.
Well,
And note, by the way, that Tamil working his way from jacks down to tens and then really not willing to say nines because he wouldn't expect the
I think
four-bet.
when someone's asking those questions, do you have jacks or tens after tanking a long time before? You know they've got ace queen. They go, did I fold a flip?
Yeah.
They just want to hear ace king and you're happy.
Can you change please?
Yeah, a little. I say, you know, you've got a player in there with 5 blinds. I don't think I want to be full bet jamming 23, 24 blinds with nines. But again, everyone's got different motivations at the table. Roman Gadzhiev, of course, fresh off that big cash you mentioned before, last time out here, getting 5th in the Eureka, 95k. And hey, maybe he's not too worried about the min cash. Wants to play for the win. Wants to play for the big money.
Wow. Jazar's ace-8 suited is being piled on by Shornikau's king-10 offsuit. This is abusive.
Yeah, and he's obviously one who favors having this bubble go on for a long time, so he really wants this ace-8 to get through. And
I don't really understand because the risk of ruin behind is so big.
well, the stacks behind rule pretty shallow, and they're not. They'd have to be super nutty to call off.
Why do we want to give Jazar protection? I mean,
yeah.
well, I
no,
mean, here's the issue. You're protecting him in terms of not having to go up against the hands behind. However, you're threatening him with your own all-in.
Yeah, you just want him to get this jam through. Or someone knocks him out, whatever, but you don't have to go out of line with King 10 offsuit, I think, to get him.
Deeply unexpected.
Yeah. But Jazar, there we go. Well, he doesn't like it, because he'd rather just get the jam through and survive a little bit longer, but is ahead with a shot to double.
Remember, it was an ace-8 suited that left him with 99,000 when he was unable to get the best of fives, blind versus blind. So here we go. Lebanon's Maroon Jazar on the direct bubble, looking to hang on. 2-club flop, 9-7-5, a gutter, ace high, which is already in the lead, and the nut flush draw, taking that 10 of clubs off of the board as an out for Shornikau. Just 5 outs to be faded as it stands for Jazar. Now the 6 does give him the straight, but the 8, were it to show up on the river, would give Shornikau a winner and be complete disaster for Maroon. Instead, it is an ace, so a double. And not the worst situation for Shornikau because the presence of Jazar's small stack right here at this feature is something that he can leverage. But both you and I very surprised to see him with King 10 offsuit on the button there, making the play that he did.
Yeah, Jazar hating it when it happens, but now he's like, okay, that was nice, thank you very much. See in the chat, DM Boss asking, do the commentators read the chat? We certainly do, and to answer your question, we're on the direct bubble, 7,800 the min cash, and I believe I said it was 177 for first. Obviously, we're covering off each table here. There are reports from Poker News, if you're that way inclined to go and check up on this stuff. You can see the full list of payouts there. And I see someone in the chat, I don't really, my Cyrillic alphabet is not too strong, but saying Roman is a serious businessman, poker is just a hobby. He is not scared money here. Yeah, I mean, that's it. He's kind of just wants to play for the big money. I see that a lot, Ollie. I mean, I see it myself. If I'm playing in some small tournaments sometimes, I'm perhaps not as... I might make some, you know, some dollar equity mistakes in situations near the bubble, because I am not that bothered. I'm playing more for the enjoyment of trying to win the tournament. That's going to mean more to me. So it is down to personal preference. Obviously, you see the super pros, they just always play exactly as they should.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're not all that way. I'm sure you've done the same, and you'll do the odd situation, something a little silly because you enjoy it.
You don't see a whole lot of that I'm playing for the win kind of stuff.
No, they're playing
from
for the money.
Elite top echelons. Yeah, they're just looking at it like a math problem.
Right.
At all times. When it comes to those specific situations, at least, as we see Tamil, ace-7, hijack open.
Sometimes in a cash game, you play a funky hand for the fun of it. You know, it's not quite right, but you enjoy it. Maybe you're in there with a hand like 7, 8, 9, 9 jack. And
I'm always on the receiving end of that sort of business. I don't dish it out enough. I need to. Trust me.
Actually, missed that one, but another pickup for the man who has been in the ascendancy day 1. Pardon me. Frame 1 of day 3.
Playing hand for hand. Dealer is
Oh,
waiting for outcomes. Looks
Fatty.
like we've got an all-in situation developing over at one of our outer tables involving Fahdin Mustafov. He's got himself all in.
It's blind v blind. It looks like he's jammed the small and just been called from the big.
Not yet.
Not yet, you're right.
Deliberations
I thought we were
here.
maybe in a holding pattern waiting for the hands to finish, but you're right. I'm going to give a spoiler alert though, Ali. The fact that we've cut to it, I reckon he's about to get called.
Well, you never know. Sometimes we do cut over and the hand does get folded
That's true.
out of the big blind, but time will
I'm
tell.
just trying to save myself. Fadi, of course, final tabling the warm-up yesterday. A man who plays the biggest stakes tournaments all around the world.
Alexander taught the man who is
He's deep into the tank, isn't he?
really struggling with this.
A shrug and call.
Oh, wow, he does make the call. Let's see. Oh, that looks like a lot of spots for Mustafov. Is it paired? It isn't. It's 6-7 of clubs against ace-6. He's dominated. So Mustafov unable to get the ace-6 into the muck there, and I think he's a bit incredulous that he's been called on the direct bubble here, James. He's going to need some help.
Flop is queen, jack,
And
five,
that's not a flop that is
circling,
rendering any assistance.
35.
No club on board, no club draw. The 6 won't even cut it. He'll be out-kicked to 7. That which he needed, and instead a deuce of clubs on the river, and he is just
Congratulations, players. You're welcome.
out of there. Money bubble has burst here on the high roller, and it happened very quickly,
Yeah,
James.
the
An
second-
all-in jam from the small.
Yeah, hard to work out exactly how much that is. I think 1, 2... Yeah, half me to tell exactly how much that was for. But Fadi, the bubble boy. And yeah, only we had 2 all-ins on the bubble. We saw the ace-8 against king-10 on off each table, and that one was solved swiftly. Everyone are now guaranteed payout. Reminding myself again, it's 7,800.
7,800, yeah.
But the next jump goes to 89.50 for the following 3 spots, and then the top 15 will be into the 10K plus mark. And as bubble bursts, it is Tejan on our table, having doubled up to 9 blinds, who is happiest. Kutzmanis, Jazar also short. They get through with 12 and 13 bigs, respectively. And Triano, he's, of course, got that double up himself just before the bubble against Jazar. As well, Gadjiev showed no fear. 4-bet ripping 2 9s on the direct bubble. Takes 30 bigs as we move forward through the day. And Jamal, the man of the day thus far, Ali. Starting with 150k up to just under $1 million as the bubble pops.
10 and 20,000 blind level will resume once we get things sorted upon the departure of the very accomplished Fahdin Mustafov. One of the Bulgarians, I believe, James,
Yep.
who really have made their mark, not just here at Merit, but also in the super high roller circuits as well. A number of names have emerged. Mustafov has found his way into some of those streets himself, but continues to come out and ply his trade here at Merit, unsuccessfully on this occasion, as the sting of being the bubble boy won't soon be missed by Fahdin. And you did point out, by the way, that when Jazar made the call with that ace-8 suited, didn't work out for him. He had 99,000. We know that he has since doubled up, but that it was a big enough stack to potentially find its way into the money with 5 bigs, and it's done just that. So $7,800 has been secured by the entirety of the field. Shornikau, King Jack suited, open pocket jacks for Tezcan on the button.
Dreaming out, obviously. Weird, he's gone for, again, a click 3-bet. I mean, at this point, just go all in. This kind of screams strength, but I guess.
And also, it's kind of a vulnerable hand against the pesky overcards. Really, don't force yourself into any post-flop decisions, I think, would be the preferred course of action. But Shornikau does the honors for him as he jams.
Yeah, I mean, King Jack suited is just enough hand, but it's kind of peculiar when you do this, Tezcan. I mean, it becomes very exploitative later on if they see you do this when you've got jacks, and then when you've got your ace-10s of the world, you're just jamming. As it is, these two hands more than enough to play for sub-10 big blinds. Tezcan very happy this is happening now rather than one hand earlier. Having locked up that $7,800.
So on their backs they go. A club in the window and 2 more behind it. The nut flush on the flop for Shornikau. And look at Tezcan. He needs a pair on the board or a jack in order to draw live, and it's neither. But at least the bust will take place on the backside of the bubble, which will include with it $7,800.
I cannot use the time bank now.
Time bank chips are out now. We're in the money as well. Notice that.
After the dealer, okay.
Well, a much different reaction to being busted in 20th than that which we saw Mustafa have after busting in 21st.
Swanning around, the slow stroll, fist pounds. I'm going to go pick up my 8K. Faddy is, well, I'm not speculating what Faddy's doing. Probably already playing the main event.
No better way to get the steam out than...
I was going to say the old saying of, I don't know, is it just a British saying? Do you say it in America? Kick the cat? Is that a saying you say?
We do not talk about kicking cats
but it's
in
a bad
America.
place to suggest that here because there are a lot of cats around.
Yes.
If I said it here, that would imply he's actually gone out to kick one of the many cats, which is not the image I want to give.
By the way, I had a cat that really shook me down today at lunch over at the Diamond Buffet. I'm a bit of a soft, but you know, I mean, if
it helps you throw
did you look over? He actually, well, listen, he jumped up and put a paw on the side of my seat. That's what broke the seal. I was like, okay, listen, if you're that insistent upon some chicken.
What it was, he was standing outside watching us all go in to get food, saw you take a good 35 minutes before returning, knowing you must have ordered about 8 plates and therefore wouldn't have room for all of it, thus must have some extra.
He did come right for me. He didn't go to you or Lappin, by the way. Well, he didn't go to you because obviously you would wolf down the entirety of your meal. Lappin was on to dessert, which is a bad idea.
The Labrador doesn't share. Minus committing, and we'll get action.
Notice that he's left 20,000 back. This is a move that we do see from time to time.
Yeah, 7,800 for 19th and 20th, 8,950 for 18th. So it just means if he does get action like he's going to get here now, re-jammed on, he can have a look at the other tables, see if there's a hand going on, maybe burn a bit of time. Hopefully, that way if he busts this hand, which obviously is not what he wants, but he could make $1,150 just by waiting a couple of minutes. Be interesting to see how many of those time cards he wishes to use in this situation. Again, he's looking, I think, at one of the outer tables there.
Yeah, reaching for the time chips.
You get 6 of those, and you get another 6 at the final table. So it's a thing of, you know, you need to preserve some of them, potentially. We've seen many times, actually, in Merit where people have run out of them. So you need to be careful.
But I will say that when I observe a player engaging in this sort of behavior, it does tip me off to the fact that this is a seasoned veteran of tournament poker.
Exactly.
This is the kind of thing that no recreational or, you know, even an enthusiast level player does. This is absolute nuance.
And you see Goodsmanis is obviously staring off in the same direction, and they switches there. That's where the 2 tables are.
Right.
So he's looking at those 2 tables, trying to just see if there's a pot going on. Is there any action? Is anyone standing up? Or was a telltale sign there might be an all-in?
Look at Jazar trying to get it.
This is exactly it. Jazar's like, he's only got 1 chip left. What's he doing? Like, he's almost taking the piss. He's like, well, come on. Because Gisard just wouldn't care. He's like, let's go.
Yeah. This is not the product of an actual need to make a decision, but rather an investment in potentially using these time banks for an $1,150 pay jump.
I always advocate. I mean, obviously, it depends. If you can see a big hand going off potentially, then burn them all. But otherwise, I'd want to keep a couple back.
Yeah, because you never know.
Down to the final table, you could have some decisions. Obviously, somewhat based on the situation in the hand you've got. I think if you have aces here, you'd probably keep like 3 back because you know it's very unlikely you're going to bust out.
Cool.
Yeah, he's kept. I think that's what he's done. He's kept 3 back. I like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Used half of them in the interest of trying to secure the pay jump. When he realized that action at the other 2 tables didn't look like it was going to yield that, he did click call predictably, and so we play for 530,000 with 19 remaining here. It is the Lithuanian Kuzmanis.
Oh.
King Jack flop top pair, but look at this. Up against the nut flush draw and a gut shot to Broadway. Muntiano with plenty of outs. He is the equity favorite with 2 to come.
That's cruel. King in the window, and then that rolls up behind it.
Right color. Wrong suit for Muntiano's purposes on the turn as things stay safe for Kuzmanis, who is at risk and all in. Can he hold? No, and it is the most difficult of the paths available. The ace,
Queens, diamonds,
which shows
aces.
up on the river to vanquish Kuzmanis, who was dominated, heading to the flop.
Yeah, and that does secure us the pay jump, are we? Now everyone guaranteed 8.9k. Kuzmanis not able to find that ladder. Muntiano now, nice little spin up. Obviously was down to, what, 150k at this 10k, 20k level, jammed the small blind. And now has found himself back up to 650k, so he's quadrupled up with a little bit extra since that jam, as blinds are about to jump up 10k, 25k.
Yeah, and that dispatch does leave us with 18 players remaining and an $8,950 payday, awaiting the next 3 eliminations, 18th, 17th, and 16th. All going to pick up about 9 dimes. It'll be a roughly $700 pay jump between 16th and 15th. As you see, the small blind stays static at 10, the big blind at 25,000. I think the loss of Kuzmanis is definitely a path-clearing affair in terms of his aptitude as an MTT player. James, for anybody looking to make a deep run here, he could have been troublesome had he won that one.
Never seen him myself personally before, but obviously see just the way he carried himself at the table, the understanding. Obviously going to be a tricky player. The rest would be happy to see him go. Sean Nicol, a decent hand. Throwing in 2 greens, 25Ks. Obviously you weren't here yesterday, but we had a big disciple of colour theory yesterday. We had a man dressed head to toe in green, which was the high value chip in play on the final table. You're shaking your head. Don't shake your head at me.
I'm not the only one, James. Everybody who hears you bring up the term color theory shakes their head at the same time in unison.
Jazar.
It's not a thing.
Ace king, here we go. 8 blinds. Just trying to feign a little bit of weakness.
Oh, only.
Try and maybe get called that pip or 2 lighter. I think king queen off 8 bigs is never really going to be able to fold anyway. Well, maybe nearly 9 bigs. Now not liking it. Would of course been forced to call blind on blind with the opener still to act behind. Not going to be incentivized to get involved.
Yeah, a bit of run good in terms of Shornikau opening this one.
Yeah.
Or he would have been the dominated party.
Still thinking quite long about it. I mean, Shornikau does make what has to be the call. We'll get the bad news that he is hunting for 3 outs.
Even though Jazar knows that he's the dominating hand right now, being at risk, I guarantee you that he is dreading the notion of a queen showing up on this board.
There's been some topsy-turvy ones so far, haven't there? The outdraw on the flop and then redraws.
Oh, there it is.
And here we go. Is it going to be the same case again? Is there going to be an ace or jack?
Now, he does have the spade working as well, so a gut shot to Broadway and an ace. The immediate paths to the lead. There will be no spade draw, and there perhaps will be no continuation for Jazar unless he can find the needed ace or jack, which he cannot. And that'll do it for Lebanon's Maroun Jazar, as he will collect $8,950 for his efforts.
Yeah. I mean, we're just one player away from getting down to our final two tables where we will get a full redraw. Paul Amsterdam joins the table. Things happening fast and furious, balancing efforts all around. And we moved into the seat here under the gun.
Amsterdam, by the way, the new arrival, just shy of 100,000 in career live earnings, 25K plus his best ever cash. Does play in France as well as over at the World Series of Poker. In the U.S., still no cashes here at Merit, however.
Okay, maybe someone who the word's got out to, maybe pop down here for the EPT. Maybe saying, oh, this is kind of fun here, I like this. Or maybe he's just been inundated with clips of you doing commentary and thought, got to come down and meet that man.
I suspect that's not the reasoning behind it, but I appreciate the thought. If he did want to come meet me, it would likely be to offer some in-person criticisms of said commentary. Jack 4 in the small, not a qualifier. By the way, Tommel has performed remarkably well considering that he is seated to the right of Shornikau. Who would have thought that a man with 9 blinds would be able to work his way up as he's done in spite of kind of the handcuffing presence of the other big stack?
The funny thing is, the only time he's sort of got somewhat out of line was that open with 4 of other hearts and got pounced on instantly.
You're right.
The rest of the chips have come, obviously, a jam, winning a flip, getting aces, and having someone perhaps overplay an ace-jack. So it has come kind of just more based on the hand distribution. It'd be interesting to see how that goes on. I mean, we are going to have a redraw in one bust-out's time, so things will obviously move around. But it would be interesting to see how that would have carried on, whether he would have, how he would have adapted to it. Would he have started opening tighter, or would he perhaps open just as wide still, but maybe incorporate quite a few more 4-bets in? It's curious to see how players approach things. This is the sort of man that I wouldn't imagine start to open tighter. He's the kind of player who just 4-bets a little bit more. Gadgiev.
Right.
We saw him do it on the pure bubble with 2 9s. And you know, you said it, you're still like that, especially on a stream table. People are like, okay, but I guess this is a guy I'm not supposed to mess with. You kind of create future equity, not just in this tournament, but other tournaments as well, where you're like, okay, I know that I can't push Gadgiev around the bubble, so therefore he creates more equity for himself. Even if he 4-bet 9s into aces there and gone out, he would have some future benefit. Shornikau, pretty grim spot. Gadgiev opening from the hijack. He does have a pair in the small. I think the only way of playing this would be the kind of 3-bet jam for what is 23 blinds. I wouldn't rule that out, but I mean, we saw him 4-bet jam pocket 5s earlier, didn't we, to the light 3-bet. So certainly a man does like to run his pairs. Is that what we're going for here? Was he? He's gone for the non-all-in 3-bet, the 3-bet fold, but wow.
And 2 10s awaiting Amsalam behind him.
It's one of these that would look pretty grim normally, but with only 170K left, 2 10s feels like a lot of hand. Especially as Gadgev's going to have some reasonable number of race folds. Shornikau is the chip leader, going to attack that open with some frequency. I don't like doing it with 2 5s because we don't block any of the strong hands, but there we go. Amsalem pieces it all together.
And Gadgiev asks for a count here. He does have a covering stack and can work his way into this one in front of Shornikau, which of course is going to look very strong. So even some of the hands that have the 7s in bad shape might find their way into the muck. The problem is Amsalem, we know nothing about him as Gadgiev. He's just arrived at the table.
If you're willing to cold get it in here against an open 3-bet with no fold equity, then we know it's a strong hand. Gadgiev also still has the way that Shornikau can have it. It'd be a pretty easy spot to fold with the 2 7s here. Although if he jams and thinks Shornikau is just full of it, he's only going to put 100K in to win 400K, then it's a nice price. But Shornikau is still allowed to have hands. And
Time
you
bank
are in
being
bad
exercised.
shape against the range of the big blind. So if you knew for sure Sean Cow was just folding and had nothing, then I'd be okay with going with it. Amsterdam probably doesn't believe what good shape he's in here, up against 2 under pairs. Sean Cow, of course, had to flick in the additional 46K.
So the 7s getting out of the way, leaving Shornikau to try his luck at delivering a bad beat to Amsterdam, but the situation couldn't really be better for the Frenchman, who found extra chips beyond those that he is up against here. Oh my.
But he never loses.
Spades.
9-5-4 set for Shornikau. Amsterdam 2 tugs at a flush though.
He won all ins from down.
Turn. A diamond.
Amsterdam's first hand at the table, second hand at the table. Come in here and get dealt this situation. Big favorite to double up.
The 10 or the spade. Instead, it's a 6, and we are down to 16 as the next batch of 8,950 goes to Mr. Amsterdam.
So Ali, redraw time.
That it is.
16 left. And of course, Amsterdam leaving. You mentioned that 10,500. We're 1 player away from getting to 12,750. Shornikau, a little fortunate, Ali, but is going to take the biggest stack, at least from this table, out to that redraw. And Tamal, look at that. What a start he's had. But the blinds do creep up on everyone. That 865K now worth just 35 blinds.
So we welcome you back to the studio here. Ali Najat joined by James Dempsey in a very entertaining, and as I would have predicted, not so much you, James, and not to rub it in, but you were like, oh, we're going to make an adjustment as we get into the bubble. No such luck, as here at the Western Series, things are playing out just as they have in all series before them. Here at the High Roller, blasting through the money bubble, and now just 16 players remain for the redraw. And as you look at the names that are remaining there, James, some interesting ones.
Yeah, certainly some big names. Obviously, we've only seen this table thus far. We've seen some players come and go, so moving around. But it'd be interesting to see how that redraw shakes out, and also to get a fuller look at the complete chip counts, I guess, when we come back from that redraw, see exactly how everyone's stationed. Yeah,
we talk a little bit about run good coming in the form of various different things. This redraw is one of those things that can be kind of a form of that run good. If we're a middling stack, we don't want to end up at a table with a bunch of bigger stacks or directly to the right of one of them.
Especially from what I've seen already so far from Shornikau, was quiet for the first hour, but we saw the 3-bet with Jack 10, we saw the 3-bet with the 2-5s there. He's willing to push those edges, willing to get involved. I don't want him on my left.
No.
That's all I know when the redraw's done.
Not at all. Okay, stay close, because when we come back, we'll have continuing 2-table coverage in the money here at the Merit Poker Western Series High Roller event with 177,000 up top. Stay close.
Mr. Flip.
So far, one
I don't like the flip against you.
Save christening Tamil Mr. Flip, and that flip comes up.
interesting.
Pair of
It's fair.
nines for the lead, but the open ender
Very fair still.
for Sabe. Any 7, any 8, any queen would all do the trick. Turn doesn't help him. And now Tamil just needs to fade the 10 outs to double, and he's done just that, as the 6 of hearts will secure another pot. As he reaches for the phone to give everybody the update, day's gone well.
One.
I think there's some history there called a Mr. Flip. Obviously, we are drawing on day 3. Something suspects that
I
maybe
like young people, handsome people, Lebanese. They're same people actually. What did you have?
Now?
Yeah.
I will tell you.
Fair.
Something good.
I defend my big blind.
You had a 5?
If I have 5, I play. I will make all in.
Pocket queens here for Jazar. Raises to 35,000, just a few K north of the min. Ace Jack suited for Frederic Popo. Finished 8th in the Merit Gangster Series main event last November for 39,000. Over 100,000 in career live earnings for the Frenchman. And that 8th place finish in November was his lone result ever here at Merit.
You want this 5?
No. Thank you.
Off of 347,000, he is going to 3-bet. Note that Jazad only has 114,000 back, and yet the 3-bet is to 88,000, which is going to be over half of his remaining chips on request.
Yeah, it's one of these. He's 3-bet because he's happy to get it against Jazar, but doesn't necessarily want to get it against the rest of the table. And obviously,
51.
Jazar, I mean, he knows he has no follow equity here, which is obviously a good thing when you've got 2 queens. He wants the action. He's just confirming that, just seeing what the situation is. Goes all in. I'd say Popot doesn't necessarily want to get it in, but he's priced himself in at
Right,
court, so
exactly.
it's a 3-bet, 10 blinds. We're going with it.
No thought needed,
No.
as the price is always right, regardless, and he does make the call. And you see a little bit of exasperation as he flicks his palm up toward the sky there, once shown the 2 queens, but 32% equity. Jazar the man at risk, though, and he can barely look.
I love it.
Still no.
To the flop we go, 338K in the middle, and no ace on board. But a jack is there, adding a couple of outs.
And a spade. There's some interest here, Ollie.
Faint knock at the back
I
door,
fold
perhaps?
the jack, yeah?
It was just that faint knock.
Yeah. Nobody home. As now Jazar just needs to fade 5 outs one time. And he's done it. Always animated, a little bit emotional at the table, but obviously invested in the outcome. His
Yeah,
emotions can maybe get, be disadvantageous to him.
Well, he did the orbit before. He did that very small raise from the small blind. At that time, got through because he's up against like 9-4 off. I think it was in the big blind. At that time, obviously ran into a hand and wants to play. I think that's at this stage of the tournament quite a significant misstep to have, that raising too small from the small blind, because you're just going to torch a lot of chips.
Well, I mean, the point to be made is, generally speaking, while min raise or 1.5x, 2.5x would be considered the standard in any other position, once it comes around to the small blind, we do need to increase the open sizing, James, as we see increases.
Tamal, how's your day going?
To Tamal stack up here, eminent.
He's already
once
tripled
more.
up and now finds the boots, and he's going to get a little bit of action from Tejan.
Button flat with queen jack, and now an ace jack offsuit for Sabit could get curious.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sabit obviously wants to play this hand. Won't enjoy playing it 3 out of position. Falls right in the lineup. Does he want to just squeeze? And would he ever want to squeeze jam? I wouldn't say so when we're kind of semi-close to the money. I'd like to see him kind of take this upstairs, but give himself some room to fold. So maybe a little over 100K, maybe a little 120, kind of a 4x of the open. Don't have to go much bigger than that because obviously the stack depths don't encourage too much peeling. And of course, if Tejan then were to get it in against him, he can probably shrug and go with it and hope to be up against sort of 8s or 9s or something. That's what he's done.
Chosen to 3-bet it to 115,000. Ill-fated, of course, as it comes back around to Tamil. And James, this is better than he would have scripted things. But now you're right. He's got 516,000 back.
Oh,
and a real choice.
Oh, we've got a trap here, are we? We've got a trap, surely. This is the beauty of it, is sub is going to be wider here because of the button peel. He might have just peeled with the ace-jack offsuit against this raise if there wasn't a button peel. But with the extra chips in there and the bad forecast in terms of playing out position against 3 players.
Oddly enough, Tezjan's flat from the button is that which tempted Sabe into this misstep. But now, will he be given reprieve in the form of a jam from Tamil, which would feel a little bit hasty as you're pulling for the flat and trap?
Yeah, you were in position against the 3-better. Oh, looks like he is counting out a raise. And I mean, no raise here makes sense other than all-in, given the stack depths involved. But he looks like he's coming out with some sort of click. It's not the first time we've seen the click already in the opening 15 hands at this table.
Queen Jack with the exit as we see 232K. And
yeah, this just looks so strong.
Annoying for Saba, though. This is,
I mean, there's no way Tamwa ever has a 4-bet fold here. So in that case, like I say, I would have just preferred a jam. But I wonder if, I think Saba's going to realize it's game over here for this hand. It's been a little unlucky the way things have gone, as I say.
Yeah.
3-bet before,
10
with 10 deuce,
queens.
got into queens, and now he 3-bets ace-jack in a very reasonable spot. I mean, I fully advocate this spot, I think.
But listen, not all buttons would have flatted with Queen Jack against the open, and it's unfortunate in the sense that because of the flat, as we touched on, Sabe was further incentivized to make this play reasonably, try to squeeze, but Tamil, top of range. And again, this is a guy who's had the highest of VPIPs at this table, and so with his frequency, you think the guy can't have it every time, and yet here he is top of range with the aces. Aces, which we blocked.
But I will make the note, obviously they were referencing after the double up, after the flip. There was like, oh, up against Mr. Flip. It's like yesterday they were exchanging information about hands they played, bet sizes. They obviously played a lot yesterday. And I think Sabe, in his mind, probably has a good idea of how Tamil plays. And the way he was sort of discussing it struck me as he wouldn't necessarily think his man's going to be in here coming out with some wild 4-bet. But he's still thinking. I'd be very surprised if he continues, are we? Burning some time, perhaps?
Well, the longer that he takes as well, James.
I mean, the thing is he's getting an incredible price, but against such a nutted range in my mind.
Getting better than 4-1, is it?
Yeah. Well, near enough 4-1,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the 3-bet, yeah, it's 117K to call.
And welcome back to the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino, right on the Mediterranean Sea. A little bit cooler than average temperatures, but certainly warmer than elsewhere on the continent. As we welcome you back to the broadcast booth here, Marriott Western Series, the high roller. Final day upon us. Alina Shah joined by James Dempsey, and just 16 remaining hopefuls of the 30 that came back to play today as they march toward the $177,000 up top. Already some pay jumps have been secured. $8,950 was the last payout, and one more of those remain until we bump our way up to $10,500, James. And things have been very typical Marriott thus far as we've marched forward to 2 tables.
Yeah, I thought times might change. It's 2024. You said that bubble was going to whip through straight away. I was like, it will happen either just around the end of the 3rd level, maybe into the 4th level. You knew, no, it's Marriott. They're going to be firing. And I know better.
Don't get too frustrated, my friend. Let's take a look at what the redraw has brought us, and it is Justice Held, who came into today's play as the overall chip leader, and he's done well for himself, all the way up to 2.5 million in front of him, and suddenly we talked about the run good or run bad scenarios for the bigger stacks. Maxim Chornikau did not want to find himself at the same table as Justice Held, and not just because of the big stack, but also the talents, of course, that are attached to it for Mr. Held. Hailing from Germany, Chornikau would have much preferred to have been over at the other table.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the seat draw, obviously, being the most important part of that aspect. And it's quite nice having Justice Held there, because we know he's obviously a phenomenal player. But if you do have him to your right, it's a good thing. Top here with, yeah, a fold with Jack 9 suited, that makes sense. Bagayev here with 2 6s, just under 30 blinds. Again, a little awkward, but he's going to give it a stab from +2. I think maybe a little loose, but who knows? Depends on the situation behind. Gadjev's going to get the way. Montiano back with us on this table. He has a sibling stack, and then, yeah, Chornikau out in the small blind.
Pocket 6s.
Bagayev gets the open all the way around to the big blind, where we have Haymonia, Monaco in the mix. Nice to see her here at a merit stop. Someone, of course, you would have seen at some Triton stops. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking of one in particular, which we'll probably come to after this hand plays out. She's going to defend what is the super dominated 5-3. Bagayev had no idea that his opponent has 2 unders as he flops a set.
Yeah, backdoor spades and the gut shot, that which is presented to the big blind defense of Zukovic. Centering herself here.
Yeah, I mean, she's got enough to continue with for sure. Gut shot, backdoor spades. Oh, pardon me, sorry, she's only got 121k left. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the graphics here myself, so. I wonder if he just fires out like a 1 blind bet here, or even just knuckles back. He's gone for the 1 blind. I like it. You want to give your opponent a chance to check jam. Money out. Kind of grim. Obviously, normally if we'd pilled here with a lot more chips, we can continue. It's very hard to continue with the bottom end of a gut shot of so few blinds. But she is going to do just that. Try and catch a spade, perhaps. Maybe hoping a 5 or 3 are still live. Jack, not ideal.
185,000 in the middle now.
Yeah. It's a pretty grim situation to find herself in. And check. Bagayev. Imagine Ali just wants to jam here for what is half pot. But may, just as an exploit with such a strong hand, maybe just try and tickle out another really small bet. He's just going to go for the jam, hope that Monica has any kind of hand that can call. She does not, though. But yeah, I was mentioning her as someone you're familiar with, because I remember you running a mystery bounty draw at a Triton event. And she got in a, well, she got in a great position, because
Against Victor Malinowski?
There were 3 envelopes left. For those who aren't familiar with what we're talking about, there were 3 envelopes. Well, actually, we retained the story last night. There were 3 envelopes left. There was one of the minimum ones, which was 20k, and 2 100k bounties, which were the second biggest ones in the draw. So there she is, last 3, but she's drawing last in a great spot, and the 2 players in front of her just go 100k, 100k, and then you have to call her up on the stage just to sort of verify and open the lowest envelope. 20k.
That was not a fun day for Monica. Obviously, anytime you've got a bounty, it's better than not having one, but there was deeply anticlimactic undertones to that mystery bounty.
2 or 3 times she's picking up 100k.
By the way, mystery bounty is something that happens here at Merit as well.
They love them. Who doesn't love a mystery bounty?
We know producer Vita loves them.
Oh, yeah.
He gets out there.
And she's just having a look now at our schedule for the rest of the trip. We do have, of course, the 1500 mystery bounty. As in, is a 2.5k buy and 1500 being the mystery bounty. So over half the prize pool goes towards the bounties. That's how much they love it here, Ollie. They go over 50% to the bounty pool. It's taking place on Wednesday, Thursday, which is, of course, day 3 and the final day of the main event here. So once you've busted the main event, that's the get-out stakes, perhaps we like to call it. There's 3 starting flights for that one. Nice. Okay, looking at a 4-5 offsuit in the small with 3.5 blinds left. So many hands she's going to jam with from the small here, but 4-5 off is just run so poorly, and you're going to get called at such a high frequency. She does just let it go.
Yeah, conceding to Go Liang Wei.
Go Liang Wei, of course, 10th place finisher in the warm-up yesterday. Final table bubble boy. Hoping to...
Also a bracelet holder, if I'm not mistaken, over at the World Series.
Yeah.
So obviously a lot of talent assembled here.
650. 650.
At this featured table, James. You know, it's sneaky too, because I think a lot of people might be tempted to think that in this little corner of the world that isn't necessarily on the radar of certain, you know, pockets in terms of poker, that you wouldn't find, you know, top shelf talent, but very much we've come to observe the fact that word is getting out, and obviously the success, the huge success of the EPT visit over here, which has already been renewed and confirmed to be coming back in 2024, is really what blew the lid off this place in terms of the secret getting out. And this Western Series, just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the number of different tournaments that will be on offer throughout the course of 2024 here at Merit. Certainly encourage those of you who have not yet done so to book a trip, come out, especially during the summer. It is just stunning. Very few places, I would say, can compete with this one in terms of going for the purposes of playing a poker tournament. You've got the sea, and you've got the food, and you've got really nothing that you need off property. As we see Zukovic jamming from the button with this Queen-4 offsuit. What she needs is to get through, but unfortunately she's not able to do so as Tat makes the call. He's the man that eliminated Fahdin Mustafov on the bubble, making a big call with ace-6. Here he is, ace-9. Obviously not nearly as big a situation, but one that needs to go Monica's way here. She wants to keep Polish hopes alive, and 10-9-7 is awful.
Yeah, very bad window card when you've got the queen rag and they pair that 9. No future potential, just the queen.
3 outs once for the Polish phenom, and the 7 isn't going to cut it. So a gracious departure in 16th. $8,950 will go to Monica, as a pay jump will go to the remaining 15 players in the field, who have now secured the first of the 5-figure payouts.
Yeah, and I was just looking Go Liang Wei. We were mentioning him before. Let's see, having just finished 10th yesterday in warm-up. Of course, came 4th in this very event last time out in the Gangster Series. Very much a form horse.
Yeah, you know, the name was familiar to me, and I didn't know specifically why, if it was just feature table or final table action.
Yeah, we saw a lot of him last time, I think.
Yeah. And, you know, he's one of these guys that one would imagine isn't out there all alone doing his thing in terms of being a member of the Chinese poker delegation. He's probably got some friends, and he's probably told many of them who have joined him now here for this Western Series.
He's another one looking back through his Hendon mob chronologically. As far as I can tell, his first cash here came in the EPT when he cashed the Eureka Cup, the Mystery Bounty, a 6-max event. Next thing you know, oh, here I am at the At the Gangster Series with another 3 cashes, cashing the warm-up, the high roller, and the mystery bounty, and then coming back again. So one of those players who probably got exposed here during the EPT. I referenced there are a lot more Chinese players here than I've ever seen. So he's probably gone, hey guys, there's this place in Cyprus. It's pretty good. It's easy to get to. It's easy to enjoy yourself, and the action's fast.
I think all things considered, the last of those points, James, is the one that draws most people out here. As we see King 10 drawing participation from under the gun
Yeah,
from our chip leader, Justice Held.
Justice Held, an absolute crusher of our game.
Yeah, Bugayev not able to do anything with a deuce-off suit, conceding.
Also, perhaps
He looks like he means business, by the way, does Bugayev.
He really does. I'm thinking with Justice, he's got like one of the best poker names, isn't he? Just,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the amount of times you've had a Justice hold where you've like, I deserve to win that pot. I deserve to hold up there. He's Justice Held. I mean,
he does look like someone that would have been willing to sell you a daily newspaper for about 5 cents during the Great Depression right now.
I mean the cap maybe. Huh?
Yeah, it's the cap.
Okay.
I love it. I don't know if it's Western per se, but players are not obligated to join us in the theme. Gadziev doesn't like the look of 6-7, understandably. King Jack, though, for Munteanu.
Yeah, nice little spin up for him on the bubble. So look to try and win this one with 15 players remaining. We're on guaranteed $10,500 now. Next jump coming at 12.
Deuces for Bugayev. Let's see from the small blind if he's got any ideas. Lays it down. Suited one gapper in the big, though, and another 25K will easily be invested by the chip leader. Not the board he had in mind. Ace 6-4. Munteanu with range advantage. King of clubs working.
Yeah, always gets a little tricky when you've got those two low to middle cards working combination that your opponent can certainly continue some hands down there. But as you mentioned, it does have the king of clubs, an option to go barreling, and therefore I'd like to see him c-bet this with a view to firing again on any Broadway or club tone.
40.
As it is, of course, Justice having 10-8 of spades. We know that the best hand is just going to win this pot.
Easy follow through barrel and take it there. Always a bit of a relief when you find yourself up against the chip leader to just get it over with on the flop, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you have got King Jack and it comes Ace 6-4, you don't really have a chance of making any kind of good hand. So if you do meet much resistance, you're just drawing dead.
Yeah.
Nice to, in those situations, just win it.
Nice overhead shot there from our jib operators. Good people from Sherahan Productions out of Latvia presiding over this and every one of the Merit festivals thus far.
Now there's a place that's a little chilly this time of year.
Yeah, listen, my one and only visit, it rained every day. It was cold, it was gray. I've got to give Latvia another chance. I've got to come out during the spring and summer months. Ace-3 on the button for Bugayev. Nazar Bugayev, to be exact.
I'm in here looking at historical temperatures from London over the last few days to see.
The fact that you're still trying to vet
I want to make you a
the validity. But I see -7, by the way,
Yeah, but what time did you land?
on your screen. I don't know, man. I'm just
It
telling
wasn't
you.
6 a.m., was it?
All I know is it was -8 at some point when I was in London. That's my brain froze and I forgot the rest of the stuff. Oh, Gadzhiev from the big blind playing back with a jam and shedding.
I'm not
the
surprised,
ace-3.
given how we saw the 2 9s played.
Yeah, true to form.
Yeah, this man's like, if you want to win pots with me involved, you're going to have to wager a lot more than that.
By the way, Bugayev, no slouch, James. He had a huge score in the online live GG Paradise event just last month for almost $600,000. Ukrainian with $448,000 in live earnings, so we know he's a 7-figure winner in the game when you combine just that one online score to his live earnings. Only cash here at Merit that I see on his resume coming in May of 2019 in a Turbo Bounty event. But he's been all around Europe doing his thing. Gadzhiev, of course, doing his thing predominantly within Russian borders and then also out here at Merit, as we see some predictable behaviors under the gun forthcoming from Shornikau's Ace King.
Certainly will. Still 15 players. Going to make it all the way around to the 2 players in the blind, the aforementioned Gadzhiev. Surely not going to want to play this King 3, but he is. Oh, he's misread the situation. He's just put an agreement.
He didn't realize that Shornikau had opened this to 55,000.
What does it mean?
So he's completed. The ruling will be he's allowed to continue to call, add the extra 35k, or he'll be allowed to surrender the 25k. That should be the ruling given here. He's asked for. He thought he was just limping blind on blind.
I don't see raise, I put 25. Call raise.
Oh, he's being forced to put in the full 55, James.
Yeah, I think a lot of places, if it's clear the player's made an accident, they're allowed to surrender the chips, as it were. I think that'd be the norm, but wasn't given that option.
Now, this is peculiar because obviously Munteanu has to read the situation as being Gadzhiev doesn't have that strong a hand.
Well, not necessarily. Gadzhiev's just playing his hand as he would play small v big, so there's going to be some limp traps in there as well.
Oh no, what a disastrous outcome this is for him. Forced to call. He now has himself top pair, but of course he's outkicked against the ace-king, and this is going to hurt. 190 in the middle. Munteanu will be able to make an easy exit in the face of this c-bet.
Yeah, I should note as well, Gadzhiev, I think if he was been to the 2 options, he probably still does want to call for just an additional 30k at that point to see the flop go 3-way with the suited king anyway. I don't think he would have changed his mind there. But as you say, obviously disaster here because he would have folded pre-flop if he'd seen the raise originally, but turns some hope.
Hang on. We've got ourselves a king-high flush draw on top pair now, courtesy of this 5 of spades on the turn. As it's heads up, once again, Gadzhiev checks. Shornikau with so much hand, of course.
Yeah.
Would expect the next barrel to come in, and it's not going to be as modest
No.
as that before it.
Not with this draw-heavy board now, 2 flush draws out there, the king-queen working. Still is not particularly large, a little under half.
Oh,
Whoa.
he's playing it as a check jam. This was unexpected, but again, true to form. More on the aggressive side of the spectrum is Gadzhiev, but Shornikau not going to go anywhere as the covering stack, and suddenly we're playing for $1.25 million in chips. Just look at the situation, though. Any 3, any spade, and that would give Gadzhiev this big double through the chip leader and a new lease. All the rest. And Shornikau vaults even further into the lead. Right color, wrong suit as the 6 of clubs leaves Gadzhiev showered.
It's one thing to bust in a hand like this. You never want to bust. Obviously 15 left in a high roller. You're always going to feel a little annoyed. But when it's come about just because of a slight mistake there, if he'd seen the open from under the gun, he never would have played the king 3. It can be hard as well when you're sitting around the back of the table there. You can't see what seat 1's doing necessarily.
There's another thing, though. He chose to play the turn as a check jam,
Yeah,
as opposed to a check call, James.
Check call, I think he'll be much better served. You want to allow your opponent to still be betting some weaker hands there. Your hand has great playability. You can make a disguised flush. Your opponent can potentially bluff river. You can let to call out or not.
I don't know if you caught the floor man walking back over and suddenly he realizes that the player he forced to play that last pot has just been eliminated. So not lost on him is that development, as pay jump will happen next.
Yeah,
when we get down to
it's something you see more often.
12 players.
If you're like seat 1, seat 8, sometimes you can't quite see if someone's acted, and especially when the player on the gun has, you know, raised and it's just a couple of chips going in, you might miss it. A little difficult sometimes with that shot clock in the way as well. You've really just got to keep your head on a swivel the whole time you're playing these tournaments. You've got to pay a lot of attention. We've all done it, Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very common, even, you know, at the highest of stakes, to have people confess to having done it, you know? I mean, it's...
There's far more disastrous ones. You see sometimes someone will, like,
they'll announce raise thinking that they're opening, and they're staring at a raise in
Someone's
front of
gone
them, and
all in,
now
or-
you have to 3-bet.
Yeah. Someone's already gone all in. You fold around to the small. You say all in, trying to pressure the big blind, and you don't realize someone's already in there.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of times, as we see justice held, raising and taking it here, we advocate for people to verbally declare their action so as not to make a mistake in terms of the actual amount delivered to the pot. But in a situation such as the one we just described, where you say raise and there's a raise in front of you, it works against you, you know, and in the spot where you just put the chip in, you're allowed to just walk away having put in whatever that chip is.
Oh well. Worked out for Shornikov anyway. Continues his climb. Started the day, or started our feature cable coverage with the chip lead. As Tot's going to squeeze out a little ace, queen, and diamonds from +1.
New arrival at the table is Maher Achur.
I'm glad you covered that name for me.
I'm here for you. Ace queen suited here for Tot.
Missed you, Ollie. 6 weeks apart is about the longest we've ever spent.
It might be, actually.
It's been nice.
Tot, by the way, hails from Montenegro. Know that the Merit group of casinos has a footprint out there.
Wow, really?
So perhaps drawn via an existing relationship as you get your first look at Maher.
Nothing quite of the size and scale as we find here,
No,
though. This is
certainly not.
This is like a town at this point. And the new recruit getting a little briefing on how to.
Achur, by the way, hailing from Tunisia, North African nation, $320,000 in career tournament earnings, but a lot of his results coming in the US and in France.
Well, obviously, Tunisia and France showing a long history. Doesn't surprise me. A lot of poker in France as well. Place that loves the game. Something look through his hand mob as well. I'm seeing obviously cashed here once during the Gangster series in Mix Max. Also a number of sort of Poker Stars festivals cash. So I wonder if maybe he's one of those players who perhaps won a package here for the EPT. Doesn't show any cashes, but maybe didn't cash, but thought, hey, this place is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then came back for the Gangster Series.
Yeah.
See him wearing some sort of Poker Stars branded top. So
Sixes open here, up front. Fold it around to the button, and 7-3 is not going to be enough. Just look at the mountain of chips in front of Sharnikow, by the way.
it's the 3 million, but it's the how they're devised
Yeah.
in terms of the chip values here that's really impressive.
I was talking to a friend of mine.
And that may be, actually, if you look where his card placement is for the reader, if you were sat in seat 8 and 7, he's got so many chips you wouldn't have been able to see that he still had cards, which might explain why there was that misunderstanding.
Wow, that's actually a really good point. Line of sight, not
Look,
there.
I mean, we're
onto
basically-
the fact that he has a hand. Yeah,
We're in
sitting.
seat 6.5 here, and we can't see if he's got cards.
It's a really good point. Perhaps Gachiev would have had an argument, maybe, you know, to push back and just say, guys, how am I supposed to know he has a hand?
There were chips out in front, which
true.
is where you've got to look to start with. But if he had fewer chips, I'm sure it wouldn't have happened, is the point. So
Yeah.
you've got to be careful. You see even the way Way stacks his chips here, if you're down the line here in seat 5, perhaps you wouldn't necessarily see he's got cards.
15 minutes break.
You wouldn't be tempted to describe that chip configuration as a great wall, by chance.
No, that'd be
would
too
you,
easy. I think
James?
I'll just leave that for the lower-browed folk.
I'm here for it.
Ah, our first scheduled break of the day, Ali. 3 levels complete.
Yeah. So the two-table redraw not far removed from this first schedule break, as the blinds will be 15 and 30,000 when we come back from it. And of course, chip infusions going to Maxim Shornikow, 2.9 million in front of him, just as held. Now sitting in second behind Shornikow, with some eliminations also coming in that abbreviated frame. As we'll welcome you back into the broadcast booth, Ali and James with you, and not really a whole lot to cover, but again, brisk pace of play, and the eliminations continue to come, and not always from short stacks.
No, well, I mean, we say it all the time here, players are willing to battle. I'm going to go out on a limb. I made the mistake at the start of the show. I'm doubling down on it. As we play down to the far table, I expect to see things slow down a little. People, we know the ICM kind of comes to
Yeah, that which James expects is that which we don't need to worry about happening. But who knows? Maybe you'll get it right this time, James. I certainly, for your sake, as a man, you know, concerned about your ego, hope that that's the case. But time will tell, and you've got a little bit of time as we're going to step aside, but we'll return not long from now with continuing coverage from here at the Merit Western Poker Series of this high roller final day. March to the final table and a winner. Keep it close. We'll see you in a few. covered and unimproved on the King 9 deuce board. 6 outs twice with no spade in hand.
Please announce all following calls. Thank you.
Now the board pairs, changing nothing. Can the Frenchman connect and stay alive, or will he finish in 24th? It'll be the latter, as a 10 rolls off on the river, and yet another casualty here at the featured table. As they are dropping like flies, James.
That's exactly the term I was thinking in my head. They've really deep in the bowels here.
Pleased to have those of you who are streaming today's coverage with us here on YouTube. Certainly hope you're enjoying it. If you are, go ahead and let a friend know. Have them join us as well. Click like, click subscribe, and help us to continue to deliver live streaming coverage from each and every one of these Merit Poker Series.
Yeah, and I have to say, obviously, we enjoy the themed festivals here, don't we, Ali? But this one's a nice one. All the staff out in cowboy get-up. A lot of neckerchiefs, shirts, big belt buckles, boots, hats.
I haven't seen any anybody engaged in any 6-shooter duels yet, but it's
well,
early.
You've only just got
I just got here.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, the dinner break yesterday was exciting, put it that way. You think that was
Out in
chicken
the
you were
car
eating
park.
earlier?
Pocket fives once again.
Yeah, this one, again, it's, oh, I hate it, but we're in.
Yeah, Montiano.
It's a good chance of a pickup with a pair, line on blind.
Ooh, ace-8 suited for Jazar, but the bubble.
This is where it gets interesting, yeah, because he might still get a fold here. Now, there are a lot of pluses for Jazar to do this, because he knocks a player out if he does do it, and certainly be ahead. I like it. Makes the stand.
Yeah, he does, and he's only got 109,000 back after doing so, as these two will play for 338,000.
But that 109,000 could still find the money. He loses his pot. He's 2 away and will be in the small blind.
Deuce, deuce, 4. Beautiful texture for these fives. The wheel is not a concern. Nor is a jack on the turn, as Jazar needs an ace or an 8. That which Montiano needs to fade to double here. And he's done just that.
Indeed, Montiano with the double. Back comfortable. And now it is a question of Jazar looking at the screen. Can I get my 5 blinds into the money here? I like it. I think he has to call, but it's...
Hines,
yeah.
because he wouldn't expect the 4
I think
bet.
when someone's asking those questions, you have jacks or 10s after tanking a long time before. You know they've got ace queen. They go, did I fold a flip?
Yeah.
They just want to hear ace king and you're happy.
Can you change please?
Yeah, a little. I say, you've got a player in there with 5 blinds. I don't think I want to be full bet jamming 23, 24 blinds with 9s. But again, everyone's got different motivations at the table. Roman Gadjiev, of course, fresh off that big cash you mentioned before last time out here, getting 5th in the Eureka, 95k. And hey, maybe he's not too worried about the min cash. Wants to play for the win. Wants to play for the big money.
Wow. Jazar's ace-8 suited is being piled on by Shornikau's king-10 offsuit. This is abusive.
Yeah, and he's obviously one who favors having this bubble go on for a long time, so he really wants this ace-8 to get through. And
I don't really understand, because the risk of ruin behind is so big.
well, the stacks behind rule pretty shallow, and they're not. They had to be super nutted to call off.
Why do we want to give Jazar protection? I mean,
yeah.
Here's the issue. You're protecting him in terms of not having to go up against the hands behind. However, you're threatening him with your own all-in.
Yeah, you just want him to get this jam through. Or someone knocks him out, whatever, but you don't have to go out of line with king 10 offsuit, I think, to get him.
Deeply unexpected.
Yeah. But Jazar, there we go. Well, he doesn't like it, because he'd rather just get the jam through and survive a little bit longer, but is ahead with a shot to double.
Remember, it was an ace-8 suited that left him with 99,000 when he was unable to get the best of 5s blind versus blind. So here we go. Lebanon's Marunjas are on the direct bubble, looking
there
to
we go.
hang on. 2-club flop, 9-7-5, a gutter, ace high, which is already in the lead, and the nut flush draw, taking that 10 of clubs off of the board as an out for Shornikau. Just 5 outs to be faded as it stands for Jaza. Now the 6 does give him the straight, but the 8, were it to show up on the river, would give Shornikau a winner and be complete disaster for Maroon. Instead, it is an ace, so a double. And not the worst situation for Shornikau, because the presence of Jazar's small stack right here at this feature is something that he can leverage. Involving Fahdin Mustafov. He's got himself all in.
It's blind v blind. It looks like he's jammed the small and gets being pulled from the big.
Not yet.
Not yet, you're right.
Deliberations
I thought we were
here.
maybe in a holding pattern waiting for the hands to finish, but you're right. I'm going to give a spoiler alert though, Ali. The fact that we've cut to it, I reckon he's about to get called.
Well, you never know. Sometimes we do cut over and the hand does get folded
That's true.
out of the big blind, but time will
I'm
tell.
just trying to save myself. Fadi, of course, final tabling the warm-up yesterday. A man who plays the biggest stakes tournaments all around the world.
Alexander taught the man who is
He's deep into the tank, isn't he?
really struggling with this.
Shrug and call.
Oh, wow, he does make the call. Let's see. Oh, that looks like a lot of spots for Mustafov. Is it paired? It isn't. It's 6-7 of clubs against ace-6. He's dominated. So Mustafov unable to get the ace-6 into the muck there, and I think he's a bit incredulous that he's been called on the direct bubble here, James. He's going to need some help.
Flop is queen, jack,
And
5,
that's not a flop that is rendering any assistance. No club on board, no club draw. The 6 won't even cut it. He'll be out kicked to 7. That which he needed, and instead a deuce of clubs on the river, and he is just
Congratulations, players. You won the match.
out of there. Money bubble has burst here on the high roller, and it happened very. Look over, he actually, well, listen, he jumped up and put a paw on the side of my seat. That's what broke the seal. I was like, okay, listen, if you're that insistent upon some chicken.
What it was, he was standing outside watching us all go in to get food, saw you take a good 35 minutes before returning, knowing you must have ordered about 8 plates and therefore wouldn't have room for all of it, thus must have some extra.
He did come right for me. He didn't go to you or Lappin, by the way. Well, he didn't go to you because obviously you had wolfed down the entirety of your meal.
Dogs.
Lappin was on to dessert, which is a bad idea.
The Labrador doesn't share. Minus committing, and we'll get action.
Notice that he's left 20,000 back. This is a move that we do see from time to time.
Yeah, 7,800 for 19th and 20th, 89.50 for 18th. So it just means if he does get action like he's going to get here now, re-jammed on, he can have a look at the other tables, see if there's a hand going on,
Right.
maybe burn a bit of time. Hopefully, that way if he busts this hand, which obviously is not what he wants, but he could make $1,150 just by waiting a couple of minutes. Be interesting to see how many of those time cards he wishes to use in this situation. Again, he's looking, I think, at one of the outer tables there.
Yeah,
You
reaching
get
for the
6
time chips.
You
When-
get 6 of those, and you get another 6 at the final table. So it's a thing of, you know, you need to preserve some of them potentially. We've seen many times actually in Merit where people have run out of them. So you need to be careful.
But I will say that when I observe a player engaging in this sort of behavior, it does tip me off to the fact that this is a seasoned veteran of tournament poker.
Exactly.
This is the kind of thing that no recreational or, you know, even an enthusiast level player does. This is absolute nuance.
And you see Guzmanis is obviously staring off in the same direction, and they switches there. That's where the 2 tables are.
Right.
So he's looking at those 2 tables, trying to just see if there's a pot going on. Is there any action? Is anyone standing up? Or was a telltale sign there might be an all-in?
Look at Jazar trying to get it.
This is exactly it. Jazar's like, he's only got 1 chip left. What's he doing? Like, he's
Right.
almost taking the piss. He's like,
Right.
well, come on. Because Jazar just wouldn't care. He's like, let's go.
Yeah. This is not the product of an actual need to make a decision, but rather an investment in potentially using these time banks for an $1,150 pay jump.
I always advocate, I mean, obviously, it depends. If you can see a big hand going off potentially, then burn them all. But otherwise, I'd want to keep a couple back.
Yeah, because you never know.
Down to the final table, you could have some decisions. Obviously, somewhat based on the situation in the hand you've got. I think if you have aces here, you'd probably keep like 3 back because you know it's very unlikely you're going to bust out.
Cool.
Yeah, he's kept, I think that's what he's done. He's kept 3 back. I like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Used half of them in the interest of trying to secure the pay jump. When he realized that action at the other 2 tables didn't look like it was going to yield that, he did click call predictably, and so we play for 530,000 with 19 remaining here. It is the Lithuanian Kuzmanas.
Oh.
King Jack flop top pair, but look at this. Up against the nut flush draw and a gut shot to Broadway. Muntiano with plenty of outs. He is the equity favorite with 2 to come.
That's cruel. King in the window, and then that rolls up behind it.
Right color, wrong suit for Muntiano's purposes on the turn as things stay safe for Kuzmanas, who is at risk and all in. Can he hold? No, and it is the most difficult of the paths available. The ace,
Queens, diamonds,
which shows
aces.
up on the river to vanquish Kuzmanas, who was dominated, heading to the flop.
Yeah, and that does secure us the pay jump, are we? Now everyone guaranteed 8.9k. Seen him myself personally before, but obviously see just the way he carried himself at the table, the understanding. Obviously going to be a tricky player. The rest would be happy to see him go. Shornakow, a decent hand. Throwing in 2 greens, 25 case. Obviously you weren't here yesterday, but we had a big disciple of colour theory yesterday. We had a man dressed head to toe in green, which was the high value chip in play on the final table. You're shaking your head. Don't shake your head at me.
I'm not the only one, James. Everybody who hears you bring up the term color theory shakes their head at the same time in unison.
Jazar. And a very warm welcome back to everyone here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa. We are, of course, working our way down to a champion here in our high roller event. But we have to get to the final table first, David, and we're not quite there yet. A little bit of play to go.
Yeah, we've got, I would say, a couple of hours of play before we reach that point. A player I have noticed, because I'm coming in cold here, I'm not going to lie to you, Justice Helt. What a player. Right there, top of the chip counts.
Yeah, we had him on the feature table there just before the break, alongside the likes of Shornakow, who has been on our feature table the entire time and started the day as one of the big chip stacks, was chip leader on our table, has continued to apply that pressure, but those two look pretty tough right now.
He is just, you know, there's bosses in poker, and then there's like the end bosses.
Just as hell as that guy, huh?
He's an end boss.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that about him. We do see him pop up here now and again, but interested to see how he navigates through the rest of this field along with some of the others involved. Obviously some familiar names, as is always the case here at Merit. We do get things back on the way. We are going to keep that table going. Okay, so
nice.
Maxime Shornakow still leading the way just ahead of Justice Helt. Maxime got the right side of that rather peculiar situation not long before the break with a misreading of action, a forced to play a hand, and then an unfortunate bust up. These things happen in poker. You've got to pay attention to the table. It could be tough on the third day of this. You just miss one action and things can snowball. Getting a long way back on our table as well, of course, man. We saw final table bubbling last night.
Yeah, he clearly jumped straight into the high roller as we predicted he might. Not only did he jump straight in, but he immediately got to work spinning up a nice stack. And yeah, well, he's one of the shorter ones here with 14 left. Every chance of making a final table. Hopefully not a double final table bubble for him. That would be a little cruel.
Yeah, it really would be cruel.
As we see
Montiano, he had a kind of interesting time on the bubble. was kind of okay, stacked, got short, managed to win a flip, and then has spun up further since then. Of course, blinds catching up with everyone. 40-minute levels in the high roll. They like to have it a little bit faster. They like to have a bit of faster in the high rollers. They're not too interested in, we don't want another 1 hour long level. Let's gamble.
Yeah, I think what's great about this tournament is
How
it
much
sort
is
of
their
gets
attention?
to around about a 25 to 30 big average, and it pretty much stays at it because the types of players who
Right.
play high rollers have that bit of gamble in them. I don't reckon we're in for a very long night here, I'm going to be honest. I think it will be, you know, pretty hardcore, fast action throughout. But I think we're here for a good time, James, if not a long time.
Well, Montiano's having a good time so far. This hand, as everyone's fighting around to Tot, who's surely going to follow suit with the Jack 5 offsuit. Now, as we sort of start to progress through, there's the chips. Have a nice little colour up. We got rid of the smallest chips. Is it time to start observing the colour theory? Having a look, seeing what everyone's
It's happening again.
using? No? Okay, bit early. Fine.
5 seconds.
Banter at the dealer. You got 5 seconds to shuffle.
Quite like that. That tickled me. Gentle tickle.
A late start to the day for you. Have you been out enjoying yourselves, taking advantage of the...
Well, you said it's the Merit Crystal Cove Resort, Casino and Spa. It's the last part of that I was taking advantage of.
Nice.
Yeah, I was in the jacuzzi, pruning up.
Now, which one were you in? Did you go to the... I know you're a fan of the jacuzzi in the Royal, aren't you? That's your
Yeah,
favourite jacuzzi.
That's
Is that
my
what you were?
favourite jacuzzi, yeah, that is. And
It is the best
I'm
jacuzzi.
not going to lie. When I go to the gym / spa, it's very much a jacuzzi-oriented sort of experience. I would say I spend 85% of the time there.
Well, action on our outer table.
Speaking of hot water, that A7 is in some right now.
Yeah, that 8-7 is goosed.
Yes, his stack is shriveled up like a David Lappin in a jacuzzi. Meanwhile, back at the feature, 2 nice hands here. Health under the gun. Let's open things up. Buchayoff.
All in.
Just going to stick it in here. I like that. 21 bigs. He knows health will be opening
Yeah, could you give me a
You know,
count, please?
fairly wide here, given his
It's 620.
chip situation.
Howard, of course, thinking about it, but quite correctly asking for a count, which I believe obviously stops his clock, doesn't it, when you need to know what bet you're facing. And there you go, it does then restart. It's always a good trick there when you are facing a, well, not really so much a trick, but it's just a good understanding that he can buy himself a little bit of time. Obviously, in this instance, was always probably going to fold to that size anyway, but
Yeah.
if you're ever in that situation when you're playing and you know it's about a certain number, stop, ask for the exact count, buy yourself a few extra seconds.
What's also useful is he now has an exact count on his opponent,
Right.
who's to his immediate right, which
And
is useful just to have because you're not entitled to knowing the stack of your opponents. That's something you got to do on your own. So if you're trying to ascertain that information in the middle of your 30-second countdown, it's not great.
Right, especially as they're going to be playing this next hand potentially blind on blind. Be nice to know what he's dealing with.
A little bit of veteran experience showed there by Helt. Probably would have called off 14 bigs or so. 21 bigs definitely not a call with the king queen. Remember, these guys are playing fairly short-handed here.
Yeah.
6-handed and 7-handed on this table.
10 big blinds, ace king.
Yeah, no decision here for Mar.
13 left. Perhaps the only decision is leaving back a couple of chips because at 12 left is a pay jump of $2,250. So
Well, that is very prudent. In that case, you take your full 30 seconds here before committing 90% of your stack. You never do know what might take place on an outer table.
it's actually just gone all in. I'd say I would
Oh,
just held back some chips. You know, they're small things, but they sometimes pay out.
oh, they absolutely do.
Bagayev in the small blind. So he just got that jam through. And comfortable and held No interest. So in this case, it made no difference. I'm trying to think when I first became aware of that, the old tank when pay jumps had come up. It wasn't something I ever used to worry about. I mean, suddenly I was hyper aware of it.
You had too much money.
I think what it
early
was
on.
is probably everyone was doing it. And I was like, why are these people wasting time?
Yeah.
And eventually,
I did it online for years, and I'm not going to lie, I used to take note of every time it did earn me a 78-cent ladder or a $2.50 ladder, or sometimes a very tasty, maybe a $100 ladder or whatever it might have been on occasion, and I wrote it all down. And I know the exact number now. I stopped counting it about maybe 5 or 6 years ago. But up until about, I would say, 2017, I was taking note. So in the period between 2007 and 2017, which would have been my career online, predominantly online in those days, have a little guess how much just doing that made me in that period.
I don't even want to guess. I don't even know. It's going to upset me, isn't it?
29 grand.
29 grand.
Yeah. I was a big multi-tabler, so I was doing it while also spinning the plates.
Wow.
Big ones and small ones, but they all count.
Yeah, but over 10 years, 3 grand a year.
But I had this idea that I would, if it eventually got up to a really nice number, I would build an extension on my house, and I would call it the Time Bank, and it would be paid for exclusively with the money that I had done it. Yeah.
Wow, 29 grand.
Yeah.
All that time I was just YOLOing it in. Short account. Continuing to apply pressure as a chip leader, as he should with this Queen Jack from under the gun. But Guyov just wasting a few seconds there, not because he's thinking about playing this hand, but again, knowing there's a pay jump in one bust out's time. Just wants to make sure his table doesn't play any more hands than the others. Montiano, 2-6 is in the big, a little over 20. One assumes is going to come here, David, with a flat, but if you thought perhaps the under-the-gun play was opening super wide, maybe you'd see him launch the aggressive operation.
Yeah, I like this flat. I know what you're saying there, and definitely, depending on villain, you might consider it more, but it's a pretty nice hand to just take flop with. Can be sticky on a lot of boards. Maybe this board once.
Well, action from outside once again. Milos Shribitz is the one all in here with Queen Jack, and that board does not improve his hand. He's busting out to look at that. Is that Tamel doing the dirty work? The man who started the day. Yeah, look at this. He started on our feature table with 30 players left with 9 big blinds. Won a flip on the first or second hand, and has spun it up to over 1 million in chips now.
Wow.
He literally just won every pot he played on the feature table.
As we zoom back in on this hand, not too much has happened. Shornikau fired out a small c-bet, as we would have predicted on a board such as King 8-4, 2 diamonds. Montanau with the 6 of diamonds in hand, but I think probably has a call regardless here. Has to be a little bit sticky.
Yeah, interesting though.
Is this raising chips?
I think it is. He invested a time chip in this pot and now comes out with a raise.
So
kind of a
almost treating his hand like bottom pair that has to protect itself, sort of thing.
Little mergy. Knows it's going to be hard to play out of position for the rest of the hand, so.
Yeah, maybe felt as though he was just going to have to fold to one more bet, so he can actually make a small bet on this street and represent super strength. Obviously has all the 2-pair combos out of the big blind here. Could also have some flush draws. Queen Jack has to go in the bin.
Yeah, and a lot of hands that just do have to bet fold. Nicely done. And this is perhaps why we say sometimes it's a little scary when you bet these kind of boards under the gun. You do have the most of the King X kind of stuff. But the 8-4 does suit the big blind. They're going to have some hands they can check raise with there. Some hands that are no hand, you know, the gut shots of the world, perhaps the more likely check raises. But look at that in the background. I see Andy Headley, his little head at work in our main event we referenced before. Picasso is out in the mix. Dale for him today from commentary, so giving the main event a spin. I think he's sat next to Nina, who we saw yesterday in the late stages of the warm-up. Maybe he's got some inside track on her. Preston and Cove came 16th in that one, checking back. So it was one of the first bust outs on the final day. That was crazy. I mean, I left you guys with Simone Andrian having dust in former chips. He just got double up, I think, with Jack 5 against King something.
9.
Yeah.
Something like that.
To double up to sort of 2 million in chips. Bagayev has got the boots. Look at this, Maher with junk in the big. 10 bigs behind. May have seen him defend the Jack deuce suited, but perhaps with just 10 blinds behind, thinking he's kind of in that middle ground. If he maybe had like 6 blinds, probably does defend because he can go bust much more easily with a deuce, or wager it all with a deuce if he would pair it. But with 10, maybe thinking it just gets very hard to play post flop.
Yeah. Disappointing outcome for the aces.
This is the point where I'm supposed to say it's better to win a small pot than lose a big one.
Well, you just did.
You look disgusted. I don't blame you. I'm upset with myself.
Held in the cutoff here. Connected cards. And the ability to apply ICM pressure more important than any other factor really here. He's probably just looking for anything halfway playable from late position. You see here, Mar, just no options really. Sensibly taking a few seconds. Wei, another man we've seen usually take his time over decisions. Has a defendable one here maybe, but no, lets it go. Similar issues for all of these guys. They're all sort of trying to outlast one another right now. 12 players left, remember.
Yeah, 12,750 is what they've secured. So you make it to the final table of 9, they will be guaranteed 17,500. So just under 5k pay jump. But you've still got to lose 3 players. But of course, we know once you get that final table, those ladders sometimes are a little easier to come by. As collisions occur, and you work your way up the pay ladder. And if you were with 9 left, 17.5k locked up, and managed to get to just 6th place, just 3 more bust outs, would double your money up to 35k. So much equity in just staying alive at this stage of a tournament.
Another playable one for Health here. First time Health was on stream. I believe this time last year was looking fabulous in a one-piece tracksuit. We nicknamed him Teddy KGB that night. Donning the paddy cap today, I see.
I thought you were going to suggest he was looking fabulous in some sort of cowboy outfit.
Oh, and here we go. Tot, 22 bigs, and jacks.
Any option here in terms of sizing other than just to go all in? Does he get to have the kind of
Yeah, I think he can.
non all in kind of the sort of size he might make it with a hand like the one that Helt has, the ace-4 offsuit kind of bluff candidates?
Yeah, I think you can find maybe like a 165 here. Something in that region if you don't want to go all in. Obviously, the ICM pressure is around. He is sort of mid-pack, if you like. There's quite a few players behind.
210.
He's gone bigger. He's gone to sort of 3.5x. 210. Of course, you still have the option to fold there.
Yep.
Wagering 200 with 500 behind.
And he is out of position, and there is reason to want to not lay too good a price to Health. But of course, the stacks are very shallow, so you do want to find a smaller sizing for that reason.
Oh, just putting his man through the ringer.
Yeah, this is just a more normal sized 3-bet.
Yeah.
Regardless of the shallow stacks, and there's no way Health's going to get involved here.
Oh, throwing a time card in though.
He's considering it. Has Tot been particularly active?
Oh, we haven't really seen Tot. Only got moved here for a few hands before our last break. He was the man who burst the bubble, sending Ferdi Mustafov home with nothing. Wow, what is Helt thinking here?
Yeah, just trying to figure out exactly what you said a moment ago, James. How often is this the ace-4, ace-5? Now, when you have ace-4, You are blocking one of the ones you hope he has.
I was just surprised to see him use a time chip there. I think he's
am
never
too.
going to play the ace-4. I would imagine, but maybe he saw something.
I agree.
They've been playing together, obviously, over the last 3 days in this event. Maybe he just thought he caught a glimpse of perhaps a live read, or he's just seen this player 3-bet a lot from the big blind and think about running it. If he had like an ace-4 suited, I though would be more like, okay, this is one that you could consider. The ace-4 offsuit, I'd be very surprised if he carried on. It's always very interesting though, isn't it, when you see these, as you described them, an N-boss do something like that, because sometimes when we as commentators see someone surprisingly burn a time chip there, we think, come on, what are you thinking? You shouldn't be doing that. But when we see someone that we both readily agree is a far more accomplished player than both of us, it's always trying to work out what exactly are they thinking? What is the method here?
Yeah.
And when I say more accomplished than both of us, I meant you. But
Yeah, I don't think he has a WBT or WSOP bracelet.
wow. Has he even played poker before? Held opening up once again. This time we're going to run it. 13 blinds. It's Jack, loving life.
So they're picking on Helt here, or at least that's what he's going to feel like. Obviously, we see that they have been legit hands, but he's taking the initiative, going for these light opens from every seat, basically, and actually sort of providing spots for these guys to pick him off. They know he's going to be light on average now. He will wake up with a real hand once in a while, but for the moment, they're content to maybe see him as a bit of a live one, someone they don't mind getting their chips in over the top of. Certainly going to be a bigger gap between his opens and his calls than anyone else here. We see there Andrew Headley in the distance. There he is again.
There he is. Maxime Chalot in the blue t-shirt with his back twister, I believe, as well.
Bad seat for Andrew.
Silhouette of that man, a man who's had a lot of success right here. Former winner of a main event and maybe a high roller or a final table. Deep run in the high roller anyway after.
And then he final tabled, or almost final tabled, maybe he final tabled bubbled the WPT 10K at the win in December. Great run from him there as well. He was amongst the chip leaders with 20 players left, I remember. I was thinking there's a Merit Poker Room regular.
Yeah, he got 11th in that one for 456K.
60.
So on the button here, Tut going to use the threes. Interesting whether he would use the threes as a open and 4-bet against a Helt click.
Well, as it is, it looks like 3s and 4s are going to take a flop unless Helt really went hard at this.
Yeah, Helt, this is the kind of hand Helt could stick him in for 26
25?
bigs, 27 bigs, whatever it is. Would not be surprised, actually. Exactly the kind of situation where that's pretty nice to do, but yeah, going to take the low variance route, or actually, I don't know if it's a lower variance route, but just the navigational route, shall we say.
Yeah, it's a very good stack. I mean, protecting that somewhat useful as we go forward. And dreamy flop for top, flopping bottom set on the 10-8-3.
The word dreamy was on the tip of my tongue as well there, James.
Huh.
Are we becoming the same person here?
It
in the
might
booth?
just be. It's a scary thought.
Every reason to bet at this one. Bottom set. Opponent can have lots of pairs, lots of draws. I think Helt might have to call once here and assess on turns anyway. This sizing's so small.
It's just the 2 overcards, of course, to those 2 4s.
I don't think I would go this small personally with the bottom set. I think I would probably, on this board texture, I would prefer a 40 to 50% bet than a 15 to 20.
Yeah, a lot of draws available, and you unblock, of course, the best continues, so you want to build a pot.
Basically the worst card imaginable for Tot here. The flush completer, a straight completer as well. So, you know, he doesn't want to maybe assume there's monsters under the bed yet, but it isn't the nicest turn card to see.
Yeah, certainly isn't. Of course, on the flip of that, a lot of hands that weren't paired yet are now paired on that jack.
160.
much healthier sizing here, 116 to 240.
Yeah, nothing health can do against this. Obviously, just so hard to realize out of position. Even if your hand is good, are you ever actually going to get it to showdown? So we predicted blood on the felt today. What, 30 players returned for day 2? We got down to 20, which was the money bubble, pretty quickly in the end. Was it maybe just over an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, it was really fast.
Obvious.
Bubble, yeah. The bubble bursting, yeah, fairly busting out. Yeah, less than an hour and a half into the day.
Wow.
I'm gonna say.
Well,
Yeah, well, last time it was, I believe, Ace King, 10 blinds under the gun. Now gets dealt Ace Queen. Will surely result in a similar action. Of course, this time, this time that pay jump has been realised. So, when I suggested last time he should leave maybe a couple of chips back, this time no need to.
next jump at 10?
Next jump at 9 for the final table.
Oh yeah, well these guys definitely don't have to worry about that stuff now for a little while. Wei can just take his time, but usually does take a moment before reaching the correct decision from what we've seen.
Still upsets me that you made 29k by cockroaching around over the course of 10 years.
I have a follow-up to that story. So I told an Irish player, Chris Dowling, that story once. I'm going to have to maybe keep some of the names anonymous in this, so we see health. Going to muck the Jack 3, and Montiano going to muck the King Deuce. I told him that story, and he said, "Oh yeah, well, the way it works for me in the cash game world is there's this guy. Let's call him John Smith, and I have actually built an extension in my house, and we have a little plaque to John Smith because he's the whale in his game."
Wow.
So yeah, different ways of looking at things.
It's strong.
Do you have any like particular players over the years that you just sort of go, "Oh wow, I really took them to town"?
There's a few from cash games that I can think of. That have
Would you ever honour them with a plaque?
I'm actually more of the positive way. There was a time, I won't name the player, but I had a big piece of someone when they won a major event. And
Oh, that's a nice way to
I
do
got
it.
a lot of money, and I was gonna adorn a new car with a number plate that said TY, and then the person's name.
Nice.
I didn't in the end because I thought it a bit tacky, but I thought doing it that way in a positive manner.
Yes, no, that's
Like-
much nicer.
Someone's
So you
made money for me and themselves rather than just, being a regular customer.
Lucky us. Lucky you and lucky me.
That is our outer table. 12 players remain. 6 and 6, of course. Tamao in C1 there. Man who started the day with just 9 blinds. One player getting a massage. Just getting limbered, getting ready for the big day ahead, perhaps. You much of a massage at the table kind of person?
I can't think of anything I would rather less do
Yeah.
to myself, and I also really don't like it when people at my table are getting them. Well, firstly, if they should be not allowed when it's 10-handed. And so
Yeah, well, that I was going to say if that
they
was where you go.
probably shouldn't be allowed when it's 9-handed.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
But then
World Series, when you're playing a 10-handed tournament and someone decides to get a massage, it's especially when they're in the 5, 6, or 7 seat.
Yeah.
It's
it's grim. And then I don't know, I've been at tables where like 3 people will get massaged, and it's just all a bit like, what is this? Is this turned into some sort of orgy? I don't need this in my life. When I play poker.
What sort of massage would they do?
Sometimes, the guys are, really enjoying their Indian head massage or whatever, and I'm just like, oh, I don't need to look at that face now. I don't need to look at you responding
You really
to
are
the
quite a miserable person at heart, aren't you?
Shout out to all the massage staff. They obviously do a great job. It's not for me.
I used to get more than I do now, but I still don't mind the odd one now and again. But I'm with you. A lot of the time I do play live poker tends to be at these sort of large field World Series events, and I just can't do it to the people on my table.
No.
Bit of cash game, I might be there.
You also kind of understand it, like maybe if it's got to, you know, one of those long day twos where they're trying to get down to the front table and it's like 6 and 6 and, you know, guys are genuinely actually really tired and their backs are probably sore and they want to get a good night's sleep maybe and they know it's not going to be a long night's sleep. At least it sort of feels medicinal in that situation.
I'm only asking, so I'm desperate for one right now.
Well,
luckily there's a spa nearby, or 3.
Are you asking me to rub your shoulders?
I was asking to make me an appointment in the spa, actually. Just this popping it up with 2 9s here, and he's going to get a customer.
Yeah, we may have a clash here.
Tiano with ace, king, and 25 blinds. Does he just want to rip it, or does he want to induce?
Yeah, I wonder if it does suit him in this situation to ever just shove, given the high ICM environment here. 12 left, ICM getting pretty close to its pinnacle. That would be around the 10 and 9 left point when it's absolutely peaking. So yeah, there are reasons to just try to shut this one down and discourage some pocket pairs who would 4-bet. This is exactly one of those spots. I don't know if Helt will just stick it in or will he try to navigate again. He's been the navigator so far.
That was the just enough hand one imagines that he could just call and look to play a flop. Obviously the hand's a lot easier if he just jams. Get an immediate answer. Of course, situations like this would find himself flipping. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised with either, to be honest. I think there is merit to both options here. You might make a player-dependent decision to go one way or the other. You might flip a coin in your head. You might have a look at the remaining field and sort of make maybe a judgment about how strong you feel against everybody, and maybe in those situations you want a lower variance. This is close, so it is a very genuine use of the time bank here by Helt. He might be balanced here. If he had queens or kings, he might also throw in a time bank before shoving. But we do see a flat.
And Tiano can't enjoy that. He's thinking, pick this up or maybe get jammed on. Now instead has to play a pot or be in position. You know what? Forget all that.
It's all fine.
You're loving life. It's kind of nice in the fact that there are some hands like perhaps 9s and 10s that are obviously going to enjoy this flop. There are some ace, queen, ace, jack type holdings in there.
I think a crucial part of this one from Helt's point of view now is that he'll know that a lot of his opponents' light 3-bets will also be ace-x. So, you know, he's going to face a very small bet, one presumes, incredibly small.
Wow.
Can't fold to that sizing, but like he's basically not really putting much more money in the pot. We're essentially just taking it to a turn. He will be very, very aware of the fact that his opponent would make this bet with hands like jacks, queens, and kings. Make this with his ace-5s, ace-4s, and then would also do it with his ace-kings and ace-queens.
I was going to say, does he have the sort of some king-queens and king-jacks kind of hands in here?
Yeah, because they're blocking the good aces, I suppose, as well. Interested to see what size we choose here. Obviously, if we want to try and get stacks in by river, which is a bit of a priority, we would go around 140k, but that is obviously not what Montiano's thinking here.
So he's not necessarily thinking I can get all of it here. He's thinking I just want to get one more bet out of my man. I kind of like this. I know that traditionally we're going to go there. And also, in some way, a queen's kind of a bad card in that our opponent can have ace-queen.
Sure.
I'm not sure he's thinking, right, I need to pot control here with trip aces and king kicker, but there is some argument to here that...
It's tricky for Helt here, because he's probably thinking to himself, how often, you know, like, do I do an extreme block so that pocket kings and even pocket jacks don't try to value town me?
Or is he even thinking, can I bluff out the hands like 10s and jacks? Maybe even kings here.
Well, that seems
275.
Yeah, that's what he's going to try and do.
so. Going to rep.
And I think as played, yeah, just the calling makes sense rather than the raising, even though it's, you know, only a couple of 100K more. Thinking perhaps the extra 200K I make versus maybe saving myself if I somehow have been outdrawn.
Yeah, a respectful purse of the lips there from Helt, who recognised his opponent had taken quite a sophisticated line there to
He done me.
catch him in the trap, to ensnare him. And that will no doubt go into the memory banks.
For the record, I'm still jamming the King a couple 100K more, but I understand why the ICM gurus are sometimes suggesting you want to just...
I suppose you're just trying to think of what would call, and like, is Ace Jack going to call? That's sort of it, isn't it? 10, Ace 10, Ace Jack. And do they even 3-bet? Probably. Ace Jack, probably. Montiano up to 1.3 million. Really earned that last one.
Hit 150K at 10K, 20K on the bubble.
Wow.
Got a double up.
Nice spin. God, it's been a weekend of spins here.
Really has.
When we think of what Simone Andrian did yesterday, my goodness me, has there ever been anything like that in this poker room? I doubt it.
Of course, if I want to be pedantic, I can put out all these players are at one point down to 100K.
Mar is happy to play for all of it. This is exactly what I talked about a moment ago. These guys very happy to pick on Helt's opens. I think Helt has basically opened every unopened pot as it's got to him.
But this one is, would normally be very frisky, wouldn't it? 15 blinds from the call against under the gun. Ooh, Bagayev waking up in the big blind with 2 jacks.
Yeah, no real decision here. Bagayev obviously happy to commit here. Helt can be full of it in a lot of worlds. And in fact, if you shove here, ace queen, one of the hands that flips against you, would maybe not even call. So it's a pretty pure spot to just stick it in. And Mar in quite bad shape now that we see Helt has a king in hand.
Although I will say, a little earlier today, we had king jack of clubs all in against 2 jacks. 4 king, 3 clubs.
Oh, there you go.
I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but it's happened before.
Owen.
And here we go. Mar has done nothing wrong here. Actually really like his decision to take this spot overall. Just unfortunate to run into it behind. Bagayev, well, he's in a great spot now to accumulate 1.2 million. 40 bigs to take with him as we get closer to the final table. Oh, would you believe it?
In the window, but spades rolling out behind. This race is not yet run. Bagayev still has a chance, although only one more card to make good things happen on. The red 9 of no use. Mayer breathing a sigh of relief. As you pointed out, obviously Justice having a raise folded a king as well.
King 10, he would have got there.
There you go. Should have just gambled. The mic going back on.
I like that. Now, that was going to say, he didn't go for stand-up equity. He went for strip the microphone off his body equity, which, sometimes you really have to dig deep into your box of tricks.
You've got to be creative.
Yeah.
Thanks.
How much you left with? What? How much you left?
The guy's just lost the pot.
How much are you left with?
And he hasn't even had a chance to look at how much. What have you got? Are you still in? Oh, okay. Poor Bagayev.
250. 250 and 15.
Credit to him to just answer the question there and not tell the guy to F off.
Yeah. I mean, just wait a second.
Or just like look at them yourself.
Well, also
there's not that many chips.
And the guy was in the process of counting them. So you could have just looked at him counting them or waited till he finished. But no. Interrupted his count to ask him how much do you have after he just took a savage beat with 12 left in the high roll.
Oh.
You could say it's somewhat cowboy behavior.
Yeah. Well, Mar has shown some true grit here on the feature table. Where you're going to get involved, I would presume. It's a bit tricky, 15 bigs. Probably looking more so to have spots to shove or fold.
But it's such a good hand, isn't it?
It's a nice hand. it's a tricky hand actually to play off this stack in this situation. I guess he's just going to open.
He has indeed decided to go for the min open. 60,000. I do like his table presence. You can never really tell anything. We were talking about animated players yesterday. Ways the complete opposite. Even to the point that...
How much have you got now, Bukhayev? How much have you got now?
He's even adorned in the same jacket he was wearing last time out. He's got his look, the cap, the jacket.
Well, Helt now with just 1.6 million has really leaked 1 million chips over the course of the last 10 hands or so.
Well, that pop's going to help, potentially.
So far, so good
As long as
for
the board
Helt.
stays queen free, that is.
Tough situation here for Y. Obviously going to try and take a stab at this one for cheap, maybe 50, 60k. Not going to get the job done here. Has some ways to win. I wonder if at this stack depth, Helt might just be happy to go with the King 7.
A little tickle raise.
Click it back and just hope that his opponent has some spazzy stuff.
He's just going to come with perhaps the more standard call, of course. King with a effectively non-existent kicker. If his opponent had a king, it would be a better one.
Oh, interesting card now for Wei. You can really apply pressure to the 9x and 5x.
Right, and there's still hands like the 6-7s, the 7-8s of the world, even the Queen 10s, the Queen Jacks that he's behind too.
Helt will hate facing a decent-sized bet here, a 150.
Well, that's a decent-sized bet.
Oh,
all
wow.
Of
All of it. That's
nice.
nicely done by Wei.
Actually, kind of surprising he didn't take any second there against the kind of overbet jam on the ace turn. I would have thought that would look a little suspicious. But then again, it was a board devoid of draws, really. Ace king 9-5, only gut shots available, rainbow board.
Impressive stuff, Wei.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a kind of smaller sizing, but a bet is what we want to see.
Yeah, I would have liked to see how Helt would have responded to something around 40%. That would have been a very tough situation for him. Maybe
interesting that he didn't
more.
waste a second there thinking about it. But earlier we saw him tank for quite a while with ace 4 offsuit, facing a 3-bet. One we thought would be a fairly simple fold.
Bukhayev, maybe just enough hand here. 8 bigs, king, 8, offsuit. Suited variety definitely gets in. King 9 certainly gets in. It's really cuspy. Does let it go. Obviously, with the ICM pressure, there are other short stacks around. He could somehow navigate his way to this final table should some big hands take place around him. Helt limping in here with the 5-3 of clubs, and Montiano.
Yeah, he sort of changed tack, if you like. I mean, he hasn't actually had too many blind situations, but the first time he's kind of limped in, as it were, having been very aggressive, is going to get attacked. He may feel like this is going to be lighter than it actually is. Tiano with those 2 queens does get action and finds a queen on the flop, but all clubs, just as Helt smashing it. And these 2 are deep.
Oh, this is going to be monstrous. Like the book says, c-bet very, very small or check in Montiano's seat there.
Wow, he has checked back. We saw him play the ace-king a little coyly a moment ago on the turn with trip aces. Now plays the set the same way. Just as Helt's going to love life. He does not ever think he can be beat here.
No, he presumes the 2-pair combos and flop sets do fire a little bet here.
And flushes as well, right? I mean, obviously you've got the 5-5 flush. You're never entirely sure you've got the best hand, but look at this. He's come up with a big sizing, 200 into 230. Given all that, obviously his hand does need some protection. He assumes his opponent's got some sort of showdown, given he's elected to check back an ace-queen-jack board.
Here's what's interesting. If Helt had come with a small bet, I think we're going to see a raise. But now that it's a very big bet, and you know your opponent can have some bluffs, and you have a virtual lock on the hand, like he
and you've under-repped.
Yeah, like of course, like okay, absolute disaster scenario. Your opponent health has ace jack. That's sort of so unlikely. He's limped in pre. I just don't see it too often. So in reality, you have a lock on this hand, and I think versus the big sizing, given that his opponent might have the king of clubs in hand, you might just let him have this price.
Yeah,
you can always raise over the top of it next street anyway.
I think especially when he has checked back the flop, he's obviously in the mind to play trappy against Helt. Let him do the front running.
Lovely flat by Montiano.
Look at this.
Helt is ensnared.
Oh, a king on the river. Again, not too relevant a card.
Kings is a possibility
right,
as played.
That's the one that kind of is of a concern, I'd say.
Yeah, kings with or without the club, definitely a possibility is played.
Of course, slightly scary in the fact that now it's hard to get paid off in your health streets. You want your opponent to have a 10, of course, make a straight, but if they are in here with a hand like king, queen, or something like that.
Yeah, it is a blind v blind situation. Ranges are still quite wide. I think Helt has a bet fold. I think he's just got exactly
that.
that.
Again?
420.
2/3 is the number.
Yeah, and this allows him to get away from a raise in a sense. Like if he goes very small and obvious blocker size, his opponent obviously has massive range advantage on this board, and he wouldn't trust that he wasn't being bluffed. Now versus the 420, I think he can be more confident that when he gets raised, he is behind.
See Montiano there, the initial reaction to me, just scream like not enjoying it. He's just called.
Just call. Oh, that's very conservative.
Wow, help.
Sheesh, bro. What are you doing to me?
Wow, got just called before, got shown trip aces of king.
Nice hand.
Now just called here by a boat. And again, you can understand it is an underboat in the sense of 2 aces are paired, but it's an underboat with the other cards are king, queen, jack, and it was a limp call pre. So it's very hard for him to ever have aces full.
He's going to raise ace jack himself pre. He's going to, yeah.
He's going to limp raise ace queen, limp raise ace king. Kind of, the first one we can kind of get a little bit on board with. That one seems to me like he should have gone for more value. As it happens, just as Held had the 5-5 flush, you advocate probably not going to put any more chips in with such a bad flush, but interesting nonetheless. Just Held down to just 20 blinds, the man who was right up near the top. And look at this, Montiano now with 2 million in chips, leading the way. The man who, as I say, had 150k on the bubble.
What are you doing to me, bro? Said Justice Health there. He has basically been picked apart. In the preview to this frame, we talked about how good an N-boss Justice Health is. Well, the deck is being very cruel right now. He had over 3 million an hour ago. He is down to just 845k. A lot of work to do now if he's going to make this final table.
Lot of action on this table. The cards are cooperating to make it so. But perhaps we're missing some action in terms of a couple of conservative, one extremely conservative call from the man who does hold all the weapons. So we play 20k, 40k. Tot's going to raise things up here with ace-3 suited from the hijack.
It's all right.
And a rare raise and take.
At least I didn't punt it off as bad as I did in the warm-up. So at least you didn't jam. Yeah, at least you didn't jam twice. It was good.
I'm not calling it.
I know, but you could have jammed yourself maybe, like the ace king or this.
Oh, the ace king?
Yeah, but you could have jammed or he could have jammed. Tough for me to call worse, I guess.
Yeah, dissecting the two hands those two have played. As it happens, as we mentioned, he wasn't getting any more action from either hand. Not to be results orientated, but I'm being results orientated.
You know what? time it is, right?
It would be a very boring world if you weren't a little bit results orientated in life.
It's time.
He said, you know what time it is? It's that time. The graphic says cool, but I think when someone says that, they've actually gone all in for the 20 blinds with 2 5s here in the cutoff. Unless he has, has he gone? It's that time. It's limping time. Is that what he's saying? It could be.
Our fantastic share hand production team rarely get one of these wrong.
Yeah, it is a limp.
700, 1500, 1500, next game in the middle.
Well, there we go. An aggressively declared limping time.
Way can take a free one here. Is he not folded the big blind?
There's no raise.
Has he just folded the big blind?
That's how strong Justice Health is. He doesn't even have to raise and you fold your big blind.
It's muck.
He has mucked.
Man, I feel so bad.
Limpin is pimpin.
Limping is a pimpin.
So the best hand, Jack 7, well, an equity favourite perhaps in the muck. Poor Way, just
40.
not paying attention to the new strategy of 20 big blind Justice Health, who manages to fire the minimum and get that one through. Right, smile. Obviously no damage done. Jack 7 would have been in the muck anyway. An aggressive limp, obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean, I posited that maybe it was an all-in because he said, it's that time. I was like, oh, that no one's ever gone, it's that time, and then limped, in my experience. There we go.
I loathe the phrase limping is pimping. I'll never ever use that. Bukhayev, a very pretty ace-10 suited here. Gonna get that 250k into the middle. Quick smart here, 6 big blinds. May chop his stack up in some modern fandangled fashion, but it's going in.
No in.
Jamming is pimping.
250.
You're not impressed. I don't blame you.
Way's got a call here.
Yeah. 6 blinds. Lovely hand to look down at, knowing you can be in very good shape against this range. In fact, Bukhayev has kind of one of the better hands in his range for 6 blinds in the sense that he's got ace-10 suited, and even better news for Wade given that he dominates that part of the range.
Bad news for Bukhayev that 2 diamonds are gone. He is drawing fairly thin here, just 28%. Are we about to lose another player? So we inch our way towards the final table of this $5,300 high roller.
Jack 8-9. Well, Wade does leap further ahead, but it produces the draw for Bukhayev. Open-ended. 8 clean outs. That is not one of them. 1 pull to survive. $12 become 11.
GG.
I have
Guy
queen
off.
and 7.
Picking up $12,750 and going away.
Thank you.
Building up a little stack. And they finished 10th last night in the warm-up. Be desperate to make the final table this evening in the high roller.
Yeah, huge pot for Way there. Obviously, both players fairly short. He did have his man covered, but like, you can't afford to lose little ones like that.
Right.
It's so important to get that hold. Now he has a real chance of making this final table, maybe making a run at the, what, 177k or so up top.
177.5. I'm just happy that every time we come up to this shot, I can see Andrew Headley still in the mix.
Yeah, so you have a little piece, I believe.
I have a little sweat.
Love a sweat.
So all the while he's there, I'm happy.
Yeah, we can keep an eye. Headley cam.
Yeah.
We'll be welcoming Andrew Headley back into the commentary box tomorrow for a, as of yet, undecided
That's right.
poker journey.
Could be a cash game. Could be some rare day one coverage of the main event here. We don't usually pick up coverage of the main till day two, but we may do a little day one.
What would you prefer?
It depends on the cash game. Is that a bit of a cop-out?
No, that's a very fair answer, actually.
I think the main event will be interesting. We very rarely ever get to see the early stages of poker tournaments on streams. I think it's pretty exceptional that it happens. So it'd be quite nice. But then if we get a juicy cash game that's action, if we get one of these kind of cash games where sometimes the blinds are a little bit too high that the players usually play and everyone kind of plays a bit nitty, it could be pretty stale. We said that if we do get a game where players are willing to gamble and kind of, not even gamble, but battle, shall I say, rather than gamble, and they're comfortable in the stakes they're playing, then I'm in.
You remember what poker room you're in. I don't think there is a single cash game that could be described as nitty and...
That is true. That's a good point. But yeah, cash game streams, they can be very good. They are the best content when they're on point.
When they're good, they're very, very good.
Yeah.
When you got a good mixture, when you got the ingredients, some high rollers, some carefree players, a couple of pros to admire.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of conflict.
I would like to see some. How about one cash game, one day one coverage?
That sounds fair. What would you like to see? Let us know in the chat. Everything you say in the chat is not binding, but we're still interested to know what you think. It will be a decision made far, far over the heads of myself and James Dempsey. We have no power.
There's some room between those two heads.
It's not like I'm a short arse, James. Jesus Christ. At least have given that one to save that one for Andrew.
Yeah. I'm speaking more hierarchically, but it was a double insult. You took it in a way I hadn't imagined.
Wow.
I jest.
No, let me just climb back into my box here. Are you saying that I'm the Sundance Kid to your Butch Cassidy?
Why is he coming up with that reference? And then I remember we were at the Western series. It took me a second. Not much chat here. Serious business. 11 left. Everyone just thinking, come on, just 2 people bust out. Go get a bit of food. Get ourselves set up for the final table. Get my seat drawers. See how things line up. Get myself a little game plan. Start dreaming of that 6-figure payout. 2 places get that, of course. Third, not at all shabby at 81,500 as well. And actually, looking at the payouts, a rarity for this place. The jump between first and second is actually larger than the second to third. We also have that kind of merit wrinkle you referred to it, I think, where quite often the third to second jump is the largest. Ah, a very real hand for this man. He's down to 20 pigs.
Is Helt going to limp again? Or will he raise this one?
I guess it's a slightly different scenario being button rather than cutoff, but interesting to see what he does.
What's the call? So less than half, right?
Oh, he's decided to go for a 1.5x open.
Ah, yeah.
Which is now going to be...
I thought I'd throw 3 greens in. I'm sorry.
So he meant to raise.
But it's all right. I have limped before.
So actually trying to get credit for a raisable hand while also limping. All the tricks, Justice Helt.
Yeah. Meant to make it 80. Has accidentally limped, but as he points out, the last time he opened a pot, it was with a limp.
Mamma mia.
And well,
we have some action. Mar open-ended, certainly going nowhere for the min.
Will be met with a call, as you mentioned, that open-ender. Now improving to a pair and open-ender, but it does bring the third heart on board. Not a card that either player is going to be too enthused to see. Just as hell, not so much worried about always running into a flush here, but obviously much harder now to get increased action from the smaller pairs, like an 8 or a 9, with the third heart out there.
Yeah, going to continue betting here, keep the betting lead. Obviously, may respond to any raise in this spot with a fold. 7-10 gets there, 7-5 gets there, all those flush possibilities too. He's going to just keep it small, keep control here, and keep pursuing value from these kinds of hands.
Right. And I guess, you know, so many rivers are very rich on this board, but if it were to come like a deuce, a 3 or 4, he could elect to still bet.
Yep.
Couldn't he with this hand? But obviously, he does have the option to check back on a lot of rivers. Oh, it's just probably a heart being the favorite in that sense. Now, does Maher ever, like, pick apart any weakness here and think, well, I've got a pair and a straight draw? Always scary when there's 3 hearts on board and you don't have one, though, to make any kind of big move.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's considering just folding here. Obviously, pair and open-ender seems like too much. But, you know, he can be drawing dead. It is possible, and it never really that nice to me.
Oh, he is going for the raise.
Wow.
Smells weakness.
Wow. What a move.
Justice help. Turbo mucking. Top pair, top kicker. Maher putting him in the bin. There's a glitch with the end boss. Getting picked apart here.
He has, but there's been some cruel run-outs, but
right.
Also, you know...
This was the first outplayed pot.
Yeah, and we've talked about this sort of merit optimal style that players have where they are that little bit looser, and sometimes it doesn't suit you to do an informational bet or a holding bet of that nature when, you know, you can't really trust the answer.
Well, well, well.
I guess he felt like he was adequately protected not to get raised by a non-nuttish hand.
Yeah.
As it turned out, Mar with a pounce.
The turbo muck as well.
Yeah.
No consideration. He already made his mind up when he bet. When he saw his opponent tanking, he's like, oh, this guy raises. He's just got me beat. But Maher finding a very creative bluff with no heart in hand. Well, now he finds 2 hearts in hand.
Beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. As I said, we're fusing into 1. It happened to me and Darrow Carney a long time ago. Maybe it's just
Does that mean
us now.
we fuse into 3? Or have 3 fuse into 1 even?
No, Ali's far too quick for both of us.
Oh, I meant me and Dara.
Sorry.
Am I part Dara as well as part you?
Maybe. You guys have worked together quite a bit too.
Yeah, we've had a little go in the booth. Well, 3x raise. Away with 25 blinds. A little below that. In the big blind. Does he have options here to perhaps just drop the hammer?
I think you do drop the hammer. I think, in a sense, you don't really have options. You have an option. It's actually a hand that really benefits from going all in. And yeah, it's Wei's way. He takes that, you know, 10, 20 seconds and he just finds the right decision.
Yeah, he's impressed me every time we've seen him on the TV coverage here.
And one wonders actually, like, did Mar actually have the kind of hand that might have gone for the limp shove?
I was just thinking that because by opening up the raise here, you allow this kind of thing to happen.
Yeah. You can be put in the bin by a lot of Broadway stuff here. The small pairs, obviously you're behind the small pairs. So chips moving around this table clockwise, as they often do.
Oh, out of table action. We have an all-in, cool run out. It is Zhang Lu. 2 8s, I believe that was. Versus, would you believe it, Tamao again. Ace 10.
Absolute wrecking
Rivering
ball.
a straight. What a rush he's had. Came back with 150k. 1.5 starting stacks. Still so far from the money. Now here he is. One of the biggest stacks on the final table bubble, let alone the tournament bubble.
Yeah, entered today with equity of around 7 or 8k in this tournament. Now probably has increased that in the space of just a couple of hours to something around 50k, one would guess, given his favourable stack position. Maybe more again. We'll have to get a count from these guys. We are on the bubble. This is basically maximum ICM agony for the middle stacks. Short stacks obviously also massively incentivized to outlast one another here. Ladder jumps for every single spot from here on out. We're not going to do a hand for hand here, obviously, because we have the time banks in play. Is that fair to say?
I guess so. And I think we mentioned it yesterday that there was no sort of heavy tanking in the spot before the final table, the warm-up. I guess the floor staff always have the option to bring in such measures should they see the need.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they are. There's a bit of looking around. No, I take it back.
Seeing what's going on.
I suppose that's the one reason to have a little look over your shoulder as the dealer there, is just in case there has been a bust out over there, you can just not deal. It's
so
done.
You're implying the dealer's just lazy and hopeful?
No, I'm implying that she's very good at her job and is just double checking that nobody bust out on the other table, and she does indeed have to deal this hand. Ooh, pretty one from R.
Very pretty one.
Tricky though. Not easy to know which way to proceed. A big shove, a flat. Does he find a 3-bet sizing? Does he turn this one into a 3-bet fold?
I think he'll find the jam. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I prefer this in the high ICM situation.
Yeah, and especially when you're doing it to the big stack, you know they're going to have a widest range at the table, and it's not like he can call liberally. It is half his stack if he were to call.
Yeah, ace queen, just a very, very big hand here. Oh, health looks. Oh no, he's just going to take time off the clock here on the final table bubble. Should be using his 30 seconds each time if he's playing smart.
Interesting just watching as the players folded round there and looking at the fact we have 10 players remaining, 153 who began, meaning our average stack is 1.5 million. We are somewhat devoid of chips on this table.
Good point. There must be all over there.
Right, because we only got one player above average here.
Well spotted, James.
And we've only got, I don't think anyone else has a million. Other Mahera assumes he's going to win this pot, get himself to just 1.1 mil. But other than that, no one close to the average. Way being moved over for balancing efforts. Of course, we were six-handed here. Bust over there. Or is he moving, or is it colour up? No, he is moving. Do we have 6 players here or 5?
Yeah, it's going to be 5 and 5.
Yeah, but I think it's actually, I think we were, they had 6, we already had 5, so it's just colouring up, sorry. Yeah, we were already at 5.
It's 5 and 5.
Yeah. Good, I don't want to lose away. After he came 10th last night, I want to make sure he gets there tonight.
Oh, well, that would be quite a sick one if we were to see Way bust next, the double bubble. Toil and trouble.
I knew it was coming. Some sort of nonsense from you.
Little act 1 of Macbeth there to live in proceedings.
I can't see the 1.9.
Can't see it. Just 3-bit jammed on you the last time without having to worry about what you got. But now I want to see what you've got in case I want to open King 9 off into a big blind. Top 10-9 suited. The man who burst the money bubble in here with 21 blinds on the button. keen to just pop things up. Maybe having a decision about asking for a lot more there with help on 600k in the small, and the chip leader who can mess with him in the big blind, perhaps wanting to dissuade him. Does though go for the min.
What a rough passage of play it has been for Justice Helt. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, James.
Same hand, off suit. Board, both will feel they've effectively got the nut low on.
Yeah.
Just to see if this does go. Check if Montiano even doesn't decide to just lead here. It looks like he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I quite like a lead in this situation. Your opponent's not going to have much of this stuff ever, even from the button off this stack, and I think you can just outmaneuver him so often. You probably get snap folds from a lot of the Ace-X stuff, the Broadway stuff. You do have the back door straight
Right.
and
And a
flush
heart working,
possibilities.
yeah.
I think this is a really cute, smart lead here from Montiano,
Yeah, it really is.
and nothing Tut can do with a 9-10 here. Absolutely nothing. Lovely pickup from Montiano. Very sharp awareness of the situation. Also, again, obviously high ICM environment. He can take advantage of all of that with the big stack. We do see some leads from him in spots that you wouldn't actually see in non-ICM situations for that reason too. His opponent's incentivized to keep pots small with small bets and checks. He's incentivized to actually bloat pots, create a little discomfort where guys feel like they could be put in by the river.
That was a very James Bond moment there. Way getting sort of whispered into his ear at the poker table.
What do you think was said there?
We've moved your appointment.
I think she said, "Don't bubble,
Your dinner is ready.
don't bubble, again."
Just as held. Got the kiss of death from Lappin. Singing his praises. Coming in here on off each table with a chunk of chips with 16 left, and now finds himself down to, well, not fumes, but certainly has both hands tied behind his back.
Ooh.
Okay.
That was Carry On Western.
Yeah, I haven't picked up any Blazing Saddles references from you yet. I thought that might be where you...
You've missed. I've peppered in a ton, and they just
Oh, there we
completely.
go.
I just get ignored for all of them. Like it's not going to stop me trying.
The problem there being I haven't seen it for so long, the reference is just sailing over my head.
And we know how high up that head is
Well,
now, as you pointed out.
It's a big carry. Yeah, I feel I've not seen for ages, actually. That's one I should have watched in preparation for this series with you lurking. I might watch it tonight.
It's a good movie.
Well, actiony flop. We're here with nut clubs. The gut shot to Broadway top, the opener. Second pair. His own gut shot will be at one that's dead. And even some backdoor equity in the form of those hearts. And kind of a board where this is exactly the kind of hand you wish you could check back, but is it one that he might feel compelled to bet as the opener on a Picasso flop?
I think in this high ICM situation, actually a check is very good here. What you'll see when you use these modern day solvers that are ICM aware is that so many of the bets become checks, so many of the bigger bets become smaller bets. It basically shrinks everything down. And yeah, I think, flinging in incredibly small bet, or in fact, I kind of like a check, to be honest, here in this situation too, is all fine. You should also be looking to maybe check some of your king X's as well on this board, so you are protected.
And here we go. This is the problem when you do bet, of course, but you can get attacked. So we see here, he was actually an equity underdog against the gut shot flush draw and overcard.
But this is hand over now. Mar just outmaneuvering him here, using the fact that he's going to have a lot of equity even when he ends up at showdown, and he has an opponent who he can put in the blender. Ooh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought this one was over.
Well, he just saw the check raise against Held a moment ago on the turn. He's now seeing the same player check raise again. Maybe he's getting a little suspicious.
Well, there's a lot of chips in there now. Stack to pot ratio of a half. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, he's picked up hearts.
Now, does Meher just, at this point, just have to continue with a jam? I mean, did the 2-pair pluses not just jam themselves on this flop when they're check raised? Is it weighted quite heavily towards
nutty stuff when you get flatted now? It's
nutty, but maybe some of that 1 pair, like a hand like King 10 or Queen 10 that we really didn't want to fold?
Oh, I don't know. I think we...
But we can't check fold, can we?
No, I think we have to go with our hand here if you're Mar.
All in?
Yeah, and that's hot. I mean, he's picked up hearts. Surely he's not cool to then...
So he's going to do some calculations here. He needs to be... So let's put 400 into the 7. He's got to be... Oh, gosh, he doesn't need that much.
Right. And if he's up against kind of a 2-pair type hand, here we go, does make the call. Not surprising to see it. And he's going to get the great news that he's actually up against one of the hands he's beating currently.
Yeah. No, this is...
And Meher's going to feel pretty sick when he sees that the heart is the reason he's got called here. If it was the 6 of diamonds, would have picked this pot up. Instead, the two of them playing a 1.6 million chip pot, each with some sort of combo hand.
Again?
This hand makes me question who's ahead.
Yeah, but I'm more wondering he's covering, right?
Just as I just wants the ladder. He's not going to get one. His top runs out to the flush, defeating Meher's flush draw, who's now down to just 265k in a monstrous pot.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that bet call on the flop.
No.
But having made his bed there, he had to do some equity calculations. Obviously, feeling like if he was behind, he maybe had something in the region of 13 or 14 outs himself. Maybe his straight draw could be good sometimes too. Maybe he has more. Maybe he actually has even...
Well, that's the thing. If you're up against like 2-pair there, then your straight draw's obviously good, as well as your flush draw.
Yeah.
And there are sometimes you're up against, as we saw, the draw there, the ace X of clubs, maybe a 10x of clubs type hand.
Yeah.
Maybe a 9x of clubs type hand even, probably the most likely.
Yeah. And you're almost certainly not dead anymore because the hearts can get you out of trouble
Right.
even in that scenario. Yeah, it's a funky one. I think you're going to run it, and I don't know with ICM how much we're going to love calling it off. I think it's going to be very close, of course, but I really don't like the bet call turn. It's worked out. I guess that's what we can say about it. It's worked out very nicely.
No, I'm with you.
Took the bull by the horns.
It makes sense to perhaps just check back that turn. In a hand that's unlikely to get outdrawn, you're kind of miles ahead, miles behind, and just want to get it to showdown.
Montiano, 2 million in the ascendancy.
Yeah, but again, as mentioned, only just a third above average, but is the table chip leader.
Yeah, which makes this a very crucial point now. If he gets to play for 20 minutes or half an hour with this chip lead, picking on all these small to medium stacks, it's a great situation for him, because as soon as this goes final table, he'll find himself middle of the pack. So he might be 4 of 9, 3 of 9, something like that.
He obviously just wants to get to that final table as well. ICM very pressurizing on him, but make the best of this current situation.
Yeah, this is a dream spot for him to really pick up, maybe 3 hands in orbit with no showdown.
Yeah, 100k a hand. I mean, maybe pick up a couple hundred k, 2-3 orbits, maybe. Maybe it's the final with 2.4, 2.5 million.
Yeah. Yeah, these opportunities arise from time to time where your opponents really can't fight back dishonestly. You can be very dishonest. You can open a wide range, really take advantage, probably just get played back at by legit holdings.
Thank you.
And while your opponents wait for those legit holdings, you could be pilfering away.
10 remain. The high roller part of our
Oh,
Merit
Helt.
Poker Western Series, and Helt's got the Cowboys.
The Django's.
Come on, the Western Series, they're the Cowboys. Come
The Django's cowboy.
on. Yeah, but Cowboys.
Django's.
The Djangos.
Django's the most famous cowboy of them all.
No.
Yeah. It's about 100 movies where Django is the cowboy. Literally the stereotypical cowboy. I'm having it. I'm having it.
I'm not going to argue with you on this because it's it's an area of the world you know far more than I do on. Not Cowboys, but you know.
Yeah. Way's got one Django and a Johnny. And it's not Kojak because it's suited. Kojak was a plainclothes policeman.
Wow, nice. Well done. Was that just something you count there, or was it something you thought long and hard about before?
Everything's prepped. I've worked out the game tree of every possible card that could come out today. Understandable here, Way. Gonna call.
Yep. Let's have a look at this.
It's a real pretty one. King, Queens, King, Jack suited.
I started with 575.
Thank you.
Todd considering his option here to just...
Yeah, kind of dicey. Obviously getting a great price for 40k, but Way and Held are going to have a lot of hands that dominate him on that queen. So a good fold. King,
Wow.
Queen, 10 with 2 diamonds. Another monster flop. Held with top set. Way with top pair in the open-ended royal draw as we see Jacks v Ace Jack on our outer table.
Is that a double up?
I believe it is a double up. Yeah, Shuang Lo doubling up.
Huge moment for her.
Ace Jack all in pre-flop. It seems like she has too many chips, maybe around 600k. So
huge moment for
change.
her.
Oh, huge
Another
moment. Yeah,
huge
should
moment
be
coming.
up to 1.3 mil now with that. So getting close to that average stack.
We just never don't get in, right? Like, this is just way too much hand for everybody.
Yeah, I was wondering if Wei just has any reason to raise here, but
Just check raised, yeah.
he does decide to raise. I thought he might just check call this because
He's
he's got all of it.
But yeah, he's like an equity favourite against like everything there.
Wow, look at this. He's got 44% against top set.
Yeah. Here we go.
Run it, they will.
Helt will be looking at this holding with disdain.
Yeah, he'll feel sick. Is that really? Can't you just have 2 pair? Can't you just have...
That's a good hand.
That is a good hand.
Well, it's all gone wrong for Held so far. Can he turn the tide here when he needs it the most? He's the one at risk. Red card, but a safe one. Wait. Could he win it in style? Ace of Diamonds producing a royal. Black 4. No use.
Sick hold for Helt there.
Huge. Look. But the way it's gone for him, and he's like, finally gets it in with top set and gets shown a straight flush draw. It's like, is this really what's happening to me?
Amazing. I love Helt. I love his attitude to life and poker. What are you doing to me, man?
Yeah. There we go. Montiano still leading the way here, but his stack dwindling down to 42 big blinds as the blinds are creeping up to 25k, 50k. 2 players, sub 10 bigs. Kao Leung Wei, the man who finished 10th last night, losing that pot, now putting himself towards that chopping block. We're here with less though. Just 5 bigs in his stack. Just as Held back to 25 bigs and will feel monstrous at this stage.
Yeah, Helt very much back in the mix. What a huge moment that was for him. Had he been eliminated in 10th place a disastrous outcome when you consider he was our chip leader with 17, 16 players left. Would have been a very sad state of affairs in Camp Helt. But as it turns out, it is those guys you mentioned, Mar and Wei, who are probably tussling out at the bottom. I think everybody on the other table has more than them. I'm sure a clash could be coming from one of those tables. Doesn't take a lot to get 15 or 20 bigs in, of course, in poker. But these guys, yeah, very much on fumes now. Mar, especially short.
How much you play?
245.
Yeah, this is even better now for Montiano, of course, with a 5 big blind stack and 9 big blind stack. The middling stacks know they're not far away from that final table now, so he gets to open up even more than he was. Does Mayor decide just to run this with ace-7, 2.5 blinds? Against what he knows is going to be a pretty open range.
I like the way you're thinking here, James. I think there are going to be spots like this where he'd want to get in behind the big stack. He gets a lot more protection that way. Might have a hand that's small favourite sometimes. It's tricky.
Right.
Definitely like it in later position. I like the way your head's at, though. Nice idea.
Help. Closing the action in the big blind. Finally has the best of it against his opponent, but obviously a far inferior chip stack and the inferior position.
Yeah, it's so awkward here. Feels compelled to throw in the call, but really doesn't want this pot to bloat. Two hearts.
Well, Justin Helt's finally got the best hand against his man. Still has no chance of winning the pot.
No, Montiano can go. Oh!
Well, he's done this before, though, with
very funky lines, yeah.
But he's done this before with strength.
Sure.
So that'll be in Helt's mind, I think, that he's been trappy before. Check back a set of queens. Check back the turn with 3 aces. Checks through turn and finds the 8 on the river, the unlikely way of getting there. Now surely he has to look for some value, but no, it's just maximum respect against Held. Is that what's going on here?
I don't like any of this, to be honest. I think you just you need to put some chips in the pot with that flush draw on flop. If you're going to check, I guess you still need to do a delay c-bet and to deny some equity. Maybe also get some king highs to fold. Oh, it's just a bit. It's a bit
river
weird.
We've got plenty to be betting with an 8.
Yeah, and I get how coming up against a player of Helt's quality, you can maybe feel a little outgunned at times. But actually, you're the one with the chip lead. You're the one who's able to put all the pressure back on him.
Right.
And you have an opponent who understands that, so is actually going to probably respond fairly straightforwardly in a moment such as this, a high ICM moment like 10 left. Yeah, I don't like it, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be a little critical of that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think misplayed over 3 streets, but I'm going to go on that limb and assume that there was going to be a double delayed bet. If he hadn't hit the 8, of course, I think he would have surely stabbed then. Top Queen Jack on the button, average stack. He does have the chip leader in the big blind, but it's a chip lead that's not overwhelming compared to this 1.5 million. So he's not going to get pushed around too much, and especially we've just seen that the style of play. He's not a man who looks to push people around. He'd be very comfortable opening up a hand, way weaker than this on the button. And what have Helt, with all that in mind, made it to over-police from the small blind here himself with 22 bigs. He has a sort of candidate that does quite often make it as a nice 3-bet fold here. Obviously, the argument is always, how many hands does he actually want a 3-bet call off in this situation? on the final table bubble, which is perhaps why he's rested on fold. Montiano with the same hand suited in the big blind.
Playing 1.5.
1.55, yeah.
Yeah, and a great spot to go either way here. Take a flop, try and put some post-flop ICM pressure on his opponent, or 3-bet a hand like this one as well against exactly the kind of guy who he can apply maximum pressure to.
I like the flat.
I do. I like both options, I have to say.
I just like seeing flops.
Well, Todd has flop best, and Mongiano really has none of it. If we've seen him find checks when he has something, I don't think we're going to see him find calls when he's got nothing.
So what you're saying is you think Todd's going to pick up the pot?
Yeah.
100.
Montiano has no shot.
100.
But he does have a lot. Rumour has it.
A6 can rot.
But he sleeps in a cot.
It's been a long week.
He has, so much so that I have a little knot in my neck.
James is tying himself up in knots in this booth right now.
Of course, the advantage of being at the live felt is you don't have to deal with any bots.
Last call for Mr. Ara.
What are you jotting down there?
Great Scott.
Back to the poker for a moment at least. Oh, pots in the pot. Ace queen of diamonds. Play definitely feels very deliberate now, doesn't it? The actions are just slowing down as you'd expect with 10 left. Everyone incentivized to just play a little slower, especially at this table where we are at a chip deficiency. Ooh,
well,
justice help.
This
is it.
Isn't Top running hot?
He really is.
I don't think Helt has to shove this one at all, actually. I think he can definitely flatten navigate. I don't think you want to make this a 22 big blind shove with a guy sitting there with 3 bigs,
right.
Another player sitting there with 8. 21 bigs is not far off the average in this tournament right now. Average is like 26 bigs, 27 bigs. It's definitely a situation where I think you want to navigate. Ace-Jack suited actually does flop so much better than Ace-Jack off here as well. I think it's one that you feel like you can. Oh, he has gone for it. He has gone for it.
Yeah, you were making a great argument there. I was fully signed up. As you say.
Sorry.
Interesting as well, of course, to opening up on that onto that big blind that is so short, so unlikely to just get it through that it kind of does weight into slightly stronger hands, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's a big shove for Tot to face here. Obviously, 21 bigs is the vast majority of his stack, 2/3 of his stack, but Ace Queen so much hand. Trying to see if Tot could ever find a fold here. I don't think he can. Mar obviously just using up some time here, hoping that the bust out comes on the other table. You understand where he's at, and also maybe genuinely considering flicking this in with 100k, maybe not going to end up being defended. He might end up getting in a kind of a triple up situation.
Yeah, I mean, good chance that 100's orphaned. Be up against the 3-bet jam. And with the Jack 10, I think, hey, if I'm against an Ace Queen, Ace King, I'm happy.
I like the fold
nines,
because
right?
it could be a call, and it could be you get the ladder now as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Tot's going to have a think about this one. Ace Queen is so much hand, but you're not loving life.
Right, he's being asked for, what, 1 million of his 1.6.
Yeah.
Or 1.7, I suppose, to start the hand. He's got to call another 950k.
Probably feels like there's an awful lot of flips.
The sunglass covers came off the lenses. That threw me. He does make the call. We are off. Justice held. The man you build as the danger. Had a big stack. Is now at risk of being the final table bubble boy. All in dominated.
almost, I can't fold.
Oh, what a session of poker for Justice Health. We see there
And
Jack folded in the big blind as well.
Mayor
so-
loving life, having made that fold.
Yeah.
Sees this situation develop where he could well ladder up, could get to the final table. 10-4-3.
I win.
Absolutely no help.
Times, yeah,
help.
but I win now. Times 5.
And a queen on the turn.
Well, more outs.
Produces a Broadway draw, but with just one card to go. 7 of clubs is not that card. Justice Help busting out in 10th place. Somewhat surprising given where we saw things with 16 left.
I'm like, what should I do? I was like, I know you're right. And I'm like, you know, in my head, I'm almost never folding. I have Jack 10, such a good hand. And it's like ICM, if he calls you.
No, there we go. Breaking down exactly what you suggested was the case. Alexander Tot leaving this table, going into the final table as the chip leader from this portion of the draw. And actually, you know, it's 15 million in play. That 2.88, very significant now. Montianu, the same. But look at those two short stacks. Yao Long Wei, the man who finished 10th last night, makes it into the final table. But he isn't the shortest because Meher has just 3 big blinds.
Yeah, rough justice there for Mr. Helt, it must be said. A very cruel passage of play. I don't want to, you know, play armchair sort of quarterback here, but I do feel like he could have navigated a couple of those hands differently. He's a phenomenal player. He'll be back at the final table very soon, but I do wonder if he'll dwell upon a couple of those spots. I'm not sure he had them exactly right. Looking at this final table, we're going to do a little preview of it. Obviously, Tot, I was critical of that Queen 9 bet call and then sort of price himself in situation from earlier on. I thought to myself, well, maybe it's indicative that he's not as ICM aware as the others. Then he calls off the ace-queen spot. Actually, I'm going to spin it in a different way. It's not lack of ICM awareness, it's that he's really going for this.
Right.
I think it's a real positive attitude, and I think Tot is looking to build a big stack to win this tournament and get that 177k.
So something we might expect to see him at the start of the final table, maybe continuing that vein, kind of playing kind of aggressively low. But obviously, we'll see the sheet rules, and we aren't aware of the chip stacks on the other side, but maybe one to watch then is potentially taking this one down.
Yeah, we're obviously going to take a look when we come back at some of the other players that we've had off the stream for a while, but I do want to focus in as well on Montiano. A couple of light calls when he could have raised, and again, that's sort of, you know, indicative of someone who's been maybe a little bit too nitty and maybe isn't going to be loose enough or aggressive enough to take this one down. I wonder if he's sort of psychologically trying to get himself into a maybe top 4 position before stepping out in any kind of way. He has been very circumspect. Speaking of circumspect, Wei, who is one of the shorter stacks, he's not the shortest by a long way, but he is one of the shorter ones, very poised, very solid, very circumspect, quietly confident. I feel like if he got a double up, he could be a real threat in this final table.
Well, speaking of that final table, being informed that it is going to start for us on this stream in 50 minutes from now. So that's 50 minutes. So set an alarm, go off, do what you need to do, maybe get a bit of dinner. I'm sure that's what we're going to do.
Get a massage like James.
Get a massage. And we'll be back to pick up the start of that final table, guys. So please, we will see you then.
Mr. Flip.
So far,
I don't like the flip against you.
Save christening Tamil Mr. Flip, and that flip comes up.
Interesting.
Pair of
It's fair.
nines for the lead, but the open ender
Very fair still.
for Sabe. Any 7, any 8, any queen would all do the trick. Turn doesn't help him. And now Tamil just needs to fade the 10 outs to double, and he's done just that, as the 6 of hearts will secure another pot. As he reaches for the phone to give everybody the update, day's gone well.
I think there's some history there called a Mr. Flip. Obviously, we are drawing on day 3. Somebody suspects that...
Waiting for top-tier hands. He's making the most of what he perceives to be good spots. Of course, every now and again, things don't work out. Pocket 7s now for Tamil.
Yeah, he's now in a completely different stage of the tournament for him because he has just over 20 blinds. And you would have come into day knowing he's probably brushed up quickly on the 10 big blind, shoving ranges, calling ranges. Now it's, okay, got to play a slightly different game.
Min-raise open.
Yeah, I think this one's close. I think 6s we probably just fold from +1. Although we are playing 7-handed. 7s I'm in with him as well. Just a little raise, try and get one through. But that is the dream scenario here. Everyone just folds as we're still far enough away from the money that we do want to be playing a little chip accumulation game. He just got it around to...
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Muntiano in the big blind, king-queen suited. He won't be conceding, and let's see how he chooses to proceed.
Yeah, I think against a late position raise, you'd be more inclined to see him maybe jam this, but against that +1 range, going to show a little bit more respect, come in with a cool, obviously a hand that plays really well post-flop.
Yep.
And somewhat disguised as well in that sense. Your opponent will barrel the good boards for you.
Ace, ace, 9, not exactly what king-queen has in mind.
No, might not be done yet. This is the kind of board you'd expect the +1 opener to c-bet, I think, with range. And just go very small. This could be, you know, a blind and a half or even less if he wishes.
Yeah.
Can just go 1 blind there.
Such dry texture.
I like it. Gone for the 20k. And this is where it gets interesting as the big blind peeler, because obviously Tamil does get to have some ace-x. He knows he's going to bet those hands, but also you've got the nut no pair. You're beating all the Broadway hands. You've got decent equity here against this hand. You see there 40%. But do I want to stick around? Backdoor hearts, I think enough. Again, it's slightly harder against the early position raises because they are a more condensed range than if he was up against the late position here. It would be a very easy call. But you see, he's only got 284k himself. Starts to get a little dicey. Nice. Dempsey approved.
Peeling, of course, the 9 of hearts interaction is nice. And now, all of a sudden, we've got ourselves this flush draw on the turn. But we are mindful of the fact that the ace-x lurks in the range and can certainly be represented credibly by Tamil. But with that said, James, he's also been the most active player at the table. So you wonder.
Yeah, I mean, he has, but he's gone to showdown, isn't he, really? It was kind of legitimate. I think Tamil maybe just has a little bit too much here. He knows he can still beat these kind of hands, the king, queen, the king, jacks with the backdoor flush draws. Obviously, the heart combos are now live. A question of whether he wants to bet here and try and make a 9-fold. Oh, looks like he is.
Well, it's going to take some size to get the 9 to fold, is it not?
I mean,
65,000.
This is also nice in the sense that he's just kind of setting a price as well for the showdown. One imagines also maybe trying to make a hand. Maybe like 8s fold.
Well, if we do get to the river and a dry card rolls off, any bet by Tamil would be turning 7s into a bluff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're pretty much at this point already when he bets this turn here. With this hand, I would have expected to see a check back. The funny thing is, he's now getting value from the only hand he can get value against, which is this turn flush draw. But I wonder... I want to know, it doesn't really make sense to have a raise here. Obviously, you can have some ace-x, going to defend a lot of that from the big blind, but would always play that as a call anyway to both elicit future bluffs and also somewhat pot protect against a range that has ace-king, ace-queen, whereas he doesn't have those hands. Here we go.
So the call gets made. The pot suddenly swells to over $250,000. 10 of spades on the river, very dry, but Tamil must be wondering whether or not having barreled twice, a check back is too much give up. And
I think
he's got one SPR here.
I think the idea of back the turn was to try and knock out at least a decent percentage of the 9x. With that in mind, I think you have narrowed your opponent down to just a lot of ace-x at this point that's called twice. I'd be surprised if he goes for it again, but then I am sitting at merit.
Well, listen, ace-x is some of it, but 9x is involved from time to time as well.
Yeah, there are
a sticky 9x.
Like
but the check back from Tamil, you're a fan?
Yeah, I think you just kind of have to give up here. I think bluffing here would be a bit ballsy. As played, I think we check. And he's going to get like a rich surprise in that the only hands that do check call turn that he's ahead of are these turned king high flush draws.
And
so
you can see
I like young people, handsome people, Lebanese. Yeah, same people actually.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Now?
Yeah.
I will tell you.
Where?
Something good.
I defend my big blind.
You had a 5?
If I have 5, I play. I will make all in.
pocket queens here for Jazar. Raises to 35,000, just a few K north of the min. Ace Jack suited for Frederic Popo. Finished 8th in the Merit Gangster Series main event last November for 39,000. Over 100,000 in career live earnings for the Frenchman. And that 8th place finish in November was his lone result ever here at Merit.
You want this 5?
No. Thank you.
Off of 347,000, he is going to 3-bet. Note that Jazad only has 114,000 back, and yet the 3-bet is to 88,000, which is going to be over half of his remaining chips on request.
Yeah, it's one of these. He's 3-bet because he's happy to get it against Jazar, but doesn't necessarily want to get it against the rest of the table. And obviously, Jazar, I mean, he knows he has no follow equity here, which is obviously a good thing when you've got 2 queens. He wants the action. He's just confirming that, just seeing what the situation is. Goes all in. I say, Popot doesn't necessarily want to get it in, but he's priced himself in a
Right,
call to
exactly.
3-bet. 10 blinds, we're going with it.
No thought needed,
No.
as the price is always right, regardless, and he does make the call. And you see a little bit of exasperation as he flicks his palm up toward the sky there, once shown the 2 queens, but 32% equity. Jazar the man at risk, though, and he can barely look.
I love it.
Still no.
To the flop we go, 338K in the middle, and no ace on board. But a jack is there, adding a couple of outs.
And a spade. There's some interest here, Ollie.
Faint knock at the back
I
door,
told
perhaps?
you, Jack, yeah?
It was just that faint knock.
Yeah. Nobody home. As now Jazar just needs to fade 5 outs one time. And he's done it. Always animated, a little bit emotional at the table, but obviously invested in the outcomes here. His emotions can maybe get, be disadvantageous to him.
Well, he did the orbit before. He did that very small raise from the small blind. At that time got through because he's up against like 9-4 off, I think it was in the big blind. At that time, obviously ran into a hand and wants to play. I think that's, at this stage of the tournament, quite a significant misstep to have, that raising too small from the small blind, because you're just going to torch a lot of chips.
Well, I mean, the point to be made is, generally speaking, while min raise or 1.5x, 2.5x would be considered the standard in any other position. Once it comes around to the small blind, we do need to increase the open sizing, James, as we see increases.
Tamal, how's your day going?
To Tamal stack appear eminent.
He's already
once
tripled
more.
up and now finds the boots, and he's going to get a little bit of action from Tejan.
Button flat with queen jack, and now an ace jack offsuit for Sabit could get curious.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sabit obviously wants to play this hand. Won't enjoy playing it 3 out of position. Falls right in their lineup. Does he want to just
Squeeze.
Squeeze. And would he ever want to squeeze jam? I wouldn't say so when we're kind of semi-close to the money. I'd like to see him kind of take this upstairs, but give himself some room to fold. So maybe a little over 100K. Maybe a little 120, kind of a 4x of the open. Don't have to go much bigger than that because obviously the stack depths don't encourage too much peeling. And of course, if Tejan then were to get it in against him, he can probably shrug and go with it and hope to be up against sort of 8s or 9s or something. That's what he's done.
Chosen to 3-bet it to 115,000. Ill-fated, of course, as it comes back around to Tamil. And James, this is better than he would have scripted things. But now you're right. He's got 516,000 back.
Oh,
and a real choice.
Oh, we've got a trap here, are we? We've got a trap, surely. This is the beauty of it, is sub is going to be wider here because of the button peel. He might have just peeled with the ace-jack offsuit against this raise if there wasn't a button peel. But with the extra chips in there and the bad forecast in terms of playing out position against 3
Oddly
players.
enough, Tezjan's flat from the button is that which tempted Sabe into this misstep. But now, will he be given reprieve in the form of a jam from Tamil, which would feel a little bit hasty as you're pulling for the flat and trap?
Yeah, you're in position against the 3-better. Looks like he is counting out a raise. And no raise here makes sense other than all-in, given the stack depths involved. But he looks like he's coming out with some sort of click. It's not the first time we've seen the click already in the opening 15 hands at this table.
Queen Jack with the exit as we see 232K. And
yeah, this just looks so strong.
Annoying for Saba, though. This is,
I mean, there's no way Tamwa ever has a 4-bet fold here. So in that case, like I say, I would have just preferred a jam. But I wonder if, I think Saba's going to realize it's game over here for this hand. He's been a little unlucky the way things have gone, I say.
Yeah.
3-bet before with 10 deuce.
Queens.
Got into queens. Now he 3-bets ace-jack in a very reasonable spot. I mean, I fully advocate this spot, I think.
But listen, not all buttons would have flatted with Queen Jack against the open, and it's unfortunate in the sense that because of the flat, as we touched on, Sabe was further incentivized to make this play reasonably, try to squeeze, but Tamil, top of range. And again, this is a guy who's had the highest of V-pips at this table, and so with his frequency, you think the guy can't have it every time, and yet here he is, top of range with the aces. Aces, which we blocked.
But I will make the note, obviously, they were referencing after the double up, after the flip. There was like, oh, up against Mr. Flip. It's like yesterday they were exchanging information about hands they played, bet sizes. They obviously played a lot yesterday. And I think Sabe, in his mind, probably has a good idea of how Tamil plays. And the way he was sort of discussing it struck me as he wouldn't necessarily think his man's going to be in here coming out with some wild 4-bet. But he is still thinking. I'd be very surprised if he continues, are we? Burning some time, perhaps?
Well, the longer that he takes as well, James.
I mean, the thing is he's getting an incredible price, but against such a nutted range in my mind.
Getting better than 4-1, is it?
Yeah. Well, near enough 4-1,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the 3-bet, yeah, it's 117K to call.
But look, he's only got 295,000 back. If he makes his call, it's a good chunk of his remaining stack.
There's very few flops he can fold, and with 6 away from the money, if he does fold here, he still has, what, a shade on the 20 bigs. And
oh,
wow,
my goodness.
Wow, well done, Tamil. Got his man. Kind of crazy hand. Maybe just flustered, Ali, the way the day has gone.
Snap call, of
Only
course.
If you do that. Or ace shit.
Wow, wow, wow. 10 deuce deuce of no use.
Dismal flop. And now a draw dead turn. As really an improbable.
Yeah, I think he started the
descent.
day on this table with second in chips on our table. Wasn't a particularly...
Mentioning that Kuzmanis is a Very accomplished online MTT player, multi-table tournaments.
Thanks for explaining what MTT meant, Nali. I've always wondered.
Hailing from Lithuania.
Shornik out. Another big hand for him. Hasn't really has to do much as the chip leader. I mean, we are only 16 hands into the day, unbelievably, given how much action we've already seen. Per pot. I feel like we just got to go with this, Ali. The graphic says 25, but given our table's just filled up, I would imagine we're actually at 24. Be 3 tables of 8. But still, we're still going to lose sort of 20% of the field. So we're not in a position of being able to just fold a hand like ace, as strong as ace-queen here. So he's going to rip it in.
Yeah, ace-queen, 2 overs against the jacks of Shornikau, which opened to 45,000, and obviously everybody will be all too happy to get out of the way here unless they've got top of range. When it comes back to Shornikau, he is going to give Frederic a spin.
Oh, yeah.
There's the call. 1 chip flicked.
Yeah, you don't like getting snap called here when you've got ace-queen because there obviously are some bad opportunities. But a flip is a fair fight.
Yeah, Shornikau can't be all too comfortable with the jacks against 2 overs.
Open to see little 9s or 10s there.
Oh,
dream.
sure. Vulnerable are the hooks here. But Popo, the truly vulnerable party, as he is covered and unimproved on the King 9 deuce board. 6 outs twice with no spade in hand. Now the board pairs, changing nothing. Can the Frenchman connect and stay alive, or will he finish in 24th? It'll be the latter. As a 10 rolls off on the river, and yet another casualty here at the featured table. As they are dropping like flies, James.
That's exactly the term I was thinking in my head. They've really deep in the bowels here.
Pleased to have those of you who are streaming today's coverage with us here on YouTube. Certainly hope you're enjoying it. If you are, go ahead and let a friend know. Have them join us as well. Click like, click subscribe, and help us to continue to deliver live streaming coverage from each and every one of these Merit Poker series.
Yeah, and I have to say, obviously, we enjoy the themed festivals here, don't we, Ali? But this one's a nice one. All the staff out in cowboy get-up. A lot of neckerchiefs, shirts, big belt buckles, boots, hats.
I haven't seen any anybody engaged in any 6-shooter duels yet, but it's
well,
early.
You've only just got
I just got here.
Yeah, I mean, the dinner break yesterday was exciting, put it that way. You think that was
Out
chicken
in
you
the
were
car
eating
park.
earlier?
Pocket 5s once again.
Yeah, this one, again, it's, I hate it, but we're in.
Yeah, Montiano.
It's a good chance of a pickup with a pair, line on blind.
Ooh, ace-8 suited for Jazar, but the bubble.
This rig is interesting, yeah, because he might still get a fold here. Now, there are a lot of pluses for Jazar to do this, because he knocks a player out if he does do it, and certainly be ahead. I like it. Makes the stand.
Yeah, he does, and he's only got 109,000 back after doing so, as these two will play for 338,000.
But that 109,000 could still find the money. He even loses his pot. He's 2 away and will be in the small blind.
Deuce, deuce, 4. Beautiful texture for these 5s. The wheel is not a concern. Nor is a jack on the turn, as Jazar needs an ace or an 8. That which Montiano needs to fade to double here, and he's done just that.
Indeed, Montiano with the double. Back comfortable. And now it is a question of Jazar looking at the screen. Can I get my 5 blinds into the money here? I think he has to call. But it's
Hines,
yeah.
because he wouldn't expect the 4 bet.
I think when someone's asking those questions, you have jacks or 10s off tanking a long time before. You know they've got ace queen. They go, did I fold a flip?
Yeah.
They just want to hear ace king and you're happy.
Can you change please?
Yeah, a little. You know, you've got a player in there with 5 blinds. I don't think I want to be full bet jamming 23, 24 blinds with 9s. But again, everyone's got different motivations at the table. Roman Gadzhiev, of course, fresh off that big cash you mentioned before, last time out here, getting 5th in the Eureka, 95k. And hey, maybe he's not too worried about the min cash. Wants to play for the win. Wants to play for the big money.
Wow. Jazar's ace-8 suited is being piled on by Shornikau's king-10 offsuit. This is abusive.
Yeah, and he's obviously one who favors having this bubble go on for a long time, so he really wants this ace-8 to get through. And
I don't really understand because the risk of ruin behind is so big.
Well, the stacks behind rule pretty shallow, and they're not. They had to be super nutted to call off.
Why do we want to give Jazar protection? I mean,
yeah.
Here's the issue. You're protecting him in terms of not having to go up against the hands behind. However, you're threatening him with your own all-in.
Yeah, you just want him to get this jam through. Or someone knocks him out, whatever, but you don't have to go out of line with king-10 offsuit, I think, to get him.
Deeply unexpected.
Yeah. But Jazar, there we go. Well, he doesn't like it, because he'd rather just get the jam through and survive a little bit longer, but is ahead with a shot to double.
Remember, it was an ace-8 suited that left him with 99,000 when he was unable to get the best of 5s, blind versus blind. So here we go. Lebanon's Maroon Jazar on the direct bubble, looking to hang on. 2-club flop, 9-7-5, a gutter, ace-high, which is already in the lead, and the nut flush draw, taking that 10 of clubs off of the board as an out for Shornikau. Just 5 outs to be faded as it stands for Jazar. Now the 6 does give him the straight, but the 8, were it to show up on the river, would give Shornikau a winner and be complete disaster for Maroon. Instead, it is an ace, so a double. And not the worst situation for Shornikau because the presence of Jazar's small stack right here at this feature is something that he can leverage. Involving Fahdin Mustafov. He's got himself all in.
Blind v blind, it looks like he's jammed the small and I guess being pulled from the big.
Not yet.
No, not yet, you're right. I thought we were maybe in a holding pattern waiting for the hands to finish, but you're right. I'm going to give a spoiler alert though, Ali. The fact that we've cut to it, I reckon he's about to get called.
Well, you never know. Sometimes we do cut over and the hand does get folded.
That's true.
Out of the big blind, but time will tell.
I'm just trying to save myself. Fadi, of course, final tabling the warm-up yesterday. A man who plays the biggest stakes tournaments all around the world.
Alexander taught the man who is...
He's deep into the tank, isn't he?
Really struggling with this.
A shrug and call.
Oh, wow, he does make the call. Let's see. Oh, that looks like a lot of spots for Mustafov. Is it paired? It isn't. It's 6-7 of clubs against ace-6. He's dominated. So Mustafov unable to get the ace-6 into the muck there, and I think he's a bit incredulous that he's been called on the direct bubble here, James. He's going to need some help.
Flop is queen, jack,
and that's not a flop that is rendering any assistance. No club on board, no club draw. The 6 won't even cut it. He'll be out kicked to 7. That which he needed, and instead a deuce of clubs on the river, and he is just out of there. Money bubble has burst here on the high roller, and it happened very... Look over, he actually... Well, listen, he jumped up and put a paw on the side of my seat. That's what broke the seal. I was like, okay, listen, if you're that insistent upon some chicken.
What it was, he was standing outside watching us all go in to get food, saw you take a good 35 minutes before returning, knowing you must have ordered about 8 plates and therefore wouldn't have room for all of it, thus must have some extra.
He did come right for me. He didn't go to you or Lappin, by the way. Well, he didn't go to you because obviously you had wolfed down the entirety of your meal. Lappin was on to dessert, which is a bad idea.
The Labrador doesn't share. Minus committing, and we'll get action.
Notice that he's left 20,000 back. This is a move that we do see from time to time.
Yeah, 7,800 for 19th and 20th, 8,950 for 18th. So it just means if he does get action like he's going to get here now, re-jammed on, he can have a look at the other tables, see if there's a hand going on,
right?
Maybe burn a bit of time. Hopefully, that way if he busts this hand, which obviously is not what he wants, but he could make $1,150 just by waiting a couple of minutes. Be interesting to see how many of those time cards he wishes to use in this situation. Again, he's looking, I think, at one of the outer tables there.
Yeah, reaching for the time chips.
You get 6 of those, and you get another 6 at the final table. So it's a thing of, you know, you need to preserve some of them, potentially. We've seen many times, actually, in Merit where people have run out of them, so you need to be careful.
But I will say that when I observe a player engaging in this sort of behavior, it does tip me off to the fact that this is a seasoned veteran of tournament poker.
Exactly.
This is the kind of thing that no recreational or, you know, even an enthusiast level player does. This is absolute nuance.
And you see Guzmanis is obviously staring off in the same direction, and they switches there. That's where the 2 tables are.
Right.
So he's looking at those 2 tables, trying to just see if there's a pot going on. Is there any action? Is anyone standing up? Or was a telltale sign there might be an all-in?
Look at Jazar trying to get it.
This is exactly it. Jazar's like, he's only got 1 chip left. What's he doing? Like, he's almost taking the piss. He's like, well, come on. Because Jazar just wouldn't care. He's like, let's go.
Yeah. This is not the product of an actual need to make a decision, but rather an investment in potentially using these time banks for an $1,150 pay jump.
I always advocate. I mean, obviously, it depends. If you can see a big hand going off potentially, then burn them all. But otherwise, I'd want to keep a couple back.
Yeah, because you never know.
Down to the final table, you could have some decisions. Obviously, somewhat based on the situation, the hand you've got. I think if you have aces here, you'd probably keep like 3 back because you know it's very unlikely you're going to bust out. Yeah, he's kept, I think that's what he's done. He's kept 3 back. I like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Used half of them in the interest of trying to secure the pay jump. When he realized that action at the other 2 tables didn't look like it was going to yield that, he did click call predictably, and so we play for 530,000 with 19 remaining here. It is the Lithuanian Kuzmanis. King Jack flop top pair, but look at this. Up against the nut flush draw and a gut shot to Broadway. Muntiano with plenty of outs. He is the equity favorite with 2 to come.
That's cruel king in the window, and then that rolls up behind it.
Right color. Wrong suit for Muntiano's purposes on the turn as things stay safe for Kuzmanis, who is at risk and all in. Can he hold? No, and it is the most difficult of the paths available. The ace, which shows up on the river to vanquish Kuzmanis, who was dominated, heading to the flop.
Yeah, and that does secure us the pay jump. Oh, wait, now everyone guaranteed 8.9K. Seen him myself personally before, but obviously see just the way he carried himself at the table, the understanding. Obviously going to be a tricky player. The rest would be happy to see him go. Sean Nicol, a decent hand. Throwing in 2 greens, 25Ks. Obviously you weren't here yesterday, but we had a big disciple of colour theory yesterday. We had a man dressed head to toe in green, which was the high value chip in play on the final table. You're shaking your head. Don't shake your head at me.
I'm not the only one, James. Everybody who hears you bring up the term color theory shakes their head at the same time in unison.
Jazar.
It's not a thing.
He's king. Here we go. 8 blinds. Just trying to feign a little bit of weakness. Try and maybe get called that pipple too lighter. I think king queen off 8 bigs is never really going to be able to fold anyway. Well, maybe nearly 9 bigs. Now not liking it. Would of course been forced to call blind on blind with the opener still to act behind. Not going to be incentivized to get involved.
Yeah, a bit of run good in terms of Shornikow opening this one.
Yeah.
Or he would have been the dominated party.
Still thinking quite long about it. I mean, Shornikow does make what has to be the call. We'll get the bad news that he is hunting for 3 outs.
Even though Jazar knows that he's the dominating hand right now, being at risk, I guarantee you that he is dreading the notion of a queen showing up on this board.
There's been some topsy-turvy ones so far, haven't there? The outdraw on the flop and then redraws.
Oh, there it is.
And here we go. Is it going to be the same case again? Is there going to be an ace or jack?
Now, he does have the spade working as well. So a gut shot to Broadway and an ace. The immediate paths to the lead. There will be no spade draw. And there perhaps will be no continuation for Jazar unless he can find the needed ace or jack, which he cannot. And that'll do it for Lebanon's Maroun Jazar, as he will collect $8,950 for his efforts.
Yeah. I mean, we just goes on. I mean, we are going to have a redraw in one bust out's time, so things will obviously move around. But it would be interesting to see how that would have carried on, whether he would have, how he would have adapted to it. Would he have started opening tighter, or would he perhaps open just as wide still, but maybe incorporate quite a few more 4-bets in? It's curious to see how players approach things. This is the sort of man that I wouldn't imagine start to open tighter. He's the kind of player who just 4-bets a little bit more, Gadgiev.
Right.
We saw him do it on the pure bubble with 2 9s. And you know, you said that you're still like that, especially on a street table. People are like, okay, but I guess this is a guy I'm not supposed to mess with. You kind of create future equity, not just in this tournament, but other tournaments as well, where you're like, okay, I know that I can't push Gadgiev around the bubble, so therefore he creates more equity for himself. Even if he 4-bet 9s into aces there and gone out, he would have some future benefit. Yeah, Sean account, pretty grim spot. Gadgiev opening from the hijack. He does have a pair in the small. I think the only way of playing this would be the kind of 3-bet jam for what is 23 blinds. I wouldn't rule that out, but I mean, we saw him 4-bet jam pocket 5s earlier, didn't we, to the light 3-bet. So certainly a man does like to run his pairs. Is that what we're going for here? Was he? Oh, he's going for the non-all-in 3-bet, the 3-bet fold, but wow.
And 2 10s awaiting Amsalem behind him.
It's one of these that would look pretty grim normally, but with only 170k left. 2 10s feels like a lot of hand. Especially as Gadgev's going to have some reasonable number of raise folds. Shornikawa is the chip leader, going to attack that open with some frequency. I don't like doing it with 2 5s because we don't block any of the strong hands, but there we go. Amsalem pieces it all together.
And Gadgev asks for a count here. He does have a covering stack and can work his way into this one in front of Shornikawa, which of course is going to look very strong. So even some of the hands that have the 7s in bad shape might find their way into the muck. The problem is Amsalem, we know nothing about him as Gadgiev. He's just arrived at the table.
If you're willing to cold get it in here against an opener 3-bet with no fold equity, then we know it's a strong hand. Gadgiev also still has the right that Shornikawa can have it. It'd be pretty easy spot to fold with the 2 7s. Although if he jams and thinks Shornikawa's just full of it, he's only going to put 100k in to win 400k, then it's a nice price. But Shornikawa's still allowed to have hands. And you are in bad shape against the range of the big blind. So if you knew for sure Shornikawa was just folding and had nothing, then I'd be okay with going with it. Amsalem probably doesn't believe what good shape he's in here, up against 2 underpairs. Shornikawa, of course, have to flick in the additional 46k.
So the 7s getting out of the way, leaving Shornikawa to try his luck at delivering a bad beat to Amsalem, but the situation couldn't really be better for the Frenchman, who found extra chips beyond those that he is up against here. Oh my.
But he never loses.
Spades.
9-5-4 set for Shornikawa. Amsalem 2 tugs at a flush though.
He won all wins from down.
Turn. A diamond.
Amsalem's first hand at the table, second hand at the table. Come in here and get dealt this situation. Big favorite to double up.
The 10 or the spade. Instead, it's a 6, and we are down to 16 as the next batch of 8,950 goes to Mr. Amsalem.
So Ali, redraw time.
That it is.
16 left. And of course, Amsterdam leaving. You mentioned that.
And, you know, top shelf talent, but very much we've come to observe the fact that word is getting out, and obviously the success, the huge success of the EPT visit over here, which has already been renewed and confirmed to be coming back in 2024, is really what blew the lid off this place in terms of the secret getting out. And this Western Series, just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the number of different tournaments that will be on offer throughout the course of 2024 here at Merit. Certainly encourage those of you who have not yet done so to book a trip, come out, especially during the summer. It is just stunning. Very few places, I would say, can compete with this one in terms of going for the purposes of playing a poker tournament. You've got the sea, and you've got the food, and you've got really nothing that you need off property. As we see Zukovic jamming from the button with this queen 4 offsuit. What she needs is to get through, but unfortunately she's not able to do so as Tat makes the call. He's the man that eliminated Fahdin Mustafov on the bubble, making a big call with ace-6. Here he is, ace-9. Obviously not nearly as big a situation, but one that needs to go Monica's way here. She wants to keep Polish hopes alive, and 10-9-7 is awful.
Yeah, very bad window card when you've got the queen rag, and they pair that 9. No future potential, just the queen.
3 outs once for the Polish phenom, and the 7 isn't going to cut it. So a gracious departure in 16th. $8,950 will go to Monica, as a pay jump will go to the remaining 15 players in the field, who have now secured the first of the 5-figure payouts. Coming in May of 2019 in a Turbo Bounty event. But he's been all around Europe doing his thing. Gadziev, of course, doing his thing predominantly within Russian borders, and then also out here at Merit, as we see some predictable behaviors under the gun forthcoming from Shornikau's ace-king.
Certainly will. Still 15 players. Going to make it all the way around to the 2 players in the blind, the aforementioned Gadziev. Surely not going to want to play this king 3, but he is. Oh, he's misread the situation. He's just put an agreement.
He didn't realize that Shornikau had opened this to 55,000.
What does it mean?
So he's completed. The ruling will be he's allowed to continue to call, add the extra 35k, or he'll be allowed to surrender the 25k. That should be the ruling given here. He's asked for. He thought he was just limping blind on blind.
I don't see raise, I put 25. Call raise.
Oh, he's being forced to put in the full 55, James.
Yeah, I think a lot of places, if it's clear the player's made an accident, they're allowed to surrender the chips, as it were. I think that'd be the norm, but wasn't given that option.
Now this is peculiar because obviously Munteanu has to read the situation as being Gadziev doesn't have that strong a hand.
Well, not necessarily. Gadziev's just playing his hand as he would play small v big, so there's going to be some limp traps in there as well.
Oh no, what a disastrous outcome this is for him. Forced to call. He now has himself top pair, but of course he's outkicked against the ace-king, and this is going to hurt. 190 in the middle. Munteanu will be able to make an easy exit in the face of this c-bet.
Yeah, I should note as well, Gadziev, I think if he was into the 2 options, he probably still does want to call for just an additional 30k at that point to see the flop go 3-way with the suited king anyway. So I don't think he would have changed his mind there. But as you say, obviously disaster here because he would have folded pre-flop if he'd seen the raise originally, but turns some hope.
Hang on. We've got ourselves a king-high flush draw on top pair now, courtesy of this 5 of spades on the turn, as it's heads up Once again, Gadzhiev checks. Shornikau with so much hand, of course.
Yeah.
Would expect the next barrel to come in, and it's not going to be as modest
No.
as that before it.
Not with this draw heavy board now. 2 flush draws out there. The king queen working. Still is not particularly large. A little under half.
Oh,
Whoa.
he's playing it as a check jam. This was unexpected, but again, true to form. More on the aggressive side of the spectrum is Gadzhiev, but Shornikau not going to go anywhere as the covering stack, and suddenly we're playing for $1.25 million in chips. Just look at the situation, though. Any 3, any spade, and that would give Gadzhiev this big double through the chip leader and a new lease. All the rest. And Shornikau vaults even further into the lead. Right color, wrong suit as the 6 of clubs leaves Gadzhiev showered.
It's one thing to bust in a hand like this. You never want to bust. Obviously 15 left in a high roller. You're always going to feel a little annoyed. But when it's come about just because of...
You get down to the front table and it's like 6 and 6, and you know, guys are genuinely actually really tired and their backs are probably sore and they want to get a good night's sleep maybe, and they know it's not going to be a long night's sleep. At least it sort of feels medicinal in that situation.
I'm only asking, so I'm desperate for one right now.
Well,
luckily there's a spa nearby, or 3.
Are you asking me to rub your shoulders?
I was asking to make me an appointment in the spa, actually. Just this popping it up with 2 9s here, and he's going to get a customer.
Yeah, we may have a clash here.
Tiano with ace king and 25 blinds. Does he just want to rip it, or does he want to induce?
Yeah, I wonder if it does suit him in this situation to ever just shove, given the high ICM environment here. 12 left, ICM getting pretty close to its pinnacle. That would be around the 10 and 9 left point when it's absolutely peaking. So yeah, there are reasons to just try to shut this one down and discourage some pocket pairs who would 4-bet. This is exactly one of those spots. I don't know if Helt will just stick it in, or will he try to navigate again. He's been the navigator so far.
That was the kind of just enough hand one imagines that he could just call and look to play a flop. Obviously the hand's a lot easier if he just jams. Get an immediate answer. Of course, situations like this would find himself flipping.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with either, to be honest. I think there is merit to both options here. You might make a player-dependent decision to go one way or the other. You might flip a coin in your head. You might have a look at the remaining field and sort of make maybe a judgment about how strong you feel against everybody, and maybe in those situations you want a lower variance. This is close, so it is a very genuine use of the time bank here by Helt. He might be balanced here. If he had queens or kings, he might also throw in a time bank before shoving. But we do see a flat.
Once Tiano can't enjoy that, he's thinking, pick this up or maybe get jammed on. Now instead has to play a pot or be in position. You know what? Forget all that.
It's all fine.
You're loving life. It's kind of nice in the fact that there are some hands like perhaps 9s and 10s that are obviously going to enjoy this flop. There are some ace queen, ace jack type holdings in there.
I think a crucial part of this one from Helt's point of view now is that he'll know that a lot of his opponents' light 3-bets will also be ace-x. So, you know, he's going to face a very small bet, one presumes, incredibly small.
Wow.
Can't fold to that sizing, but like he's basically not really putting much more.
And a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of this high roller, part of the Merit Poker Western Series from right here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad back in the booth alongside David Lappin. And David, I brought a prop to describe what happened during the last frame. Bananas in terms of the unraveling of justice held. As you described it, death by 1,000 cuts. He came in with a massive chip stack, just a couple of tables left. Nobody would have expected his departure this early on.
No, he took the bull by the horns as you would expect him to do in a situation where everything favoured him contextually. You know, he could open lighter. But what actually happened was people picked on those light opens, went for the reshoves. They had those kinds of stacks. They took their opportunities. But also he just ended up in a couple of really gross spots. A couple of times he was bluffed. I wonder the wisdom of a couple of the lines he chose to take. Far be it from me to sort of question a man of his caliber, but yeah, there were just a couple of spots I wasn't sure. I thought he could have navigated slightly differently. What I'm most excited about as we go to this final table, though, Ali, is the people I haven't seen yet. Chornikau, Tamils, and Nitikin, who have huge stacks. Actually, they might be the three biggest stacks in the tournament, but they've all been off stream for the last couple of hours. So yeah. I can't wait to see what they bring. I suppose the table we saw was actually the sort of short stack battle for the most part.
Yeah. Two tables have become one as the final table is upon us. And as you mentioned, Chornikau, chip leading right now, 3.2 million according to the most recent counts. In second, we have the Estonian Tamil, 2.5 million. And of course, in third, it is Anatoly Nikitin, 1.9 million roughly in front of him. So some very deep stacks out there. And of course, there's going to be the typical short stack out there. Spin ups going to be needed. So without further ado, we send it out for the intros to the final table from producer Milbutas.
Gentlemen, the moment we were waiting for, the most prestigious, the richest tournament of our very first 2024 Western Poker Series here in Merit Crystal Cove. And guys, the guarantee of 300,000 was smashed really quickly. More than 700,000 is in a prize pool. And still, bunch of money to share from the cashier, including 175,500 for the winner of this high-low event. Let's meet our finalists. Sitting in a first seat with 2.8 million in chips, he's Montenegrin. And it's time to meet Alexander Tot. Honestly, I cannot remember when we had the lady on the final table. And this Chinese lady has a bunch of chips. 2.3 million in chips, and huge applause for you guys. It's Lush One! The guys who's sitting third, he knows the taste of victory, as he was last year winner of our main event. The prize was bigger than this time. So let's meet Romanian Bogdan Andrei Munteanu. Honestly, if I make the stand-up comedy of Merit Poker, this is the guy I would invite for sure, because he has amazing sense of humor and he knows how to play the poker. 2.1 million in chips, Anatoly Nikitin. One more good luck from the last year. He was runner-up in one of the previous events, and maybe it's time for him to finish his job. No matter of fact, he's on the shorter side. With more than 1.1 million in chips, it's time to meet Alexander Kirichenko. I strongly believe that the game of poker is much more skill than luck. And the guy who's coming now, it's true of this. Because it's very short career in Merit Poker and it's third major final table appearance from him. So Chinese here is Golian Wei. it's always the situation when we have to have the shorter ones on the final table. And the second one with less than $500,000, but huge hopes and will in his hands. It's my Achoo! Actually, it's a pretty rare occasion when we have Baltic states here on our final tables, but if they come with the chip lead. And this Estonian is not an exception. 3.5 million in chips. It's time to meet Tarmo Tammel. And as always, it could be the fairy tale story on the final table. And if this player will be able to spin it up his 145,000 in chips to the win, that would be amazing. So huge hopes and wish the luck for the shortest on this table this time. It's Maxim Shornikov. For some of you, it's the very first big tournament, live tournament 2024. So please do your best and start the year with the victory. Dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
And our thanks to producer Milbutas for handling those intros, as always, keeping the atmosphere exciting for these final 9 players. And you see the rags for Aliachur Maher, and up at the top, for Maxim Shornikov, the riches, 71 big blinds, 3.5 million in chips, almost a quarter of the total chips in play, David. And as you glance upon the field, and of course the seat draw here at this final table, anything emerge for you as things to keep an eye on or things that you're interested in seeing play out?
I think we're probably going to have a clear out of the short stacks. Way 9 bigs, Mar in particular with 3 bigs, he is on life support. I expect them to either get their double up or leave proceedings fairly quickly. I expect that to be maybe how people will view the first period. It's always a little bit ICM intense, and people will not want to bust before them. A bit of a disaster if you were to go out before those 2 very short stacks. Yeah, look, we got to see half these guys. Munteanu, I think maybe right there, middle of the pack. He actually enjoyed being the chip leader on the last table, and a very different dynamic now as he sits right there in the middle of the pack because all the big stacks were on the other table.
Minimum payout of $17,500 is guaranteed to the field, about a $6K jump if you can slide into 8th, and of course, all eyes on the prize up top. $177,000 plus will go to our eventual champion. And apropos of these Western series, sometimes we do find some gunslingers here at this final table. The names that we see out there, based on what you've observed thus far, any of them jump out as maybe a favorite to be pressing the action and maybe trying to play a higher variant style?
One name stands out who meets that definition of whom we've seen already, and that is Alexander Toth. I sort of I framed it, if you like, in a way that he was not maybe as ICM aware as the others, but then we saw him take very proactive lines on that sort of 5-handed, 6-handed period of the last table, and I think actually what we were seeing was a man going for it, much more so than a man who was maybe like playing strategically a weaker game. It was a conscious decision to really try and excel in that environment, in that very unique set of circumstances when they were short-handed, and give himself a really good chance of making a run at this.
You know, when it works out, it is glorious. When it doesn't, it leaves people questioning perhaps if there wasn't maybe a better way to approach matters, as we see the pocket sixes for Shornikov opening to 100,000, and the chip leaders run into number 2 in chips. Toth, ace king suited.
this is a spot where flatting an ace-king suited is not horrible, I'll be honest. You know, obviously much more standard to 3-bet a hand like ace-king, but this is a very unique set of circumstances, high ICM. Imagine being second in chips and going out in ninth.
Yeah.
Absolute catastrophe.
Excellent point. And now you see not one but two big covering stacks with an under-the-gun open and an under-the-gun +1 flat. This is a bit odious if we're Munteanu, but black jacks. Time bank being exercised. If I stick you in that seat, Lappin, how do you feel about this? What are your thoughts?
I'm actually getting horrible flashbacks to a Unibet Open final table I made a couple of years ago where I was faced with a very similar situation. I had queens in that example where it came under the gun open, flat by one of the big stacks, and I was sitting around about third or fourth in chips, as Munteanu is, and really hating life. I took a flatting line. I didn't define my hand, and I thought I could maybe navigate it a bit more easily. I looked at it in the solver, and it actually does like this 3-bet, believe it or not. It finds it very hard to navigate a hand like that with players behind. So with 3-bets, and it actually folds if it meets further aggression.
How concerned are we about this flat call from Tot more so than perhaps the under-the-gun open of Shornikau?
We should be very concerned because it is going to be a very strong range. Shornikau's probably allowed open a little looser than anyone else at this table, so he actually can be in there with a wider range. Tot's got to be incredibly condensed in the kind of hands that he can call with. It's going to be medium pocket pairs, maybe even some bigger pocket pairs, and these kind of ace-king, ace-queen, maybe king-queen suited type holdings.
And in turn, of course, facts not lost on Shornikau is that Munteanu must have real strength to be behaving in this manner in this setup.
Absolutely. Like, this would be kamikaze stuff to do light, so actually looks incredibly strong. I think Shornikau can very comfortably pitch these sixes, although he might be wondering if Tot overcalls and maybe he can sort of create a set mining type of situation that's profitable. I prefer the fold. We see the fold. Tot, on the other hand, now in a very interesting spot, obviously very wary of the under the gun open first and foremost. That's not in the equation anymore, but has to be extremely concerned about a player willing to 3-bet those players.
This is just so much hand though, David. Ace-king suited, and of course, when we flat, part of the idea is not to end up in a situation where we cannot call. For instance, if he had 3-bet and a jam had come in behind him, maybe there are arguments made to avoid a collision. But of course, as a covering stack, granted he's out of position and isn't covering by all that much, we do feel a bit compelled to not put this into the bin. But how do we react? Is it flat and then 4-bet?
I think we have an interesting one. Yeah, I think ace-king suited in particular is so pure and it blocks aces and kings that you could decide to try and put your opponent's other ace-king in the bin. His queens and jacks are going to be in a world of pain as well. You can do that, but you can also flat and try and navigate this spot still. I think it's, you know, a situation where you can put 240 in. Obviously, you make top pair, top kicker, you probably proceed positively. If you miss, you probably give your opponent credit for having minimum ace-king here and maybe all those pocket pairs.
Now that we find ourselves in this situation by virtue of the flat call, do you lean flat or do you lean 4-bet?
Personally, I lean flat. I think it's still a tricky ICM situation for Munteanu, but Tot is the player I talked about earlier who does apply these kind of pressure lines. And think about it now from Munteanu's point of view. He flatted. It could have been a trap.
Yeah.
It could have been the aces-kings trap of the big
It
stack.
smells like aces all day long. This absolutely smells like aces. And one wouldn't blame Munteanu if he just decided, let me step away from this 345K. As you mentioned, the solver likes the 3-bet and fold if faced with resistance.
Yeah, Tot basically understands that he's blocking the two hands that call here in a happy situation. I'm going to be pretty clear on this one. I don't think queens in Munteanu's hands would be a profitable call in this high ICM environment. I think kings would be very close. How insane is that, Addy? I think kings is not printing money here if you are Munteanu.
That's scary.
That's how gross this situation can be. Now, I think you probably do have to draw your line at kings and maybe just go, oh, okay.
Not unlike Giraffe Ganger, perhaps,
exactly.
Online. But real men lose with kings.
I know he has the aces, but it doesn't matter.
Look, he's telling me he has aces on the bubble, man. For those that aren't sure what's happened here in the booth, there was a very famous and viral clip that circulated the internet about a month or two ago, I would say, from an online streamer by the name of Giraffe Ganger, where he had pocket kings and was convinced that he was going to have to put all of his money in and be behind against aces. And he made the declaration of war that, yes, that's what we must do. It is part of the cosmic obligations of pocket kings, but pocket jacks not faced with such sort of obligations, and in fact faced with a very understandable dilemma, as you see the migraine headache developing for Munteanu here, one that is somewhat self-inflicted by virtue of the 3-betting line that he took, which we can all understand and sympathize with. And conversely for Todd, he too, we can sympathize with his choice to 4-bet, creating fold equity and actually leaving jacks in a stone-cold blender.
Yeah, look, if Munteanu finds the fold, and I think he will, he'll have played this hand, I think, by the book perfectly. I think this is actually solver-proof. This is actually what you do in high ICM environments such as this one. As I said, I had a very, very similar hand myself, which tormented me. I had to run it. I was one of those, I had to put it into the lab. I had to run it with all the factors. I got a variety of different opinions from professional players who all thought they would do different things because, you know, there's a very big difference between what you do and what the solver does sometimes, and it's a complicated spot. But I think actually if Munteanu finds the fold here, he'll have played the hand pretty much perfectly. I think Todd has decided on the more aggressive line here, blocking aces and kings, the two hands that can call. I think queens can call. I certainly don't think jacks can call here.
You saw him look up and over at Todd, and perhaps not lost on Munteanu. We're not sure how much time he has spent at the table with Todd, but the notion, not unlike what you predicted, that this is a guy who's going to put me into high variance spots uncomfortably, leverage the ICM. Remember, there is a not negligible pay jump between 9th and 8th as we see the fold finally come in from Munteanu, understandably. And we know that this will be the very first hand that he looks for once the stream catches up on the delay, provided that he is still a part of the proceedings, which he assures himself by virtue of this fold, just to get a sense of what he was up against there. Was it the aces? Was it the kings? He certainly doesn't know, but we here at home do.
Yeah, I wonder if the aces ever just flat again because they sort of have their opponent in an amazing spot where they're now trapping the first guy and now have an amazing situation to trap the second guy. Kings makes much more sense. Ace, king, and kings make the most sense in that spot. And if you're up against a range of kings and ace, king, you're not in good shape with jacks.
No,
so you got to pitch them.
It's a flip to be in front, and then if you're forced to C5 for an absolutely huge equity pot here with 177,000 up top and just 17.5 as the direct payout for 9th place, you know, do we want to take that spot?
Let me put it this way. The ICM is so extreme right now. The jacks are, what, a 55-45 favor. That's 10% margin of favoritism. If the hand was shown to him, it's a fold. That's how gross calling off your chips in that kind of situation is.
I think that's a great point to make, because if you narrow your opponent's range to where the bottom of it could turn face up and you were still compelled to fold, what are we even thinking about?
Yeah.
You know? But obviously it was a spot that was worthy of consideration, and one that certainly sets a precedent for what could shape up to be a deeply intellectual final table here. Aided, of course, by the specific setup of sixes opening from the big stack under the gun. To the left, we see the flat and then the 4-bet. It just feels so disgusting for blackjacks. But onwards we march now, and the Estonian Tamil with ace-jack offsuit, looking very different, mind you, by the way, than the photo on the Hendon mob that you see of him, where he was very clean-shaven. He's gone to a more menacing, bearded look behind the sunglasses and behind the strength of ace-jack. He raises to 175,000 with the blinds at 25 and 50K. 40-minute levels, we remind you. So the pace is brisk, and a good chunk of that level was just torched off in that very first hand. This one will end with far less fanfare. Raise and take it there for Tamil.
Yeah, to reflect finally on that hand, I think for Munteanu to have taken that long, he had to have been considering the possibility that his opponent had a lot of ace-queens and some tens. If you have ace-queens and you have some tens in there, suddenly it becomes a more tricky calculation. But honing in on what I think the range would be, and he did happen to have a hand within that range. That doesn't necessarily mean that I was right and Munteanu was wrong, but you know, in this example, it seems like you know, I certainly wasn't wrong about the kind of hands you
No,
can
but
have there. It's still
Montiano's
pretty
giving
gross.
a wider range than you were to Tot, and hence kind of his deliberations.
Which could be right, because we've seen Tot
Right.
be the more loose, aggressive player on the second last table, and Montiano was there watching all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
A really toothy hand to get stuck into there right out of the gate. Perhaps some normal service will resume now as Way pitches the 10-9 in mid position, and we can all catch our breaths.
Yeah.
Poor old Mar, 2.5 bigs now, just praying for a spot. He has the cutoff at least. He can see a few hands before he'll be forced in the. He'll be forced in the small blind should it get to that. I imagine he will take a spot before that moment. Shornikau looks like he's going to raise it up here, blind v blind, with the suited queen. 6. Well, different situation here for Tot. So, couldn't have called it more incorrectly there. Ali asked me in a preview, what do you see happening in these opening hands, maybe this opening orbit or two? And I was like, I think everyone's going to stay out of each other's way and let these two short stacks, you know, get their chips in. No, we're actually going to see the 3 biggest stacks at the table go at it.
You know, it's so funny, but it's the sort of thing that for whatever reason, I know we have our biases because we expect it now, but seems to reveal itself here at Merit more than in any other place that we are watching or commentating on poker. And I think in terms of, you know, the viewing experience, it's delightful because it's unpredictable.
Couldn't agree more. We're just always thrilled. Whether the play is that sort of expert level, dare I say, GTO-esque stuff, or we're seeing the very unorthodox stuff, thinking back to King Dark last night, who made it all the way to heads up, playing a very unusual style. A style that, you know, a lot of people don't think will, you know, allow you to get to a final table, let alone heads up. But yeah, there's a lot going on dynamically in this poker room, and figuring out who are those guys who will put you in different kinds of spots, flat you at different ranges than you expect. All part and parcel of the challenges posed within these walls.
Ace-9 in the cutoff for Tamil. He will min raise open.
What's the pay?
Bad seat draw for Tamil, by the way, David, it must be said, with that big stack of Shornikau directly to his left. But it's a seat that he found himself in to start the day, and he spun it up from what was 9 big blinds to level himself with Shornikau as he batted 1,000% in the first half a dozen plus pots that he played. And that was a very improbable spin up, but one that was reminiscent of the day before in the warm-up when 4 big blinds spun their way all the way to victory and 44 million in chips.
Yeah, insane stuff, and an amazing spin up. Maybe it is going to be a theme of the week, these short stack comebacks for the ages. You're absolutely right, Ali. Like, not only Shornikau to his direct left, but then Tot right behind him. Like, he really has a murderer's row to contend with.
Very much so. Do want to make sure we acknowledge those of you who are joining us live from this Merit Poker Western Series, $5,300 high roller final table here in North Cyprus. Do hope that you're enjoying our coverage, of which there is plenty more to come across the next few days as the main event is underway elsewhere in the room. Day 1A action tomorrow, Day 1B, and then a third and final Day 1C and D will take place before we stretch our legs into the Day 2 and beyond streets in an effort to crown yet another main event champion from here at Merit Poker. Do hope you'll join us for all of that. And obviously, if you are enjoying things, we encourage you to click that thumbs up button. Give us a like, and while you're at it, give us a subscribe as well to ensure that you don't miss any notifications with respect to all of the content that we stream from right here at the Merit Complex, much of which is so entertaining and so unlike anything else that you're likely to come upon out there when it comes to live poker coverage.
And I wonder if it is because of that eclectic mishmash of people who descend upon this wonderful venue. People coming from east and west, people coming from north and south. It really is one of these sort of beautiful venues where people flock from far and wide. We have Americans in the room, we have Chinese in the room. You know, it's incredible to see where people come from, all looking to get a piece of the action here, and I think creates a real melting pot.
Yeah, the dynamics that play out, because, you know, we've touched on geographics playing a role in, you know, some of the trends that we'll see. Players from certain parts will engage in certain behaviors because it's in the zeitgeist of, you know, their local poker rooms, their casinos, their online habits, if they're insular markets in particular. You know, China is certainly becoming more and more well represented inside these walls here at Merit. This festival in particular, I think both you and David and Andrew have kind of noticed the influx as we see Montiano noticing top pair, the development for him after he defends his big blind against the tot open. 9-7 adrift, only the spade to speak of.
Yeah, I'd expect a continuation bet here. Obviously, what Tot will be really fixated on is the fact that his opponent would fold some 3x and 2x here. So really only has the king x with which he could call. Great spot to fire a bet, obviously, when you have 9 high as well. He has actually found an opponent with a king. A little unlucky to do so. As I said, going to be a lot of flat calls here in the big blind, but the ones you will pitch away are maybe some of the 2x and 3x. So it's a great board to find a c-bet on. I wonder if for that reason will Tot slow down now, maybe not fire out the no equity second shell. He can obviously represent a stronger range of hands, but his opponent does look like he has a king here. There won't be too many 3s or 2s, and that is the kind of hand that would certainly call turn and maybe force you to have to triple off here, which is not particularly lovely with 9 high. On balance, I would like to see him slow down, but he is a man who likes to apply pressure. In fact, he applied pressure on this very opponent not long ago. Here we go.
Second barrel, 200K.
Crucial here for me when I'm in this spot is I recognize the fact that I'm going to have to call that third shell with the hand as strong as King Jack. So therefore I really take my time before I do, maximizing the number of triple off bluffs I might face. Look as reluctant as I can to put those few chips in so that my opponent will be emboldened to bluff once more.
For Montiano, this is, you know, cautious procedures. Third spade, rolling off. Perhaps we're up against an ace-king, but it is Tot in particular, the higher kind of V-pip, the button, the bigger stack. But remember, this is a man that just forced us to fold a couple of jacks, and I don't think we're in the mood to fold a king-jack here, but let's observe how Montiano approaches this river. You know, one would imagine that a third check would be the normal course of action here, but maybe he worries about a check back from Tot.
He's going for the block.
Is it just 50 or 200? 50.
Deciding on the block, which obviously Tot, no equity here, 9 high, has two options. Fold to a 7% bet, or raise here with virtually nothing. I presume Montiano is inducing here, but it would be fairly gross to face a really, really large bet, something in the region of 1 million, something that puts him virtually all in, and Tot does think better of it. Not sure that's a spot where you like the block always, but it's okay.
Boy, it really is the kind of bet that almost begs to be raised, and when that happens, you wonder, is it begging not to be raised or begging to? I mean, you know, if we're in Tot's position, it feels like, okay, you really need to get raised here because this is too cute, but you're well aware that it's cute. So are you inducing me to raise? You know, we don't want to get caught.
Yeah, and that's maybe the reason why I wouldn't have done it in that spot, because if you have a very clear inducing one, well, then I like it, and you can protect a few hands with that. But in that spot, I don't know if you want to induce more raises. I think you want to basically check it over and be willing to call off a half to maybe even full-size pot bet. Facing a really large one, as he might have done there, would actually have been very uncomfortable. Mar has found a playable one.
Jack 9 suited decides to move all in. Somewhat early middle position here. I'm not sure this is the specific hand that he would have hoped for, but maybe he's looking up at those blinds that are creeping up on him and deciding this is perhaps as good as it's going to get. Would rather have some fold equity. Although 70K more, anybody that wants to play a hand is certainly going to be inclined to get in there. 20K north of the minimum.
Yeah, I do like this shove, to be honest. It's desperate stakes, obviously, when you get this short.
And you see Nikitin with a shoulder shrug and a deuce 3 suited says, let's see. And we'll play for 315,000 and the hopes of Ali Achur Mahar. King 10 deuce, bottom pair for Nikitin in the lead. Gut shot, straight draw for Mahar. 9 or a jack would work as well, as you see the 10 outs at the bottom of the screen. Oh, and now it's trip deuces, so you take the jack and the 9 off the board, and only a queen will rescue Mahar from being our first casualty here at the final table in the high roller. Can he connect? No. Ace on the river, and that will do it for Mahar of Tunisia. $17,500 will be collected, and we will be left 8-handed with a pay jump of $6,000 going to the rest of the field. So a short-lived stint here for Mahar, but one that was obviously fruitful in the end. We certainly assume $17,500 is good enough to make this a profitable outing, as we take a peek back at the remaining 8. Spirits are always good when someone busts at a final table, for all but, of course, the bustee.
It's so true. We are all vultures in situations such as this. Other people's misfortune line our own pockets.
Circling for carrion. Now World Series of Poker bracelet winner Guo Lang Wei inherits the short stack duties. Suited one gapper up front. Inadequate kit. Napkins all the way around. Shrunguo also not interested. By the way, it was touched on by producer Milbutis, but a rare sight is a woman at the final table here in our Merit Western Series.
Yeah, we had Kraselnikov at the last 2 tables yesterday. She didn't, unfortunately, make it to the final table. She was sort of battling with the short stack. I think she may come 12th or 13th in the end.
Start working together.
And yeah, obviously great to see Luo here today.
Thank you.
Yet to see her play a pot. Obviously, at some point, we expect some involvement. I haven't had the chance to observe her procedures as yet. I'm quite curious, not so much from the gender standpoint, but more from the demographics of being a player from China, to kind of see whether or not the approach is going to be different. Obviously, Guo Lang Wei not quite as equipped as Shrang is to really give us a taste of post-flop navigation given his stack depth.
Well, The Chinese doing very well at this festival so far. I think we had 3 at the final table yesterday. Certainly 2.
And to start the day, by the way, I think there were no less than 4 in the top 5 or 6 in chips, which was good representation. Ace-Jack now representing the small blind of Kitachenko.
Yeah, and he's shoving into the shorter stack, the only shorter stack at the table here, so a doubly good spot for Kirichenko. He can steal this one, get it through, which is always nice to just line your pocket once more, but also a hand that can get called by way worse.
Normal.
Oh, and Wei is going to call. He has an easy decision, and he's going to be gutted to see a real hand here.
Yeah, ace-9 rates to perform well against the small blind jam, but not on this occasion, and you can see these are facts not lost on Wei as he mumbles to himself, perhaps trying to summon a 9 out of the deck. Will it be available? Not as yet, as the board of Jack 10-4 leaves him with just 3% equity. 5 doesn't give him any of the needed hopes. He draws dead. Inconsequential river card and yet another casualty. Back-to-back eliminations, David. Much to the delight, of course, of all but Guolang Wei. As he gives way and leaves us 7-handed, but not before collecting his share of the prize pool, a total of $23,400 for his 8th place finish. Add that his career live earnings of $2.3 million plus, David, and perhaps a little bit of a cherry on top of earnings thus far, as we touched on the World Series of Poker bracelet winner. It was tremendously accomplished, but perhaps a sigh of relief as well as the road to a victory here is cleared a bit by his departure.
Yeah, a frustrating one for Wei. Obviously, final table bubbled the warm-up yesterday. Jumped straight into this high roller, got a stack going, now falls in 8th place. So a 10th and an 8th place, which feels very crossbarish. They're obviously great results, deep runs, great to see. And, you know, he's such a poised, accomplished, unflappable, quietly confident sort of guy.
Right.
But it's got to rub you a little bit to go away with 10th and 8th place money in big tournaments like this.
I mean, when you're that close and you know that you've tasted, you know, a visit to the summit on other occasions, it's very disappointing. But obviously, if you can make deep runs like this, your time will come and you'll be a profitable player. And Kirichenko deems a 7 unprofitable against the hijack open of Muntianu. Suited 1 gapper, now Tamil. Jack 7 suited, 2.4 million behind. Will defend, predictably. And the flop. A beautiful one for Muntianu, not so much for Tamil. Checks it over. The way that he checked, by the way, he was checking with the hand that was holding the cards and in a manner that almost seemed to flash perhaps one of those cards over. As we see the check back from Muntianu, I seem to recall cautious lines being taken by this man in other situations, in particular when he was up against bigger stacks and without ICM pressure. You know, it was, I think, direct bubble nearby, adjacent kind of phase of today's action that we saw. But, you know, this is, you know, with intent.
Yeah, honestly, it's caution to the point of profligacy. I feel like he's really been far too ungreedy in these situations, not finding value. Of course, it's going to make his opponents wary of that and conscious of the fact that he is checking back a lot of flops when he's got a big piece of them. So they can't really bluff at him across turns and rivers as often. And maybe that's what he wants. Maybe that's what he's trying to set up as a small ball, tippy-tappy kind of approach to all of his hands. But the flip side of that coin is you just lose value and you don't deny equity and you let people see cards that they shouldn't see. And it is dangerous.
You know, the only silver lining is, of course, you protect against people barreling when you have air, and you're the one that gets to tug twice maybe with the worst hand.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, and it is perhaps inadequately greedy, but it has served him well as he is part of the final 7 here that are guaranteed $29,200 in payout. Short stack duties inherited now by Luo Shuang. Shonikau still the chip leader, however, down to 58 bigs effective with the jump to 30 and 60,000. 40-minute levels, as we touched on earlier. Next pay jump will be about $6,000 between 7th and 6th as our production team works to remove the empty chairs and realign everybody, give them some room. As within just about an orbit, we've lost already 2 players. Brisk pace thus far. Consolidation. It was, as you mentioned, Lappin, the 2 shortest stacks coming in that gave way. Unable to spin. And now there is a look at the newly minted short stack, but depth that is reasonably playable. And ace-deuce suited deemed playable. Ace-8 off finds the bin on the button. That's always good news.
Yeah, this is an aggressive open from Shuang. Obviously going to get a bit more credibility than maybe the other players. She's been fairly tight, I know, grinding a shorter stack over on the outer table when we were 2 tables out. Gets a bit of board coverage out of this ace, and you know, she's using the blocker basically, and it's very effectively done. Nicely done from Shuang.
You know, just being able to pop your head up out of the sand without meeting any resistance and pick up these uneventful blinds and ante pots are the kinds of things that allow you to tread water long enough maybe to allow others to meet their maker and see their demise. You know, we've seen throughout the years, David, a lot of people who work their way into heads-up or 3-handed spots without ever seeing a turn card, perhaps. It doesn't have to be glamorous.
No, and in fact, yesterday at the final table, Daniliuk went about his business in a very similar way. Ended up taking a bad beat 4-handed. If he'd won that one, he was well in contention of winning the entire tournament, but did just sit back, didn't really accumulate chips, didn't really play any big pots, didn't find himself on too many turns. It was all quite simple proceedings. And yeah, it's a good way to go about your business in poker, obviously. And also sometimes the cards just make it so.
Yeah. No sitting back for the ace-king of Kirichenko. As a simple open to 120 from the cutoff.
I feel like I've seen Tamil on my kind of men's grooming products sort of front. You know, it's
you think that's where the bankroll was built, on the cover of styling product packaging?
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you could sell beard oil with that face.
100%.
Maybe a balm.
Sure, a wax. What he wasn't going to try to peddle was the 5-deuce suited, though, from the button, as he paused, but ultimately almost begrudgingly folded it. I think he wanted to maybe dig in position.
One of those
late open.
One of those tiny, kind of curvy scissors that you never know quite what to do with.
Okay. I don't. This sort of rings a bell. The curvy scissors. I don't really know what the application is for a curvy scissor.
I think you're meant to like maybe get rid of the grey ones. At least that's what I do.
Really? You're not supposed to tweeze that?
Maybe you're supposed to tweeze it. Maybe that's why I have so many still. Yes, tiny, but it's always the tiny little curvy scissors that is very sharp at the top, but you can't really get your fingers into the 2 little holes either. It's very delicate.
A child scissor.
You need to ask your child to do the scissoring on your own face.
I'm sure that'll go over tremendously well. If you ever come into the booth, David, just looking like you've made out with a Wolverine, I'll know why.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Daddy needs a haircut. Daddy needs a beard trim.
King Jack for Nikitin, who hunts to the tune of 120K. Another little baby suited combo there. Almost fold leaves us on Shornikow's Jack 8. He 2 folds. Ace 4 suited now for Todd.
Shornikow looking a little bit like a late 90s Daniel Negreanu, maybe early 2000s
I
Daniel
remember
Negreanu.
this. I remember this well, by the way. It's when he and I met for the first time.
The little beard, little smiggy beard.
Yeah, there was a little goatee, a little bit of forward swept, kind of, you know, bird's nest sort of situation.
Well, Tot is relentless, and I think if there is anyone at this table who's going to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck, it may end in disaster. He may go out in 7th or 6th, but I really do think he has a strong chance of winning this one if he goes about his business like this. It does feel like a tentative table, like a table of players playing a little bit delicately, tiptoeing around one another, except for him.
Fold it around now to Schwang. Small blind limp. Ace Jack from Montiano. Could make some noise.
Yeah, blind v blind here. I think he'll just stick her in for 16, 17 bigs here. You could induce this one, hope that your opponent is going to do a limp shove with some ace 2, ace 5 sort of things. Maybe some king jacks as well might proceed in that fashion. You can dominate those, but more normal to just stick it in, and that's what he does.
That'll do it for that pot. Somewhat predictably. Some of this absence in terms of David and I is tethered to the fact that I've now gone and dug up photos from the very first time that Daniel Negreanu and I met. I happen to have a backup of my old desktop computer, which had all of these photos on it. It was a party poker cruise, 2001, I think it was. Heads up final table between Eric Lindgren and Daniel Negreanu. Eric and I, good friends from back in the day. He won a seat or two on the cruise, said, Ali, come and play this other seat, come on this cruise with me. And it was actually the trip that marked the genesis of my career as a poker commentator once upon a time.
Is this pre-Poker Road?
This is well before Poker Road. Yeah, absolutely. As we see Kirichenko under the gun, pocket sevens, king, queen for Todd. Cut off, tempter, perhaps?
Certainly a tempter, probably more likely to be a 3-bet candidate than a flat candidate. He could proceed either way, but I prefer the 3-bet purely because you can use the blockers and still fold to a shove, which would have to be fairly nutted. Put all the pressure on exactly this kind of holding right now. Also get some maybe ace 10s to throw their hand in the bin. Maybe even an ace jack is not loving life right now, although I wonder how much these guys are going to adjust to Todd, who does seem to be the one player at this table keen to get busy. He's getting jiggy with all of them now. One at a time, he's picking all their opens off. Kirichenko just wondering how much fold equity exists. Well, we see he does have one of those hands where he's using his blockers and would release to a shove, but don't love life.
Wow.
Oh, he is going for it though. Fair play. Not going to get run over is Kirichenko.
And Tot snap folds to that jam. So well served on the 2 sevens. And you saw, you know, a little mustard on the fold there as if to announce himself like, hey, buddy, I'm not the one. I'm not going to roll over to your big stack.
Yeah, very experienced player, Alexander Kirichenko, has seen it all, done it all, and is not afraid to pull the trigger when he feels like he has an opponent who's a loose one, who's trying to pick on them all. He had exactly the kind of hand you might stick in the bin there, but decided no, in fact, if I do happen to run into it and it's ace king or ace queen, well, so be it, I get to flip. Yes, if you've actually woken up with a real hand, I'm going to call it a cooler in my mind, because you're 3-betting and pounding on us so much, it would just be unlucky if I ran into it this time. Worryingly for maybe everybody was, has Ali opened up that photographic file from the distant past? I think he put in something around a 30-digit password. Obviously some very bad things locked away on that computer.
You know, I probably should have a password, David, but I am prime for exploitation. You managed to hack your way in. Which shouldn't be too hard, given I have a 2013 MacBook, which is serving me just fine, by the way. I mean, really, a stalwart piece of computing power from the good folks at Macintosh, or Apple, rather, as it's now better known. Munteanu, ace-8 from the button, certainly serviceable, and Nikitin mulling over how he wants to proceed with this king-jack suited in the small blind.
Yeah, definitely a flattable one.
He agrees. One king is busy in Kidichenko's hand. Let's see if he likes the price, despite not necessarily liking the hand. Economics would have more to do with defense at this point than anything else.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. You really feel like you could be dominated in a variety of ways, and you know, suitedness changes everything.
Yeah, lack thereof, leading to the fold, so it'll be heads up. .360 in the middle, ace-6-3, absolute air for Nikitin for the time being. Granted, interacting with the ace of clubs, or 60% of a royal, as some like to say ambitiously, but top pair for Munteanu, way the best of it. He is the covering stack on this occasion, but again, we see the check back. Let's see if he finds a bet on the turn with a relatively innocent 4 of diamonds. Obviously, a lot of backdoor equity could be picked up by a big blind defense, but I don't know how much of that part of the deck is involved in the small blind flat for Nikitin. So the second check in front of him, and you would think that he would choose to bet, but yet again he checks back, and now this is absolutely enough data in terms of Munteanu to make a very legitimate assessment that we are seeing egregious amounts of caution.
Yeah, we are. Munteanu's going to fire out a delay c-bet here on river, try to extract value from some kind of pocket pair. What is fair to say is that arguably Nikitin's range is just as strong as Munteanu's in this situation. You know, when you call in the small blind in this spot, your hand is probably just as strong as a button opener's, I think. But probably, in fact, a good bit stronger. So, range advantage on that board, maybe why Munteanu was a little bit wary. Waited until river. Actually got some value there, if you notice, on river. Nikitin did call with the king high, feeling like his opponent was capable of a delay, and then bluff river, which would be a very unusual line. Much more normal that if you did have air to just go fire out a c-bet and try and take it down immediately on a board you can represent easily. So a little surprised by Nikitin calling that one. Had it been a flop bet, I think he does have to call at least a bet of a sub 50% sizing, because he does have that 3 to a straight flush, as you mentioned, and his king high could be good. But the hand didn't play orthodox. It sort of left the game tree, certainly on turn.
You know, it is a way to sort of maybe justify or claw back some of the lost value when you are able to get a call out of a king high, you know, on the river, when you take the lines that Munteanu does.
Yeah.
But anybody that's been paying attention, I think, will be, as we touched on earlier, keenly aware of the fact that the checkbacks are attached to quite a strong hand, on many occasions top pair.
Yeah, he just seems to like to take a street out right away, minimizing the chances that he could find himself all in, which is obviously good ICM awareness, but it can be taken too far. As Nicotine gets those lost chips from the previous hand back straight away.
Слишком много заварки или что?
Raise and take it with the ace king.
Ну, слишком много заварки. Sorry.
Gentle reminder that English only is to be spoken at the final table. Oddly enough, though, there are those who don't speak English, and so it's not quite the equalizer that you might imagine that it would be. At some of our final tables in these incredibly multinational fields.
Stepping out of the boot today, Andrew Headley obviously did a great job on comms during the warm-up. He's actually out there in the field. He's in the main event right now, a main event that we plan on covering certainly from day 2 onwards, maybe some day 1 coverage as well, yet to be decided. He's just let me know that he's still in the main himself, with about an hour left to play in real time, and very much looking forward to appearing on our coverage maybe.
I will tell you, that will be such a treat if we manage to get some Headley action, because I, for one, will be merciless in the roasting. But he'll be good for it, that much we know.
The roast of Picasso.
Yes.
Love it.
King 5 with 120K cutoff flambe here. 8-6 off. Will be put to use by Shornikau.
Yeah, Shornikau keenly aware that he's the one who can put ICM pressure on Nicotine down the streets here. So he can flat a little bit more liberally, although we see Nicotine definitely with the best piece of this one.
Yeah, flush draw. Both players pairless, but betting lead in position along with King High clubs will come together quite easily to form a C-bet.
Yeah, some very bad backdoors here for Shornikau. Very surprised if he was to use this 6-7-8 with the 6 of clubs in hand as anything other than a fold here. Does seem to be plotting, which means he would be eyeing up situations like that with the double backdoor kind of hands, where he could maybe start taking aggressive re-raising lines. And look at this, he's actually going to take this one.
Much to our surprise, but it's as a flat. He's peeling. I thought for sure maybe a check raise would be on his mind. And this flat now bringing the queen on the turn.
So optimistic, maybe planning to lead out on a lot of turn cards. Didn't feel like he wanted to lead out on the queen here. And now maybe if it goes check-check, he might take his stab. Well, he virtually has to take his stab to justify this line.
The 6 is a really good card for him to have in his hand, given the arrival of this 4. Now we know that just given the stack size and the fact that he was facing this cutoff raise, you know, a hand like queens and 7s, queens and 3s, or even an incidental queens and 4s or better could very much be associated with his defend the big, check call the flop hand composition. Yeah. And so he does get given that opportunity to steal this pot with a 250K bet here on the river. And it's so bad to have clubs if we're Nikitin, because that's the kind of busted hand that we want our opponent to have. And so he does concede to the bet, and that worked out exactly according to plan for chip leader Shornikau.
Yeah, great analysis there, Ali, picking up on how specifically the flush draw is a terrible, terrible hand to have if you are considering heroics there. And in fact, it was a sort of deftly played hand in the end. I thought we might be seeing a flop check raise with the back doors, but actually he was going to navigate in a different way, sort of testing his opponent out. If it was going check-check, he was going to fire all rivers, but also maybe had some leads in mind on a lot of turns, not that specific turn, and his plan changed a little, but you know, clearly has some pathways and passages to victory in hands that, you know, don't seem obvious.
Somewhat unassuming as well, in that, you know, there are those usual suspects here at Merit that we expect to kind of do things such as that. I don't think Schoeneckau is among, you know, the personalities that come to mind when we think of lines such as that one, but obviously well served and part of the luxury of wielding the big stack.
Yeah, my grandmother had a great phrase for this, is that when you look at someone like Schoeneckau there, you think butter wouldn't melt in his mouth.
Stone cold. 9's here for Tamil. Jack 10 offsuit in the big here for Tot. How will he approach?
If we've seen anything from Tot, it's that minimum it will be a defend.
Yeah, of course.
He's going to battle.
Almost everyone would defend the Jack 10. Tot, one of those guys that we must wait to be certain as he flops an inside straight draw. 2 of the 9s that he requires are currently busy in Tamil's hand. Of course, the 10 or the Jack would also put him in front as he checks with 330 in the middle. And in spite of the presence of that overcard, Tamil will deliver a second barrel, sub 1/3, 100K.
Question now is, does Tot flat here, or does he turn this gutter into a check raise? He does have more 2-pair combos here in the big blind than Tamil does. Don't think Tamil would open the 8 deuce or the queen deuce. Probably just has the queen 8. More normal way to proceed is with the call. Obviously you can still find bluffs on later streets when you miss. Similar to the last hand, if it should check out, you might take a stab on river. Likely goes check check now. One wonders if Tot is considering a lead. Often can find leads when the second pair pairs. Actually kind of a cool spot. You immediately clear out the ace kings and ace jacks and king highs. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. Putting a real tricky situation before Tamil, who is looking at a fairly uncoordinated board. You know, there's not too many draws out there. Obviously, Jack 9, Jack 10, 10, 9. They're the only hands that would maybe do that, and you have 2 9s in your hand. So actually much more looks plausible.
Yeah, that the queen or the 8 are what we're up against, but nevertheless, Tamil looks like he's going to make the call for the 140,000 and see what develops here on the river. $810 in the middle. Backdoor spades arrive.
Backdoor spades are interesting too, because perhaps Tot in there with a ace deuce of spades, king deuce of spades, something like that. This line would make sense as well if he was to take another stab here. Tamil not loving life, does have a 9 of spades blocker in his hand, but it would be just very plausible. And I like a kind of mergy sizing if I'm Tot here. I'd sort of try to represent as many decent hands, queen and 8. That would be the more difficult sizing to go up against, even though it might be the smaller sizing in a sense. Interesting situation here as Tot mulls over whether he can get a fold out of his opponent. Probably feeling like he's got to get a queen to fold, though. Is that what he's thinking? It's dicey. Oh my goodness me!
This is savagery.
Or everything. Okay.
What a play.
Now, note that Tamil doesn't snap fold. He knows the polarity of this particular choice by Tot. Now, he didn't imagine he would find himself in this situation when he made the call on the turn. And we begin to ask ourselves, why this sizing? Why ask me for all 1.8 here?
Yeah, it's very, very hard to understand. Obviously now very much representing a very good 8 or pocket deuces. That's sort of it. Obviously can have that flush I mentioned as well.
Yeah,
that sort of king 2 of spades sort of hand can make sense. Maybe a jack 10 of spades.
Yeah, we blocked the 9 of spades, so...
Which I think is a huge consideration here.
Sure. because specifically those inside straight draws that also are spades would be the best candidates for a semi-bluff that we were ahead of, having let out on this turn, and now the arrival of the backdoor spades. But wouldn't we be a bit, I know it sounds like the greediest thing to do is ask for all of it.
Jack 10.
I beat Jack 10, he said.
Oh, wow. And how unsettling is it to hear that?
Oh my goodness me.
Tommy's onto the scent.
He's called the hand, as Ali mentioned there, and I mentioned a moment before. That the nines are a really pesky holding here, blocking the Jack 9, blocking the 10-9, but not blocking the 10-Jack, which is exactly what Tamil has announced he feels his opponent might be on. What an insane read of the situation. Obviously,
simply wild.
There's a big difference between calling that one hand and actually making this call for all of it. Credit to him for not having binned his nines yet. What a fascinating hand from both players. This would be one of the all-time great calls if Tamil finds it. It's not solver approved. I'm pretty sure with this particular holding you've got to bin it. But he does sniff something.
Indeed.
And you're right, Ali. It's too big. An over bet, sure. A pot bet, sure.
I called 500.
But 2 times pot?
Just consider.
Good move.
Wow.
What a moment.
Yeah, into the bin goes the best hand. And I was going to say, just consider the stack that Tamil would be minting if he found that huge call. But the ICM pressure just too great with 177,000 up
Bigger
top.
balls. Big balls.
Big balls.
That's
Maybe I jam if it bets 500 again. Shahmat. Nice hand.
In defeat, Tamil getting a lot of credibility here, both from us in the booth, I'm sure the audience too, for how he sort of pieced that one together. But ultimately, you know, putting it all on the line in that spot is almost reckless, even if your read is razor sharp, that your opponent is at it. It's so hard, because if you're wrong, it's a catastrophe.
It is. To bust out when wielding the stack that Tamil is in front of so many others with less chips is ICM suicide, as they call it. Shornikau now on the button, ace-10 suited. Doesn't need this much kit to open, but will happily do so.
How much do you pay? 325. Thank you.
Raise and take it for Shornikau. Some gutsy poker on show here from Alexander Tosh, who is bish-bash boshing his way into the chip lead now. Shornikau holding steady at 3.5 million, much where he began his final table. No super short stacks, which is a big factor right now. This is a very different final table from the one we watched yesterday, where we had a prohibitive chip leader who wasn't actually forcing the action either. But dynamically very different. This one, a little bit more tricky. These 15 to 20 big blind stacks, not under any severe pressure yet. Tot going to get after it again here with the ace.
has certainly made this final table a memorable one thus far. He's 3 off suit on the button. Tiano queen deuce suited. Comes along. Four, five, six. Both players with the straight draw here. Advantage ace high.
Yeah, I wonder how sticky Muntiano wants to get here. Obviously, when the roles are reversed and he's the aggressor, he's taking streets out pretty merrily. But when the shoe's on the other foot now, will he actually try to steal this one away? And a board texture that favors his defending range more than it does the opener.
And you see the check back from Tot certainly emboldening Muntiano to maybe get after this one. And so very different behavior being exhibited when he is out of position as a defender as opposed to in position with a strong hand as the aggressor. Almost the inverse of what I think we would anticipate, perhaps. 165 the bet, and the call here from Tot is obviously unsettling, not what we wanted to see. And with another 330 bringing this pot to 660, I was going to say, I wonder what he does on the river unimproved, but we'll never know because he's hit this queen of hearts.
Yeah, Muntiano will be wondering how often Tot actually has a real hand this time, a big pair that's happy.
But he checks now, and I wonder whether or not this is just to try to induce and protect against maybe a hand that has queen deuce beat, but Tot doesn't give it a second thought, checks back promptly. And
I can help you every time.
Yeah, maybe a little bit scared of Tot and his ability to
Is it possible? No,
put his opponent in the blender. We saw there in the last hand, obviously he went for the overbet. Muntiano maybe feeling like he had a pure check call there and didn't want to bet and then face a raise.
Right. Because maybe some ace queen, maybe some king queen, things of this nature are part of Tot's turn flat, you know, just peeling, keeping his man honest in the event there's some sort of straight draw that busts on the river. But those are the beats when I think back in my poker career where I'm like, so let me get this straight. You fired the turn with dust, made something, and then decided you would slow it down? Okay. You know, leave you frustrated.
Yeah, and I wonder if there was a hero call in top with the ace-3 facing some bet sizes. Obviously, you know, it's a draw-heavy board as well. His opponent maybe over bluffs turns in a situation like that and then would continue on the story. We will only know that in some parallel universe. In this universe, Tot has the ducks and he's going to get to work right away again. Relentless.
He is very much emerging as the force to be reckoned with here at this final table. Perhaps predictably. As Shornikau, another one of the big stacks, David, but being to the right of Tot, who is armed and dangerous and has the position and the reputation, I think is doubly kind of responsible. You know, coupled with Shornikau maybe being a little bit, you know, different stylistically than our man, but also just a bit cuffed by his presence directly to the left.
Yeah, tough seat for Shornikau here. We've obviously see him get up to his own version of scallywaggery in a heads-up hand there a few moments ago, but not the big ball poker that we saw from Tot. A much more deft, nuanced little maneuvering hand, a small ball hand. He is going to open up the ace-5 suited from +1 here. Gets all the way around to the big blind, who might defend here. Alexander Kirchenko. You know, in high ICM environments, these suited no connectivity hands do fall away, but I think Jack-6 suited maybe just good enough. It's very cuspy. This is rock bottom of range. I think he probably finds some folds with Jack 2s and Jack 3s and maybe even Jack 4s of spades. Jack 5 and Jack 6 maybe just good enough.
And
this is
top
why.
pair against middle pair, David.
It's very hard to proceed, but you must proceed. You can't assume your opponent has an ace all the time, and you will always have to call 1 and sometimes 2. But it's very hard when you have an opponent who is capable of tripling off as well. You feel like being the guy who calls twice and doesn't call the third time is the best way to torch money.
$70K into 340. Of course, the call must be made. 7 on the turn. Leaves Kirichenko adrift as the texture is two-tone now.
I wonder if Kirichenko, or sorry, I wonder if Shornikau, I should say, bets the turn with all of his ace-X here. May just decide it's sort of an advanced blocker and no harm. It can still extract value from some good jacks. If he is up against an ace that pips him, well, he's sort of set his own price.
Yeah.
And then if he improves somehow on river, he could maybe find another bet.
Worthy of note, by the way, David, both players are unblocking the 2 flush draws on board. So might they be more inclined to assign one of those draws to one another?
I think on balance, given the diciness of this situation, if I'm Kirichenko, I probably let this one go. He's not a believer though, and we've seen him put his foot down already against Tot with that pocket 7's hand facing the 3-bet. So not a man to be pushed around. Kirichenko going to test his man out one more time.
Fails to improve with the necessary jack or 6 as the hearts do come in.
And I think Shornikau probably checks this one back now. He's playing the 7 kicker. Yeah. Happy to see he has a winner and not looking at a hand like ace-8.
Content to check back there just in case he was out-kicked or the hearts were trapping. But a nice pick up there for Shornikau, who's been forced to kind of watch Tot accumulate chips to his left and leave him a bit behind the pace.
Thank you.
So then, quick peek at the chip counts as we change dealers. 11 and 13 blinds respectively toward the bottom of that leaderboard for Shuang Luo and Alexander Kirichenko. Shornikau still maintaining the chip lead, but the activity has been centered around third place Alexander Tot, who now has 37 big blinds. A couple of clicks back of second place, 29,200. The on-tap payout, 6,000 roughly. The jump from 7th to 6th. Here at this Merit Poker Western Series, $5,300 high roller final table. Ali Najat alongside David Lappin. Glad to have you with us.
What I'm absolutely loving about this final table is the clash of very, very different styles. It's almost like, remember that card game Top Trumps when you were a kid? And like your strength level could beat his strength level, but maybe if you chose flexibility or some other key
I don't remember
ingredient.
this card, but go on. This game, rather.
It was a very fun card game when we were kids, but it was sort of set up so that, you know, you had to pick your guy to do the thing that he was best at versus the other people, and then you got their cards off. But it does really feel like a game of Top Trumps right now, with these players playing very different styles and us seeing the outcome of those styles being clashed against one another.
Sure. Ace Jack on the button. This is plenty with which to work for Nikitin.
Yeah, almost inducible here. He does have one short stack behind him, I feel.
Bounces raise.
Goes for that sort of 40% sizing, committing to 1, folding to 2.
$500,000 of his 1.2 out there. Count requested. I thought perhaps with something more interesting than 9-3 offsuit, but in the end, it'll be an easy raise and take there.
Yeah, sorry, seeing the actual stacks of the two players behind, they both were quite short, so I think just shoving is fine. Obviously, chopping your stack is possibly a little unnecessary in that particular spot. I think you're probably going to have to call off anyway, even if they both go all in.
Anatoly Nikitin, by the way, has a nice resume here at Merit that includes $59,000 courtesy of a 4th place finish in this very event back in 2022.
Battle of the blinds now.
We'll see how much of a battle it turns out to be. Jack 6 offsuit for Tamil, not interested in scrapping with the big stack of Shornikau, who was ready to go with King 10 suited. It's always validating when the big blind turns over a proper hand when you do choose to fold from the small. Interesting chip accounting, dare I call it, configuration there for Nikitin. It's like, okay, I've got the greens that I'm keeping over here, the blues over here, 10 stacks, 20 stacks.
Yeah, it's like a metropolis to the left and then just a small village.
A hovel, if you will.
Right.
I play mix with a guy who insists on stacking his chips 10 high. And so they really, you know, it's kind of an expanse when he's running good. And you're like, why don't you simply do them in 20s like the rest of us? But he just refuses some sort of superstition. It's quite annoying. I mean, you certainly prefer for him not to spin up a big stack because it does encroach.
What's interesting about that observation is actually it's a real common one in newer players to see them stacking 10s because it feels very like the right number to stack in. You do 10s, it's kind of, you know, you can count your chips quite quickly.
I think those are stacks of 5, by the way, that are being employed by Shornikau as we zero in on his ace-6 small blind limp, dominating Todd's king-6 as he does check back.
I like this limp with ace-6. I think you want to have some ace-x in your limping range so that you can actually have some ace-x when it comes down.
Both players with the gut shot straight draw. 6 of spades slightly preferred with 2 spades on board, but of course the ace kicker preferred even more so as you see the lion's share of the equity belonging to Shornikau, who does come out swinging here, 115K lead.
Yeah, clearly not wanting to face a bet, so maybe feeling though it would be better to make a bet and proceed even if called along later streets. Can certainly get some pure garbage hands here. Remember, it's a limp pot to fold away some decent equity. But was he to check it? You would have to call once, but it wouldn't be as convenient because you'd have surrendered the betting lead.
Oh, look at this turn card. Magnificent for Todd. As a clean leader with top pair, the rewards for having flatted. No justice for Shornikau.
Yeah, and more King X in Shornikau's range by a smidge, I feel. But he doesn't choose to turn his hand into a bluff, attack some 5x or 7x on this texture. Instead, checks it over.
Yeah, it does seem like the kind of card that would lure us into maybe another barrel where we've improved and hit our combination as a pre-flop raiser that would be inclined to just c-bet with high frequency in spite of being divorced from a 9-high board. And once we get called, we try to represent, but instead he does slow down and face a bet of 375,000, and I think this is a sizing that is going to be enough to shed the ace-6.
You can see it on their faces. They all suspect he's at it. This time, not so.
Proper lay down there.
There's a fear factor now with Tot. every single player at this table is concerned when they get into a pot. That overbet shove changes everything in people's minds. Some people think that that's a bet that, you know, probably the majority of players never find. Whether they have it or they don't have it, we saw that he didn't have it and it was a bluff. They might be finding that out around now. But that's just not a move in a lot of poker players' artillery. And when you're up against someone who has that in their back pocket, it changes the game in a big way because suddenly your stack's at risk when you didn't think it was.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what's funny? I was watching something recently about extreme sports people, you know, guys that are adrenaline junkies, and girls for that matter. And there was a study conducted that found that there is a specific sort of chemical that is not released when they're confronted with danger, when they're confronted with risk, in the same way that a normal person, let's say, would kind of experience, you know, those sorts of emotions. And I think it may play out from time to time at the poker table in terms of guys like Todd, who are going to be more apt to not feel what the rest of us kind of assume, especially when we see a showdown and we reconstruct a line that's been taken, you know, and go, how are you able to do this, pull this off, barrel like that? The Jack 10, for example. You know, I mean, granted, that might not be the best example, but just to build the storyline that he's cut from a cloth that differs from all those around him. And like you said, he is someone who is threatening now. He is the danger that lurks.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful analogy that is applicable in this situation. I think you either have human beings who don't release that chemical and therefore don't feel the fear, or maybe a different chemical gets released sometimes in some people and they become junkies to the excitement of the risk. And yeah, I think actually really interesting which of those categories you might be, because I would have always assumed it was the latter, but your revelation to me there of the former does explain a lot of behavior as well.
Sure. King, King, Jack, by the way, all Schwang here, as Shornikau understandably opened this one up with the ace on the button. The defense also understandable. Trips on a board that Shornikau feels that he can more comfortably represent. For Schwang, loves to see the C-bet here.
Yeah, a Schwang and a miss for Shornikau. But he bets 80k undeterred. Schwang obviously going to at least call here. May decide to pop in a little raise. I like the call, to be honest. I think she's so shallow here, and he's so capable of putting her in the blender, and her hand is so nutted. Miles ahead or miles behind in most circumstances.
Well, any kicker problems that she may have been alleviated by the arrival of this Jack, which gives her a full house. Now the ace has some showdown value, perhaps from time to time counterfeited under pairs or the straight combos.
Yeah, I think more the latter category. I think the underpairs get it in pre, so probably the queen tens, the 9-10, maybe with a backdoor flush draw. And interesting to see here if Shornikau does decide his opponent just has about way more than she has queen high.
She defended against the open, check called. It went check, check on the turn, and now very promptly rips it when the 6 shows up on the river.
And I hope she does it with queen 10 here as well, queen 9 of clubs, of hearts, something like that. If that's in her arsenal, this is lovely. In this example, she just has it, so we know she does it when she has it. Shornikau now trying to piece that together. How often is his ace good and he is up against queen high?
The thing is that, you know, reputationally speaking, Schwang really not the suspect in terms of not having this ace high beat, but you know, the hand is the hand.
Does
and
call.
He does make the call, so Schwang with the rewards here. As Shornikau will be off of his high water mark by a good margin, and a nice infusion of chips for Schwang Luo.
Один blind, check turn.
That's going to be a bit of a dynamic shift here at this FT. Transfer of wealth. shaking his head there.
Yeah, and Shuang Mellow as she drags in that nice pot. Oh, you see it? Yeah, see that? Little Wayne's World. I had to wedge it in. I couldn't feel an organic way
I
in.
mean, that's a deep pull. That film came out in the mid-90s,
Yeah.
I want to say.
Yeah, definitely. I was definitely a young teenager. Yeah. I feel my best material in this booth is the material suited to probably 1.3 people within our listening audience.
0.3 outside of the booth. 1 in the booth.
Well, that makes it worth it, to be honest.
Okay. I'm a good customer for Lapin's brand of humor here. Kirichenko's ace 10. Might be looking for some customers.
I feel like this works quite nicely as an open. You can just min raise off 13 here with the ace 10 if he wants to get involved.
Somewhat rare pre-flop time bank utilization here.
Yes, especially if he comes out with an open. But maybe, just maybe, that's what makes people think it's a really strong one. It's a really nutted one. Like he's going, oh, 13 bigs. Will it look too funny if I just normal raise when most people expect me to shove or fold? Maybe, just maybe, it does work quite nicely as a little confuser.
160 at the 40 and 80 level.
Yeah, I really like it. I think it's exactly how you need to play your ace 10s. You got blockers. You have a hand that plays quite nicely if the big blind defends. It's just going to get through a lot as well, and you need to stay active. You know, that's the thing about being a short stack. So many people get into this mindset where they think, okay, I have to go into all in or fold mode, and I have to just protect all these chips and not risk any because I'm eventually going to have my big move, and I want to have as many chips as I can for that big move. But actually, you're served well by staying active.
Little pickups, allowing us to tread water on this occasion. Hauled in by Kirichenko. On the topic of things that have been hauled in, a delightful assembly of roasted nuts, almonds, pistachios, cashews have been delivered to the booth. David, you know,
they were delivered.
There's sort of a few things off menu that you should know about here.
Nothing gets delivered when myself, James, and Andrew are in the booth. I just want to point that out. Everything is found by us.
Well, in order to allow
foraged,
you can't click the pickup option, Lapin, and expect it to, you know. You go over, you mention what you need, you tell them in TV production, and then it soon arrives. Now, I haven't ordered any pepperoni pizzas, but, you know.
Clearly, I haven't downloaded the Merit Eats app. I didn't realize.
The only thing that eats here at Merit is the resident Labrador of the booth, James Dempsey, who really can put a personal dent into the stocks at any given buffet service, should be said.
Rushing back, not wanting to miss a hand here.
Service.
Kirichenko. Just in time. As we continue seven-handed play. It's been a while. We had 2 quick bust outs, of course, but I think we've been playing seven-handed for the best part of an hour since. Obviously, these guys, all very talented, it must be said.
I do enjoy kind of stability for a time, as it allows the players to kind of settle in and maybe, you know, play some poker as opposed to constantly having to evolve and adjust with sort of a dizzying pace of bust outs and, you know, developments.
Race 160.
Snowmen for Shornikau. undaunted by the losses to Shuangluo, who has herself up to 1.6 million now. Opening. Luo did bin in 8. 9-7 offsuit for Kirichenko. 1 million behind. And he will release. Shornikau has been, dare I say, almost a bit merciful as the chip leader. I know, you know, he hasn't necessarily had all of the candidates, but sometimes we'll see some people wield the mallet as the big stack, in particular here at Merit, more so than we do elsewhere. You know, we touched on the fact that his seat draw not ideal with Tot directly to his left, but it doesn't appear that he's even bothered to test Tot's willingness to lean on him by, you know, starting to up his VPIP and open a wide variety of holdings. He's just kind of been kept in line by the mere shadow.
Yeah, I think that's precisely it. I think the seat draw is what's caging him more than anything else. Obviously, Tot has chipped up to 3.4 million. They're basically neck and neck now at the top of the chip counts. Montiano a little bit behind them. And yeah, it's just awkward when you have a guy you know is going to maybe pick on you a little bit, going to 3-bet you. So he's playing pretty solid. You know, I think he's still stepping out with the right hands, but he isn't, you know, changing gears in the way that we've seen Tot do. In fact, I think Tot's the only person taking this final table by the scruff of the neck. Very impressed by Tamil, I have to say, so far. Obviously, that was a very, very tough hand he played against Tot. Who could blame him for folding? In fact, putting his opponent on the hand that he had was impressive in and of itself in a situation where really he just couldn't call, I don't think, but was so tuned into the fact that he was up against a bluffer.
That would have been such an amazing ripple effect had he made that call. Not only does he end up with a massive stack, but it is the kind of pot that everyone at the final table takes note of and just augments whatever their impression of you was coming in for the better. I mean, the credibility boost is incredible.
It's so above the rim, I think you just have only one choice, and that's to rip your shirt off immediately and play the rest of the final table topless.
Now, exemptions, by the way, for Shuangluo in that particular situation, but yeah, it's so
heroic, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I've borne witness to some hands that left mouths gaping at, you know, final tables, feature tables. That would have qualified. I mean, even if you're paying attention as you go back on the stream, perhaps even some of the players left here at the final table curious about that one, and you hear him in the post-mortem say, you know, Jack 10. Actually, it was while he was deliberating that he said it.
Yep.
And, you know, credit to Tot, because very discombobulating when you know, encounter someone who takes one swing at your hand and nails it, and you know that Jack High is no good there. He was able to hold it together, and eventually the nines found the bin. Now, here is Tamil faced with a jam of 1 million from the button. Pocket fours for Kirichenko. Ace, queen, so much hand, and a covering stack.
Yeah, this is a must-get-in situation for Tamil here. Kirichenko doing exactly the right thing with the small pair. This is how you must play the small pairs in this spot. 13 bigs, in it goes. But Tamil, like you said, Ali, so much hand. Ace, queen is just a must-get-in behind here.
Yeah. And behind is where he's going to find himself, albeit not by a ton, as we see Shornikau fold the king 10 predictably. And heads up, we will be... Kirichenko will be pleased to have the best of it by about 8%, but he's on his feet because he's at risk with 7 left in a 2.17 million chip pot.
We'll go back in slightly.
If the ace-queen can get there, we are down to 6. If
Jack 6 deuce, nice board composition for the fours. Keep it ace and queen free. That is the mantra in Kirichenko's mind. A compliant turn.
kõik flipid võitnud siiamaani.
And a compliant river as well. As Kirichenko will take his seat and do so with 2.17 million in front of him. Tamil, on the other hand, will be left with just north of 400,000.
Yeah, Tamil now 5 bigs on life support. Small silver lining is the blinds have just gone through, so he will have an entire orbit with these 5 bigs to find a spot.
I'll tell you what, though, this is the man who I, mentioned at the onset
400,000, väga lühike.
of the day. Came in with 9 bigs on the featured table and spun it right on up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Gotta win the flips.
He's been a tremendously entertaining addition to this final table. I'm glad we got to see a bit of him. Obviously, he was doing most of his dirty work on outer tables earlier today. Built that stack from virtually nothing, like you said. Am I right in saying he came in with 1.5 starting stacks? It was that short.
Yeah.
And obviously made his way up to a high point of maybe 2.6, 2.7 million. Has been whittled down largely due to that big hand versus Tot to the 1.5 million mark, somewhere around the middle of the pack here. But with the loss of that flip there, 400k now.
He said something really, I don't want to call it astute, but just succinct and kind of beautiful that I think many of us need to keep in mind in spots such as this. Sometimes we're walking out the door, we're deeply disappointed, and we want to hold ourselves accountable. But he simply said, gotta win the flips. And he's absolutely right about that, whether it's to make your way to the money or to a final table or to an eventual victory. All of your efforts can come down to one pivotal hand that can either catapult you out the door or to the win. And we circle something like the ace-queen against the 2-4s, buttons, small blind. There isn't really anything that you need to hold yourself accountable for. It all played out as it should in both seats. And on that occasion, the 4s held, and we're left with 5 bigs. Not out of, contention, but certainly with our work cut out for us. But, when we're looking for accountability, it's important to recognize spots where we just don't have any.
Absolutely right. And I think poker players are often guilty of the reverse. These wonderful poker operators make playgrounds first, and sometimes we think it's the whole world. Sometimes we don't see the wood from the trees. It is a game after all, and to win in a poker tournament requires so many positive things happening to you, one after the other, and in a game like No Limit in particular, it can all be derailed by one hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an arduous and sometimes an unrelenting sort of journey, but in the end, the rewards are so sweet, not just monetarily, but the validation, something that you spend so much time, pour your heart and soul into, blood, sweat, and tears, if you will. As we see the Shornikau 3-bet to 375,000 from the small blind over the top of the Kirichenko open from the cutoff with the King 10 offsuit. He's going to use a time bank on this one. I don't think it's a candidate.
Well, you said a moment ago that Shornikau not really taking the bull by the horns in the way that we've seen Tot do. And this is the first time we've seen him step out in this manner. There used to be an old adage, I remember went around poker rooms when I started playing, which is like, target the guy who just got the double up, because he really won't want to lose those chips that just went into his stack.
That's interesting.
Well, Kirichenko's opened up here from the cutoff, as he should with the King 10. He's been 3-bet by the Queen Jack suited of Shornikau, an interesting candidate. Obviously a hand he could decide to flat with it from the small sometimes, but decides to take the aggressive line. And I think it's going to work here. Kirichenko does eventually release. Credit to him for giving that some thought, thinking about the dynamics that had been set up with him and Tot earlier, where he actually pulled the trigger with the 7s and was thinking about doing something similar there, obviously with the King 10 as well.
No, Kirichenko does gift wrap 160 over, and yet he's still smiling, basking in the glow of that double. Gift wrap might be a little bit too generous. Obviously, he's, you know, doing what he should do with the king 10, but point remains. He's able to lose chips and be okay with it. Nothing like a fresh double up to numb that sort of pain.
Speaking of pain, poor old Tamil now in the agonies here. 5 bigs, 10-9. Has an opportunity to get it in first, but would have been hoping to look down at some paint. 10-9 just doesn't qualify, I don't think. Yeah. 10-9 suited. Definitely a tempter.
Would have been dominated against the Shornikau ace-10 on the button, though.
And a dynamic that we had earlier in this final table, for maybe the first 20-25 minutes, was all the other players sort of waiting out the shorty. Mar went, then it was Wei's turn. And with Tamil down to 5 bigs, that will be a consideration here for everybody. Shuang, who might defend this Jack 3 suited in a different situation. That extra ICM pressure of the shorty being out there could dissuade. Credit to her, she's going to stick to her ranges here.
Yep. Suited combo. Turns into middle pair here, more than we can say for the ace-10, which turns into a gut shot. Backdoor spade.
Interesting one for Shornikau. Probably going to come with a very small c-bet. As you said there, Ali, he does have ways to improve.
C-bet is 135K into the 440. Understandably flatting, not improving. Checking once more.
Shornikau understanding that a big bet here is a threat bet. Her entire stack could be on the line come river, and he can target plenty of Jack X here to find folds.
Oh, and he's measuring out this second barrel here, and he's doing so in a way that really exudes quite a bit of comfort, if not confidence. And Jack 3 begins to feel real weight on its shoulders.
Yeah, beautifully executed here. Obviously he has ways to improve. Could have the best hand right now against a king 10 or a 9-10, but decides on the bet size that puts real pressure on a lot of the Jack X. Maybe all the Jack X don't love life anymore. And as I mentioned there, the threat bet. It's the bet that sort of says to your opponent, it won't be too hard to get you in by the river here.
Look at the dig in here from Shuang, though, undeterred.
And now, very tricky for Shornikau. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah, the king binking the Broadway on the river. He's now made the nuts, and it is, of course, the least welcome of cards, dare I say, for Shuang. And ace would be bad as well, but this is just an awful development for Jack 3.
Yeah, this has ruined the hand from a spectator point of view, because what we really wanted to see was a brick on that river, and to know would Shornikau have pulled the trigger on a 3-streeter, and to know if Shuang had it in her to find an incredible hero call. As it's transpired, that unlikely king finds its way on the river, and Shornikau with the nuts. It's obviously going to stick her in here, hope that she's made 2 pair maybe and has a callable one.
Offsuit 5, offsuit deuce. Those would have been the interesting rivers, but instead now the predictable jam from Shornikau. And remember the suspicions that were stoked for Tamil when he was up against Tot in a similar spot. Polarizing bet sizing here, asking for all 1.1.
Yeah, good power poker from Shornacow. Again, sliding doors. We'll never know what he would have done on one of those bricky rivers. He might have gone for it anyway, and she might have folded anyway. But huge credit to Shuang for finding that turn card. Obviously, flop call, pretty standard. Turn call, not standard. And actually much more sticky than maybe you would expect. Had a good read on her opponent.
Credit to her, though, because
Huge.
it's, you know, it's the right call in terms of the actual hand. I don't think anyone would have faulted her for folding on that street, but unfortunately for her, the king on the end forces her into a check fold.
She's played flawlessly on this final table, I have to say. We sort of maybe pigeonholed her as someone who might be a little tighter. She certainly didn't have the hands to open up, so we weren't seeing a huge amount of opens. But when we've seen her play, the ace-2 suited from early position, recognizing her image, recognizing a spot to steal one from under the gun off a shallower stack, she did that beautifully. Obviously played the king-9 very nicely, and in fact got Shornacow to make the hero call with just ace high in that spot, who obviously gave her credit for having some bluffs there, the queen 10s, queen 9s of the world. So no, I think she's played absolutely tremendously, and obviously down to 1.1 million now, second last place, just Tamil behind her, but every reason to believe that should she get her double up in the near future, she's right back in this one.
And I think, you know, unlike the plight of Shornacow to the right of Todd, she's got this benefit of being directly to the left of the two big stacks. So
yeah,
it's only once they've exited the majority of situations that she will be looking to get involved with clarity and no concerns about being pressured by either of those two. As we see Tamil applying pressure with the ace-8 suited from the hijack. His last 415K committed.
Small thing here, but we see it all the time in the Triton high rollers that you commentate and preside over, Ali. Would I like to see him make this like 320K or 300K, just so that if there was some madness behind him, opportunity for ladder jumps off that short stack, he was giving himself that option?
You'd rather get a call and get a double up, you know?
Gets one through,
but
he's going to need to get a few through or get the double up to really mount a challenge on this final table.
Earlier in today's coverage, there was another sort of nuanced situation that I took note of where Lithuanian youngster by the name of Marius Kudzmanas was opening, left himself 20K back. It was a negligible amount. We know that once the jam came in behind, he was always going to make the call, but there was a ladder available. We were inside of the bubble, and he used half of his time banks to await one of the other two tables potentially yielding a bust out before he then decided to make that call. And it was something that Maroon Jazzar, who was at the table at the time, you know, almost sarcastically stood up and kind of put a hand over his eyes as if to say, buddy, you only have one chip. What are we waiting for? What are you thinking about? But it wasn't so much thinking about his hand as it was just seeking small edges, small advantages, you know, in terms of the pay ladder. Not unlike what you just described as another one of these sort of nuanced aspects of the final table. Ready to take it there for Todd. It's been very smooth sailing.
Good and bad, yeah? Not bad, but it's a game, you know? Let's wait. Let's wait.
Well, he's certainly making it look easy. As his good fortunes here at the final table to be envied. under the gun, but the 8-5 offsuit isn't going to be enough. So he will take on the blind. Next hand. Ace in the hijack. And I think this is a prime opportunity for the bigger stacks, by the way, with Tommel so short out there, David, to just broaden their ranges and really force people into some uncomfortable decisions. As you see, Montiano's pocket fours, perhaps under other circumstances, would be willing to get involved against with position, but not here with Tommel so short.
Oh, I like the fold, and I think it is an amazing situation now for both Tot and Shornica, and we've seen it now over the last few hands, to step out one at a time, maybe try to avoid one another, take turns, being the one who is the aggressor, because everybody else is really, really forced into honest poker until Tommel either doubles up and becomes less of an issue for that reason, or exits stage left.
Talked about everyone being vultures, never more so than when the smell of death is in the air. Someone is very short stacked. Ooh. Was that a successful winged insect eradication effort there? I mean, you know, perhaps a career in pest control if the poker thing doesn't work out.
I'm flashing back to that Obama interview. Do you remember he did that on, on live TV?
Successfully?
The fly landed on his hand and he got it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Did they get a shot of the dead smashed fly?
They did.
Oh, that's gross.
And I think that was the moment America elected him. That was the moment they were just like, he's
our
guy.
Man of the
he's
people.
Our guy.
You're like, I've done that.
Or I haven't, or I can't do
right,
that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I remember smashing one that was ready to deliver her payload up against the window, and that was maggots is what I'm talking about. Just really vile. Oh
gosh.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable moment in my.
Oh, Tommel might have to call it off here. King 5 suited, too much hand, I feel, blind v blind. He's going to face a Kirichenko shove from a very wide range. King high, just too much.
Yeah. Suited king, no less, but
super live.
Unfortunately for him, he is behind by a good margin, but 43% equity. It could be worse, as he'll get to C5.
50-50.
It's basically a coin flip. It's a kind of a queen's ace king sort of equity situation.
So to the flop we go, 1.15 million, and the hopes of the Estonian hanging in the balance. 7-7-9, not the board he had in mind. One spade working. Board double pairs. The 5 is no longer a winner. Any king for the win. A 9 or a 7 for the chop. That's what Tommel needs to stay alive, and instead it's a 4. And with that, Tommel is eliminated, and his first thought, by the way, is, did you bluff me, David? As Alexander Todd came over for a knuckle bump. But a 7th place finish for Tommel. $29,200 richer, leaving the field with $35,100 secured. And there is a look at the chip counts. Maxim Shornikau at the top, where he's been since the onset of this FT. A couple of short stacks for Anatoly Nikitin and Shuang Lo, who have their work cut out for him, as we bring you back inside the desk, the booth rather. Ali and David with you, and a quick break just moments away, David, but thoughts there on that frame?
We're sorry to see Tommel go. he rode that roller coaster to its high point, obviously from a very low start today, and unfortunately he's got off the ride now in 7th place. But I want to really emphasize a couple of players who are left in this field. Tot is a beast.
Yep.
That Jack 10 bluff told us everything we need to know. But in a more low-key way, Chornikau is also a beast, and he's been a bit more selective but no less effective. And I think that's what we really got to watch for, is those sort of snakes in the grass, if you will.
More stealthy.
Munteanu has been sitting back. I actually said in the last frame to James Dempsey that he shaped like a man who was looking to tiptoe his way to 4, maybe 5-handed play, and then maybe make his move. He sort of has maybe a number in mind. He wants to get there first. I'm not sure it's the best way to navigate. I think he's left chips on the table that could have been his. He's allowed people to realise more equity than they should have been allowed to do. I worry about him as we get shorter handed. He's going to have to get more active, and for the moment he is sitting back. One man who isn't sitting back is Kirichenko, and courtesy of that double up versus Tamil there a little while ago, he is now a contender, and a very dangerous one at that.
Well, we are moments away from finding out whether or not the arrival of 6-handed play here, which is officially short-handed action, will draw perhaps a clutch in and a downshift from one of these remaining 6. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this high roller final table from the Merit Poker Western Series comes your way in just a few. Kind of notice the influx as we see Munteanu noticing top pair, the development for him after he defends his big blind against the tot open. 9-7 adrift, only the spade to speak of.
Yeah, I'd expect a continuation bet here. Obviously, what Tot will be really fixated on is the fact that his opponent would fold some 3x and 2x here, so really only has the king x with which he could call. Great spot to fire a bet, obviously, when you have 9 high as well. He has actually found an opponent with a king. Little unlucky to do so. As I said, going to be a lot of flat calls here in the big blind, but the ones you will pitch away are maybe some of the 2x and 3x, so it's a great board to find a c-bet on. I wonder if for that reason will Tot slow down now, maybe not fire out the no equity second shell. He can obviously represent a stronger range of hands, but his opponent does look like he has a king here. There won't be too many 3s or 2s, and that is the kind of hand that would certainly call turn and maybe force you to have to triple off here, which is not particularly lovely with 9 high. On balance, I would like to see him slow down, but he is a man who likes to apply pressure. In fact, he applied pressure on this very opponent not long ago. Here we go.
Second barrel. 200K.
Crucial here for me when I'm in this spot is I recognize the fact that I'm going to have to call that third shell with the hand as strong as King Jack. So therefore I really take my time before I do, maximizing the number of triple off bluffs I might face. Look as reluctant as I can to put those few chips in so that my opponent will be emboldened to bluff once more.
For Muntiano, this is, you know, cautious procedures. Third spade, rolling off. Perhaps we're up against an ace-king, but it is taught in particular the higher kind of V-pip, the button, the bigger stack. But remember, this is a man that just forced us to fold a couple of jacks, and I don't think we're in the mood to fold a king-jack here, but let's observe how Muntiano approaches this river. You know, one would imagine that a third check would be the normal course of action here, but maybe he worries about a check back from Todd.
He's going for the block.
Is it just 50 or 200? 50.
Deciding on the block, which obviously Todd, no equity here, 9 high, has two options. Fold to a 7% bet, or raise here with virtually nothing. I presume Muntiano is inducing here, but it would be fairly gross to face a really, really large bet, something in the region of 1 million, something that puts him virtually all in, and Todd does think better of it. Not sure that's a spot where you like the block always, but it's okay.
Boy, it really is the kind of bet.
But I don't know if you want to induce more raises. I think you want to basically check it over and be willing to call off a half to maybe even full-size pot bet. Facing a really large one, as he might have done there, would actually have been very uncomfortable. Mar has found a playable one.
Jack-9 suited decides to move all in. Somewhat early middle position here. I'm not sure this is the specific hand that he would have hoped for, but maybe he's looking up at those blinds that are creeping up on him and deciding this is perhaps as good as it's going to get. Would rather have some fold equity. Although 70K more, anybody that wants to play a hand is certainly going to be inclined to get in there. 20K north of the minimum.
Yeah, I do like this shove, to be honest. It's desperate stakes, obviously, when you get this short.
And you see Nikitin. The battle rages on here in the high roller, a $5,300 buy-in event that has lasted 3 days from here at the Merit Western Series. Ali Najad joined now by James Dempsey, who is back from the buffet, I would imagine. James, is that, did you pay a visit over to the Diamond this evening?
I did venture over there. I would call it a light touch. I went very easy on the buffet. Obviously, one of the days...
A splash, if you will.
A splash, if you will, yeah. One of these days with the Asian station wasn't in fair, so I haven't had the chance to hit the Asian station yet this entire trip, which is somewhat depressing to a man like me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't like go. I don't want to overdo it. I'm actually a bit hungry now, because that was 3 hours ago. Thanks for bringing that up.
Any other non-poker related things that you want to delve into? It's my fault. I'll hold myself accountable here. Yeah, James doesn't waste any time. By the way, this is what I was talking about earlier. Just some of what's on offer here at Merit to all of the players. Truly a place where you are more taken care of than any other in all of the experience that we've had in terms of a poker room and a tournament experience. Just a tremendous one. We do encourage you to come out and join us for one of these series, and there are so many on offer throughout the course of the year. But what's on offer right now and in store for you is six-handed action here at the final table, where Shuang Luo is on the short stack, not far off the pace, Anatoly Nikitin. 10 and 11 big blinds respectively, but the man who came in with the chip lead wire to wire so far, up at the top of the leaderboard, it is Maxim Shornikow.
Look at that, like Kirichenko, the man who came second in this event during the Gangster Series,
Yeah.
with a chance still to go one better.
5,100,000 with a 100K big blind ante means every orbit costs 250K, and it adds up quite quickly if you're in spectator mode. So, should see some players begin to take some chances here in an effort to avoid being bled out.
200.
A6 suited for Tot. There's a man we don't need to worry about being bled out. Heavily equipped with 3.4 million in front of him, but Shuang Lo jamming over the top with the king-queen offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm unfamiliar with how the dynamics exactly played out here, but Tot opening off that stack size is going to have wider ranges than most at this table. Shuang's king-queen on that short stack. Certainly enough hand to be going all in with. Tot really a pretty grim spot here. So we can see here, he's a 60% favorite. Against range, things look pretty bleak. Good fold.
You like?
And a smile being worn on the face of Shuang, courtesy of that fold, where she picks up blinds, antes, and the open of 200K. Meaningful pickups as the effort to keep one's head above water continues here for those short stacks. Nikitin now inheriting those duties all alone, courtesy of that pickup by Shuang. There he is.
No. Yeah.
Really been one of the lesser involved entities here at this final table thus far, has Anatoly.
Yeah, who's been doing the front running? Who's been getting after it? Anyone?
It's very much been the Alexander Tot show.
Okay.
Here at this FT. To this point, Shornikau has been forced to defer, courtesy of the seat draw rather, to Tot's direct right.
Kirichenko, 25 blinds on the button, Jack 4 suited, not really a hand they wanted to get involved with, I wouldn't imagine. Shornikau with a big stack behind, furthering reasons to fold. Yeah, I suppose, so it's top behind him as well, isn't it? So, a tough seat. Chip-wise, at least.
King 9 offsuit, small blind. Want to be sure to upsize a bit in terms of the open. Shornikau does just that, making it 275K to go. Another 175 to call. For Tot, 9-6 off, dominated and not of interest, as he will concede. Those two really haven't collided much at all. Very first hand of this final table was a deeply interesting one in which pocket sixes opened under the gun and then ace king suited for Tot elected to flat.
Okay.
And pocket jacks from Munteanu decided to 3-bet. The sixes folded. It came back around to Tot, who 4-bet jammed, and the jacks were truly in the blender. The hand really looked and smelled like aces. Some kings, dead bottom of range, the ace king as it were on this occasion, and ultimately Munteanu did fold those jacks. Word has certainly come down to him at this point that he was up against the ace king, but as David Lappin put it in that spot, here he is with king queen suited opening and running into blackjacks for Nikitin, just what the doctor ordered for a short stack. But to button up the point, Lappin said that even if he had been shown the ace king suited in that situation with ICM, he would have folded with the best hand with those two jacks. But here he is now being faced with a 3-bet pot committing 975,000, not quite all of it.
Yeah, this is a lot of hand against a 10 big blind jam. The king-queen suited. Getting the count, seeing it's what, 775 more. Does have the chance, well, will be 775 more, 875 more, I suppose. The last bits of it does, of course, have a chance to knock someone out. Very, very hard to find a fold here, Ali.
He has 2.5 million back, and it's going to take another 775 to take this ride. Piecing the math together is Montiano.
He does get away from it.
Unexpected the laydown for you, James?
Not unexpected. I mean, it's a close one. I thought he may go for the gamble there. Again, I was just coming back in, refamiliar myself with the chip positions the way they are. Nikitin kind of with a smiling nod there, happy with the result. I mean, he seems, I guess there's two of them, what, around 12 blinds. He's then clear, what, fourth. But there was a chance to knock one of them out there. It would depend on how Nikitin's been playing, I guess. And if there's likely to be collisions with some of these other players. I was just a bit slow what the whole ham was going on because I was looking for Tamel and he's out, obviously. But a man who started the day so strongly, we saw him on the outer tape picking up more and more chips.
Yeah.
Did he come to the final with a decent amount, or was it a cold deck that he
Yeah,
busted?
he lost one key pot and then was left with kind of crumbs, found a spot and wasn't able to spin it up.
I mean, a great spin from the start of the day, but was
Right.
really looking like a rags to riches story from his 9 blinds. But these tournaments, Ali, the high rollers, the players like to play them a bit faster, 40-minute levels. You never get that comfortable.
Certainly don't. Reason take it for the Jack-8, though, as Alexander Tott's time here at the final table has been very comfortable. Blemish-free for the most part. Certainly rates to be one of those guys down to the final 3, maybe even the final 2. Montiano, by the way, he's a man that won a Merit warm-up back in March of last year, James. So,
yeah.
You know, he's been quite clean as an operator. Lappin and I both kind of observed after multiple data points that perhaps he's inadequately greedy in spots, but he does appear to have made what, dare I say, are kind of Merit Poker optimal adjustments, maybe, that find him checking back
Yeah, he's
way more than we would expect, leaving some meat on the bone, but keeping himself out of trouble.
Yeah, the frame before you came in, he made a couple of very curious non-bets and non-raises that, you know, they are mistakes, but mistakes that, like you say, lean to the side of chip preservation,
right,
near a final table, aren't as bad as they seem.
They can be more easily justified than beyond the borders of a final table where ICM considerations abound.
If he'd made those moves earlier in the day, you know, 30 players left, it'd have been easier to call them terrible, if I'm being honest. But when the intricacies of ICM do always sort of allow you to maybe play a little bit more passively, probably better to overcook it that way than be over-aggressive and over-chasing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll make more money in the long run. Although he's giving up less in the long run as Nikitin, blind on blind. You know, it's the same player again here. Electing just to call with this ace-6. It's kind of difficult to play post, but doesn't want to perhaps gift up the stack with a jam. It's nice to have some ace-6 here as well, theoretically, Ali, when we call from the big blind here, because our opponents can expect us to jam most of that. So they do go kind of crazy, as it were, on ace-high boards like this. Now, Montiano does, of course, have the flush draw, so it wouldn't be quite so crazy. But this is a spot where he does not think Nikitin really gets to ever have an ace. So we'll get to apply pressure. See if he can find a heart. Looks like he's cutting out 125 for now, but this certainly won't be the last barrel he fires at this pot.
And this is shaping up to be a very flammable board as Montiano lights the fuse with a C bet of 125,000, 10 high heart draw. Nikitin 1.2 behind, top pair, flats.
Well, that's somewhat of a scary card from Montiano's point of view, because if we are saying our opponent doesn't have a lot of ace-X because we know they're going to jam a lot of that pre over our open, and suddenly when they do call pre and then call on this flop, that's weighted quite heavily towards the king-X part of the range. So this is a very scary card for him to see. All things considered, he has 10 high and a heart draw. I don't think there's much more he can do but bet. And I like he's gone small here, just kind of setting a price. A king's not going to raise him here, because the king's just going to play, you know, bluff catching mode. So nice adjustment. Even though I don't think it really expect this bet to ever get through. Maybe there's some AX stuff that he gets to fold, but now I hope Ollie that he gives this one up.
Nine of diamonds. Unimproved is the 10 high. Obviously, he's never winning at showdown, we would imagine.
No, yeah, good boy. You're just betting into a range that is so often a king here. And Nikitin, the whole thing about chip preservation, final tables, yeah, he's pretty sure he's got the best hand here, but there's no value in betting this. He's not going to get called by anything. Just knuckle it back. And in case your opponent is just sending you a little bit of rope, trapping you.
It would have been a little bit puzzling, not to cut you off, James, but we kind of loaded up on the idea that Montiano is so conservative. He leaves a lot of meat on the bone, a lot of checkbacks where he could get value. Had he suddenly decided to barrel away on this river,
I was wondering if
you would have been questioning if this is the same person we were just talking about.
Yeah, I'd have been worried if he had, because it was. But I mean, he quite clearly checked. But if he had bluffed there, it would have been a little too wide for my liking. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well in those spots is players have seen you maybe not go for some very clear value. Suddenly when you go for what looks like thin value, it's far less believable. You've got far more bluffs. If you're not going to value bet as wide as perhaps you should, or value raise as the cases were in the pots I saw, it's very hard to have enough hands when you do then raise, because it just looks bluffy. The man who burst the bubble.
Jack offsuit. Opens to 200. Takers. By the way, Nikitin, no sooner did he inherit the short stack after Shuang Lo picked up a pot than he promptly spun back ahead of her in very short order, rallying his way into playable stack depth.
Question.
Go on.
Who put these nuts and chocolates here and how long ago?
2 hours ago.
I mean, they've barely been touched. The two of you just looked at them.
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Now I'm in here.
Doesn't take long for you to get your
How long do you think this is going to last?
Maybe 12 minutes, if that. We have pointed out in the past, by the way, the self-anointed Labrador of the operation, as we see another King Jack drawing all of Shuang Lo's chips into the middle from the hijack here, and so far so good for her. But the Labrador does lack a key receptor in the brain that triggers the sense of being full. James also, despite being human, lacks this receptor, and hence the never-ending supply of calories that goes straight down his hatch. There's a small but welcome supply of chips go down.
Some say chips.
Shuang Lo's way, yeah.
And by chips, I mean chips, not crisps.
Yeah, because crisps are crisps and chips are French fries where you're from.
No, those French fries are different than chips.
What are chips then?
Chips are like the proper ones, not the, you know.
You mean the wedges?
Yeah, I mean in America, like fries are just these tiny
mean the little
things. You don't
shoestring-
have proper, you know, chunky chips.
You don't get, yeah, a fried potato wedge masquerading. Anyway.
It doesn't have to be a big wedge. It's just a normal size. Like the wedges are bigger, then you get the kind of more standard British size of chip. And in America, you have the super thin.
James
chip.
is riveting as you're sort of helping our international audience get familiarized with the nature of fried potatoes in the United Kingdom might be. I do feel like perhaps we're better served to talk about the King Jack Open.
Fine, there's a King Jack. It's raised again. Back to chips. I mean, I've got this or I've got color theory.
Well,
you choose.
are you doing the haddock or the cod, James? Bit of an inside joke here, by the way.
I go for whichever's cheapest, to be honest. Nowadays.
10-6 suited, not in the mood to defend.
Had some
against
mussels
that sizing.
at the buffet. Some salmon.
They had mussels?
Yeah.
Wow. Mussels and fries, one of my favorite dishes. Mole frites, as the French call it. Did they have them in the little white wine scampi kind of?
No, that wasn't quite that delicious.
Okay.
Which is why I felt I could have some, because you know the white wine sauce. I try and stay away from
By the way, even in the best of dining establishments, you know, shellfish is a gamble. Just, you know.
It's kind of fake news.
You never caught a bad batch?
I mean,
Little red tide?
was I going to dive in on the oysters?
Now, oysters are the true gamble.
And I swerve them, but mussels, I'll take my chances. There's not a lot that can survive me. Kirichenko.
You do have the gastrointestinal tract of a tiger shark, it must be said. Kirichenko?
Not the Chuck Norris of digestive systems.
No gamble required in the cutoff with A7 suited. A very understandable min-raise open. And
Yeah, sure.
I thought about it.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's trying to plant the seed, that he's like, hey, you know, be careful opening here, because he obviously wants it folded to him on the button.
Right.
Just plant the seed that just like deeply psychologically, that's like, oh, yeah, he thought about that. Oh, must be
You
careful.
know, that it's funny, man. That's a real thing,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it gets very annoying when somebody doesn't ever just snap mug. It's this weird, wet blanket-ish, like, go away. Just, you know.
Yeah. You want to emotionally tie them to stress.
Yeah.
When they open in a situation like this.
Yeah.
If you just turbo fod, they're like, oh, I didn't feel any stress. You
Right.
go, oh, I don't want to go through that again. That was nasty. Obviously, you know, these guys all play a lot of poker, but this got to have a slight effect still. You know what I just did, Ali? I just like the stream.
Oh, good for you. Obviously, an opportunity to remind all of you who are joining us here live on the Merit Poker YouTube channel to do the same. Click that thumbs up, give us a like, give us a subscribe, ensure that you don't miss any of what's on offer from here at the Merit Poker Complex. So many streams throughout the course of the year, the product of so many different events. Love to see you here with us in lieu of watching from afar. Encourage you to certainly look into paying this place a visit. Dare I guarantee that nobody who bothers to make the trip out here to North Cyprus and play in one of these Merit events will ever come away disappointed, James?
No, impossible.
I mean, honestly, you want for nothing when you're here.
Impossible. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be a pedant and find something that would disappoint me here. I'll get back to you.
I mean, this is like an unsolicited endorsement, by the way. We just truly come back each and every time, in part because it's such a wonderful place.
Shuang. Ripping it with the king from the small for 12. Getting a turbo fold. Montiano with that fold, looking a little dejected. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There's just nothing here that you don't get. You know, upsets me. The gym closes at 8 p.m. Maybe I wish it stayed an hour open.
Yeah. The gym could close down permanently, James, and you'd be just fine with it. As would I, by the way. But for those so inclined, it is very nice.
The golf course is a little too far away. Maybe they can move that 10 minutes closer. Or just build one on property.
You know, it is an expanse that certainly 9 holes feel like they could be assembled somewhere. Putt-putt. That's what we need. Mini golf in the car park.
How much you have?
2 million total.
Can you imagine the gambling going on there?
I certainly can, James.
With Ante.
True story, I once shot, I believe it was 10 hole-in-ones on an 18-hole mini golf course in Northern California.
Wow.
And I did have money on that match, and my opponent was boiling.
I assume there were bounties for hole-in-ones as well.
No, we didn't have any.
Oh,
Just
you
a
weren't-
straight-up match. I didn't think about it. I didn't even know what a bounty was. This was like first year of college, maybe last year of high school.
Okay. The 80s were a wild time.
Ace-9, nothing wild about it. Big stack, cut off. Raising. Uh-oh. King-queen suited in the small for Montiano.
Yeah, decision here because, you know, he could rip this hand, but also the hand just plays so well. He might elect to take a flop, try and get some value if he were to hit something, but he has just gone all in. Certainly the more standard line. And oh no!
Pocket queens for Nikitin just behind Montiano, who really hasn't done much of this, James. He's kind of kept things conservative, clean and tidy.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate. His hand just does play best as a jam over a wider range opening.
Sure.
And he just ran into it here.
And of course, given it's 1.9, Nikitin doesn't need to posture at all. He jams promptly over the top.
He's live, Ali. He has a king.
Yeah, but he's got a real issue on his hand for the time being, as he is covered by the man who was the short stack moments ago and could vault up to almost 4 million in chips if his queens hold here. Here comes the flop. Not the one that Montiano had in mind. One club on the board.
Yeah, very faint backdoor equity.
And the 3 of diamonds vanquishes all of that. As he's down to just one of 3 kings remaining in the deck to stay in the hunt here. Not available, as the ace of hearts will seal Montiano's fate as the 6th place finisher here in the high roller, unable to notch his 2nd victory
No difficult decisions. No difficult decisions.
in a merit event. There's Nikitin. Says no difficult decisions, but a difficult outcome there for Montiano. Didn't do anything wrong. King-queen suited, jamming over the top of a very active Alexander Todd. And in doing so, winds up out the door, leaving behind 5 combatants, but not before paying a visit to the cash desk for $35,100. $43,800 now is the on-tap payout, and a jump of $15,000 if you can work your way from 5th to 4th.
Look at that stack of Nikita now, basically tied for the chip lead.
Incredible.
That's how quickly it can happen. Again, you know, the chip leader only has 40 big blinds in this tournament. It will move fast. A couple of pots.
Yeah, and 40-minute levels, no less.
Yeah, and I say a couple of pots, obviously that's always the case, but it's easy for those chips to get in, or easier when we are shallower. You know, that's still a very healthy average stack we have here. What, 3 million we're playing with average, so 30 big blinds. Top with 2 kings here. example. These two kings can get action from a lot of hands at all these stack depths. Man who's been very active now finds the goods, and Nikitin with a potential 3-bet bluff candidate here, Ali, as soon as he gets these chips.
Listen, he's just a couple of blinds back of Tot, so there's no longer the dynamic of this is the big, bad, big stack. It's very much I can get involved, and how dangerous.
Nice.
Avoids what would have been disaster. Ace-9 suited, though, for Kirchenko in the big here. Certainly he's going to be defending, but I was just going to point out how dangerous it is when you're a player with a high VPIP. You, too, can be dealt in with big hands from time to time, and when you are, you tend to win bigger pots because players are more apt to 3-bet against you.
Yep.
And here the deuce 3-5, all black texture, not exactly what Kirchenko had in mind. Does have the wheel gutter. Checks it over.
Did you like this from Kirchenko? Just so it's cool. Obviously, there's always an argument for just 3-bit ripping over an active player here, but 25 blinds is a lot, and Schwann's shown a propensity to open jam a lot. We saw open jam the king jack, we saw her jam the king 5 in the small. It's reasonable to think that she's going to be all at risk soon, so just as an overall strategy, we're going to play slightly more defensive pre-flop for laddering points. Not that the ace-9 would fit into that camp of jamming anyway, but I think that's the plan he's going to take into this 5-handed play. As it is, deuce 3-5 flop, faces a bet. Certainly a board he doesn't want to fold on just yet. Normally we say these are the boards that favor the big blind, but it's not like he gets to peel with a lot of the low cards because of all that ICM pressure, being one of the shortest stacks on this final table. So it kind of swings back a little bit that Tot does get to have some of this, but look at this, 4 on the turn. Makes the wheel, and he's almost unlucky that Tot has kings here, because if he had no hand, he may elect to start bluffing here, rep that ace, but with kings, no real need to do that. Checks through, now Kirchenko still with an option, whether to lead himself or check it over.
Never worried about the 6, James, but you know, obviously this is one of those spots where he senses that maybe he would be able to induce a bet out of Tot.
Right. That's the thing. If he checks here, Kirchenko, it looks like he may have like a weak 1 pair hand, a 5x, something like that. May allow Tot to bluff. As it is, he's going to come out with a bet himself. Around 60% pot this looks to be. A little over half. And Tot now in a tough spot. Of course, Ali, the flop clubs have missed. A lot of the 1 pair hands might want to bluff here at some frequency. His opponent doesn't have a whole lot of straights. Obviously, you'd imagine like the ace-jack plus would be jamming pre.
I mean, there are some ace-X's that will play as a flat and, you know, check peel.
Wow. Great fold.
That is a great fold. As played, obviously, with some frequency, he is getting bluffed by worse, but just decides his man had it and does so correctly.
Maybe just thinking his man isn't going to turn all of the 1 pair hands into a bluff.
Yeah, it feels like showdown value. Let's just check and get there if we can.
So when he does
the
bet,
preferred course of action.
It's now polarized to maybe some missed clubs, and then, of course, those ace-x hands. And some 6x as well, of course. He peeled from the big. Kind of like 5-6. And as I mentioned before the flop, the flop action, deuce 3-5 board, not a typical big blind defend range. It doesn't have as many of those 1 pair hands. Oh no, great fold.
tens now for Todd. Right on the back end of the 2 kings, which didn't work out for him, but he kept his losses to a minimum once he was beat. Checking back and then folding. Oh, well, Nikitin feeling it now that he's got a few chips. I'm not sure he realized he was on camera in that given moment there.
I've heard of chirping chips, but never jiving chips.
Ace to be suited for Kirichenko.
Yeah, 30 bigs now. Again, a candidate that you could 3-bet with. This time a non-all-in sizing would, of course, be preferable. And I think that's where we'll probably see this one go. We know Tot's super active. Obviously, another premium here. He's going for a very healthy-looking sizing here. It's like 700K. 750, wow. He doesn't need to go as big as this, Ali, but it does basically eliminate the chance of getting peeled.
And this is just a delight for Tot to see, as some of his chips were freshly passed over to Kirichenko, and they look like...
I'll have those back, please.
Yeah, and then some, by the way. Stay rate to be headed home. We await Tot's decision. It's just got to be a jam.
I love this demeanor. Just not really giving anything else. How much the bet is? Didn't really give anything away there. There's no hands to the face, any kind of accidental information being passed off. He just rechecks the cards and moves all in. Kirichenko now will just save a little bit of face. But
and this is where you instantly regret your sizing.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go this big in my mind. You know, typically we do like to go around the sort of 4x out of position as a rule. At least 4x, which is what he almost did. He went slightly under. But when you're already starting with 29 big blinds, you're allowed to 3-bet a lot smaller because your opponent doesn't have those implied odds. And also, if we are going to, like, you kind of want your opponent to sometimes call with hands pre-flop that might jam on you. And then you get to realize a little bit of equity with the ace-3. Wouldn't change anything in this instance. Of course, the queens are always just going to jam.
Very nice pickup there for Tot, and a chunky blow. Somewhat of a self-inflicted wound in terms of sizing being dealt to Kirichenko there. Don't fault the 3-bet, but maybe take some issue with the sizing. You know, it could be sizing, by the way, that was influenced by the fact that it was against Tot in particular, the guy you don't want to let be sticky and peel and have position on you post-flop.
Yeah, but again, it all fits back around. Tot also has the widest range. There's a lot of hands that just don't want to peel, even for much smaller sizes. But yeah, I hear the argument. Yeah, he is the one who has the tools at hand to perhaps peel more than the others.
He's just that pesky, menacing, threatening kind of presence at the table.
Shonika coming up with a small raise here. 2.75x from the small blind against Tot.
Oh, who's got the ace-5 here, James?
Yeah, I think the ace-5 is going to play nicely as a call.
You have 5 million close? 4, 5?
4. 4.
4?
4, 4.
It's not inquiring to the stack, but yeah, it's nice to have some ace-x's, of course, when we defend the big blind here against the small blind raises. And these deuces best served with an oversized raise pre, or even a limp jam some of the time. I think we're pretty deep here for that. But you get the idea. I think a raise that gets called a lot is not ideal when the best case scenario we have is a pair of 2s post-flop.
And on the topic of not ideal, how about king 6-5 monotone for these deuces? No diamond in hand. Bottom pair for Tot, who takes the lead.
Yeah, this is a one and done stab. Just you hope your opponent's got no diamond. Probably win this pot, albeit with the best hand those times. Tot, of course, pairing that bottom card. Not loving life himself, but has position, getting 4-1 with a pair. Whoa!
You know, you kind of understand when You lack the diamond in hand.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you just feel like the water is so murky. But I think calling just to find out whether or not you face another barrel on the turn is so important when you're in position there.
The one thing I will say is everything I mentioned pre-flop about how Sean accounts kind of made it an attractive sizing, 2.75x. Maybe Top picked up on that thought. This is going to be a more kind of nutted range rather than deuces, and therefore I might not be in very good shape here. And
he doesn't expect deuces without a diamond necessarily to be the hand betting on the flop.
Most of the C bets are going to be either a better pair or hands that have a diamond in which case is flipping. But for 200k in position, I would like to see him make a stand there.
Short account, by the way, has also been very in line, I want to say, especially given that he's out of position against Tot.
Okay.
So I think some self-awareness there as Tot goes, this is a guy who's not likely to be pushing chips forward without being strong against me in particular.
Mr. Bell out. Hold the 26 is open, Bell out.
King 10 makes it 200 to go. Pocket fives here for Schwang.
Yeah, the way she's been playing, I'm going to assume she's going to want to rip this one. Oh, no, she's just going to defend. All right. I think Nikitin's going to have a lot of raised folds, and jamming here certainly is attractive.
Instead, Schwang plays it as a flat.
This is where it gets difficult now, though. So you see these flops against an undefined range of the opener.
150.
Look at this C-bet, 150 into 550. The price being laid better than 4 to 1.
Obviously, yeah, like a very good flop for the 2-5s. Also,
got a heart as well.
Yeah, and a lot of the cards give her straight draws as well. So it's one of the rare times that 5s becomes very playable post-flop. And glad to see she just calls here. Take another card. And there we go, double gut shot.
Yeah, the double gutter.
Obviously, the 8 no good for her in this instance, but as turns go, that looks pretty good to her. And for Nikitin being cool on this flop, he hates to see a hand that fills in the middle there like a 7. The opponent's going to perhaps have some flopped pairs that now have at least a gut shot with them. So wisely checking that back, knowing he doesn't have much fold equity, and repairing 9. Great news for Shang.
Yeah, this feels like one of the best sort of rivers, any board pairing card.
Yeah, especially to the 9, because Nikitin, I think, is going to be betting 9x on the turn still. Checks it once again. Now, does Nikitin ever find a bluff here? Trying to maybe make her fold a hand like 6x.
Busted hearts?
Busted hearts as well, of course. He does.
Oh, wow.
He's just going after those hands. It looks like she just never has a 9 as played. Doesn't have a straight as played. Would, of course, bet that on the river herself. Thinks she has a hand like a 6. And he's not wrong. She has a hand like a 6. Can she piece this together? What hand would bet flop, check back, turn, and then shove river for more than pot?
Yeah, it is very suspect. And certainly worthy of some time bank usage.
The overpairs are just going to be happy to bet the turn and get it in against the pair plus straight draw.
I think Nikitin needs to recognize that maybe this sizing is more likely to get called than something smaller and milkier.
Yep. Yeah, because he's sizing in a way that means he has a monster hand, and he can't really have a monster hand as played. I'm trying to think if there are some 9x's that he checks back the turn with. I don't see it being that likely. Well, he's in there with maybe a hand like 9-8. He was happy just to check and realize not wanting to face a check raise. That does make sense. A 9-8, maybe 9-10 kind of hand. The hands that picked up a draw to go with the pair. Oh, gets the job done.
Yeah, I think that she certainly had her hunches, but in the end, if you get it wrong, it is such a disaster. And Nikitin able to just shrug that one off casually.
Credit to him, because I always say anyone who's listened to me commentary before, I always say the bet, check bet, bet river line.
Right.
Is just never a bluff. He's found one.
And he's also found his way to the top of the leaderboard here by a 1 big blind margin over Maxim Shornikow, who concedes the chip lead for the first time since the onset of this final table. Taut in third, Kirichenko in fourth, and now Shuanglo back down to 10 bigs. After letting go a very golden opportunity, by the way, for her to have made that call and then found herself right in the middle of the pack. But instead, a fold. You know, it's so easy when we can see the whole cards to think to ourselves, yes, it's suspect, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, a call is very possible here, but the pressure of the moment, 43,800, the on-tap payout, 15K if you can ladder up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'd always call in her shoes there. It's like, this doesn't make a lot of sense, but it can still be a hand. Like, what are the bluffs that he wants to just go bananas on the river? They're very hard to call that. I was just surprised the way she's approached the short amount of time I've seen that she didn't just 3-bet rip it in pre against a very wide range with the 2 5s.
You know, I wonder whether or not, given the kind of amazing pace at which Nikitin finds himself way up as one of the big stacks,
Oh, sorry.
she kind of hadn't registered.
Maybe.
You know, in any case, we move on. Shornikow takes one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, blinds have gone up as well, Ollie. They're throwing out 60K and 120K there. Yeah. Shuang feeling the pinch a little bit more than most. So he will be sub 10 big blinds now. Sub 10 big blinds, 5-handed, gets pricey. Does not have long to find something. Here she goes. 7.5 blinds, 8-9 suited, certainly enough from the button. And she's up against the same hand, the big blind, which she just can't call. Keaton just being helpful all around now. He's all happy. You know, now I'm the chip lead. Let me pass those chips to you. Let me do this. Dealy, you're doing a great job. Isn't it wonderful?
No. I didn't see him dance, though, again.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the Nikitin Shuffle making another appearance before this one's done.
Well, Ollie, I know you may have to go about your other duties here in the tournament and find yourself out there doing a winner's interview.
Oh, if he wins this thing, it's absolutely coming up.
Okay, that's what I want to see. I want to see if you and he can do a little synchronized number.
Also, something that needs to come up, James, is the presence of these granules on your side of the booth.
Nothing to do with me. I think that was one of the other two boys.
Eating rock candies? Did you sprinkle sugar on something?
I don't know which one of the two of them takes sugar in drinks, because I don't. Whoever it is must have spilt some here on day one.
That might be Headley, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I want to say it. No guessing here, though. Jack 10 suited, cut off. 1.2 goes straight in. 10 bigs, and again.
Yeah, 7.5 bigs suddenly becomes what? 13 bigs after a couple of jams, picking up five blinds worth in the last two hands. Almost a double up. Yeah, I've never understood. Not understood, but I've never sweetened my drinks.
Noted.
But then, I would quite happily consume a Van Schoen right now, which is a very sweet drink in itself.
Is that an alcoholic beverage, James?
It is.
Give it time. You know? Perhaps a nightcap after this one's done. But I need you here, clear-minded.
That's one thing I don't think you can get here. There you go. There's the black mark on merit.
That drink you just mentioned?
Yeah. A mulled wine? Yeah, that's not something they're going to have here.
Probably not a thing, but one never knows. I bet you they can get it.
They can.
I'll tell you that.
if you play big enough in the casino,
buddy,
they'll go to France and get you one.
You want. 240 to go, says Nikitin with ace-9 from the cutoff. 2 6s here for Tot, who needs to be mindful of being up against this other big stack. Flats.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot.
That it is. King 7-5.
Again, it's like an okay flop for the 6s, but Nikitin has some playability here with the 9 of hearts, the betting lead. But the 7-5 obviously always scary. Those kind of middling cards do favour the big blind, and this big blind being deep enough to peel. But I like this. Going to apply some pressure with the 9 of hearts in hand. Remember, we have a very short stack in the midst. Means that Tot has to defend a little tighter. And okay, for 200k, I don't think we can do much. But this is a very unenjoyable situation here because there's not much. There aren't really good cards for these 6s on the turn. You'd much rather have a a pair of 5s with a kicker.
Sure.
Again, for 200k, I don't think you can do much. Now, so we need like an 8 to roll off and Nikitin gets to go a bit crazy, or a 6 to roll off and he gets to maybe go crazy. Although that is actually quite a bad card for him to see in the sense that his opponent, if he had a 7 or a 5, is almost certainly going to improve his hand on that 6.
Note, by the way, that the 6, while it gives a set to the hand that was already in front, it does provide a gut shot straight draw to Nikitin. The ace of the 9 would no longer be good, of course.
I wonder if he just fire a big bet here still, try and make a hand.
No, it goes check, check.
Yeah, I mean, that's the standard line, I think, on that turn card. It's just too rich a card. Not on the river.
And no heart in hand for Tot, maybe. He's up against the flush from time to time, but I think we do need to bet, and then if we do get raised, we decide.
Yeah, there's 2 options here. Obviously, he can kind of go with a really small blocky sizing because he does have a lot of kind of 1 pair that are probably best, or even some weak 2 pair.
Like how small? 150k kind of thing?
Like, yeah, why not? Or he could just go for the more conventional kind of just over half pot, try and put pressure on some stuff. But the thing is, when you bet the small number, you've just got to be ready to call the big raise when it comes in. That's not always easy. Yeah, he's just gone for the more conventional line. Bet around half pot. Hope Nikitin's got a king or a jack. Gets curious. It also makes things easier if you do get raised here. You can just believe your opponent a lot more because Tot can still have flushes. Nikitin does have a pretty good bluff candidate in the sense that he's got a 9 blocking the primary straight and, of course, blocking a flush. You'd much rather have the ace of hearts 9, but...
Half pot bet. Return to sender along with the full pot there.
Yeah, what if he ever just finds a check there and try to rep he's got a hand like, like a 9-7 or something like that, that is just wanting to get to showdown. We just saw Nikitin obviously pull that big river bluff a moment ago. Certainly is a player capable of putting those moves against the kind of capped ranges.
And deep enough to be doing it at this point, unlike just a couple of orbits ago, which is when he found himself on the short stack. It happened very quickly. Inspiring, of course, for the likes of Shuang Lo, who bore witness with a front row seat and now sits on a short stack herself. Higher hopes for his button. 8-6, not exactly a pretty one either, as Tot looks over the survey. Just how deep Shuang Lo is.
Well, she was up to 1.5 million. She's posted 240k of it right here.
110. 4 total. Yes, 1-4.
Not going to elect to limp in against that stack size. She just swiftly announces all in. Why not with King Queen? When he was asking the count, she was praying to hear the word all in. I promise you, she was ready to snap it off.
Instead, she smacks Tot's wrist with the jam after the limp.
How many I have now?
3-6.
I do gather our man out in the field bagged 400K in the main event, day 1A.
Yeah, talking about Andrew Headley, of course, who is taking his day off from the booth to hop into the 1A of the main event. And will be making his way to day 2.
Obviously, normal players would have a couple of days off after bagging. He has a couple more days back in the booth. That's a good way to spend those days off. Coming in with 4 starting stacks for day 2. That's nice.
Charted a course properly.
Yeah.
Did Andrew. By the way, did he offer you a piece?
I got a little 5-ball.
Oh, now you see, you bringing that up in the booth, I had to know there was
I'm cheery.
Sort of motivation there.
You know me. If I
Red
didn't have a
Jack.
piece, I wouldn't care.
Something to cheer about. It's not cake.
Ooh.
James. Ace Jack, by the way, not quite as cheerful, but still worthy of consideration out of the big blind. We know he's never folding.
Yeah, I think the small blind we'd feel compelled to 3-bet this, but I like this from the big blind. Again, you've got a super short stack there. Both of you don't want to be busting. It's very easy for you to realize your equity here if you just call. You keep in weaker, and you save yourself when you're up against these big hands. Of course, a lot of flops you can still get in trouble on.
9-6-4 doesn't rate to be one of them, though, as Nikitin does take the conservative approach and now checks with the flow of play.
Todd's had some big pairs this frame.
Yeah, it was kings, which didn't work out, then queens, which did, and now jacks.
Yeah, jack's no spade. Obviously, like I just said, it's weird because it kind of has to bet, has to start building a pot and try and get some value, but gone half pot. I like it on these kind of textures where there are a lot of draws. He's also wary about getting this in. It would be really bad to bust out in 5th, but he's got a lot of hand. Nikitin to that size just has to respect that, hey, look, my opponent's c-betting a board that I'm going to have much more of, and they've sized up. Ooh, doesn't believe him. Ace-Jack, no spade continuing. Wow.
Yeah, the lack of a spade in particular is what makes this check call more surprising, of course, James.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of hands that can defend the flop. I don't think for half pot we need to include ace-jack, no spade. I think if you give me ace-jack with the ace of spades, I can get on board a little bit.
And this is, you know, one of those calls that's earned perhaps by Todd's reputation with the high VPIP.
I mean, yeah, just the frequency since I've been in the booth on the final table is high. I mean, we've seen he's had a lot of good hands.
Yeah.
But the players won't necessarily know that.
Nope.
And you said he was the one doing the front running in the first frame of the final table as well, so. But that is the problem. You just get so many turn cards. Well, what are you going to do now when you face a bet? There was no good turn card for ace-jack, no spade here. Unless he was hoping it sort of paired up and he gets to lead out, something like that. Top going again. Nikitin's face says it all. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Found another bet here. Again, a card that does favor the big blind in that there's 9-8s, the 6-5s, the 6-7s, the 9-7s have all improved, and he's still willing to bet. Got to give it some respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little. That's the first sort of misstep I think I've seen from Nikitin in my mind, calling that.
Maybe from time to time we earn a check back on the turn and get ourselves to showdown even, although Todd just with position is just not.
Sometimes you are going to be ahead there against that c-bet,
Yeah,
but it's just.
are you going to be given an opportunity to just get to a cheap showdown by the likes of Todd? He isn't really that character.
And also, when your opponent is playing that flop, they're going to have some equity when they bet half pot on that kind of board test against big blind peels. So it's not like if you are ahead, you're ahead by much.
Right.
Maybe he's hoping his opponent has a hand like ace-8 with the ace of spades that he's ahead of. But then, again, a lot of turn cards.
Yeah.
You're going to be put under pressure on. Top, ace-3 suited this time. Getting some hands. Min raise announced, 240,000.
I wonder who the first character is going to be to take a hand that really isn't warranted with which to do so and 3-bet one of these tot opens because they've had enough.
Yeah. Kirichenko in the big blind, 9-10. Certainly a hand you want to defend, but he does have to be careful because he's playing a game within a game here against Chuang. The two short stacks, just over sort of 10 blinds each.
And that game is a race to a pay jump. With 5 left. King 8-5 board. No pair anywhere.
Again, kind of broken board. This time, no flush draw. Top. I think you can bet really small here, like 120. Gone 160. Like a min bet against that 10 big blind stack. Oh, sorry. 14 big blind stack. Because there are some turns you can fire again on. You also, there's just so many hands like this that don't want to continue. I know they were ahead of those. You just want to tidy up the equity.
Sure.
He's up against a 5 or an 8 here, and the turn came, the jack of clubs. He just gets to win the pot. A decent pay jump coming up, right? We're at 43.8, 58.5 the next.
15K.
Otherwise known as the Ali Najad day rate.
3 buy-ins, let's call it here.
Okay, fine, we'll call it that.
Lovely overhead shot here of this 5-handed action in this high roller 3rd day final table coverage here at the Merit Poker Western Series.
Top with another one. This is going to start looking ridiculous, but they're all legitimate opens, are they?
Yeah, they are. He's just kind of holding the deck. But suspicions abound, especially with incomplete information. Whatever happened an hour ago, these players can catch up on the stream after the delay, but it's going to be some time before they get a glimpse of what's been really a barrage of opens.
Yeah, and
one pots.
The funny thing is, right now, Nikitin and Shornikau they're okay with this because all the time he's doing this damage, it's the 2 short stacks are getting shorter and shorter. They're all reducing at the same pace, but they're getting shorter and shorter, giving them a chance to, hopefully secure not just the first pay jump, but the second one up to 81,500.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the shorter that Shuang gets, the better served the big stacks are to be able to leverage that reality and that $15,000 pay jump to put the middle stacks in a cage.
Yeah, but right now the middle stacks are okay with, I say middle stacks, all 3 of them are actually fairly similar, but they're just happy that the 2 short stacks are getting shorter every single hand. Shuang with 1.6. Kirichenko with around the same. Keaton. He's going to give one a go.
Yeah.
You see, Kirichenko 1.5, so slightly less than Shuang. And so these other guys behind are kind of in a team here with very similar stacks.
And before you go thinking that Nikitin is opening because Tot has mercifully not opened this pot, he's in the big blind. That's the only reason.
Shornikau just gives up the ace-10 off from the small.
Is a lot of hand for him to fold.
Oh, hello.
How well served he was to do so as Tot again wakes up with good kit, pocket 8s.
Yeah, and I mean, he can flag this, but I would like to see him just at this point really drop it in on Nikitin. The 25 blinds with those 2 short stacks. Really hard for him to call off with a lot of hands.
And he's flatting?
He's just flatting. I mean, it's fine. I would rather see him, use that chip lead. If it went wrong, he'd still have 2 million back. 6-5-5 board does favor top. Yet again, another flop favoring top. Nikitin, they're wisely checking this one back. Turn 9. If top now comes out with a small bet, Nikitin may have some ace highs that he can still get value against. Very unlikely to ever get raised after it's checked back flop. Set a price. Hand gets a little bit of protection.
Got shot straight draw and the best hand, firing 350K, the King Jack. Forced to fold. And there really is a singular theme that is continuing to emerge here at this final table. I told you at the onset, just based on the prior frame, that it was the Alexander Todd show, and it's been extended for another season, it would appear.
I'll leave some chocolate here with pistachio in it.
I encourage you to sample those wares. By the way, that is I believe it's milk chocolate with pistachio, white chocolate with pistachio. There was some dark chocolate with pistachio, and then also pistachios. So,
give it an hour. There'll be no chocolate or pistachio left.
I was going to say, if you think tot winning pots is a theme, pistachio is also a bit of one here. King Queen offsuit opening. Shornikau folded ace-10 moments ago in the small blind. Here he is, though, on the button with it.
Yeah, against the same player opening, has the same hand, although that same player has obviously lost a few more chips. I thought he might have had a go last hand. Looks like he's definitely going to have a go this. I like this sizing as well. Doesn't have to go big because he's in position and the opener is opening off a shallow stack. Does he make it the size which allows him to get away from it if he so chooses? He'll flash the ace. I had it, buddy. Has anyone ever just flashed an ace and had ace-king, do you think, in the history of poker?
Yes, I do.
Has it happened more than 3 times?
I mean, I will take the over. Poker and its history are very long, but I hear what you're saying, James. Point taken. Usually it's because the ace wasn't so strong, and they want to sell it as having been.
Bad orbit for Nikitin, but he still has that separation, and now he has a separation from both the 2 big stacks and the 2 short stacks, so he is the man handcuffed in the middle from here on. 20 bigs. Kirichenko second place, last time out in the high roller. Can he start 2024 with that 1 pip better? This is nice for Shornikau as well, because when he folds it, then you can trust Top to be the man who's going to do what he needs to be doing, pressuring these short stacks behind.
And finally, a hand that isn't. I mean, yes, Queen 8 suited, but it's about the worst hand that he's been.
You're right.
Opening,
but it's certainly no step out. He's going to be opening a lot wider than Queen 8 there on the button.
If he gets dealt something worse than that at some point,
yeah,
so
it might
far
happen.
He hasn't.
I've heard stories that they're going to give him a bad hand in a minute.
You know, to their credit, these other 4, and I'm not saying it's entirely the product of, you know, a sense of respect, but they've kept themselves out of trouble. You know, sometimes, especially when you begin to push the envelope into really uncharted territory in terms of just egregious levels of opening, somebody will eventually push back. But none of these guys have really gotten themselves into that kind of trouble with that sort of decision throughout this blitzkrieg of strong hands.
Shornikau. He's ready now. 2 jacks, let's go.
Yeah. And he's like, come on, Todd. Get in there. And he just might do so with King Queen.
Yeah, this is certainly a candidate to apply pressure. You see the separation he has over Shornikau now. Shornikau really would hate to play a big pot against Top, because finishing 5th here when you are clear 2nd would be a disaster.
I gotta be honest, if I enjoyed the sort of 3-orbit or so stretch
Love
that
it, here he
Todd has
comes.
here, I would begin to question whether or not I'm due for a cooler. It's too good to be true, right? You're like, surely the sun can't shine down this brightly upon me.
This is so grim for Shornakow now. Starting the hand with, what, 40 big blinds. As I say, clear out in second. You just can't jam here. If Tot has it, you've just torched off like 100K in equity.
But it's one of those things where you're like, surely he doesn't have it.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. The equity is the equity. The ICM is the ICM. But
yeah, that's what but this means I think you just, obviously you can't fold.
No.
So you're forced to continue as a call. And just scary things can happen post-flop with 2 jacks.
I'm gonna get out there and say something. I know what the solvers and the ICM were not forced to continue as a call. Shornikow's not forced to do anything. He can do what he wants, and he may very well want to play a game of ping pong in terms of the ICM pressure and stick it right back on Top's shoulders
he may,
with a 4-bet.
He may well do. I mean, you may just think, well, if you've got it, you've got it. Is he cutting out a non-all-in 4-bet? Like a third of the stack? Potentially fold? I mean, or is he just inducing? You can't 4-bet fold here. I wouldn't have thought. Yeah, he is. He's going for a clicky. Wow. This is actually kind of fun. He's deciding, well, I've got a 4-bet, get this in, but I may as well do it in a way that allows my opponent to potentially blast it off. And I mean, Tots had free roll over this table. Now he finally meets a lot of resistance. I think it's okay for him to perhaps let one go.
And he does just that. So
and that's a good. The thing I didn't mention is that's so good for Shornakow in the sense of it's like, right, who's the real daddy here? You come at me. I've got this move back at you. He doesn't know it was an actual hand.
yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's a bit dangerous because the assumption now is going to be that, okay, he has been up to no good. He is out of line. We just haven't had the right sort of hands to play back at him. But, you know, I don't necessarily need jacks to win a pot as a 3-better here.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If he just called, taken a flop, wins a pot at showdown, say the 2 jacks, Tot's like, oh, okay, he only won that pot against because he had 2 jacks. But now for the next hour, he's wondering, wow, did the guy just have like ace-3 and run a play? Do I have to be more careful against this player?
I don't think Tot's worried about being careful.
What would he have done to the jammer? That would have been so sick if he's suddenly playing a 10 million chip pot with 15 million chips in play.
5-bet jam?
I'm just saying, if he's got jacks there, he's obviously 4-betting. He can't really fold to 5-bet. What if he's up against ace-king there? The ace-king jams, and so those two are playing a 10 million chip pot with 5 players left, and the 3 short stacks just sit there going, thank you.
Well, in the meantime, the
Speaking of
gratitude is going to be directed at this ace-king suited for Schwang. She will jam, and this is just what the doctor ordered. Will she get a customer? No, she won't. Was Schwang mumbling to herself there?
Something.
It's just me.
Something.
She might be thinking, man, how come everybody else seems to get action when they've got I can't. But, you know, chips coming towards us is certainly...
Survival.
Yep. We don't want to just survive. At some point, we want to thrive. We want to enjoy...
You are corny, aren't you?
Some of the... Yeah, the answer is yes. But we want to enjoy some of which we've observed being bestowed upon everybody else here at this final table at some point. We saw Nikitin, a big spin up.
Yeah.
We've seen Tot just savage and unrelenting. We've even seen Shornakow, of course, maintaining his domination. Kirichenko maybe is the only other player that would be similarly envious, and yet here he is with a couple of 7s on the button, able to jam for 1.2.
Yeah, nice timing of him to find this 10 big blinds on the button. Sean O'Carroll, the small, not really a hand he gets to play here. There'd been some consideration with a hand like Queen Jack suited in the big, but the situation isn't so bad for him. Now obviously covering tots slightly. Kirichenko's turn to survive. 2 in a row for the short stacks. Nikitin sat in the middle, the least enjoying that. They both get a little closer to him. It becomes a 3 at the bottom affair.
Even if you don't have the cast, you are under camera.
Not English only.
Yep.
Is there any language accepted at the tables here at Merit?
It's interesting, though, because not everybody speaks it.
Right, but it is the most commonly
Yeah.
spoken language in the room. Of course, we have people from, well, all over the world, but particularly a lot of players in sort of Central Asia, Middle East, Europe.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of Turkish players as well.
Yeah, I think the majority, the big bases hail from Lebanon, Israel, Turkey, being kind of the closest countries. Fair number of Cypriots as well, of course.
Yeah, I think the Russians are one of their, must be the biggest international group of players here, I'd imagine, right?
Russians?
Yeah.
No. No, I'd take Turkish.
Oh, yeah, Turtles.
I meant outside of Turkish players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outside of Turkish players, yeah. Well, Lebanon and Israel are well represented.
Yeah.
I would say. Note, by the way, the abusive jam here was 7-5 offsuit by
Yeah.
Cove. Just looking up at that 1.3 and thinking it would be a flesh wound.
Schwang? Yeah, she knows the King 4 suited for chips is a call, but it's our old friend.
Yeah.
The 3 letters. It's funny because I always thought it was IBM. I'm making a joke. IBM, ICM. It was too lowbrow for you to get it. I'm embarrassed. Just forget that happened.
This coming from the man who called me corny just moments ago, James? What has gotten in? I mean, deeply unqualified to make these sorts of...
Or maybe I know.
Yeah,
Well,
actually,
maybe
perhaps
the opposite.
better qualified than anyone else.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was truly on the cob. Levels of corniness. King salmon for Kirichenko here. Don't think he knew it was on him. Probably falling asleep looking at these hands is Kirichenko at this point. Just not been given a lot of opportunity to get himself involved.
Do you reckon Tot's going to fold this one?
The answer is no. I don't need a magic 8-ball.
Ah, here we go. Schwang, this one surely is a hand that she'll run, and she already has.
No, by the way, that last time around in the small, he simply jammed into Schwang with the 7-5 offsuit. Here, he min-raise open, given that he had the big blind of Nikitin to worry about.
Yeah, Nikitin's got around 2 million, a little bit more, perhaps, so quite a lot deeper. If Nikitin had a sort of smaller stack, he may have just still open jammed that one from the button. Schwang, ducking and diving. Timing it all right. Still 5-handed, incredibly so. Shauna out. Let's see if he wants to have a go at this one himself as the chip leader. Just to open these kind of hands from the seat if he so chooses. I guess part of it is he kind of knows when he does fold that his teammate, if you will probably pick up the slack. And that's what he's done. He has folded, but top, I don't think we'll pick up the slack this time with 9-4. Meaning it gets round to Nikitin in the small, who has 2 million chips, and will imagine look to jam this. You definitely don't want to be inducing action.
And there it is. What is Kivichenko got to work with? Not much. King 6.
Again, you know, chip-wise, it's fairly close, but with ICM, we just don't want to be calling off this kind of spot. And Keaton's doing the show. The ace. It's the game. This is. Are we in 2008? We back there?
I mean, it's a cheap opportunity to maintain your table image and keep things credible. No harm in it. Boy, things are really in a grindy state at present here. Gridlocked.
That's a good way to describe it. Just gridlock.
What is this, the M1 at about 5 p.m. out of central London?
You've got to get to the M1 first.
Yeah, that's true. Just getting to it is a bit of an ordeal. It once took me over 2 hours to get from the east end of London in traffic to Heathrow.
Oh, well, I mean, that's 2 hours at the best of times from the east to the west.
It's crazy.
Luckily, we have this thing called public transport. Whips you along there in no time.
You'll have to tell me more about it. It really was one of those moments where I lamented my choice to go with a car service, thinking, okay, this is riding in style. Yeah. And then I realized, no.
That's a long way.
Should have got myself to Paddington and onto the Heathrow Express.
Or these days, if you're the East End, you just jump on the Elizabeth line. Straight out there.
That's right. It'll take you straight over. But you got to stop at all the stops.
You don't have to get off and push or anything. It just stops.
I understand.
It's quicker. In fact, you're upset. Why do you take the tube? You could probably make 4 changes on the way. That's the kind of way you like to travel.
I think this is circuitous. Do you think that maybe I can bribe the train operator on the tube to skip a few stations?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just a fair question. You know what? I bet you put enough in his pocket, he'd probably be fired instantly.
You're not going to get there any quicker. There's a train in front of you. That's the problem.
That's a good point. And they come so often, too.
They really do.
Anyway, from British public transportation in Greater London to the transportation from short stack to competitive stack, which Shuang Lo is hoping to complete, and she's using a6 in the hijack with which to do so.
It's
all in declared.
I think there's a few too many chips to do this, especially because Kirichenko's on the button with 10 blinds. He's going to jam a lot of hands with 10 blinds from the button and make it looked up by 1 or 2 players behind him, potentially bust out. I think you want to increase the chance of that happening. As it happens, she's got away with this one, but that's a little wide.
That's actually kind of an astute. So never mind just, you know, it not passing the sniff test in terms of first to open the pot, but that presence of a 10 big blind stack on the button, which is going to be so incentivized to get after it, and then 2 massive stacks which can well afford to make the call, could secure the pay jump in perhaps a less risky manner.
Collision equity.
Yeah. I've never heard that term, but I like it. Collision equity.
I'm not sure. I think I just made it up on the spot there.
But you know, it's...
I'm not sure. Maybe
it's appropriate.
Maybe I didn't.
It was a very different descriptor when I first received my driver's license back as a teenager. I had a lot of collision equity.
Maybe you should have lived in a city with public transport.
You know, actually,
think of all the trading you can do whilst you're...
Well, fair. I wasn't trading at 16, though, James.
Yeah.
I waited until later for that level of degeneracy. No waiting, though, on the button with ace-5 for Shornikau.
Shuang's giving him the look.
Boy, the offsuit King X is a real thing here in the big blind against these opens. So far, no one's decided to dig in with it, but let's see whether or not Shuang will be the first. Nope.
I like her instincts, thinking this is a hand that we could do something with, come up with a really clicky 3-bet from the big blind or something, but it's just not really need to. Kirichenko's getting shorter and shorter.
Yep. The hatchet continues to chop away at his stack with each successive orbit. So trip through the blinds is about to get even more expensive.
Yeah.
Up to 75, 150 they go. That means Kirichenko will sit with 8 big blinds. 1.2 million in front of him. And stack depth's being diluted across the board as well. Just 37 for Shronikau. Again, the boss stack in front of Tot. Nikitin in front of Schwang. But of course, all eyes on Kirichenko here with that $15,000 pay jump on tap, and then a much bigger one behind it of $23,000 when we get up from 4th to the podium.
Yeah, this rates to be a big level, Ali. Of course, the average dropping to 20 bigs, but we see 2 stacks having considerably more than that. Means we really should see some action. This level, it can't continue 5-handed for much longer. Certainly not without some double ups anyway. Shronikau. He's 4 in the cutoff. Just going to fold it like this. He's folding it because he's seen Tot play so many hands and thinks Tot's just going to punish these 2 short stacks anyway. Thinking he's best served with letting him do that. And he's right. Look at this. King 7. Reasonable.
Ace 7.
Yeah, Nikitin, I feel like he's going to pass the test here and jam over the top range, which looks a lot wider to these guys than it does in reality.
Not to be overlooked, of course, though, is that Kirichenko ever-dwindling stack, James. There's nothing more disastrous than choosing.
That's true, and there's a thought here that if Tot had like a mediocre hand, like the medium strength hands, he might just open rip because they are 2 short stacks behind. So when he does raise like this, it kind of looks a bit more like the junk and the premiums. That's what he's doing. He's standing, checking out Kirichenko's stack. Wow, look at that. He just folds for exactly that, Ali.
You know, these are the sorts of scenarios which, if you didn't know the situation that was upon us, namely pay jumps, ICM, final table, big up top money, they would feel peculiar. But in this vacuum,
I'd have to check that one out. I'd imagine, I think if the short stacks were on sort of 4 and 7 blinds, I'd be much more inclined to do that than where they are on sort of 8 and 10. Makes me feel like...
Yeah, you're right. It's not like elimination is imminent.
Right. But it's certainly close, and I understand it.
You know, they can chisel for a little while as spectators, these short stacks, potentially.
All right, I think Tot might fold this one. It's a rarity.
It does indeed.
Yeah, I suppose Nikitin does get to take this position as well when he wishes. King 8, certainly a qualifier.
Does jam it. Will Kirichenko wake up with something?
Cool.
Yes, he will.
Yeah, this time an ace high. And he makes the call and will be relieved to see that he's up against king high. So taking the best of it.
Король 8 против туз 6.
A 3-2 favorite.
Кого
Is Kirichenko looking for the much needed double? 2.24 million in the middle.
He's going for the stand-up.
Смотря про что ты, конечно.
The man at risk. As we head to the flop.
Ooh.
8-5 tray, top pair for Nikitin. Deeply demoralizing development for Kirichenko. Can he pick up a straight draw?
Oh!
No, instead he hits the ace.
Wow.
And now jumps into the lead.
Ali, cruel on Nikitin.
Not over yet. 8 or a king would spoil the party. Instead, the 10 of spades, and Kirichenko can take his seat and do so with a decent chunk of Nikitin's chips being transferred over, and in a sense, it actually is a nice development for the remainder of the field. Would have been nicer to see him bust, but Nikitin is even shallower after losing that one to Kirichenko than Kirichenko was coming into that pot.
Yeah, I mean, barely, though. I mean, if they jammed and got it through, I think Kirichenko would be in that same spot. So effectively, they're just kind of swapping stacks. But yeah, I mean, but just the fact that a few more hands have gone on, a player has got shorter. That's how dangerously short these players all are now. Yeah, he's now just got 6 blinds left.
But, you know, sometimes that double comes through a stack that's unblemished by it.
Yeah.
And now you're going, well, great. Now we no longer have that short stack.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, you haven't moved chips from the silos out to the field, and Shuang obviously would rather they see the bust out there, but it's great that he has doubled through the other short stack, exactly as you mentioned.
So table dynamics remain intact as the flip-flop between Kirichenko and Nikitin is completed. And a rare stretch of Tot being a spectator here. Freshly minted 2.2 in the small blind. Not going to limp with the 8-5. Suited king awaited him. If he did, Shonikau taking a walk.
Kirichenko must feel rich right now.
I mean, yeah, sure. Understandable.
Nikitin looks like a fun guy.
Well, he'd be having a lot more fun if it was four-handed and he won that last pot.
Yeah.
With the king 8, especially the tees flopping
Yeah.
top pair.
The 8 was just cruel. Put the ace out there first. Shuang, 2 7s, 12 blinds. Kind of scary. I would like her to see maybe not do just the instant all-in here. This is a great spot to make it like 800K or $1 million, just in case a lot of carnage does break out behind her. She could potentially fold, and then she isn't even the shortest stack if she does that because Nikitin has fewer. It's a small thing, Ali. It's very rare those things ever come to fruition, but when they do, they can pay big. I'm thinking Chris Brewer in the 250K at the World Series last year, I believe, did something similar with jacks, got away from it, ended up winning the tournament.
Anyway, no people call I only. Only.
Easy business. But when I said
oh, sorry?
people call.
Queen 8 suited for Nikitin in the hijack. And he is going to raise. This looks like
he's doing that. He's doing
committing sizing,
committing sizing, but if say Kirichenko jammed behind and got a cooler behind that as well, he would just give up the equity in the pot, take his 375K and hope for a ladder. Shonikau, maybe best serve just calling this.
Well.
No need to ISO. So they will head to a flop with Nikitin holding 375K back.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward as you see Nikitin advising his rail that this could be the moment.
We're involved. And a terrible looking flop for him.
6 deuce. No diamond on board, no pair, no real equity to speak of. As his check snap draws Shonikau's
Wow, this is grim. 375 into 1.4. He's got to work. What he's got to work out here, Ollie, is what can he be ahead of? Not a lot with the king on board. Ace highs beat him. Even the other queen highs that would play have got him beat here. He can be in okay shape against a lot of those hands in terms of drawing live, but he has to factor in that if he folds here, he still might get ladder up next hand.
You know, I don't want to make a big deal of this, but Shornicow only bet 300 of the 375. I'm just saying.
I don't think Queen 8 wants to peel for 300 and then muck, but
yeah, I just think this is a fold anyway, but he still has a shot at the ladder up if he folds. You see here he's 20%, not even getting the price with this hand. This is a realistic scenario to be in. Up against a king, you're dead. No, it's just gonna slide them across.
Yeah.
Там просто не до push был.
You know, he hates it,
Два блайнда хватает.
but the numbers are the numbers, James. It's really not a lot to operate with moving forward if he preserves the 375K
А
for
какая
another
разница? У меня
spot.
1,5 блайнда.
Well,
does have 2 clean cards with 2 to come as he wrings his hands. And now he draws dead. An ace on the turn, leaving him with no sweat whatsoever as he will be eliminated in 5th place. Did end up hitting an 8 on the river, so if the ace hadn't rolled off, he would have gotten there. But instead, he's left to bump fists with Shornicow. Does make a point of shaking hands and wishing the others well, but he will not be the winner here in this high roller, as his 5th place finish will deliver a 15K pay jump to the rest of the field and a visit to the pay desk where he will collect $43,800.
yeah, I liked his sort of presence at the table there. Seemed like he's enjoying himself and obviously making sure to shake everyone's hand on the way out of the door.
He will add that sum of $43,500 to his already over $800,000 in career tournament earnings, but unable to best his best ever career live cash of $104,000. Schwang and Kirichenko now 2 shorter stacks, but both over 10 big blinds, so some playability.
Yeah, some playability, Ali, but 2.5 blinds every 4 hands. You're going to get ripped apart here if you don't catch some cards. Shornicow now, of course, the big lead.
Yeah, some runway between he and Todd.
And look at this. He just, the very first hand, he'll get to open and apply some more of that pressure.
Price 300.
Schwang, Jack 9 suited in the small. Seemed to be tempted perhaps to make a move on the wide range, but thinks better of it.
Well, she is in 3rd with a couple of big blind lead.
Kirichenko going to defend with the queen against this super wide range. This is one of the worst hands he's going to be able to defend with, I think.
The spades are smothered, by the way. And spade free is the flop. 10-8-8, ace high in the lead as Kirichenko fails to improve.
Middling flop, like I say, always a little bit concerning, but a paired board and the ICM the way it is, I think Shornicow can just bet 1 blind or 1.5 blinds here. No, he does like to check back, fair enough. It's the more standard line, but just weird the situation on the farm the way it is. I might have seen him fire 1 bet for 1 blind. Now he's going to be very happy just to get it to showdown with the board pairing up.
Backdoor hearts and a coordinated river. I think Shornicow will be very happy just to take this one to showdown.
Yeah. And Kirichenko, I think Knows he's not going to win the spot by checking, but working out whether he can bluff, whether he can rep a river 9 or 10 or an 8, certainly up to now would be in there.
Hi.
It's close, I think, between just having a micro bet on the flop or doing as he did.
Shortacao adding to his chip lead now. Schwang wearing a smile there as she gives some updates to her rail who are looking on. As we've mentioned on multiple occasions now throughout the broadcast, a good bit of representation coming from the Chinese delegation here at this specific series. And a good bit of kit here for Tot. Ace King back to his old ways. Upper crust.
Yep.
Min raise open. Queen 8 suited for Schwang into the bin.
He's happy, you know, he's wanting to get jams from the other two, but also very happy when he gets around to Shortacao, and Shortacao just folds. Like it means he didn't get rid of one of the other two, but also he doesn't have to play a big part against the guy who covers him.
Of course. But Shortacao has been, you know, tidy is the word that I like to apply. Maybe too often, but
I think he and Tot have actually approached it fairly similarly. It's just that Tot's had a lot more of the cards.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
watching
Distribution has been heavily in his corner in terms of pre-flop holdings.
If you're at the table, you think, hey, Tot's the really aggro guy and Shortacao's like keeping it tight.
Yeah.
But actually, I think there was one hand I thought Shortacao could have opened and he elected not to, and then Tot opened anyway for him. And he did fold the ace-10 in the small and potentially could have 3-bet bluff, but we haven't seen Tot do that either, though, so... Now, this is where I like to see him make quite a big raise, like a 4x, because Tot just doesn't want to play pots against this man. That's a limp in, the next best move.
7-8 off. Dominated by Tot's 9-7 suited, by the way. As the two big stacks are tiptoeing around one another right at this juncture.
Some interest for both.
Yeah. You've got the gut shot straight draw to the 9 for Tot backdoor diamonds, but he is beaten by the top pair and gutter of Shortacao, which checks over James.
Yeah, just trying to maybe induce a little bit of a bluff. I'm not a huge fan of this just because Tot is actually supposed to check back a lot because Shortacao is the covering stack and ICM dictates keep the pot small against the guy who covers you when there are 2 short stacks left in. But it will elicit a bluff because hey, Tot has enough of a hand to bet with. But of course a bet would have got called as well, so no real change other than who has the betting lead here. That's a little concerning for Tot to see because some of the hands Shortacao's going to limp in with from the small and check call the flop are going to be some of those ace highs. But you may expect him to bet an 8, so he could fire a second barrel here.
Checking once more, and Tot put the check back.
Yeah, I like it.
Doesn't hit the needed 6, which, by the way, would have been an incredible card because he'd be playing the straight to the 9 versus a straight to the 8. Instead, it's a king on the river, and Shortacao just proceeding with 3 streets of caution.
Tot can still rep some decent stuff. He can still rep an 8 as played. Betting the flop, checking back turn. Bet this river, try and bet small and try and make a 5 or a 4 fold.
Just waves the white flag, though.
Yeah.
This is third and final check back. We'll get them on their backs. And
top pair. Shown for a winner.
Lovely setup here for the Western Series. Winding road through the desert. Well, this road's taken a few turns.
Yeah.
It's final.
Well, this road has wound its way past midnight local time, and considering that this is the third full day of play that these lot have had to endure, stamina does become perhaps a bit of an issue. We've seen all of a sudden people turn a corner and appear to be experiencing mental fatigue. I'm not alleging that that's what's going on over here, but things to keep our eyes on as we get deeper and deeper into the evening.
Right, but especially we get into the main event as well, because players have played the warm-up, they play this, and they'll be playing the main event. It takes
a lot of
toll.
poker, yeah. Raise and take for the ace-jack.
Yeah, up to 8 million, over half the chips in play there.
Really capitalizing on what now is the clear big stack is Shornikau, especially courtesy of the shorter ones in the field, namely Shuang Luo at present.
It's just amazing we haven't had more collisions.
Yeah.
Top. Not sure exactly the chips behind, but I think this is good enough to jam into those two ranges. I believe they're both around 10 blinds. And they're in a sort of waiting game against each other. Oh, he's just going to fold. Okay, let's just check how much it is exactly. Yeah, Shuang Luo with 10 blinds and Kirichenko with just more. Yeah, he could have just jammed that from the button. These two have to play really tight against him. But again, perhaps envisioning some of that collision equity I mentioned. Shuang's going to jam a lot from the small.
Yeah.
With, say, 30% of the hands, and then 20% of the time she gets called.
Going back to my early years as a licensed driver and my collision equity, on the very first day that I received my driver's license, I ripped the oil pan out of my mother's Mercedes, attempting to clear landscape rocks after having guided the vehicle off of my chemistry teacher's private driveway after picking her daughter up to take her to the winter ball. Needless to say, it didn't work out well, as I was forced to put the car in park and walk right back up to the front door. And we ended up getting a ride to the prom.
I feel like there were a lot of things to digest in that story. I straight away was like, how are you going over landscape rocks? And then next you know, you were at your chemistry teacher's house, and then naturally there was a daughter involved.
Yeah, well, you know, story checks out. What really rated to be an assist en route to an A is we see Kirichenko with ace 7.
Shornikau, again for chips, knows this is going to be a reasonably wide jam, but he's kind of okay with the situation the way it is. Though he is going to give it a go.
So a spin with king 6 being granted to Kirichenko. I think he might be a touch surprised.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be called by king 6, but it is a shot to double up. I'm a little surprised. Shornikau is doing well in this environment.
Yeah, it's kind of a rare moment.
Well, for chips, he's going to make money. Right, with king 6, the jam from the small is going to be a very wide range.
Yeah.
King 6 is ahead against that range, but well, king in the window. 3-4 behind. We saw this before, though.
Yeah.
King 8 against the ace 6. And ace fell on the turn. Kirichenko.
It's a tough parlay, though, to do it twice, and this time the turn is ace-free. But still one more pull at the deck here for Kirichenko. Unfortunately, no ace available for his purposes, and his time here at the final table of this high roller has come to an end with an 4th place finish. one that will see him add $58,500 to his $800K in earn over the course of his career.
Yep, second last time out Ollie in this tournament. Backs it up with a 4th place. Impressive for sure. Main event time for Kirichenko.
Yeah.
All right, 3 left.
Disappointed not to make the podium, of course, but for all of his disappointment, there is elation for the remaining 3 as they have secured a $23,000 plus pay jump. By the way, earlier upon the elimination of Anatoly Nikitin, I had incorrectly stated that it was he who had 800,000 in career live earnings. He actually has 360,000 and change in career live earnings. It is, of course, Kirichenko, who I just mentioned, with the 800K plus. As both of the Russians have been dispatched now, leaving behind Shornikau and Shuanglo.
This looks a little fishy, but it's quite funny because obviously the dynamic has now shifted. Chuang somehow found her way down to the last 3 here, where I don't think she's got over 2 million chips at any point. Now finds 2 jacks in the first hand of 3-handed play. Goes to the min, but obviously normally we'd be jamming sub 10 stacks, but just desperate to try and get some action.
Yeah.
What a spot this is now for Shornikau with 2/3 of the chips in play. Having done the dirty there.
$81,500 is the 3rd place payout. The jump, James, to second, $44,000.
That'll do.
125 and change going to second, and of course the 177,000 plus up top to the eventual champion here. It's funny because when I focus in on this, it reminds me of Squid Game. Each person eliminated, we all get that much more money. They bring the little piggy bank down from the sky and they dump bundles of cash into it. I really, personally, I would love to see us innovate and include that. With each bust out in the money, the piggy bank comes down. And, that much more remains somehow. It doesn't work that way, of course. But
This is the problem you've got with your poker commentary and now your newfound fame as a game show host. You're just trying to merge the two more and more.
I would love to be a game show host, James.
Were you not recently?
I know the mystery bounty is.
I was thinking
game
more the Game of Gold.
But oh well, that
more reality TV.
That to me was a bit of reality TV. I didn't really feel the game show vibe.
Yeah, that's fair.
As much.
I have to confess, I still haven't watched them. I was having a few weeks off from you. I can't then get home and put you on my TV. It'd be a bit too much.
That I actually am proud of you because I think for your own sanity, that's the right play.
I heard they got some good views of the old patch there, though. Some wide shots from behind.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Shine a spotlight down on any 40-something-year-old scalp, and typically you'll find the sparsely populated areas. James, thank you.
No?
But I'll have you know that I'm taking a supplement now.
I was going to say, I mean,
it's about time.
Turkey is famous for hair transplants. Maybe just pop into Istanbul on the way home.
Yeah, eventually that could be the play, but I think for now we're going to stick with the supplements as Shuanglo sticks with the newly formed theme of her collecting chips instead of spectating after the departure.
And she's in a really free situation now. Obviously, she's still far adrift, but has got those ladders up to third. Can now just play almost like a cash game. She doesn't have much ladder equity. And she can use that well on top as well because he now knows that she doesn't really fear busting anymore. So it almost switches around that she can almost apply pressure to him in that situation. He can't take as many spots against her
somewhat
because she will just call.
Yeah, role reversal, right?
Yeah. There you go
there
again.
She is jamming once more. King 7. And neither blind.
Yeah, especially look at this. As this goes on, I mean, she's up to 2. Tot's got 4, so she is closing in on him. Won't take long at this blind level to get that close.
She cobbles, a handful of these together, and all of a sudden she's in the hunt.
especially given that it is the 2 stacks ahead of her exclusively that she's going to be able to accumulate chips from, which narrows the gap in both directions. I'll tell you what, she has been very impressive. David Lappin described her presence at this final table as having been flawless at one point, and I tend to agree. I'm just trying to comb my brain for any moment that caused us to question even a street, and I can't come up with one.
Case in point here, top with queen 6 off in the small. When Kirichenko was still in, he would have found a fairly easy jam here against her, but now the handcuffs are off. Shuang will knuckle back with the 9-7. See if you can't find a little piece on this flop.
King, Jack, Deuce. No piece for either player. Top with queen high and the lead. Out of position, though.
Yeah, he probably has the best hand here with queen high, but I don't mind if he just decides to try and knock out a hand like this. You don't want to give 9-7 a free look because something like that might happen.
There it is, a pair for Shuang Luo to take the lead. Now, she's performed very well since the onset of three-handed play.
And she's more than happy to check that back now. Look to perhaps get the bet on the river.
Driest of rivers, by the way.
Yeah, whether it be by calling a bluff or by betting herself. Well, that's be the ladder. No, she's just happy to check. She would have been well served to just try and squeeze a little bit out there.
I think we would have heard from King High or Jack High that turned into a bigger pair, at least as of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, there is the merit of not wanting to get check raise on rivers, but just the way that hand played out, it never felt like a check raise was incoming. You can bet there, get called by some ace high, maybe some queen high. Of course, not much ace high in there, given that he didn't just jam pre. Wow, they really are getting close, those 2 in chips.
Remarkably. It hasn't taken much. Shuang Luo has made the most of things, though.
And that's working out very nicely for the chip leader. Shauna Cal. As long as those 2 level their stacks up, gives him, reignites that ICM spot against both players potentially.
Queen 4. She wants to take a peek. Let's see if she'll be allowed to do so by Sharnikau. Ace in the big. And he will jam.
I was wondering if he was going to go for a smaller size into kind of induce like an ace faulted limp jam or, a queen jack. But again, maybe he's just happy keeping those guys short. With a mountain of chips.
Over 9 million.
Need a color up.
See, I like them like that. James, just psychologically, I want a big mountain.
I just want to see if the high value. I just want to see if the high value chips are black, since everyone's wearing black.
I just want you to abandon once and for all. Orphan, put it out to pasture. Color theory optimal, James. It's not a thing. It's just not. I know you want it to be a thing, desperately, and I honestly sympathize with that because eventually you should come up with a concept here in the booth that is correct.
But give another 10 years, I might get one right.
Sharnikau's turn to limp a small blind and another ace-9, this time suited.
Yeah, again, I'd much rather see him just come out with a raise here, make it like 500k because Tot just doesn't want to call. And look at this, Tot just knuckling back ace-9 suited. Doesn't want to build a pot. And it's nice because when he gets flops like this, Shornikow is going to be encouraged to bluff into him.
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, for Shornikow, he has run in to the underrepresented ace. 6 of clubs works nicely with his hand for the time being, but clubs are smothered.
Ooh, here we go.
There's the flush draw, picked up by both parties. Clubs, as we can see, would be no escape for Shornikow. In fact, it would be disaster.
Yeah, and this is when I think he just gets to size up, really go after the 10x. Any 6x is going to fold as well. Like he is picking up, it's like 675, is that 575?
By the way, this scenario here for Tot, which is playing out beautifully, is the product of his decision not to raise it up with the ace-9 suited in the big.
Yeah, just looking to keep pot small
575.
against the man who covers him. I like it. And now, obviously, you're not thrilled that the second big barrel's come in, but you've got the ace and you've got clubs. You're obviously going nowhere, but it's going to be scary if you put to the test the third time.
You've also got a 9, which you know, gets rid of some of that 8-9, which might have been out of line.
And gives you, of course, a potentially great river card in the 8.
Yeah, this is just delightful for Tot.
I mean, we know it's delightful. He's going to be a little nervous because he's playing a 2 million chip pot with 2.8 behind.
And for Shornikow, he is just absolutely adrift at this point. 2.8 million.
Yeah, this is, he's went with the big barrel on the turn, which means you don't have to go for the big barrel on the river, I think, because, oh, hello. Oh, what's going on here? He is going for it, Ali.
Oh, my.
Wow.
1.275 million, the payload here on this river. And what was a gorgeous hand, by the way, on the flop and the turn, even more so, suddenly begins to grow concerned about whether or not it's any good.
I think what's happening here is Shornikow is just confident his opponent doesn't have that much ace-x because he is going to raise with quite a lot of it pre-flop. Might expect ace-9 to be one of those hands. So it has weighed him towards that 10x and the 6x. Barrel big on the turn, but there are still some 10s he's thinking that stick around, like the 10, 10-8, 10-9 that had draws, can't continue. The weakest of aces, the ones that most likely to check back, will hate this spot. It's kind of bad to have a club in our clubs in our hand when we barrel the turn and barrel the river because you want your opponent to miss those clubs. But that's not too relevant here. There's enough stuff they could have missed.
Yeah.
And he is now just making it really hard for any ace. Any ace that didn't raise pre-flop is a pretty weak one. We'll see Top blocking 8-9, as you mentioned. Makes it an ideal candidate to call with, but also himself having that 9 of clubs. You kind of want your opponent to have a hand like, you know, the 5-9 of clubs when they go barreling here.
1.2, yeah?
Huge test for him here. Massive moment in this tournament. Hard to overstate it, Ali, just because the stacks are so shallowed by the fact that Shornikow has so much of it. I don't know what he's going to do.
3 barrels, and he is measuring out the call here, but it isn't a foregone conclusion that he's going to click it.
Oh, and Shornikow hasn't really shown much of this unchecked aggression up to now.
That's a great point. This stands alone as an example of just way out of line. You know, and I say that, yet obviously he picked up the equity on the turn, so there's method to the mayhem, but this is not the sort of hyper-aggressive, show up at the river with nothing sort of man thus far here at the final table in Shornikow, but does find the call, and you see Shornikow.
Shouldn't I? No? Shouldn't he show? No?
No, he doesn't need to show.
Does fold it, and folds it face down, Tot within his right to question whether or not he has
obviously
the
all
luxury.
in hands must be shown, but if his opponent wants to mark, he can mark it. It means he doesn't have to show his hand either, of course.
Yeah. Not a one-way affair.
Well. That is a big part. It's hard to, like I say, overstate how important that is. Really does sort of balance that out. Look at that Top with 6 million. Shornikow with 7. Zhang. short. Was enjoying watching that one. It would have been nice for her if it went the other way, if it was a call and a muck.
What she's not enjoying, though, is that sense that no matter how hard she works, no matter how many chips she accumulates, she's stuck around 10 big blinds, as those blinds will be going up to 100 and 200,000 when we come back from the break. But first, a visit back to the desk here, Ali, alongside James. And, you know, finally the gridlock was broken there as we worked our way from 5 to 4, eventually 3. 2 Russians eliminated in 5th and 4th, respectively, in Nikitin, and behind him it was Kirichenko. But Shuang Lo, been impressive, been resilient, been tenacious. Will she be able to fade, though, these unrelenting 40-minute levels and spin her way into a double up or compile enough to kind of loosen her collar, so to speak, and give these guys a run for the trophy?
It's tough. We saw she got to that last three, was amazing, started closing the gap, but now after that pot, it's gone the other way, and it's going to be very hard for her once again. She's 3-1 dog to both players, or 3-1 dog to one, and nearly 4-1 to the other. She's going to need a little run good.
Yeah, with that said, she has been impressive, and obviously with a little bit of run good, we know she's going to make the most of it and potentially earn the title here in this high roller. But for the time being, a quick break, just about 10 minutes time. We will be back with continuing coverage from here at the Merit Crystal Cove, part of this Western Series, its 3rd and final day of the high roller. Keep it close. We'll see you in a few. For Maher of Tunisia, $17,500 will be collected, and we will be left 8-handed with a pay jump of $6,000 going to the rest of the field. So a short-lived stint here for Maher, but one that was obviously fruitful in the end. We certainly assume $17,500 is good enough to make this a profitable outing, as obviously go a long way, not quite as equipped as Shuang is to really give us a taste of post-flop navigation given his stack depth.
Well, the Chinese doing very well at this festival so far. I think we had 3 at the final table yesterday. Certainly 2.
And to start the day, by the way, I think there were no less than 4 in the top 5 or 6 in chips, which was good representation. Ace-Jack now representing the small blind of Kirichenko.
Yeah, and he's shoving into the shorter stack, the only shorter stack at the table here, so a doubly good spot for Kirichenko. He can steal this one, get it through, which is always nice to just line your pocket once more, but also A hand that can
Ah,
get called
covers.
by way worse.
Normal.
Oh, and Wei is going to call. He has an easy decision, and he's going to be gutted to see a real hand here.
Yeah, ace-9 rates to perform well against a small blind jam, but not on this occasion, and you can see these are facts not lost on Wei as he mumbles to himself, perhaps trying to summon a 9 out of the deck. Will it be available? Not as yet, as a board of Jack 10-4 leaves him with just 3% equity. 5 doesn't give him any of the needed hopes. He draws dead. Inconsequential river card and yet another casualty. Back-to-back eliminations, David. Much to the delight, of course, of all but Guolang Wei. As he gives way and leaves us 7-handed, but not before collecting his share of the prize pool, a total of $23,400 for his 8th place finish. Add that his career live earnings of $2.3 million plus, David, and someone is very short stacked. Was that a successful winged insect eradication effort there? I mean, you know, perhaps a career in pest control if the poker thing doesn't work out.
I'm flashing back to that Obama interview. Do you remember he did that
I
on live TV?
Successfully?
The fly landed on his hand and he got it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Did they get a shot of the dead smashed fly?
They did.
Oh, that's gross.
And I think that was the moment America elected him. That was the moment they were just
They
like,
were
he's,
like,
he's
a
our
man
guy.
of the
He's our
people.
guy.
You're like, I've done that.
Or I
at least
haven't, or
I've
I
tried,
can't do
right,
that.
yeah.
Oh.
I remember smashing one that was ready to deliver her payload up against the window, and that was, maggots is what I'm talking about, just really vile. Oh.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable moment in my...
Oh, Tamil might have to call it off here. King 5 suited, too much hand, I feel, blind v blind. He's going to face a Kirichenko shove from a very wide range. King high, just too much.
Yeah, suited king no less, but...
Super live.
Unfortunately for him, he is behind by a good margin, but 43% equity, it could be worse, as he'll get to C5.
50.
It's basically a coin flip. It's a kind of a queen's ace king sort of equity situation.
So to the flop we go, 1.15 million, and the hopes of the Estonian hanging in the balance. 7-7-9, not the board he had in mind. One spade working. Board double pairs. The 5 is no longer a winner. Any king for the win. A 9 or a 7 for the chop. That's what Tamil needs to stay alive, and instead it's a 4. And with that, Tamil is eliminated, and his first thought, by the way, is, did you bluff me, David, as Alexander Todd came over for a knuckle bump. But a 7th place finish for Tamil. $29,200 richer, leaving the field with $35,000 declined. It is very nice.
The golf course is a little too far away. Maybe they can move that 10 minutes closer. Or just build one on property.
You know, it is an expanse that certainly 9 holes feel like they could be assembled somewhere. Putt-putt. That's what we need. Mini golf in the car park.
How much you have? 2 million total.
Can you imagine the gambling going on there?
I certainly can, James.
With Ante.
True story, I once shot, I believe it was 10 hole-in-ones on an 18-hole mini golf course in Northern California.
Wow.
And I did have money on that match, and my opponent was boiling.
I assume there were bounties for hole-in-ones as well?
No, we didn't have any.
No,
Just
you
a
weren't.
straight-up match. I didn't think about it. I didn't even know what a bounty was. This was like first year of college, maybe last year of high school.
Okay. The 80s were a wild time.
Ace-9, nothing wild about it. Big stack, cut off. Raising. Uh-oh. King-queen suited in the small for Montiano.
Yeah, decision here because, you know, he could rip this hand, but also the hand just plays so well. He might...
Normally a 3-day event. The Merit Poker Western Series High Roller has entered its 4th day by virtue of the clock striking midnight. The last frame was a busy one, James, as we bid farewell to 4 tributes. Their dreams dashed by the capricious poker gods. 3 players remain, all of whom have their sights firmly set on that 177k first prize and the title of High Roller Champion. Please, James Dempsey, pick me a winner from here.
Have you been on ChatGPT in the break?
That's AI. That's an AI reference. I don't know what he's talking about here, guys.
I can't pick your winner. It's anyone's game, sort of. I mean,
we're in the business of picking winners. This is what we're supposed to do.
Fine. If you're going to force me, the man who's been most oppressive up until now, Shauna, but that last pot going the way of top, picking off the Shauna bluff, he was doing most of the front running during that frame. I expect to see him kick on from here, and I'd probably make him the favorite.
What's the dynamics? Because from what I saw, admittedly in a more ring game, 8-handed, 7-handed scenario earlier on today, Top was kind of like off the hook aggressive.
Oh, really?
Shornikau was much more selective, but very effective in his selectiveness. And then Shuang, a little bit more snug, but very, very astute. Willing to pick off bluff. She actually played one hand particularly brilliantly against Shornikau, where she called twice while she was ahead, got filthily rivered, and found the fold on river. So somebody I rate very highly. I know she's the short stack here, but I think she's in with a shot too.
All I've seen her do is basically play a ICM scenario here, and all she's done is shove pre or fold.
Yeah, ladder.
So I haven't seen that side of it yet. This man was really impressing me, and he just ran a big bluff after not really making any aggressive plays and ran into, not top of range and top, but a good hand. And Tot nearly folded. I think he took a long time to call.
2-1.
But did call and has sort of re-established himself now as a very big stack himself. And in the mid stage of this final table really was the one pushing the envelope and putting players under pressure.
Tot just going to jam into...
Oh, snap.
Oh, Shuang Low with the real hand.
Wow, all the work he just did there. Unless he catches a 10, he will go back to an equalizing stack with Shang Lo.
I noticed on the way in, Shuang with quite a big rail actually, and an enthusiastic one at that.
Yeah. Ooh, queen, high, flop, no use to top. Let's pick up. Maybe the potential for a backdoor straight. That's not going to be it. Only a 10 will do it for him. Otherwise, suddenly, things really favor Shaunakau again with 2 4 million chip stacks, as we see here. And then he with the sort of 7 million chips. But that's all still pretty close. 2 4 millions and a 7 million when we're playing 100, 200. It's no runaway lead, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. The reality is, in these sort of shallower stack scenarios, card distribution will play an enormous part in what happens here. These players obviously will fancy each other as having skill edges over one another, and perhaps they can actualize those in key spots on maybe some turns, maybe some bluffs that others wouldn't find, maybe some hero calls that others wouldn't find. But in reality, a spot like that one very demonstrative of the fact that, you know, just sometimes 10 big blinds, queen 10 runs into ace queen, blind v blind.
Here we go then. The dynamic changes once again.
Little news, little preview of tomorrow. I hear the decision has been made not to play. Sorry, they will be playing it, not to stream. They will be playing day one here. take one B or C or, I don't know, one of those letters. But we won't be watching them play. We'll be keeping tabs on them. We'll be watching some high-stakes PLO action.
PLO is it we're going to get to play? All right. Do we know exactly anything else over on the lineup other than that? Any clues of who's playing or exactly how high we're playing?
I've seen the lineup, but I don't know. Am I allowed to leak?
No, I think
the
we'll keep it under wraps. If it's not been
some familiar faces.
If it's embargoed, it's embargoed. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I will leak this.
Okay.
At least 2 people we've seen on this stream this weekend, or this week since the live streams began.
Mustafov. I mean, this is an audio game, so you've got to say yes rather than just not.
That's your guess. You might be right.
I saw him out there playing some PLO earlier, and I thought he's got to be in the mix. All right, that'll do me. I'm in already.
Farid Mustafov. Good enough. Shuang. He's going to raise this one up 3x blind versus blind against Shornikau, who does have that nice little cushion here. Big chip lead. Looks like he fancies himself to outplay Shuang with this suited king.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of hand. Suited king, isn't it?
It's quite nice.
In position. Let's see how he navigates the ace-jack 5 flop, though, because surely if she were to make any action at this, he would be long gone.
Yeah, and she simply must fire out a sort of 25 to 30%er here. Lovely bet size. 350, love that. Absolutely love that size.
Yeah, just makes hands like this impossible to continue. All those kind of 9-10s and 7-8 suited of the world as well.
Shuang is a very, very good poker player. She's sort of been under the radar here, never had a big stack, really did sort of ladder her way just to even make this final table. I remember an all-in scenario, I think when there was like 10 or 11 left and she got the double up. We had a little look at that one on the outer table. She's been one of the shorter stacks, maybe not the shortest stack all the time throughout this final table, but always one of the bottom maybe 2 or 3, but has navigated her way into 3-handed play. And now, with some maybe run good, I feel like the tide might be turning here. And about time we had a female winner, I think, in the Merit Poker Room. I don't recall one over the year of poker I've presided over.
And there are a fair number of female players who've made it to the final tables as well.
Yes, we've been well represented, but just not in the winner's circle.
Yeah.
5.
Shornikau now going for the play that I've been calling for earlier, which is to apply some pressure in these spots from the small blind against top. He was sort of limping a little bit in these spots when top was very much the middle stack. Shuang was very low, and he could have just further increased his stack. And that's what led to the big misstep, in fact, was him limping in with deuce 5 of clubs or 3 5 of clubs and barreling off on an ace high board when Tot had sneakily checked back ace 9 of clubs himself. Found that top pair. Passed the test. Stacks are getting very shallow as we play this 100-200 level. We'll do 75 blinds in play.
5.
Again, going for this larger sizing, 2.5x. Going to get a few more folds with that sizing.
I guess because these two are fairly similar in chips, he knows they do want to fold a bit, but Shuang with 7-8 of clubs.
Just so much playability this hand, isn't it?
Yeah. But it looks like she's considering stuff other than just flatting because she's taking her time here.
Spicy.
Maybe just trying to make a mental note of the 2.5x, trying to work out what that might mean.
Backdoors, but not much else for Shuang as Shornikau makes top 2 here. Likely to range bet a board such as this one to a very small sizing, hoping she has some piece.
I like this 300k. He's sort of unfortunate, if you will, that he's got Aces and sixes, aces and threes would almost be a better hand in the free up some of the 6x for your opponent. I think I'll take it, top two. It's reasonable.
Yeah, and with the double backdoors there, Shuang not interested even for that great price. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. I'd say it's pretty close. Obviously, with ICM, you start actually giving up on some of these kinds of spots. And, you know, you're going to reshove all your good aces pre, so it's a tricky board to navigate. You're going to face a second barrel, whether your opponent has it or not. A lot of the time, it's going to be a bit of a guessing game, a bit of a dark tunnel. Don't mind that she let that one go, but just wanted to point out there the double backdoor potential being passed. Thought, well, he was the man in the ascendancy from ball one at this final table. Really took the final table by the scruff of the neck at a time when everyone else was sort of sitting back. There were a couple of short stacks around. Obviously, players looking to outlast those and more people besides. He seemed to be the person most willing to put his chips at risk.
I thought because I saw how she played earlier, she might make this move. I'd much rather see a limp jam a hand like this here, blind on blind, against a player who is going to try and punish her limps. But she certainly seems to be a fan of the open jam as a default play. Ali may have left the booth, but the game of finding the Merit Mosquito has not ended. Mr. Lappin is now in the...
Was he doing this at the last frame?
He was having a look around the very first thing this morning.
Because it was this stop last year where I was attacking one with my shoe. I'm so bad at getting mosquitoes as well. I feel embarrassed at how bad I am at it. I live in a country where they are all over the place.
Should be acclimatized. Should it's down at ace-5 of clubs now on the button. Having jammed the small blind last time with ace-6 of clubs. Ooh.
Interesting one here for Shornik Cow.
Yeah, could certainly come out with a 3-bet here holding ace-8.
Yeah, quite like the idea of a small 3-bet here to something like $1 million. So you just going to drop the hammer on it?
How about just all of it?
So deciding that he wants to maximize fold equity here rather than give himself room to 3-bet fold. Not sure I like that over the alternative.
Yeah, I would like just a 1.2, something like that. You suggested a milli even.
He does actually have the best of it here, but I don't think he's folding out any hands that are better.
Right, if he is, it's ace-9 and maybe some ace-10 off.
Yeah.
Very, very small amount.
Obviously, one of those hands, ace-5 suited, that has that little bit of extra equity. Even in a situation where you're calling it off, will have a little bit more equity. Might have 34, 35% in a disaster scenario. Like the fold, though, obviously.
Yeah, can't be calling it off with ace-5.
He will be in there with the king queens and king jacks. One feels given that he's in there with the ace-8, but it's just way too much ahead of you versus the stuff that you're virtually flipping with. Cow box seat right now. Life's good, sitting on half the chips to play.
He's still got his cards from last hand. So good they are. Have a little misdeal. Whilst I do the misdeal, I was disappointed to see the level at which you consume the buffet this evening. We had a little bite to eat.
You were disappointed by how little of the buffet I had?
Yeah. You gave it a little
It's all relative, James. You do eat a lot of food.
I mean, I know you have been to the buffet more times than I have today.
Also not true. I brought my kids to the buffet once. I didn't eat with them the other time.
I don't know. Let's see. I think you implied earlier you did, but now you're just coming out with alternative facts to suit yourself.
I might have had a boiled egg.
Really pushing the boat out.
You also didn't spot the fact that I took 4 meringues in a bit of tissue paper and ran out the door with them at the end.
Oh wow. Quite a sweet day, haven't you?
Yeah.
As the good lady put it, you had a splash of dessert lunch.
You're very judgmental about my dessert intake at lunch. You guys all getting a feed of ice cream. Lactose intolerant Dave over here, you know, gets a few strawberries.
You went for a trio of desserts.
They all had strawberries on them though.
Okay. Top limping in. Shuang low, checking her option with King 3 and top, finding the best of it.
Here we go. Let's play some poker.
Yeah, King High, we got some playability with a 3 and of course
ouch,
hearts. Jin card for top. He wasn't sure he was good. He is now. And now, and I'm blocking that ace now, so juicy. You know, the 4x is probably not going to continue to another bet anyway. You block the 7x, so it's more likely that your opponent has an ace than really anything else.
Yeah, ace or 5-6. And Shuang, as in the hand against Shornikau earlier. Oh, hello. Little check over to her. Let's see if she takes the bait.
Oh, wow. What a dream run out for him. He just can't have this. As played.
Oh, can he ever check it back over again? Now feels like you're up against a 7.
Yeah, and if he does check it, would she not just check back a lot of hands like this, thinking they're just good? So
yeah, I think he
is.
Credit to him for the sneakiness.
She's like, there's the smile. I was waiting for it.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
I'm surprised because Tot's shown so much aggression that when he actually has the full-on goods, and when it's gone check. So I don't know. I think I just like to keep firing there. I can see why he's done it. He thinks, hey, if I'm up against an ace, the ace is going to bet anyway. And then once it goes check turn, feels like the only way is to get the sort of 5-6s, the 6-8s of the world to fire out a bet. And if his opponent does have a 7 and decides to bet and then faces a check raise, maybe they get super sticky.
Maybe.
Ace the same.
I do agree with you though. I think the bet would have.
I think betting turn is good, but as played, the river check does have some merit to it off the checking turn.
Ollie.
All you can need now, blind blind.
This is her move. Oh! This is her move, and she's done it with such frequency that Shornikau surely is going to call, and he wastes no time in doing so. Lao Shuang at risk of elimination.
What a huge moment in this tournament.
Yeah.
Shuang has 38%. If she wins this one, she basically takes Shornikau's position.
Yeah, she'll have half the chips.
As top of the pops. But also, if Shornikau can do a hold here, which he will 62% of the time.
Ooh! That's the third time we've seen this in quick succession where the ace bit has got it in good against the king bit, but being out-flopped. 10 produces a chop. I think an ace will do it for Shornikau in terms of eliminating Shuang. Wow, huge double up for Shuang. She came back after the break with, what, 2 million in chips. Now here we are, just a couple of orbits later, and she has half the chips in play.
Yeah, a huge moment about 2.5 hours ago against Shornikau, where she finished the hand with just 1 million, called him twice when good, folded on river when no longer good, and from that 1 million, what a spin. It's sort of been, James Dempsey, the week of the comeback.
Right.
Yesterday we obviously saw an insane comeback from Simone Andrian.
Yeah.
Something none of us expected.
Well, the flavour in that one was, I left you guys. He just doubled up from his 4 big blinds, and I was like, wow, this tournament's going to be over soon. I was due to come back in 2 hours. I thought, I don't think the tournament's making it that far, and I sort of checked in on you guys, and I was like, hang on a second, Andrian's heads up.
Yeah.
Like, how has this happened?
Yeah, it was an extraordinary day of poker. Guys, if you're tuning into this one and you fancy watching some more tournament poker, mark it down. If you didn't see last night's coverage, you can watch it. Maybe pick things up around the final table time. You get about 4.5, 5 hours of absolutely scintillating poker. Plenty of drama. All of these videos, of course, archived on our YouTube channel, all available to watch. As we see our new chip leader, Shuang, put what I assume is around about an 8 million pile together there.
Yeah, I think it was 7.5, which is basically right on the hard chips in play mark. Incredible stuff. Now, question of how quickly she was going to apply pressure on these guys. 10-7 off, not a contender, she says. Shauna Cass loving life with his king-jack suited from the small. Thinking about whether he wants to limp jam this hand, whether he wants to come out with a raise. Obviously, he's done a bit of both.
Oh.
Okay, there's also that option.
Yeah, they're quite big jams, these.
Yes.
I'm kind of with you. I think you want to have a lot of limps here when the big blind ante is so large. And therefore, I think you can actually limp call it off with King Jack suited.
Certainly could there, I think.
You can limp jam it. You can, it's just one of those hands that's just going to be, yeah, okay, occasionally you'll be behind, but all those hands would call anyway the shove.
Right.
So why not induce or get in there against hands that you dominate and maybe can win bigger pots from? You can also exploit some hands. You could open and maybe, or I should say you could limp and maybe a weak ace-x opens and you jam over the top and get some folds.
Right, imagine you get ace-3 to fold. It's a big win.
Yeah.
Also, you can limp, have it go check behind, and lots of good things happen when you flop top pair with such a premium holding blind on blind.
Yeah, I would prefer to see a recognition of the strength of those sorts of hands in heads-up situations, but obviously it's going to make money, the jam with King-Jack suited long-term. It just doesn't make the most.
Top going to continue to play his game, not fall into the flow of the table with these big jams from the small. Just complete with Queen 8.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
She's taken one of her worst ones and she's going to turn it into a bluff here.
Yeah, really putting pressure on the 16 remaining blinds. I would like it to be slightly larger, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I actually think it's okay because we're playing so shallow here, 16.5 deep or whatever it is. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I think 3 functions like 3.5 does if they were 10 bigs deeper. He's going to call it. Obviously, Queen 8 connected. Not the worst holding in the world.
That's what I'm wondering if the 3.5 against exactly this part of the range might
Sure.
elicit the folds.
But then she does have the
I'm a
betting
coward.
lead, and if he misses and she stabs, she's
Yeah.
going to take this away from him
But
quite
I'm a
often.
coward, David. I don't want to see flops. I want to just maximize my folding pre. Ace 9-7. Here's a case in point.
Yeah, she's going to take this one away beautifully, I suspect.
And he just doesn't get to have an ace here. So often we say this blind on blind, but he is limp jamming them.
And again, she can go so small. She's probably going to go 300k, 400k. There we go. It's lovely poker from Shuang. Really is. And also, I think getting credit too, because she hasn't been, wild with her hand selection. She's, okay, maybe played some of these hands a bit clunkily going for big shoves. But that's sort of okay way to play your poker. No real issue with that. But what's nice now is she's starting to pluck some more bluff candidates now that she's the chip lead, and they're going to sort of believe her for a while at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lovely gear switch, lovely recognition of the spot these guys find themselves in now. She's trying to create that race for second. It's so beautiful if you can do it. If you can whittle them both down to 10 bigs each, you can create that race for second. It's so nice, especially with the extra ICM pressure that comes with three-handed poker in the mirror poker room.
Top. Now with 14 bigs on the button.
Good enough to induce this one, but may just elect to jam 14.
Double checking at the hand.
Keeping things simple, as all three of these players are at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I like the raise and juice, especially when you are adrift in third. Top. Doing so much of the heavy lifting on this final table. Now finds himself in bottom place, bottom stacked. Bottom of the counts. Some other tournament going off in the background?
Yeah, I think we might have a mystery bounty.
There's always something
There's always something.
going on here. Let me have a look at my little schedule here, but of course the main event has bagged. So you have going on this evening. Okay. We have some fun stuff. We have the Texas split, 7-handed, and of course a qualifier, a satellite to the main event. Didn't get to play that Texas split last time I was here, but I gather it's a format they trialed where, now this is going my memory going back 2 months and not playing in it, but I think you get dealt 4 cards and you split them into 2 hold'em hands and you put them sort of either side of your stack, and then you basically play hold'em with 2 hands and you can choose one of them to be your hand, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Kind of a curious format. Not a split pot game. It's a scoop game, but Shauna Cow going for the 2.5x again with his 20 bigs. 10-8, getting 2 swift folds behind. Problem Shuang has here is with so many jams from the small blind, it's very hard to be balanced.
Yeah.
When she starts limping from the small blind.
Agreed.
She's doing here with 7-3. Obviously slightly different here now, they're over 20 big blinds deep, but when she jammed that king 8, it was like 16 or 17 blinds, I think.
6.
There we go, look at that. Shauna Cow with a hand that, against a balance range, I think you'd expect to see him check back. King 6 off, but against one that is unbalanced, just gets to punish. Which now makes it harder for her to limp at all with these bad hands. So does she then just have to fold those from the small blind? Does she come up with a different raise size? Or does she have to jam fewer hands now? It's very difficult. It's all well and good when you're playing full ring and players might not pick up on it, but you're going to get a lot of these blind on blind situations where the only other player at the table folds and you You're going to play these out. Schwang with the king on the button. She does raise once more, up to 400,000. Top. Computer hand. In the big blind. Running the numbers. Does defend in the form of appeal. Schwang getting out flop this time, 10-7 deuce. So we'll check it over to her. She does keep up the aggression. She has a very, very high c-bet frequency, which I do like, especially when you're playing these kind of three-handed spots and you've got that big chip stack. It's a lot harder for these guys to play back against you without it. I do like her airing on the over c-betting rather than under c-betting.
I wonder if he just sticks this in.
Tempting. Would be just over pot jam. With the overcard, maybe thinking, hey, this hand's got decent playability. I'll give you a 7 with undercard, maybe more tempted to do that.
With the flat, we have a stacked pot ratio of 1-to-1 here. Schwang very much airballing now.
Yeah, and a coordinated card against her opponent's continue range as well. Very hard for her to fire again. And Wisey checks back.
She will have some 9x in her range that overtook the Queen 7. I wonder if he decides to go for a block or decides to go for a check.
Spades coming in as well, of course, some concern.
Yeah.
Joanne, of course, rivering some showdown.
Yeah, nice situation. I wonder if she would have taken a stab in other worlds.
It's difficult, isn't it? It looks like it's hard to imagine what no pair hands he has that have elected not to bluff. Or the weakest pairs may even still bluff. So, we continue. 3 of our higher rollers left. Schwang the one in the ascendancy despite losing that small one. Schornikau, suited king on the button. A rather loud feline making some noise outside our booth. The cat's a factor of merit.
We do love the cats, but that cat seems like it's in distress. Do you want to go check, James, just in case? Could be trapped in something. While James checks on our feline friend, who has been evicted, it looks like. We watch Schwang and Schornikau battle as they have been doing. Schornikau picking up flush draw. Pretty nice candidate to bet small.
Happy to report our feline friend is just fine.
Excellent. Bet super small here. Don't think we'll see Schwang make a play at this. Backdoors to bad hands, backdoors to bad flush, backdoors to bad ends of straights. It's not a great one.
I love the fact that she's always thinking about fighting though. And here we go.
Here we go indeed. Sort of paired board representation here coming up. Uncomfortable now for Schornikau.
Wow, it's a big,
very uncomfortable.
Big bet as well, wasn't it?
Has she kind of created a situation where maybe he needs to jam now?
He does. He passes the test. Yeah, I think a smaller size there would have, well, may have caused them more trouble in fairness. She would have, I think, had to continue. Okay, the cat survived. The mosquito may not.
Sorry, guys. James got it.
No.
No.
It's just behind you now, waiting to strike.
I'm gonna put my collar up. I don't want to get bitten. I gestured to poor James here, stamp on stamp. And the moment he did, I think it sent a shockwave under his injured back.
It did.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
Stairs are very difficult for me at the moment.
There's a first aid at the top of the poker room. They think of everything here.
Shuang limping in again, this time with an ace. Look at this. Chip stack's gone the other way again. Shornikau now the covering stack between these two.
Oh, well.
And look at that, he just drops it on her. And what a type. Look. Oh, is she just... She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. She was certainly going to limp jam this hand is my read of the situation. Oh, she calls!
Wow.
She's limp trapped with ace-5. Shornikau feeling a little bit sick that he's been caught at it here with Jack-10, although it's 45% to win this pot. There are 2/3 of the chips in play in this pot. Tot loving life as a bystander.
Dreamy for Tot.
She is showing that she's just willing to play for it all at this point. And an ace in the window, all but sealing things. She just came out with a check raise bluff, didn't work. Very next hand. Comes out trapping with ace-5 offsuit, inducing a jam behind, picking up the full double up. And now she is at her peak chip count by a margin, 9.6 million. Shornikau down to just 8 big blinds. Wow. How much is Tot loving seeing these two swing punches at each other?
Yeah, incredible spot for Tot to rail that one. Either gets the ladder or sees the dangerous Shornikau. I don't want to say crippled. He has some chips here, 1.6 left, but 8 bigs. He now gets to be in second place. Well,
700.
While it's all coming up Shuang at the moment, it can change again. We've seen it swing a few times. Poker's pendulum rarely stays in one direction for long.
Taking a moment, just count down just because of the sheer volume of chips involved in this one.
Massive, massive moment there. The baby-faced assassin, Shuang.
Yeah, Shornikau just replaying that one back in his mind.
Just wondering if he put his foot in it there, doesn't he?
Yeah, obviously came out with an ISO raise the previous orbit when she limped the small. This time he just dropped the whole lot in.
Yeah. Dynamically, she just got the better of him there. She'd almost set up that idea that I'm jamming everything here.
She was limping to limp jam and then faced the jam, but I think then deduced, well, if he had a really strong hand, wouldn't he have just induced me to limp jam?
Precisely. She worked it out pretty nicely there. Obviously, there would have been a few weak aces she was behind, but pretty much thought, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Is that an all-in with the Jack-3 here on the button? Oh, she's dropping the hammer on both of these guys now.
ICM Masterclass is in. Ooh, Shornikau with an ace as the shortest of the two short stacks. Oh, he does give it up, though.
I like the fold. I think it's... Oh. I don't think this is ever a call either, because he's obviously much more in the ICM bin, much more in the coffin.
So I think I might have played the ace deuce, because I don't think Tot's going to be overcalling against those jams. Got to get yourself off the bottom. But, saying all that, there's still plenty of hands Tot would have called with, and Shonekow could have got the double up. Just look down at ace queen, he's going to call 40% of the time or so. 35, jack 3 will get there. Shonekow himself now with a king, creating the action with 7.5 blinds. Wants to give a chance for something like this to happen, perhaps. The old collision equity. Tot want to limp this in. Will he get punished if he does so? Does he really want to risk jamming just to pick up 400k out there? It seems a bit foolhardy, so he does go for the limp. I like it. Schwang wise to the fact that there could be a number of limp jams here. He's pushed every edge, checking back with jack 6. Does have position. Check to a 9-4 deuce. She will stab. She is relentless. Tot, though, surely with enough to continue. Holding that gut shot, holding the ace high, and of course the backdoor nut clubs. Bet size, though, worth noting. Slightly over the half. And she's thinking perhaps my opponent doesn't really get to have any of this deuce or 4, David, given that he's limped in, given the ICM the way it is.
Yeah. And she may well take another stab here. No, shuts it down.
Tot ever wants to open up the betting here. Feel a little risky. For chips, of course, we'd like to bet these rivers. But in this situation, I like it. He does check. Oh, she thought about it for a second. Obviously, she did get shown a full house in a not dissimilar situation earlier. Get some sneaky checks. Nicely played, I think, there by Tot. Well, that music means one thing and one thing only. Blinds are going up yet again. 125, 250. Maxime Shonekow will therefore be down to just 6 big blinds. Tot with 18. Lao Shuang with the rest. 38 big blinds. This may well be the level, David. 40 minutes to play at this level, this stack depths.
I don't know. It feels like one of those topsy-turvy endgames that we think could happen. It could end at any moment, but then sometimes they go on.
Sometimes they do.
I don't know. At the moment, yes, it's all one-way traffic, and it does feel as though Shuang has created a nice little race for second. If she can manipulate these guys, we saw that big shove with the Jack 3, exploiting 2 ace-x hands. I think if she keeps the pressure on like that, they're both eyeing up a really big 40k jump here.
Here she goes again, this time with an ace, and this time she will just drop it in, given it is against that 6 big blind stack in the big. And Shonekow, I think, has to defend with this king, and he does. It is he now at risk and behind. Tot once again, the interested bystander, hoping the ace high holds. Shuang Lu, of course, hoping the same. Shonekow, the man who had it all, had over half the chips with 3 left. This is now all but dead. Ace on the flop. Backdoor hearts, his only real hope. Or the runner on a straight. He could do it at the top or the bottom. Needs a 3 to survive.
Surely not.
It's a 3!
Goodness me.
He finds the 3. Lao Shuang's face says it all. Like, really? Have I lost this pot somehow?
Wow, after that flop, he is drawing so thin.
Shonekow I think hasn't really registered yet that he managed to do that. Todd just looked off to his interested rail, like, really? What have I got to do to get the top 2?
She's on the phone. She's
Little
lodging
voice
a
note.
complaint. She's lodging a complaint.
Todd has seen these two and multiple other players just all in a lot. He's been just out of the way of it, but just desperate for these ladders.
Oh my goodness me! Yeah, if you're Tot, you're just as good as Shuang now.
Perhaps more so.
Perhaps more so. Shuang, you know, she's contacting customer service there. I'm not sure she's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think
met with.
I mean, just found herself the right side of some all-ins.
I think just customer services just explain that these things happen.
Yeah. Sort of 65-35s for a reason.
Take a breath now, Shuang.
Over
Compose yourself. I know these moments
Ooh.
are cruel in poker.
Now look at this, Sean account with a real one. 10 blinds still with 2 7s. Is he going to try and trap? He is going to trap with the 2 7s. Oh, he doesn't need to trap. Whatever happens, this is going in.
So, Shuang, now the interested bystander, is she about to go heads up
Yeah.
against Tot? Or is Shornikau going to get the double and flip places with Tot?
This reminds me somewhat of 650. Okay, he's gone for an induce. I like it. Your hand's so strong as ace-queen. Doesn't even mind if his opponent limp calls here because the ace-queen just plays so well post-flop in these wide-range battles. Sean account, going to burn a time bank chip. I mean, fine. I think most players know at this point that with 10 bigs you're kind of limping to jam or you're limping to fold for the most part. Limping to call it off, but you've got plenty of time banks left. We are at the business end.
I suppose he's wondering, is there much of an induce range here, and is he actually a bit worried about it? I don't know. It just seems so standard. I don't know why the chips aren't in already.
Well, they are now. It will get snapped. Sean account, given that action, won't mind seeing it to flip. Once again, an all-in in this three-handed battle. Ace 7 8.
Wow.
A set for Shornikau. First card off for the deck. An ace to needle top. Does have the faintest of backdoor equity. Not to beat. And David, is this somewhat reminiscent of the never-ending story?
Do you want me to start singing?
Yeah.
Actually have...
Sometimes in this life you don't get what you want. That's what that tells me.
I say a beautiful singing voice. Oh. Just not sure I could hit the notes anymore.
Oh, what a tournament for Shornikau then. Double. Double. He was down to just 6 blinds a moment ago.
Sebastian, isn't it?
Sebastian, yeah. Falcor.
Falcor. My son's middle name is Sebastian. I wonder if that was in my...
Subliminal?
Subliminals.
Or whether it was named after your favourite Merit tournament director. Who knows? Alex Tot now, the one with just 6 blinds. Shornikau back to above average.
Oh, game on now between Shornikau and Luau. Obviously, Tot still in the mix here. We saw Shornikau with 6 or 7 bigs just a moment ago.
Yeah.
It can all swing around really quickly here. They are all very shallow. 60 big blinds in play, remember. Like, we're not playing deep stack poker anymore at any point in this tournament.
Kirichenko, of course, out in 4th, backing up that 2nd place finish in the same event during the Gangster Series. And, of course, his fellow Russian, Nikitin, bowed out in 5th. That was a long 5-handed battle and a pretty short 4-handed battle. But this 3-handed battle is going and going.
Yeah, and Tot has to get jiggy almost immediately here. He's got an M of 2.
Ooh, talk to me about M's. It's exciting. That's the sort of term that disappeared from poker. I feel like the M, the small blind plus the big blind plus the antes and working out how many laps you have at a table. It was all the rage with the whole Harrington book. But
I thought in the spirit of the backgammon tournament that's coming up here. See what I'm doing here? McGreal. M is named after Paul McGreal.
Ah.
Backgammon
I didn't realize it was named after Paul McGreal. King 9.
Here we go.
Snapped off just like this frame started. Shuang waking up with ace queen in the big, facing it all in from top. She doesn't dominate this time, but she certainly has far more chips.
Tot got caught.
Tot has been caught, but the deck's done a lot of delivering today. Jack 8-5, solitary club.
Is it his turn to run hot? He does have a shot.
Perhaps not. Maybe popping off for a kip in his cop. We did these earlier. One card to come. King or 9? Not to be. And at about the 8th time of asking, we have got ourselves to a heads-up match. Tart, all smiles. It could have easily gone his way today. I thought he was very impressive. All the final table play I saw. And he was my pick when you put it on me free-handed because of that impressive play he'd exhibited.
Yeah, and he was my pick at the start of the final table as well. I think he played tremendously well. I think he played well 2 tables out, took this tournament by the scruff of the neck, decided that if someone wants to win it, they have to go after it. He was the man who went after it. It could have been him. This three-handed contest could have gone any which way. Credit to him. Great performance.
I like their little thumbs up and a smile on the way off the tournament floor. So as we begin to set this stage, that's how things look. It'll be 9.5 versus 5.5. 38 bigs, play 23. So a smidge under a 2-1 chip lead. And, well, given how they've played out the last few orbits, kind of a good heads-up match for us to see because there is a dynamic here.
There's a dynamic, but there's also now deeper stacks. Not much deeper stacks, don't get me wrong here. We're still dealing with a relatively shallow game, but we were in that sort of 15 big blind effective stack range. She was able to play that big ball style, pressurize them. We obviously saw that very deft trap with the ace-5, so that was very clever as well. But yeah, I wonder if we're actually going to go back and forth a little bit. If we're going to see some flops, if we're going to see some maybe limp pots as well. I think that's what we should see.
But both these players have shown that willingness to just get it in free. So who knows how this one plays out? All we do know is it will be taking place right here in a few moments. It looks like it's about 8 minutes until we start this heads-up match, guys. So go ahead, go make yourself.
Can we talk for 8 minutes?
Cup of coffee. You can. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, as I'm suggesting those at home do.
I'm going to stay. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here for 7 of those 8 minutes.
All right, Dave's going to stay here for 7 minutes. You can look at his face, but for now, I'll be gone, and we'll see you guys in about 8.
The moment America elected him. That was the moment they were just like, he's
a
our
man
guy.
of the
he's
people.
Our guy.
You're like, I've done that.
Or I
at
haven't,
least
or
I've
I
tried,
can't do
right,
that.
yeah.
Oh.
I remember smashing one that was ready to deliver her payload up against the window, and that was maggots is what I'm talking about. Just really vile. Oh.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable moment in my...
Oh, Tamil might have to call it off here. King 5 suited, too much hand, I feel, blind v blind. He's going to face a Kirichenko shove from a very wide range. King high, just too much.
Yeah, suited king no less, but...
Super live.
Unfortunately for him, he is behind by a good margin, but 43% equity, it could be worse, as he'll get to C5.
50.
It's basically a coin flip. It's a kind of a queen's ace king sort of equity situation.
So to the flop we go, 1.15 million, and the hopes of the Estonian hanging in the balance. 7-7-9, not the board he had in mind. One spade working. Board double pairs. The 5 is no longer a winner. Any king for the win. A 9 or a 7 for the chop. That's what Tamil needs to stay alive, and instead it's a 4. And with that, Tamil is eliminated, and his first thought, by the way, is, did you bluff me, David? As Alexander Todd came over for a knuckle bump. But a 7th place finish for Tamil. $29,200 richer, leaving the field with $35,000 declined. It is very nice.
The golf course is a little too far away. Maybe they can move that 10 minutes closer. Or just build one on property.
You know, it is an expanse that certainly 9 holes feel like they could be assembled somewhere. Putt-putt. That's what we need. Mini golf in the car park.
How much you have? 2 million total.
Can you imagine the gambling going on there?
I certainly can, James.
With Ante.
True story, I once shot, I believe it was 10 hole-in-ones on an 18-hole mini golf course in Northern California.
Wow.
And I did have money on that match, and my opponent was boiling.
I assume there were bounties for hole-in-ones as well?
No, we didn't have any.
No,
Just
you
a
weren't.
straight-up match. I didn't think about it. I didn't even know what a bounty was. This was like first year of college, maybe last year of high school.
Okay. The 80s were a wild time.
Ace-9, nothing wild about it. Big stack, cut off. Raising. Uh-oh. King-queen suited in the small for Muntianu.
Yeah, decision here because, you know, he could rip this hand, but also the hand just plays so well. He might elect to take a flop, try and get some value if he were to hit something, but he has just gone all in. Certainly the more standard line. Oh no!
Pocket queens for Nikitin just behind Muntianu, who really hasn't done much of this, James. He's kind of kept things conservative, clean and tidy.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate. His hand just does play best as a jam over a wider range opening.
Sure.
And he just ran into it here.
And of course, given it's 1.9, Nikitin doesn't need to posture at all. He jams promptly over the top.
He's live, Ali. He has a king.
Yeah, but he's got a real issue on his hand for the time being, as he is covered by the man who was the short stack moments ago and could vault up to almost 4 million in chips if his queens hold here. Here comes the flop. Not the one that Muntianu had in mind. One club on the board.
Yeah, very faint backdoor equity.
And the 3 of diamonds vanquishes all of that, as he's down to just one of 3 kings remaining in the deck to stay in the hunt here. Not available, as the ace of hearts will seal Muntianu's fate as the 6th place finisher here in the high roller, unable to notch his 2nd victory
No difficult decisions. No difficult decisions.
in a merit event.
There's Nikitin. Says no difficult decisions, but a difficult outcome there for Muntiano. Didn't do anything wrong. King-Queen suited, jamming over the top of a very active Alexander Todd. And in doing so, winds up out the door, leaving behind 5 combatants, but not before paying a visit to the cash desk.
A warm welcome back. And then there were two commentators in the commentary booth, 2 players at the felt. James, I know you fancy the chances of Shornikau here, but I'm going with what has become the theme of the week. It's comeback week here, the Merit Western Series. Yesterday we saw the comeback king, Simone Andrian. Today I am predicting we are going to see the coronation of the comeback queen, Liu Shuang.
Well, I'm going to go and say this, that whoever wins is a comeback. Shornikau was down to 1.5 million a moment ago. It's kind of an easy one. It's been so seesaw this match from the final 3 that they've all had, well, 2 feet out the door.
Are you saying I get to do the comeback speech either way?
Yeah.
I like it.
I knew you'd buy into that. So we are just moments away from getting this heads up underway. As you mentioned just before we went on break, a little bit deeper than we've been seeing them play over the last hour or so. But the 2 players involved, they do look like they like to get it in free, and they certainly favour that part of their game, it seems more. Although Zhao has impressed a lot post-flop during the last sort of 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, well, I just think she got the dynamics just sort of perfect. She set up an image where she was only shoving pretty good hands. That weakened her perceived limping range. She got pounced on once, and then she just laid the trap the second time.
Yeah, passed the test with ace-5 offsuit, which is
it's a ballsy one, because it's not going to be miles ahead.
No, it certainly isn't. And if you get it wrong, it can make you look silly, but she correctly deduced the way the ranges were falling. Here we go then. Liu Shuang. Little sing-song. Been recording her own exploits as they've gone down. Obviously very much enjoying the moment. Sending messages to well-wishers.
Yeah, she's got a rail and she's got a virtual rail by the looks of things. She's probably got a rail in our YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, there are some Chinese letters in the chat. Also, some Russian in the chat. What I'm saying is, I've got no idea what the chat's saying.
Limpot here, 4 deuce 8-5 for Shornikau. No diamonds in anyone's hand here. King 6-3.
Have you picked up competency in any other language? I barely picked up competency in English, as you can tell by me asking the question there.
Yeah, competency. That's probably the word for it. French, German, Irish. I can say the food words in Spanish.
Well, I'd say Spanish then as well.
Not much though. I really would struggle these days. Studied them all as a kid. But no Chinese, no Mandarin, I should say, no Russian. So I'm of no help to you as you try to decipher the chat. So I'm going to focus on the poker.
Pretty wise.
Oh, hello.
Straight away, the way these 2 play, exactly what I was referencing.
Yeah, he could certainly go for the limp jam here, and she would have a callable one.
He may even just go raise cool.
Yes, 600.
He's going to go raise, and it is a big sizing here. I don't really see the 600 sizing being deployed too often off 20, but here we go.
Does she ever go for an inducing size?
Ollie?
No being the answer.
Is this it?
Like I say, it really could, just the way that they both set up their stalls. Pursing his lips like this is a fold. And it should be a fold, really, but against this player, I could see why he might want to call.
Here we
and he
go!
Does.
Would you believe it? First hand of heads up. Sorry, second hand of heads up. Carried away.
I'm not surprised though.
我77台2
21 blinds. He calls it off with ace-2 suited against a player who's capable of shoving a lot worse.
Yeah, not a huge fan of how Shornikau's gone about his business here.
Oh, he spiked the ace. Shornikau finds an ace on the flop.
77台2
Oh, it's
Liu Shuang needs to find a 7 or a backdoor straight. Otherwise, the stacks will swap around. Only a walking stick will do it.
他真的是个鱼，他这个还跟我都 all in 了。
You wouldn't know she's only got 2 outs heading to the river. And that smile on her face, she doesn't find it. Shornikau, wow, a little sigh, a little breath of relief there.
Super
from
lucky.
knowing how lucky he's just got there. And also knowing what situation he now finds himself in. Over 2-1 lead against Liu Shuang. Wow.
哎，顶住就拿下了，就很快单。
So now looks to be about maybe 11 million to 4 million.
Yeah, 10.75 was the pop. So she'll have a little under 5. 70-30 lead. Wow. The thing is, I think for both these players, I don't think they either can really complain, if you know what I mean, in the sense that they've both made those comebacks you referenced before the start of the match, and they've both been behind and all in and have survived.
Yeah, it's been one of those final table end games where everyone's been all in with the worst of it and the best of it, and everyone's survived and backbeated and everyone's held, and it is one of those ones where there were just so many moments where it could have gone another way.
I guess, yeah, the way to say it, I don't think either of them deserve to win. As in, there's no justice winner. There's no
sure.
Oh, they battled back and.
And in fact, I would include third place in that. I think top would have been a fine winner.
Yep.
These 3 players have been real gladiators. Chips going back and forth all day.
Well, that was on the line, along with the whopping prize money difference, that being 52k. It is the Merit Trophy. I think it needs a little cowboy hat on it, but, you know. They don't consult me on these things. So, Zhuang, sub 20 blinds, going to limp in. 8-5, Shornikau. 7-3 suited in the big. He's happy to see a flop. And a rare small pot between these two. As the dealer fans out the King 6-6 flop. This will be a first one to bet. Will be awarded the chips. She is all smiles.
A2接了20多 BB all in， 他是接的哦，还不是推的。他一直犯错，真的。
Certainly be a very likable winner, David, should she pull off the comeback.
Absolutely.
Oh, Shornikau. He's going to look down at the boots on the button. Shuang with a suited combination in the big.
Must surely trap this one.
I wonder if he just goes for the raise. He's just the min. Induce the jam from a player who is certainly keen to do so.
Goes for that 600 size again. Putting enough in there to send a lot of reshoves his way.
Mm-hmm. She wants to take a look.
If she catches a piece, this could be it.
Yeah. Well, thankfully for her, the Queen 9-5 flop. I'll see her go no further. Again, in some games, you may expect to see a little trap once in a while with a hand like this, but these two heavyweights You just got to put the chips out and let her make the move on you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
17 blinds. Yeah, 3-1 dog. I've actually lost count the number of times these two have had their cards on their backs against each other.
It's probably one you can fold here. You can't fold much with the big ante in play, but
It's
that's
so
probably one of
garbage,
the
isn't it? But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's hard to even fold that one for just 125k more. Second of our 3 events we'll be covering here from the Western Series. It's the high roll, of course, the warm-up wrapping up yesterday. The main event, final table, of course, not until Friday. The next couple of days, we're going to have certainly at least a cash game tomorrow.
Thursday.
Thursday, you're quite right. Sorry, I leave on Friday, and that's why I'm just putting my travel in my mind.
Yeah, we're going to be covering Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, days 2, 3, and of course the final day.
But potentially some day one coverage in a couple of days' time. But tomorrow will be a cash game. Just want to count.
He's getting to drop the hammer here.
Yeah.
And Shuanglo going a bit card dead at a bad time. This one can turn around very quickly again.
你先跑出他2把了
But-。
好，刚刚他都没要死
She
牌
will
哦
need to see
就是那个
some more
退伍
favourable
那一把，
holdings, one presumes.
不然早就把他清掉了。
I would love to get the translation of what she's, because it feels like she's actually talking about the players.
She is,
She's
definitely. I heard the word cool because, like I said the other day, all poker terms seem to just be in English
That's
regardless of the language.
She's going to limp in here with the 10-9, one presumes.
That's what she does.
And once bitten, twice shy, Shornikau maybe won't pounce upon this limp.
Yeah, and yeah, Jack 9 plays nicely enough, doesn't it? 2 high cards. See here, dominating his opponent in this instance. Not anymore.
No, she'll probably take a stab here with second pair. Feels fairly nutty. He will be cognizant of the fact that his jack high is good sometimes and he has some backdoors.
Wow, he's going to have a little look.
Sticky.
Very,
call
very
here.
speculative, isn't it?
She can go ahead and bet again here. There's a decent amount of 5x here that will call a small bet again. Oh, okay. That's also
Whoa.
a thing.
I guess, is she kind of eliminating a lot of the ace-x, given that she limped in and trying to level her opponent into maybe calling off with worse?
I'm just trying to figure out if she could ever get like a jack 10 or queen 10 to fold.
Right, or is it to try and get a 10-8 and 10-7 to call?
Yeah.
Mergy. Yeah, these two are certainly unpredictable. Trying to look out. Now with a slightly better hand on the button. Is he gonna limp this one in, do we think?
6 down.
So she can certainly call the jack 8 here. So big pot now, 1.5 million in the middle, only 3.5 behind. Excellent flop for
Wow.
Zhang Lao.
Huge flop. Top 2. Fortunately for her, Shunika having no piece of it.
Oh, hello.
Wow. What a dream turn that is for her.
and
Little
what a
did she
check.
know, and she checks it on over to him.
What a check.
Surely now he's going to pursue his value with what feels like a super strong hand.
And
2 flush draws on board, plenty of straight draws on board. There's reason to have all sorts of bluffs. Does she now spring the trap?
Yeah, if past is present, she's going to jam it in here.
And then he surely has to snap. I mean, there are all those draws.
Looks like she's carving out a smaller raise. Yeah, there was no smaller raise.
She does jam. And he does snap. Can't fault him for it. We're all in again, and this will basically level the stacks. Shauna Kell needing a lot of help here. Queen 5 or 3 on the river. Otherwise, Lao Shuang will once again take the lead in this heads-up match.
What an extraordinary tournament this has been. Is there a twist in the tail? There is! I cannot believe it. That is the end. I was ready for more heads-up poker. She has been incredibly unlucky right here in the end game. But
that is brutal.
Oh.
Obviously, we mentioned before, both players riding their luck somewhat to get to the heads up. But once they got there, the luck was certainly the side of Shauna Kell. 2 big all-in encounters against her where he was the underdog, and both times he came out with all the chips. He is the high roller champion.
He sure is. 3.5 million chip leader when this final table began. He played superbly well, it's got to be said. Early stages, tussling with that man Alexander Tott at the top of the chip count. Later on, obviously, 3-handed. Game kind of went off the rails in a way. We just had so many all-ins, so many confrontations, as James alluded to. It was really anyone's game with all those showdowns. And, you know, it generally went with the short stack, except there at the end.
Right, yeah, and
a cruel
amazing
way to go.
I'm just seeing Shauna Kell walk around the stage there, and he does look a bit like he's in shock. He's like, how have I managed to get lucky twice? I say get lucky, I don't mean that in a disparaging way.
No,
the cards were over their backs. He had to play them the way he had to play them. Happened to be on the wrong side of it both times, and Lady Luck shining down on him.
She trapped him brilliantly in that last hand. She let him catch up to enough that he would call it all off. But unfortunately, wow, runner.
Brutal stuff, brutal stuff. Well, that is the end of our second event here for this Western Series. As we were just mentioning a few moments ago, we'll be back tomorrow with a cash game. Slated to start, I believe, 4 p.m. for the players. So we'll be on some sort of delay based around that. Keep an eye on the socials. Keep an eye on our YouTube page here for exactly when that'll be. But for now, we will throw things down to Ali Najad, who is going to have a little word with our high roller champion, Maxim. See you guys tomorrow.
Well, somewhere out there, all of Belarus is celebrating this gentleman's first ever victory in a live tournament. Of course, I'm talking about Maxim Shornikau, who fought his way to the summit here at this high roller to take down this $177,000. And my first question is simply, given that this is Maxim's first victory, Antonio, how does it feel?
Но как вы себя чувствуете, Максим, после этой победы, что успели наконец-то выиграть свой первый лайв-турнир, большой, попасть на сам верх, хай-роллера здесь?
Да все хорошо прям, я так не то, что там это как, ну я счастлив, да, что получилось выиграть. У меня много было ситуаций до финального стола, но не получалось. Ну, сейчас я рад. Все хорошо.
Everything is good. Все хорошо, they say. So he said that he had in previous tournaments a lot of situations where it didn't just click for him before the final table, but this time finally everything clicked and he's feeling very, very happy about it.
In life in general, we know that success is not always the product of oneself. Even in an individual sport like poker, we often have a little bit of help along the way. And I know that Mikhailai Vaskoboynikau, another Belarusian poker player, is good friends with Maxim. And I'm curious as to whether or not Mikhailai may have helped him with some tutoring, mentoring, or if there's other people that maybe can take pride in this victory here today.
Значит, покер, как бы он не спорт команды, он спорт одного человека, но все равно кто-то помогает по дороге вот этом. Если Николай ваш друг или кто-то другой вам помогал, с вами работал немножко на вашей игре, или просто как по разговорам, по опыту и так далее, как это получилось, что ваша игра стала лучшим и лучшим, что наконец-то вы выиграли?
Ну, мы с Николаем Воскобойниковым знакомы очень давно, хорошие друзья, и мы вместе начинали там, лет 20. Ну и все, за счет практики я нигде не тренировался, но играл в онлайне много. И за счет практики, получился такой результат.
So Mikola and I are friends since we were 20 years old. We started playing together and we started together, we learned together. I played a lot of online, which gave me a lot of experience. I didn't practice per se somewhere, but online really helped me to get my practice and to bring my game to a higher.
Well, I'll tell you what, this victory was incredibly impressive considering how difficult this final table was. In particular, Alexander taught being directly to Maxim's left and, of course, eventually being heads up against Xuan Lo. Talk me through what the experience was like here at this final table.
Так, скажите, пожалуйста, немножко о вашем финальном столе. Это был очень тяжелый финальный стол. Вам, Александр, был прямо на вашем левом, и после того хедзап с очень сильным игроком. Шено, как это получилось? Как проводите нас сквозь ваш там процесс думания, как вы это решили играть просто так?
Ну, финальный стол был достаточно сложный. Я зашел чип-лидером, у меня были вариации какие-то. А хедзап я... Раньше, кстати, вот мы вместе начинали с Николаем Воскобойниковым играть в хедзап. Я много тоже играл в хедзап. Все хорошо.
Okay, so in the final table I had the privilege to enter the final table as a chip leader, and therefore I was able to bully a little bit the table. I had a little bit of variations up and down and up and down, but when we came to heads up, I actually started playing heads up with Mikhail Voskobonnikov, and I have a lot of experience heads up, so this one came in handy since we started primarily to play heads up.
Also, the queen and the 5 on the turn in the river came in handy as well. My very last question, of course, one that I ask everyone, is what keeps Maxim coming back to Merit to play each and every one of these series? And obviously we're proud to have him, but I'm curious what it's been like for him and why he keeps coming back.
Okay. Насчет мерить покер, очень рад, что вы возвращаетесь и все. Но вы расскажите, почему вы так любите мерить покер, почему вы всегда возвращаетесь, что вы на каждой серии здесь играете?
Мне нравится мерить покер. Как для меня это здесь самые лучшие условия созданы для игроков и вообще, чем, например, везде. Мне здесь нравится, я поэтому возвращаюсь и играю каждый раз.
I like it here very much. The conditions that they made for the players, both tournament and cash players, are very good, and I can't find them anywhere else, and that's why I keep coming back. And I can keep coming back.
Well, plain and simple, even though it was a difficult process, to earn his first ever victory in a live event, ladies and gentlemen, I give you our champion here at the Merit Western Poker Series 2024 High Roller, none other than Maxim Shornikov. Maxim, congratulations.
Thank you.